Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 450, Phantom Spirits. Announcement. Hey guys, check out my Patreon/absolute code. Shinji Matou at your service status, Chapter 1208, completed. New story. Type Moon, starting out as the Lion King's personal knight. With Shakespeare's summons, figures began to emerge from the book. These figures were indistinct, their faces unclear, and even their genders were hard to discern. However, the aura they exuded shocked Achilles, Atlanta, and Karna. What? These are all servants. That's right, these are all servants, Shakespeare said, observing the expressions of the three heroes with satisfaction before bursting into a pleased laugh. But they are not ordinary servants. Take a closer look. Karna, utilizing his ability to see through falsehoods, focused his gaze and quickly identified the anomaly. They have no class. No, it's not just a lack of class, their spiritual foundations are abnormal. These aren't heroic spirits, but they resemble them. What? Achilles and Atlanta exclaimed simultaneously. Having revealed their true names to each other, they trusted Karna's keen vision and his judgment. Because of this trust, they found the situation hard to believe. Not heroic spirits. Then what are they? Shakespeare, having paused his writing, twirled the white quill in his hand. Allow me to reveal the correct answer. They are phantom spirits. Phantom spirits? The new term prompted the three to search through the vast knowledge bestowed by the Holy Grail. Phantom spirits are a very peculiar type of servant. Usually, servants cannot be established purely from fiction. They have a basis in mythology, legends, or some actual existence. If a servant can be established purely from fiction, there must be a corresponding reason, such as the crystallization of a concept like protecting children, as seen in nursery rhyme. Fictional entities with insufficient spiritual foundation values, or concepts only at the level of urban legends, which cannot become heroes or anti-heroes and just await disappearance, are called phantom spirits. In terms of spiritual foundation strength, phantom spirits are even weaker than writer-type heroic spirits who only know how to wield a pen. They lack physical forms even when summoned. This was the true nature of the figures emerging from Shakespeare's book. This world has countless stories, both large and small, that intertwine and persist, told and remembered by people. This is their soil of existence. Unlike us, who are recorded in the throne of heroes even if buried in the river of history or forgotten by people. If they are forgotten, it means their demise. However, the phantom spirits born from my stories do not face such a fate because I am the greatest writer in the world. My stories endure. All right, that's enough self-praise, Achilles said impatiently, picking his ear. We know what phantom spirits are now. But why did you summon this seemingly weak bunch? Summoning a bunch of pen-wielders like you. There are very complex reasons for this. Don't rush, let me explain slowly, Shakespeare said, waving his hand to signal Achilles to calm down. First, my noble phantasm cannot arbitrarily designate the targets of the summons. It can only summon entities related to the target, and the target is limited to one person. Achilles suggested, then just choose one of us as the target. My father, the crew of the Argo, and the heroes related to Troy are all warriors capable of taking on thousands. I don't know much about Lancer, but there must be many powerful warriors related to him. I considered your idea initially but later abandoned it because it has two drawbacks. First, most heroic spirits have strong personalities and wills. Would such beings follow my orders? I don't have command spells to control them. If I summon Agamemnon or Hector. Shakespeare did not continue, but everyone understood his meaning. Connections, there are good ones and bad ones. Achilles protested, then why can't you summon Antilochus? With my dear friend and me together, we could crush the Black faction. Unfortunately, that's not possible, Shakespeare shook his head regretfully. As I mentioned when introducing my noble phantasm, the heroic spirits I summon not only lack a class but also have bodies as frail as old men. No matter how powerful the hero summoned, they can't exert their full strength with such a body. Then what about the phantom spirits? Phantom spirits are different. Their spiritual foundations are even more ambiguous than those of heroic spirits. When summoned, they don't even possess a physical form. The Greek duo realized they were increasingly unable to understand. But precisely because they lack a physical form, there are more possibilities, such as creating suitable vessels for them. Are you saying these puppets? Yes, these vessels were specially crafted by the Empress based on my descriptions of the phantom spirits. Since they are born from the stories I've written, no one understands them better than I do. Thus, I can summon them and create the most suitable bodies for them. Because their existence is vague and their thoughts not very clear, they are easier to control than heroic spirits. Next. As Shakespeare spoke, he waved his hand, and the indistinct phantom spirits walked toward their corresponding puppets. Only the final step remains. Father Shiro, the most crucial step of integrating the phantom spirits with their vessels is up to you. No problem. Shiro stepped down from the throne's high platform and moved to the center of the stage. As Shakespeare mentioned, his job was the most important. Phantom spirits lack physical forms and exist in ambiguous states. Even a magus like Semiramis couldn't forcefully integrate them with her crafted puppets, especially since the phantom spirits summoned by Shakespeare wouldn't obey her. Only Father Shiro, or rather his arms, could connect all magical foundations, including the creations of magecraft. Through his arms, Shiro could link Shakespeare's summoned phantom spirits with Semiramis's magecraft, completing this unprecedented spiritual descent. Father Shiro's arms were wrapped in red and blue magical light, appearing from a distance like two constantly shifting bolts of lightning, left hand, Xanadu Matrix and right hand, Evil Eater. Caster, no, Shakespeare, I'll ask you one more time, is this okay? Using the stories and characters you created in war. Generally, my answer would be no. My works are meant to be free, they belong on people's lips, on desks, on stages, but not on battlefields. This time is an exception because you told me about the existence of phantom spirits, which has given me a new understanding of writing and the world, a vanity garden, phantom spirits, a perfect match. You and the Empress have sparked my creative inspiration. So, at the very least, let me contribute something to make this story more exciting. War is only interesting when both sides are evenly matched, isn't it? Listening to the increasingly excited and fervent Shakespeare, Shiro spread his hands helplessly. That last sentence is your real motive, isn't it? I do not deny it. So, Father, let me see what my work will become. As you wish, Set. Red and blue lightning instantly shot out, covering Shiro's arms while also enveloping one pair of phantasmal spirits and puppets. Let it come, we'll endure even the toughest days. With that roar, the puppet's eyes lit up with a green glow. The phantom spirit puppet named Macbeth was born. P.S. Although the settings collection doesn't mention Shiro's arms being able to connect magic, he has already linked with the Greater Grail. Chapter 451, Combat Power of the Phantasmal Puppets. Announcement. Hey guys, check out my Patreon/absolute code. Shinji Matou at your service status, Chapter 1208, completed. New story. Type Moon, starting out as the Lion King's personal knight. Macbeth, one of Shakespeare's representative works, was written in 1606 and is one of the most classic tragedies in Shakespeare's and all of European literature. Using the book's protagonist, the usurper and tyrant Macbeth, as the starting point, various classic figures from Shakespeare's works fused with the puppets one by one. Among them were protagonists recognized in the 19th century as part of the four great tragedies, as well as other well-known main characters and vivid supporting characters who appeared across different plays. Of course, the classic characters created by Shakespeare throughout his life are far more numerous than this. However, since these phantasmal puppets were meant to be deployed on the battlefield as combatants, characters with insufficient combat power naturally could not appear. About 15 minutes later, the noble phantasm sublimated from the first folio disappeared. Simultaneously, more than a dozen puppets in the hall stood up, creating a scene reminiscent of a Phantom of the Opera. Fortunately, with Shakespeare present, these phantom spirits, now endowed with bodies, behaved relatively well and did not act excessively. The creator of these phantom spirits glanced over the puppets before him, like a general reviewing his soldiers or a father looking at his children. Finally, he turned to the three martial servants who had stepped aside to make way and said, the warrior praised in the Iliad, the huntress who shot the Caledonian boar, and the hero from the Mahabharata, who among you will do the testing? I will. The ever-belligerent Achilles did not hesitate. He clenched his fists and charged at the first to be born, Macbeth. Facing the charge of one of ancient Greece's foremost heroes, Macbeth, clad in the most splendid armor, did not flinch. He raised his shield and shouted confidently. No man born of a woman can harm me, just as you cannot harm air. Before he finished speaking, Achilles struck him with a single punch, sending him flying, and added. My mother is a goddess. As Macbeth had claimed, he was protected by life magic that prevented anyone born of a woman from harming him. He ultimately dies at the hands of Macduff, who was born via caesarean section. This attribute was also sublimated into a noble phantasm. Yes, even phantom spirits have noble phantasms, though their effects are significantly diminished due to the nature of their spiritual foundations. However, no matter how strong this protection was, it could not affect Achilles, for his mother, Thetis, was not a woman but a goddess. After punching Macbeth away, Achilles shook his wrist, somewhat disappointed. Decent strength, but not very bright. Well, after all, they are phantom spirits, you can't hold them to the standards of heroic spirits. In contrast, Shiro was quite satisfied. True. Achilles crossed his arms and thought for a moment, then nodded. The guy who wields a pen can create such things. I'm already amazed. I underestimated you before. Sorry. With his straightforward and bold personality, Shakespeare laughed heartily. It's not just my work alone, one person isn't enough to be your match. How about facing a few more? No problem, bring them all on. Achilles beckoned to all the phantom spirits. Two figures closest to Achilles moved immediately. One brandished a long sword and declared proudly, I am Prince Hamlet. The other took a similar stance, though his voice was gentler, Romeo. With two long swords, one on the left and one on the right, they flanked Achilles. Good, good, this is more like it. Achilles chose not to rely on his immortality to take advantage of the phantom spirits. He swung his right hand horizontally, materializing the spear he received from his father, Peleus. The spearhead deflected Hamlet's sword, and the spears but swept Romeo aside. As Romeo was pushed back, another figure immediately filled the gap. An arrow tore through the air with a piercing whistle. The bow is drawn and ready, be careful to dodge the arrowhead. The puppet wearing a crown bent his bow and shot an arrow, his voice old and maniacal. Achilles caught the arrow with his left hand and easily broke it, then turned his head and asked, Who is this? King Lear, Shakespeare answered with a smile. Be careful, Oberon and the witches are about to attack as well. Oberon, the fairy king from A Midsummer Night's Dream, one of Shakespeare's 4 great comedies, once used a potion to humiliate his queen, causing her to fall in love with a donkey. The witches, 3 in total, are important characters from Macbeth. They ignited Macbeth's ambition and provided various means for his usurpation. These 4 are phantom spirits of the magus type. When Semiramis made their puppets, she used different materials than those for warrior-type puppets. As a result, each of them could easily surpass modern magus. Achilles' rank C magic resistance was easily breached by the 4 magus. Of course, breaking through his immortality, scorched by heavenly fire, was impossible. Because of this, Shakespeare had no qualms about letting the phantom spirits attack him together, they couldn't harm him, making it perfect for testing. Semiramis also manipulated the space, creating an undisturbed area within the hall for the phantom spirits and Achilles to fight freely. The battle lasted from midnight until dawn, ending with Achilles' unscathed victory. However, Achilles used all his noble phantasms except his chariot, which speaks to the spirit's strength. Atalanta remarked that with so many phantom spirits attacking together, she could only fight while retreating. Karna also gave his evaluation. Even without considering magical energy consumption, using anti-army noble phantasms would still take considerable time to deal with them. It's understandable, there were close and long-range fighters, physical and magical attacks, healers, tanks, supports, and DPS, a classic setup for raiding a boss. Other than high-level, overpowered individuals like Karna and Achilles, any other boss could be defeated. As for Archer's concern, I guarantee that Saber will not be absent. Since the Black Lancer is King Arthur, she won't miss this opportunity for a duel. Wait, Master, the Black Lancer is King Arthur. Semiramis looked at her master in astonishment, and he scratched his cheek. Yes, oh, I forgot to mention it to you. You should have told me earlier about such things, Semiramis said, gritting her teeth in frustration. Shiro apologized twice and returned to the main topic. As for the captured berserker, due to his unique nature, it doesn't matter which side he's on, I have my ways to deal with him. Do you have any other questions? Karna remained silent as usual, while Atalanta and Achilles looked at each other and shook their heads simultaneously. Achilles sighed regretfully, you even went to the trouble of making a castle, preparing for a siege defense. Siege defense? Writer, your premise is already wrong. My noble phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, is not meant for defense but for offense. Semiramis let out a light laugh. Chapter 452, the activation of the Hanging Gardens. Upon hearing Semiramis's words, both Achilles and Atalanta showed expressions of confusion. Shakespeare, understanding the nature of this noble phantasm, was even more delighted by their reactions. Karna maintained his calm demeanor, while the only master present, Shiro, spoke to Semiramis with a hint of anticipation. Assassin, stop being so secretive. Let us experience it firsthand. Well. Master, you seem quite passionate. Because I am a man. I see, Semiramis said, understanding. She then placed her hand on the gem embedded in the armrest of the throne. Instantly, the ground began to tremble slightly. An earthquake. The servants exchanged glances. However, the tremors gradually intensified, and then suddenly stopped. Hee, look outside, Semiramis chuckled. Everyone except her rushed out of the throne room to the outside. The tremors were a phenomenon caused intentionally by Semiramis. But for what reason? What? Achilles and Atalanta were speechless, Shakespeare was deeply moved, and even the usually composed Karna widened his eyes slightly to look down. The stone-paved floor they stood on, below it was an open, vast space. In other words, they were floating in midair, the Garden of Babylon was truly floating in the sky. Surprised? Of course, the speed isn't anything to brag about, Assassin said with a hint of pride in her voice. The Empress of Assyria, Semiramis. Her noble phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, was like an aerial fortress. However, it couldn't be manifested through magical power alone. Specific materials from a particular region, such as stones and wood, needed to be collected first. After gathering the materials, Assassin had to perform a lengthy ritual to fully form the noble phantasm. This is because the historical Empress Semiramis did not build the Hanging Gardens. She had never seen the Hanging Gardens herself. However, she knew it was etched into her memory as a fantasy and had that sensory experience. Although it was a mysterious phenomenon added later, the impression of the Hanging Gardens built by the world's oldest assassin and legendary empress was so strong that it became a noble phantasm. To actualize this noble phantasm, real materials based on the physical world were needed: wood, stone, minerals, plants, and water from the land she once lived on. Reassembling these collected items through her ritual brought the fantasy to reality. It was a false reality, a noble phantasm that shouldn't exist. Hence, it was named vanity. For those who knew the truth, it might be a subject of ridicule. However, vanity does not necessarily mean fragility. No, at the moment the materials were gathered to complete the noble phantasm, at least in this era, vanity had transformed into reality. However, this garden draped in fantasy was far more exaggerated than reality, to the point of absurdity. Now then, everyone, the final assault is scheduled for this evening. Please be prepared. The group fell silent. It wasn't out of fear. Rather, it was because they felt the looming battle, igniting a burning fighting spirit within them. Unlike the Red faction, who were preparing for a major confrontation, the day-to-day activities of the Black faction's masters and servants continued in an orderly manner. Fiori and Kalza's teams, exhausted from the night's work, were resting in their respective rooms. Vlad III and Darnik were in the throne room, discussing the previous night's battle over a game of chess. Gords had taken Siegfried to the forest outside the castle, and engaged in some mysterious activities. Roche and Avisprin remained in the workshop, continuing their work on creating golems. Roche never doubted that their side would win the Holy Grail War. To him, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. With the combination of Black Berserker, Black Saber, Black Archer, Black Assassin, and themselves as caster and master, he had confidence in their ability to defeat any opponent. More accurately, he believed in his ability to create golems that could overcome the enemy. The masters of the Black faction severely underestimated the golems. True, the golems were shattered by a single strike from Red Saber. But those were merely sentry golems. Though not lacking in capabilities, their primary purpose was reconnaissance and reporting, not combat. If the golems were designed for battle, they would not have been so easily defeated. Of course, they would eventually be defeated, but there were hundreds of golems. If there were only 10 or 20, Saber might not be injured. But what if Saber faced over 100 golems in succession? Although this was just theoretical, the possibility was not low. However, expecting to capture Saber alive using golems was too ambitious, a fact Roche understood well. The crux of the issue lay in Castor's anti-army noble phantasm, Golem Keter Mokoth, Royal Crown, the Light of Wisdom. Of course, this noble phantasm was also a golem. But when it came to its specific form, Castor was mysteriously reluctant to explain. He claimed it was due to his immaturity, at least, that's what Roche hoped. However, from his words, it was clear that it was a being of immense size. And then Castor said to him, "That golem is not invincible. Rather, it must be imprinted with the method of its death. The golem I create will have life. Therefore, it will also die. Golems are not just a technique to animate clay figures. Golems are the creation of life, a mimicry of primitive humans." This was the existence Castor aimed for. For Roche, who only thought about creating more powerful golems, Castor's philosophy was a profound shock. He wanted to help him; if he couldn't, he at least wished to watch over him. Honestly, the Holy Grail War was just a bothersome event for Roche. However, without the Holy Grail conflict, he wouldn't have experienced the miracle of summoning a heroic spirit, nor would he have met Black Castor, Avisprin. So, fighting was inevitable. But he wished he had more time to learn from him; the duration of the Holy Grail War was too short. For this reason, Roche had decided on his wish. To grant Black Castor a physical body, that was his wish. And Castor also had a wish he wanted to realize in the present world. Since that was the case, Roche was content as long as he could help him. Upon hearing Roche's wish, Black Castor simply said, "Thank you." His indifferent attitude remained unchanged, and his teaching methods did not become any gentler. But their hearts were connected. Understanding this alone was a significant realization for Roche. He had never thought that communicating with others could be so enjoyable. Moreover, this feeling was even stronger because the other person was someone he deeply respected. Roche's parents had always been indifferent to him. Although the tradition of the Frayne family involved raising children with golems, which was understandable, he never felt any love from his parents in other aspects. Perhaps this was necessary for Magus. Love for the family could sometimes be an obstacle on the path of magecraft. Given this, the Frayne family's approach was to not instill such feelings from the start. Moreover, Roche was the most talented child since the Frayne family joined the Ig millennia. Roche himself was aware of this. When he read the numerous secret books painstakingly passed down by his ancestors, he wondered why they spent so much effort explaining such simple things. Then, the genius was summoned. Roche was initially captivated by him and soon came to revere him. He was a super genius on Roche's level, or perhaps, intentionally lowering himself to match Roche's level. To command him would be disrespectful. Roche felt he must be the one to receive his guidance. And one day, he vowed to witness the realization of his wish. Thus, the youngest master watched his servant with an admiring smile. Little did he know, he didn't truly understand Avisprin, who was right before him. That man had never concerned himself with human affairs, his only focus was completing his noble phantasm, for which he would sacrifice anything without hesitation. As for the final master, she was fuming with rage. It was utterly infuriating. Selenike's delicate beauty twisted with anger as she stomped down the corridor, her footsteps echoing loudly. No matter how much she tormented Astolfo, who always wore a cheeky grin, she felt nothing but frustration. Despite the delicious food right before her, she couldn't enjoy it. She couldn't even stomach it, it was so hard that even stabbing it with a fork was impossible. For Selenike, who was raised by old witches skilled in black magecraft, endurance and torture were synonymous. The only thing she could endure was anything related to magecraft. If there was something that could distort her otherwise fine features, it would be bringing back the homunculus who let Ryder escape. If she could dig out his eyes, cut off his arms, slice off his tongue, and make him eat his intestines in front of Ryder, surely Ryder would cry out in despair. She longed to see that expression. She desperately wanted to see it. Even if it meant her death, she didn't care, as long as she could see the despair on the face of Astolfo, the most adorable of Charlemagne's 12 paladins. At the same time, she found it immensely infuriating that the homunculus had completely captured Ryder's heart. Since the summoning of Black Ryder, there was something Selenike desperately wanted but could never obtain. That was probably what they called love. Affection, kindness, and the joy that comes from it, completely incomprehensible feelings for Selenike. Why wouldn't he direct those feelings towards her? It was so infuriating, especially given his fragile, ephemeral life. She wanted to conduct a thorough search. Selenike was not only highly skilled in magecraft but also possessed a tenacity unmatched within the Ig millennia family. To her, the homunculus was nothing more than a pest now, one that needed to be exterminated thoroughly. However, it was impossible to cause a major commotion just to find a single homunculus. Using Selenike's black magecraft, it wasn't impossible to locate him. However, it required significant preparation, and the most critical issue was that the missing homunculus was also a skilled magi. As the saying goes, a cornered rat will bite the cat. If she ended up getting bitten back, it would be no joke. The matter of the homunculus had to wait until after the war was over. Seeing Ryder's troubled expression only made her want to do more excessive things. She wanted to trample him, humiliate him, and plunge him into despair. Selenike barely managed to suppress these evil impulses. Once this war was over, once they won the war, it would be fine. After defeating the Red faction, she would abandon her wish and battle, using the 3 command spells to torment Ryder to death. Perhaps her agitation was too intense, for as she walked, she bumped into a homunculus. The boy, responsible for delivering meals, looked down with vacant eyes and muttered, "I'm sorry." She decided to use him. "You, come with me for a bit." The homunculus had no right to refuse, and Selenike certainly wouldn't show any mercy to a servant. Furthermore, indulgence was a virtue for Magus. Thus, Selenike decided to vent her accumulated frustration in a way that even Magus would disdain as a perverse form of entertainment. Chapter 453, Chapter 453, The Red-Black Showdown, Red Side's Deployment. There was a sword, a Japanese tachi. The blade was 3 shaku and 3 sun long, and 1 sun and a half wide. The edge was sharp as frost and snow, and the blade pattern resembled clouds. Even with the scabbard in place, one could still feel a chilling aura emanating from it. Even from the perspective of servants who were masters of weapons from all ages and lands, this sword was undoubtedly a top-grade piece, a lethal weapon born solely for combat. It was more than sufficient for battles between servants. However, surprisingly, the one holding this sword was not a servant, but a master. A priest named Shiro held the sword in his right hand, while his left hand's index and middle fingers trailed along the blade from bottom to top. Whether it was accidental or a deliberate test, the sharp edge sliced his fingers, and red blood quickly flowed out, running along the blood groove of the blade, adding a touch of sinister color to the precious sword. Shiro's face showed no reaction to the cut on his fingers, as if he didn't care about the injury at all. He casually twirled the sword, and when he held it before his eyes again, the blade shone as brightly as before, reflecting the youth's brown skin and white hair like a mirror. After taking a final glance at the 2-character inscription at the end of the blade, slightly dazzling from the reflected light, The youth in his ever-unchanging monk's robe sheathed the tachi and offered a sincere smile. Thank you, caster, for creating such a fine sword. No, no, my power is insignificant. It's because that sword was originally a rare masterpiece. Otherwise, it would never have reached the level of a C-rank noble phantasm. Whether Shakespeare was genuinely humble or speaking in jest, the term C-rank noble phantasm still surprised the servants, including assassin Semiramis. Huh. What's the meaning of this? Can you create noble phantasms? Your inherent skill should be enchant, right? Is that its power? Exactly. In response to Semiramis's question, Shakespeare puffed out his chest proudly and confirmed. Strictly speaking, this skill of Red Caster, Shakespeare, could not be called magic. Simple enhancement magic could not elevate an item to the level of a noble phantasm. However, he did not cast magic on the sword. He merely wrote about the sword's sharpness and its bloodthirsty nature while looking at the one Shiro handed him. Words and language can distort reality. This is the power of writer-type servants, and Shakespeare, being the greatest playwright in human history, could turn the impossible into the possible. Conceptual armament. There exists a type of armament that doesn't rely on physical force but instead utilizes the concept inherent in the item to exert its effect. With the soul-infused writing by Shakespeare, even a small roadside stone could be endowed with a lethal concept. Of course, this ability has its limits. Depending on the level of the depicted subject, he could create noble phantasms ranging from the lowest E rank to the highest C rank. May I ask a question? Why don't you use this ability for combat? The usually silent Karna asked, and his question was indeed reasonable. If he could turn mere swords into noble phantasms, he could just use them in battle. I do not write my own story, for I only have the talent to weave the tales of others. I have no desire to write about myself. Moreover, I wish to witness the conclusion of the Holy Grail War with my own eyes. Shakespeare answered resolutely. Karna understood his meaning and frowned, saying, So, you're afraid of trouble? Yeah, something like that. Karna nodded to show he understood. Then there's no helping it. Your goal is to write stories about others, not yourself. Whether the outcome is destruction or tragedy, you must write until the end. Therefore, surviving until the last moment is your objective, right? Fighting on the front lines is naturally impossible. In response to these cold words, Shakespeare laughed joyfully. I must indeed. Whether it be happiness, misfortune, or the despairing truth, observing everyone's stories until the very end is the mission I have been given. As a servant summoned for the Holy Grail War, these were completely inappropriate lines. He resolutely declared that he would watch until the end. Atlanta and Achilles didn't know whether to feel helpless or angry. Master, what do you intend to do with this knife? Isn't it obvious? It's a last resort, of course, Shiro said, taking out something he had prepared from his pocket. The hilt's cotton rope, wrapped around the handle to increase friction and improve grip, was an indispensable tool. The lower tie on the scabbard was used to fix the scabbard to the belt for easy carrying. After wrapping the cotton rope around the hilt and securing the sword to his waist, Shiro nodded in satisfaction. With this, the final preparations are complete. Are you going to the front lines? Semiramis's face changed, and she shook her head repeatedly. No, you are the master. Leave the fighting to us servants. Even though you seem to have accumulated a lot of combat experience, in the end, you're still a human. If you encounter an enemy servant, it's over. As Achilles and Atlanta said, compared to servants, masters who are still within the human realm are too fragile. Even having noble phantasms can't change this reality. Generally, masters should never rush to the front lines. Servants don't necessarily only target other servants. If the enemy's master is a rational thinker, they would typically order their servant to kill any master who boldly runs to the front lines. Once the master dies, the countdown to the servant's death begins. At the very least, they can no longer fight at full strength. Moreover, the upcoming battle is undoubtedly a grand showdown. Not only will servants clash with each other, but all pieces will be mobilized in an unprecedented large-scale war. In such a situation, it would be unbearable for an ordinary human. Don't measure me by the standards of ordinary humans, I'm very strong. Perhaps his youthful appearance and gentle smile were too deceiving, as no one took his words seriously. Achilles waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing a fly. Yes, yes, I know you're strong among humans, but leave the fighting to us. I'm really strong. Facing a master boasting like a child, Semiramis sighed. Master, no matter how confident you are, please remember, you are my master. Your death is equivalent to mine. So, please do not risk your life. With the conversation reaching this point, Shiro had no choice but to agree. All right. I won't participate in the battle as long as you can handle it. But if something unexpected happens, with us here, there won't be any surprises. Achilles flipped his hair confidently. Just sit back and watch our heroic exploits. I'll leave it to you then. Shiro took a long, hard look at the Millennia Fortress, whose outline was becoming discernible, and suppressed his boiling blood. It seems the Black faction has noticed us. I can sense some level of chaos among them. With her archery skill, clairvoyance, Atlanta could somewhat grasp the situation of the fort several kilometers away, shrouded in darkness. Her beastly instincts also allowed her to sense unseen presences. In that case, I'll take the opportunity to line up the grunts. Semiramis raised her hand high, and a large cauldron, 3 meters in diameter, appeared suspended in the air before everyone. Grunts. Achilles looked at Semiramis in confusion, and she responded with a bewitching smile. A war with only generals and no soldiers doesn't look right. Even if it's just a bunch of homunculi or golems, gathered together, they can still be bothersome. I'll select some dragon-tooth warriors. 3,000 should suffice, right? Dragon-tooth warriors, created from dragon teeth, were disposable grunts. But even so, the number 3,000 was unusually high. The more, the better, of course. But assassin, isn't that impossible? Generally, yes, it's impossible. But as long as I'm in these hanging gardens, nothing is impossible for me. Semiramis answered Achilles' doubt with a confident smile. Under her control, the cauldron moved beyond the garden's boundary and quickly circled back. In an instant, slightly yellowed bone fragments inside the cauldron rained down on the ground. Upon landing, the bone fragments grew like plants, eventually forming skeletal soldiers with heads resembling lizards. They seem quite fragile. Atlanta observed from below and muttered. Ah, you're right. They are indeed very fragile, extremely so. But there are many of them. Against servants, they stand no chance, but they should suffice against homunculi. And if the enemy's caster is as weak as ours, they might even take him down. Ha ha ha, that's quite a harsh statement. But I doubt any other caster in the world is as literary as me. Hans Christian Andersen, Alexander Dumas, and other literary giants nod in agreement. Shakespeare retorted nonchalantly. Semiramis decided to say nothing more. Looks like the Black faction is finally making a move. In the darkness ahead, where only Atlanta could see, the Igdamillennia clan and their servants seemed to have finally taken action. This was completely different from the small-scale skirmishes up until now. There was a battlefield, soldiers, weapons, and generals. There was territory to be contested, and most importantly, a king to be defeated. So, who will take the lead? Shiro asked. Atlanta, Achilles, and Karna exchanged glances. Shakespeare, who had no intention of participating, maintained an indifferent attitude. Karna silently shook his head, as if to say, you go first. Next, Achilles and Atlanta locked eyes, both seemingly eager to be the first to charge into battle. Semiramis shrugged helplessly, while Shakespeare suggested he would compose a laudatory poem for the brave warrior who led the charge, further stoking the fire. Please, resolve this peacefully, Shiro requested. Though they didn't exactly follow Shiro's plea, the two agreed on a compromise. I'll take the lead, Achilles decided. Atlanta summoned her bow, her weapon, and raised it high into the sky. But I'll launch the first strike. I intend to unleash my noble phantasm. Understood, it's settled then. Our first joint operation, is it? How about a love poem to commemorate it? Shakespeare suggested. Achilles responded with a delighted expression. Oh, please do. However, Atlanta frowned in displeasure. No, I'd rather not. Thus, Shakespeare decided to merge their opinions and compose a sorrowful poem about a heartbroken man. Ah. And so, with Shakespeare's recitation, the decisive battle began. Chapter 454, Chapter 454, The Red-Black Showdown, Black Faction Mobilizes. The Igdamillennia clan had made comprehensive predictions about which direction the Magus of the Mages Association, i.e., the Red Faction, would launch their attack from and formulated a meticulous interception plan accordingly. There were possibilities of a direct assault from the streets of Triphos or leading an army from the east side. The possibility of an aerial assault was also not low. However, to think they would come with their territory, this is truly unexpected. Black Archer, Chiron, sighed. In his line of sight, the hanging gardens of Babylon, the pride of the Red Assassin, floated in the air. I must say, this garden is indeed impressive. Compared to it, Millennia Fortress looks like nothing more than a dilapidated earthen building. Black Assassin Matou Shinji clicked his tongue in admiration, holding a telescope he had somehow procured. Assassin. Fiori glared at her servant with a hint of displeasure. The latter blinked innocently. Seeing this, Fiori felt even more dissatisfied, although she wasn't aware that during this glare, her tension also somewhat eased. Standing beside the barrier, Calls anxiously asked, Archer, what's the current situation? Archer smiled calmly and replied. It has stopped. Although this is just my speculation, it seems the Red Faction plans to use this plain as the battlefield. So, it's going to be a full-scale confrontation. Yes, masters, please move to a safe location. The enemy will likely also use their servants and familiars to establish their positions. It seems so. They appear to have summoned dragon-tooth warriors. Probably to counter our homunculi and golems. With a thud, Darnik landed from above. It turned out he had just boldly observed the hovering fortress from various angles. Uncle. Let's head inside, Fiori. We can only leave the outcome to them now. You're right, Darnik. From here on, it's the domain of servants. Particles of light began to gather, forming the outline of a person. Black Berserker, Vlad III, displayed a solemn smile, silently observing the floating fortress. No, it wasn't just him. Black Caster Avisprin also stood on the wall, watching the floating fortress. To think they would not only step into my territory with such an abominable thing but also scatter those filthy skeletal soldiers everywhere. Vlad III showed an obvious expression of displeasure. At the moment of invading his territory, they became enemies, they became conquerors, and they became the Ottoman Turks. A strong sense of duty to kill them all instantly bound his entire body. Looking around, Darnik slightly frowned. Gourds and Saber, are they not here yet? Here. The portly Gourds ran up the wall, panting heavily, with Black Saber Siegfried right behind him. Why are you so slow? The mystic code needed final adjustments. Fortunately, it was completed just in time. Mystic code. What mystic code at this time? Precisely because it's this time that we need it. With this mystic code, even if I'm not by Saber's side, I can still heal him, allowing Saber to fight to his heart's content. I didn't expect you to have such a clever trick. It seems you've changed quite a bit. For the first time, Shinji didn't find Gord's smugness annoying. Unlike other servants, Siegfried, protected by the armor of Fafnir, mostly suffered minor injuries. With timely healing magic support, Siegfried could maintain his unblemished fighting form. Gord snorted lightly, too lazy to deal with this cheeky guy. Darnik's expression also softened considerably. He respectfully bowed. Grand Duke, we will retreat into the castle. Please unleash your full power. Vlad III nodded proudly. Also, release Ryder and the Red Berserker first, we must have them join the battle line as well. But is that okay? Berserker aside, as for Ryder. It's fine. Since the enemy desires a full-scale confrontation, it's only proper to deploy all our forces. Moreover, Assassin, since you proposed the handling of Ryder, he will be your responsibility. If anything goes wrong, you will be held accountable. This command was exactly what Shinji wanted. Rest assured, I'll keep a close eye on him and make sure he doesn't cause trouble. If he can achieve significant merits, I hope the Grand Duke will show leniency. Good. Then, Darnik. I'll go immediately. Seeing that everyone had reached an agreement, Darnik turned and left, with Fiori and the others following him into the castle. Archer, you're in charge of directing the homunculus troops. Understood. But if Assassin can't hold off the Red Rider, I'll have to suppress him. No problem, you can judge the situation as needed. Anyway, it will soon turn into a chaotic melee, slowly wearing them down with our golems. Chiron nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Vlad III said, once the initial strike was over, it would quickly evolve into a skirmish between servants. And Caster, you wait here for now. You will decide the right moment to release the Red Berserker's restraints. Understood. Ah, right. Berserker, as the reigning monarch, you certainly shouldn't enter the battle on foot. I've prepared a steed for you. Oh. Hearing this, Vlad III looked at Avisprin with keen interest. Of course, it's just a creation. No matter, since an ordinary horse wouldn't suffice for such a war. Avisprin had brought a massive bronze iron horse, Golem. This horse, made of iron and bronze, had a striped pattern. Its eyes, made of rubies and sapphires, glowed with an eerie light. Excellent. Vlad III smiled contentedly and leaped onto the horse's back. The horse didn't neigh but stood obediently. Oh my, Vlad III is going to ride a horse. Looks like there's no place for me here. A slightly higher-pitched voice spoke, instantly heightening the tension at the scene. It was the recently released Black Rider, Astolfo. With an innocent smile, he casually addressed the tyrant who had imprisoned him. Rider, at this point, I won't ask if you've reflected on your actions. Show me your strength now, demonstrate the power of one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins. Astolfo slapped his chest and said. Leave it to me. This is this, and that is that. After all, this war is my mission. As long as you understand that, there won't be any problems. Rider, follow Assassin's commands. If you perform well, I will pardon your rebellion. Understood. I'm counting on you, Assassin, Astolfo said playfully, sticking out his tongue. First, assist Archer in commanding the homunculi. Okay. And change that careless attitude of yours. Okay. Astolfo's head drooped down immediately. Finally, Vlad III turned his gaze to the silent Siegfried. Saber, this time you will take the lead with me. Siegfried remained silent, simply drawing his greatsword, indicating his readiness through action. He now had reliable comrades and a trustworthy master, leaving no concerns behind. Gentlemen, we lack a lancer, and the enemy has lost their berserker. However, war isn't a simple matter of addition and subtraction, and heroes cannot be measured solely by combat power. Karna, Achilles, and the still unseen caster and assassin, until the very last moment, no one knows the outcome. I ask you all one question, do you have any intention of accepting defeat? Siegfried remained expressionless, Avisprin stood still, Chiron maintained his composure, and Astolfo spread his hands with a fearless smile. Shinji stared intently at the airborne fortress as if trying to bore a hole into it with his eyes. Everyone expressed their will to refuse defeat through words and actions. Very good, we will achieve victory. Those are barbarians. Those who desecrate my land and laugh arrogantly, they are fools who must atone with their lives. Kill them with a smile. Vlad III's words, although somewhat extreme, were easily understood. Don't let them return alive, this was essentially what he meant, and it was also what the other servants desired. Charge. The Grand Duke grabbed the reins of his horse and leaped from the castle wall along with the horse. Despite the wall and cliff being over 100 meters high, Avisprin's bronze iron horse was unharmed by the jump. Like an entire army in one person, Vlad III charged towards the enemy's camp. Though the peaceful meadow would likely turn to scorched earth after the war, he was unafraid. Siegfried also jumped down next, exuding an aura as powerful as when he faced the evil dragon Fafnir. If Vlad III was an army unto himself, then Siegfried was a match for an entire army. Soon, the homunculi and golems, led by the two servants, began to gather. Chiron and Astolfo's commands were effective, quickly forming neat ranks. On one side of the army was Avisprin, carrying the sealed Spartacus. He planned to release the mad gladiator at the right moment. Though Spartacus's mind was broken, he retained a shred of rationality to distinguish friend from foe. After switching masters, his enemies were the Red faction. With them were 10 specially selected golems by Avisprin. Though weak against powerful servants, skilled use could yield results. Both armies pushed forward. Vlad III led the charge, wielding a silver spear, ready to engage any enemy vanguard that might appear. However, even as he advanced to within 10 meters of the enemy line, no red servants appeared, only a dense mass of dragon-toothed warriors. Surprised, the Grand Duke ordered the army to halt. Simultaneously, the dragon-toothed warriors stopped moving. Knowing it was futile to speak to the dragon-toothed warriors, Vlad III turned his gaze to the moving fortress. What are they planning? Though it didn't seem like anyone heard him, it was as if in response, the red archer fired the first arrow. Chapter 455, Chapter 455, the first wave of the red and black battle. Red Archer Atlanta knocked 2 arrows on the string of her beloved bow, Tauropolos, not aiming at the vast land below but at the night sky illuminated by the hazy moonlight. The cool, dry wind unique to late autumn blew through her hair, and her beast-like ears twitched slightly. The time had come. By my bow, I seek the protection of the sun god and the moon goddess. The arrows began to glow. Her noble phantasm was neither the bow nor the arrows shot from it. Both were merely catalysts. Her noble phantasm was the very act of knocking the arrow and shooting it. Offer this calamity, Phoebus catastrophe. The 2 arrows shot into the sky, tracing a dazzling path through the clouds before disappearing without a trace. This was a signal fire, the first arrow. It was an appeal to the gods. The sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis, both deeply connected to the sun and the moon, were also the gods of archery and hunting, respectively. As an archer seeking their protection, the cost was calamity. The so-called protection meant bringing disaster upon the enemy. The night sky filled with a faint glow, accompanied by a subtle sound like raindrops dancing in the wind. However, this was no gentle rain. The savage god sought a sacrifice, unleashing a storm of disaster upon the earth. Countless light arrows flashed in the sky, with Black Berserker Vlad III bearing the brunt. He calmly raised his hand, summoning dozens of black stakes from the ground to form a barrier that blocked the rain of arrows. Following behind him, Black Saber Siegfried was even more at ease. He neither parried with his sword nor dodged, simply standing still and letting the arrow rain hit his body without moving an inch. However, to think that the light arrows failed to harm Vlad III and Siegfried would be to underestimate this noble phantasm. In fact, Phoebus Catastrophe, ranked as AB Noble Phantasm, was far from weak. The reason it was easily blocked was due to the formidable strength of the 2 servants and the fact that the light arrows were targeting the entire army of homunculi and golems. Atlanta's aim was not the servants but the reduction of enemy troops. Homunculi were hit by the arrows and fell one after another. Even the sturdy golems were shattered by the countless arrows. This was the expected outcome, confirmed by the archer wielding her noble phantasm. However, just before the light arrows swept through the enemy forces, a piercing eagle cry broke through the dark sky. If Phoebus' catastrophe was a dense green light rain, then what came from afar was a massive azure light arrow. No, it was a storm. An azure storm arose in the sky, and at its center, a fantastic beast that should not exist in this world appeared. The upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a horse, with wings as sharp as divine weapons. These wings, flapping continuously, generated a terrifying wind pressure that could obliterate all obstacles, including the disaster besieged by Atlanta. Please, Hippogriff. With this shout, the azure storm collided head-on with the green arrow rain, a clash of army-level noble phantasms. In an instant, a dazzling light replaced the setting sun to become the brightest source of light in the sky. At the heart of this radiance, the knight who initiated this clash shed his usual casual demeanor, showcasing the grandeur worthy of one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins, all sparked by a conversation from a few minutes earlier. Teacher, are there any enemy servants among the dragon-tooth warriors? The speaker was Shinji, and the one he called teacher was Chiron. No. The sageman, who had been observing the entire battlefield with his clairvoyance, shook his head. Shinji's eyes gleamed, and he hinted, why do you think no one stopped the Grand Duke when he charged ahead? No matter how many of these small fry come, they can't threaten the Grand Duke and saber. The idea of wearing them down is laughable. The Grand Duke could wipe them out in an instant if he wanted. Two possibilities. The first is that this batch of dragon-tooth warriors is meant to be cannon fodder, testing the Grand Duke's strength. From that airborne fortress, it's clear the enemy has a very powerful magus. For a magus of this level, summoning dragon-tooth warriors is merely a prelude. The main force is yet to come. The other possibility is long-range attacks, right? Astolfo took over Chiron's words. I've done such things before, used my horn to intimidate and then had my hippogriff sweep through. It was exhilarating, ha ha ha. Since you have experience, I'll leave it to you. Shinji snapped his fingers. You ride the hippogriff and follow behind the main army. If it's the first scenario, you coordinate with the Grand Duke and Siegfried to sweep through as you described. If it's the second scenario, you use your noble phantasm to counter the enemies. As a rider, you must have an anti-army noble phantasm, right? I do, but that guy has a huge appetite. I can't sacrifice the homunculi just for my victory. Summoning the hippogriff and then riding and commanding it, at this stage, the mana consumption wasn't much, fully within the supply provided by a single homunculus. The problem arose when invoking its true name and unleashing its power. At that point, the mana consumption was almost equivalent to the full release of an A-rank noble phantasm. And it wasn't just a one-time release. Maintaining the hippogriff state would continuously drain mana, making it a highly inefficient use of energy. Images of homunculi drained of their mana flashed through his mind, along with Sieg's plea. No matter what, he didn't want to do that now. Hence, he could only choose not to. Ah, I'm an idiot, both foolish and cowardly. He should have ignored the existence of the mana batteries and released the true name. Even Sieg wouldn't blame him for it. After all, servants are summoned to fight and win. It's unreasonable to place such demands on them. But Astolfo is such a heroic spirit, he only does what he wants to do, and no one can force him to do what he doesn't want. Both Chiron and Shinji understood this well, and Shinji had prepared a way to persuade him. You've got one thing wrong. No matter how large the consumption of an anti-army noble phantasm, it's just a few homunculi. But if we let the enemy attack, the homunculi casualties would be in the dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. They are also his comrades. Although evaluating life by numbers is flawed, right now, it's the best approach. Are you going to sacrifice more homunculi on the battlefield for a few homunculi? Knight Astolfo. On one side were Sieg's comrades, and on the other were more of Sieg's comrades. Astolfo, with his not-so-bright mind, could only come to one conclusion. All right, I'll do it. Isn't that enough? Hippogriff. The knight tugged hard on his braided hair, summoning the hippogriff and grumpily mounted it. Shinji sighed upon seeing this. Sorry, Astolfo. No need to apologize, you did nothing wrong. Astolfo gave his partner a strong thump and soared into the sky. Don't try to block it if you can't. I know, I have an ace up my sleeve. The last words were already fading. Teacher, was I wrong? Watching Astolfo's departing figure, Shinji showed a bitter smile. You were not wrong, this is war. Chiron's face also showed a trace of sadness. Next, it's our turn. Assassin, don't die. You too, teacher. For some reason, a sudden unease crept into the previously confident Shinji's heart. In the distance, the blue and green radiance exploded. Chapter 456, Chapter 456, The Red-Black Showdown, Archer Duel. This world has become a realm of humanity. Gods have either fallen or retreated to the inner side of the world, saying farewell to mankind. Even Atlanta, a devout believer and lifelong devotee of the moon goddess, can only draw upon a faint portion of divine power, which cannot last long. The moment the green rain of light arrows thinned, it signified the departure of the moon goddess's divine power. At that exact instant, the storm whipped up by the hippogriff erupted, reaching its peak. Simultaneously, Astolfo let out a roar completely contrary to his usual image, "Crush it, hippogriff." The storm raged, and the final wave of arrow rain vanished completely. Aside from the initial wave that covered Vlad III and Siegfried, the rest were nullified by Astolfo's strongest noble phantasm. Well done. Vlad III looked with satisfaction at the gradually subsiding storm in the sky. Though he did not particularly care about the loss of homunculi and puppet soldiers, preserving more troops increased their chances of victory. Moreover, Astolfo's counterattack significantly dampened the invaders' morale. The commander of the Black faction, the lord of this land, suddenly pointed his spear forward, his majestic voice echoing across the field, "Charge!" The puppet warhorses faithfully executed their master's command, dashing forward. Meanwhile, the Black rider Astolfo wobbled as he landed on the ground. Countering the rain of arrows from Atalantis' noble phantasm was no small feat, and the divine power embedded in the arrows had exacted a toll on both him and his hippogriff. The hippogriff, far from its initial might, bore bloodstains on its griffin claws and wings, inherited from a mighty steed, and its swift legs were now shaky. This was the price of resisting divine power. It was, after all, a mythical beast, not a divine beast. Astolfo was similarly affected, though he had fended off many arrows with his trap of Argalia. The sheer number of arrows was overwhelming. Unlike Siegfried, he did not have an invulnerable body and inevitably took some hits. Fortunately, the arrow rain's attack power was limited, so both he and the hippogriff were not severely injured, retaining their combat capability. The knight riding the mythical beast glared defiantly at the floating garden in the sky. If not for protecting the homunculi from the arrow rain, this rain of arrows would have been a trivial threat. Damn you. In the courtyard, the red archer Atlanta caught this glare, her already cold expression turning even colder. Was it you who disrupted my attack? Then repay with your life, rider. Hey sis, did you call me? The red rider Achilles behind her clenched his fist and responded. Not you, but the Black rider. He and his mount are worthy prey. She aimed, not with her hands, but with her instinct. No matter how agile the prey was, her arrow would pierce its heart. The arrows she shot were painted black, eliminating any chance of being noticed in nighttime combat. However, Astolfo's fully awakened combat instinct sensed the danger in advance. He swiftly blocked the arrow aimed at his heart with his golden lance. One arrow missed, but Atlanta did not falter. For the legendary huntress who once felled the Caledonian boar, her arrows would not cease as long as the prey stood. Her arrows, when hunting a single target, were even stronger than her noble phantasm. This was Atlanta, a master whose archery, no, hunting skills, had reached divine levels. Before long, Astolfo, whose martial skills were only average, was hit by several more arrows and was forced to retreat. No choice, I have to use that, don't I? Just as Astolfo was about to take action, Atlanta drew her bow fully and released a killing arrow aimed at her prey's throat. This arrow flew faster than sound, and in the blink of an eye, the only expected outcome should have been the arrow piercing the heart. Or so it was supposed to be. However, this killing arrow was intercepted and struck down by a shadow from antiquity. With Atlanta's keen eyes, she could see that it was another arrow. What? For the first time, the Red Archer understood and realized that in the Holy Grail War, each class had two representatives. This meant that the enemy could very well have another archer with powers equal to her own. It was common for prey to suddenly lie down to avoid arrows or occasionally counterattack. A hunted prey fighting back against the hunter is naturally to be expected in the realm of hunting. But the fact that her arrow was intercepted was neither a coincidence nor the work of the targeted prey. It was the act of a third party, unrelated to the hunting act. In other words, the arrow was intercepted by the Black Archer, who should have been far behind the Black Rider. To think they aimed and intercepted my arrow. Such a disgrace likely never existed even during her lifetime. How could an arrow she had locked onto a target be intercepted by another arrow? Confronted with this unbelievable reality, Atlanta momentarily forgot herself. Seizing this opportunity, the Black Archer Chiron, who had saved his ally with unparalleled archery skills, conveyed his voice to Astolfo. I'll handle the arrows and the Red Archer. You come back, Assassin has left a healing noble phantasm for you. Oh, thanks, Chiron. I've told you countless times not to call me by my true name. Amid Chiron's slightly exasperated voice, Astolfo turned his hippogriff around and fled. Being the child of a griffin and a noble steed, both the sky and the earth were within its domain. Seeing this, Atlanta immediately put the disgrace behind her. Now, what needed to be done was to kill the prey. Faced with the artistic interception just now, she chose to attack with a barrage. In her single hand, 3 arrows appeared simultaneously. She aimed those 3 arrows at the fleeing Astolfo. Arrows, unless they became noble phantasms themselves, would not have homing capabilities. In other words, it was a matter of quantity over quality to determine the victor. Needless to say, as long as any arrow hit the enemy directly, the opponent would be defeated. The 3 arrows, tightly drawn, aimed precisely at the vital spots, the back of the heart, the back of the head, and the hippogriff's legs. Even if they didn't die, it didn't matter. As long as their movement slowed down, she could finish the job with the next shot. Eliminating all possibilities of defeat, the archer shot her arrows with absolute precision. Yet, even this perfect shot was intercepted. As the opponent had more arrows, Atlanta shot 3 arrows, but the opponent shot 5. Atlanta was once again utterly defeated. By this time, Astolfo had already run quite a distance. It became harder for her to shoot, while it became easier for the opponent. Even Achilles noticed something was wrong. There's an archer better than you, sis. Atlanta's green pupils emitted an unprecedented light, her beast ears and tail standing upright, a sign of the beast's fury. Black archer. Looks like sis has found her opponent. Now, I'll go find mine. Achilles slapped his knee with excitement and, with a joyful expression, began to sprint forward, leaping down from the sky garden. I added new story, Type Moon, starting out as the Lion King. Chapter 457, Chapter 457, The Red and Black Showdown, Immortal Chariot. With a sharp whistle, a chariot powered by 3 military horses suddenly appeared in the sky, precisely catching the falling Red Rider, Achilles. The warrior, who once dominated the battlefield of Troy with grandeur, gripped the reins from his chariot seat and lashed the horses fiercely. The thunderous neighs of the muscular horses reverberated across the battlefield. Come, let's fight. I, the Red Rider, will take the lead now. As soon as he finished speaking, Achilles brought the chariot down to the ground. Before him stood androids and golems. But not just the combat-specialized androids, even the golems weighing over a ton were pulverized under the hooves of the immortal horses bestowed by the sea god. The enormous grinder of the chariot cut through the earth and whirled at bullet speed. Just by racing across the ground, the chariot driven by Achilles could ravage the entire battlefield. Come on, servants of the Black faction. Show us your strength. If anyone can stop my rider's chariot, feel free to try. It wasn't a servant who responded to his provocation but the golems. 3 golems moved to intercept the rapidly advancing chariot. Clicking his tongue, Achilles naturally chose to crush them to pieces. Get out of my way, you lowly soldiers. Hearing his words, the black caster Avisprin, observing the battlefield from afar, responded. Well, that's not necessarily true, Red Rider. At the moment of collision, the 3 golems dispersed simultaneously. To Achilles' surprise, the golems suddenly hardened as they entangled the legs of his horses. Ugh. The chariot, which had been charging at full speed, finally came to a halt. Seeing this, the golems raised their battle axes and leaped towards the chariot. Stop playing your little tricks. Achilles released the reins, grabbed his spear, and leaped off the chariot. With his skills, it only took an instant to take the lives of the golems, without missing a single one. However, just as his spear cut through the weapon of the first golem and was about to slice through its body, a thunderclap suddenly erupted in the sky. Faster than the thunderclap was the golden lightning. Infused with immense magic, the lightning of Indra, at its peak power, descended from the sky, manifesting as a thunder dragon aiming to engulf Achilles. TCH, Black Assassin, still as underhanded as ever. As the thunder dragon descended, Achilles remained fearless. With a twist of his spear, he swept away the encroaching golems in an instant. Using the recoil from his spear, he also leaped away from the chariot, escaping the range of the lightning. Then, the thunder dragon poured down from the sky to the ground, and from the ground, it ascended back to the sky. Well, it looks impressive, but it means nothing if it can't hit. I've been on guard against you. Don't think the same trick will work twice. Achilles shouldered his spear, leisurely watching the raging pillar of lightning before him, even having the time to shield his eyes from the dazzling light with his free hand. But the next moment, his smile faded because of the agonized cries of his horses and a sudden, unidentifiable voice. Idiot, you were never my target. What? Oh no. The slow-witted Achilles finally realized that while he had easily escaped, his chariot was still ensnared by the golems. The B+-ranked noble phantasm, imbued with the power of the thunder god, had struck the chariot directly. Countless golden divine thunders crawled over the chariot, turning its frame, which shimmered silver under the moonlight, to a charred black. The thunder continued to spread along the reins. The 3 divine horses pulling the chariot screamed in agony, unable to escape until the mad lightning shattered the golems binding their hooves. Only then did they muster the strength to dash out of the terrifying domain of the thunder. However, after escaping, 2 of the horses were severely injured and exhausted, while the last one couldn't hold on anymore, its head drooping as it collapsed to the ground. Damn it. Pedasos. Achilles' noble phantasm, Troy's tragödia, tempestuous immortal chariot, is a chariot pulled by 3 horses. Two of them are the immortal divine horses Xanthos and Belias, gifts from the sea god Poseidon, while the last is the rare and swift horse Pedasos, stolen from a city during the attack on Ishan. Of course, as a summoned noble phantasm, even if the original text explicitly mentions immortality, Xanthos and Belias couldn't achieve true immortality, at most possessing extremely high defense, which is why they survived the thunder punishment. Unfortunately, Pedasos didn't have such legends, nor the divine nature or divine blood, and couldn't withstand a strike from Indra's most renowned noble phantasm, dying on the spot. With one horse dead and two injured, the chariot was naturally unusable. Achilles glared hatefully at the golden Vajra that fell to the ground and dissipated into spirit particles, then waved his hand. Xanthos, Belias, I don't need you for now. Withdraw. The horse called Xanthos turned to its master and spoke, a wise choice, my lord. Xanthos had gained the ability to understand human speech and even speak on it thanks to the blessing of a certain goddess. However, we should have done this when we were first tripped up. It also had the worst personality. Be careful not to be led to the same fate as before. Faced with the sneering immortal horse, Achilles couldn't help but knock it once with his spear handle. With a cry of protest, Xanthos disappeared along with Belias, who seemed to give a resigned look. The remaining Red Rider, with a cold expression, scanned the entire field, searching for the elusive black assassin. Unfortunately, his search was destined to be in vain, as Shinji was not within his sight but above him. Satisfied with the result of using Indra's thunder to disable Achilles' anti-army noble phantasm, the assassin looked at his slingshot and muttered to himself. Good, though it's far inferior to divine gunblade, with the archery skills I learned from Chiron, I can execute long-distance, Indra's thunder, shots. It's a pity the war spear is too large to use as ammunition, and getting too close would alert Achilles. Otherwise, I might have destroyed his chariot in one go. I'm so envious of Red Archer. When will I be able to freely modify noble phantasms like that? As he spoke, Shinji lowered his altitude, his magically enhanced vision firmly locking onto Achilles. The impatient warrior, unable to find his target, was becoming increasingly agitated, his booming voice particularly loud under the night sky. Where is the black assassin? The unresolved duel from before, let's continue it now. Tonight, let's indulge in a good slaughter. It's about time. If I hide any longer, this guy might vent his anger on the homunculus. Astolfo went through so much to save them, I'd be embarrassed if they died right after. Calming his ragged breath from the rapid descent, Shinji casually pulled out a stone and shot it at Achilles' forehead. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, Red vs. Black Showdown, Chase. Achilles possesses the noble phantasm, Andreas Amarantos, Amaranth of the Brave, which renders him invulnerable except for his weak point, the heel. He can only be harmed by attacks imbued with divine power. Shinji, being a mere mortal, used a stone he casually picked up from the city wall as ammunition. Naturally, such an attack couldn't harm Achilles. Of course, he never intended to injure this powerful foe so easily, his goal was merely to announce his presence. Hearing the whistling sound, Achilles swung his spear and effortlessly deflected the stone. Seeing the stone fragments scatter before him and feeling the slight force transmitted through the spear, he instantly understood the stone's purpose. Trying to lure me over, huh? Achilles turned his gaze in the direction from which the stone was shot. At the end of his line of sight was a forest, from which a faint servant's presence could be vaguely sensed, the territory of the black assassin. The forest. Indeed, the complex terrain of a forest would provide excellent cover for an assassin, allowing him to make full use of the terrain and presence concealment to maneuver against his enemy. Tactically, this was flawless. But if you think this will suffice to deal with me, Achilles, you're gravely mistaken. You will taste defeat because of your correct choice, just like that old man. For the honor of my great hero father, my goddess mother, and my eternal friend who shared the joys and sorrows of life with me, I will defeat you, black assassin. Achilles roared as he activated comet form and charged toward the forest where Shinji was hiding. Seeing Achilles begin to accelerate, Shinji concealed the deliberately released presence used to lure him and fled deeper into the forest. The moment Achilles stepped into the forest, Shinji's right hand grasped 3 inconspicuous stones, this time, not just common stones, but meticulously selected, enchanted magic bullets, each inscribed with primordial runes. Following the principles of consecutive shots, he fired the 3 magic bullets in succession. The first one was aimed at Achilles' heart. Achilles blocked it with his spear. As the stone shattered, a rune flashed, and the ensuing explosion of flames engulfed the advancing hero. However, though the primordial flame contained in the Feihu rune was fearsome, it couldn't penetrate the protection of Andreas Amarantos. Achilles didn't even blink as he charged straight through the flames. At this moment, the second magic bullet arrived, causing the air currents to become chaotic. The flames clinging to Achilles' armor flared up once more. Wind followed by fire. Useless, useless, useless. Muda, muda, muda. The momentum of the Red Rider continued to rise, he didn't even bother to block, ignoring the atmospheric disruption and further increasing his speed. The Hagalaz, Hurricane rune is not one of the 18 primordial runes but one of the 24 derived runes. With his C-rank magic resistance, Achilles could directly withstand it. Do you have any other tricks? Of course. The indistinguishable voice said as the third magic bullet hit the ground. That's right, hit the ground. This magic bullet wasn't aimed at Achilles himself. The moment the rune inscribed on the stone lit up, the ground around Achilles suddenly caved in. From the fissures in the earth, flickering runes could be seen. It's a trap. The first two magic bullets were just bait to lure Achilles in, the third magic bullet was the main event, aiming to trigger the preset trap. When was it set up? Of course, it was during the night tour a few days ago. In preparation for obtaining the Holy Grail, Shinji had made various arrangements, and the traps were just one part of them. However, at that time, it was not certain who exactly they were meant for, just a precaution. Now, this setup finally came into play. The runes densely embedded underground formed a magical spell, turning the land beneath Achilles' feet and the surrounding area into a swamp. Both Andrea's Amarantos and magic resistance can only nullify magic that directly acts on the body. This type of terrain-altering area magic is not within their scope. The swamp created by the magic significantly hampered Achilles' movements, greatly reducing his proud speed. Now's the time. Shinji put away his slingshot, grasped the Ishtar war spear in a reverse grip, and threw it. Though not an anti-army noble phantasm, the divine power within the Ishtar war spear was enough to cover the entire swamp. Do you think you can defeat me with such petty tricks? Don't underestimate me, black assassin. Achilles, who was looking forward to a head-on clash, roared. As soon as he sensed the disturbance underground, he focused all his attention on guarding against any possible attacks. Having once experienced the divine war spear, he had already guessed the enemy's intentions when it appeared. He then leaped, stepping on nearby tree trunks to achieve high-speed movement. Although this was a superhuman physical ability, it was not impossible for a servant. However, even considering him as a servant, it was incredibly fast, almost like teleportation, seemingly unaffected by the terrain. Yes, this was the essence of Achilles' Dromeus Comet's comet form. As long as he had a foothold, he could exert the speed that earned him the title of fastest human. When the war spear landed in the swamp, its divine power was unleashed, causing violent tremors. By then, Achilles had already covered a considerable distance, rushing towards the direction from which the spear was thrown at an astonishing speed. Where do you think you're going? Achilles, moving through the forest with agility surpassing that of monkeys and with hearing sharper than that of horses, tracked the enemy's position. Using such a large-scale noble phantasm, no servant could immediately erase all traces, and Achilles would not give the enemy a chance to hide again. He heard a faint "sha" sound, indicating the opponent was also on the move. Because they were moving in the shadow of the trees, he could only vaguely see a figure passing by. If it were Atlanta, she might have been able to use scent as a clue, but Achilles did not have her wild hunting instincts honed from endless hunts. Fortunately, Achilles could use his innate divinity to sense the lingering aura of divine constructs. Another rune magic bullet came flying through the air. He smiled and blocked them all with his spear, whether dodging or deflecting them was very easy. Although these magic bullets would have been considered decent flying tools when he was alive, they were meaningless in the face of Andrea's Amarantos. He had already driven the opponent into a corner, otherwise, Assassin wouldn't have used such an attack that nearly exposed their position. He had this realization. Found you. Achilles showed a bloodthirsty smile, increased his speed to the maximum, and, switching the spear in his hand for a shield, charged toward the visible figure in his sight. Achilles Cosmos, the miniature world enclosed by the azure sky. The noble phantasm, interrupted last time, was finally released with its true name. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, Red vs. Black Showdown Aerial Combo. Achilles Cosmos, the miniature world enclosed by the azure sky. Rank, A. Type, Barrier Noble Phantasm. Range. Maximum capture, 1 person. Known as the World Shield, Achilles' trump card is extensively described in over 100 lines in the 18th song of the Iliad. This divine armament was crafted by the god Hephaestus himself. It miniaturizes the world Achilles lived in, with the outer edges featuring ocean currents due to the sea god's influence. While it's naturally a shield meant for defense, the combative and aggressive Achilles developed a new use for it. The method he is using now involves deploying the noble phantasm and charging forward, crushing the enemy with this miniature world, a technique even Hephaestus did not envision. As an A+ rank defensive noble phantasm, the world shield boasts extremely high defensive capabilities, able to almost completely block attacks from anti-personnel, anti-army, and even anti-fortress and anti-country noble phantasms. Since it projects a world, facing it is akin to facing the world itself. How can human power contend with the world, even a small one? Thus, this attack method can be considered both offensive and defensive, making it the perfect counter to the seemingly unbeatable divine thunder barrier. Accompanied by Achilles' shout, the world inscribed on the shield activated, expanding rapidly. In front of the shield unfolded a miniature world, reconstructing space and time. Prepare yourself, Black Assassin. With this strike, Achilles was determined to land. Faced with such an almost undefeatable attack, Shinji showed no sign of panic. Every move Achilles made was within Shinji's calculations, and the world shield charge was expected. This was not just because he was a well-versed fan of various heroic spirits but also because Chiron had informed him of all Achilles' abilities before the battle, including the effects and countermeasures for his noble phantasms. Directly countering the world shield would require an anti-world noble phantasm. This is a matter of compatibility, just as Achilles counters Siegfried. The world shield is highly incompatible with anti-world noble phantasms, which can easily dismantle this small world. However, anti-world noble phantasms are exceedingly rare, and among the known heroic spirits who possess them, Shinji is not one. Therefore, Shinji had to rely on a non-direct approach, evasion. After all, the world shield still represents a small world, not the vast world humans inhabit, nor the reality marble that manifests a mental landscape. Though formidable and terrifying, its effects, including crushing, do not apply as long as one stays out of its range. Of course, with Achilles' superb speed, playing hit and run is nearly impossible for most. But there is a prerequisite, being on the ground. Comet form and fastest human are restricted to the land, as Achilles cannot fly, and no matter how fast comet form is, it cannot tread on air. Shinji, on the other hand, while he couldn't fly, had feathered shoes. Just before the grand arrival of the small world, Shinji forcefully kicked off the branch he was hiding on, launching himself into the air. Achilles didn't hesitate, following suit with a leap, clearly intending to give Shinji no respite. However, this plan was destined to fail. Given Achilles' demigod physique, his jumping power and ascent speed were superior to Shinji's. But with the feathered shoes, Shinji could freely soar through the air. As Achilles thought he had Shinji cornered, Shinji performed a small loop in midair. Under Achilles' gaze, which shifted from confident to astonished, Shinji circled behind him. With a quick flip of his hand, Indra's thunder, which had previously killed the famed horse Pegasus, appeared in his grasp, and he drove it straight towards Achilles' back. This is precisely another weakness of the world shield. The small world that reconstructs the rules of spacetime only unfolds in front of the shield, leaving the back unprotected. This is a common drawback of all shields, they can only defend the front, not the back. At this critical moment, Achilles displayed astonishing reflexes. With a burst of strength from his waist, he pulled himself upward slightly in midair while rotating his body. Using his waist to drive his shoulders and his shoulders to drive his arms, he swung the shield in a spinning motion, managing to block the lethal Indra's thunder just in time. Impressive. Shinji sincerely praised. This scene was both unexpected and logical. Since Achilles was dubbed the fastest human, his dynamic vision and reflexes were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of human history. Mere speed without the accompanying dynamic vision would result in seeing only fragmented, chaotic images. Poor reflexes would be even worse. In modern society, 9 out of 10 traffic accidents are related to excessive speed, with predictable outcomes. Such dynamic vision and reflex speed aren't easily overcome by simple tricks. Shinji didn't expect to defeat Achilles so easily. As soon as Indra's thunder left his hand, he ascended even higher, thrusting forward with Ishtar's war spear, aiming once again at Achilles' back. At this moment, Indra's thunder was continuously emitting lightning, not enough to shake the world shield's defense but forcing Achilles to keep the shield in place. With Indra's thunder in front and Ishtar's war spear at the back, how would Achilles defend? Achilles seemed to have anticipated Shinji's plan. He kept the shield steady with his left hand while his right hand brandished a throwing spear, mirroring Shinji's movements. The black-gold war spear and the simple throwing spear collided in midair. Initially, the throwing spear was deflected, but it then curved and, along with the black-gold war spear, both were flung into the air. This was undoubtedly Achilles' skillful maneuver. Given that Achilles was using one hand while Shinji used both, and Shinji had the advantage of gravitational acceleration, Achilles should have been at a disadvantage. Initially, Achilles was indeed at a disadvantage, as evidenced by the deflected throwing spear. However, after the throwing spear was deflected, Achilles unhesitatingly employed the plus in his strength B+, instantly doubling his power. This unexpected surge in strength caught Shinji off guard. If not for Shinji's strength being B and his timely use of mana burst, the result would not have been both spears being disarmed, but rather Shinji losing his spear alone. Though his meticulously planned strike did not fully succeed, Achilles could accept this outcome. Without his 2 divine armaments, the mortal Shinji, lacking divinity, had no way to penetrate the Andreas Amaranto's defense. Achilles could now fight freely and aggressively. Taking advantage of Shinji's inability to counteract his falling momentum, Achilles swung his fist heavily toward Shinji's head. Despite his carefully planned pincer attack being thwarted, Shinji was not flustered. Having practiced countless times with Chiron, he was accustomed to such scenarios. Reflexively, he caught the oncoming fist with his left hand, chopped at the wrist with his right hand, and then slid down the arm to grab Achilles' chest. Using his full strength, he slammed Achilles to the ground. Finally, he stepped on Achilles' chest twice before leaping away. Upon landing, he didn't forget to taunt. "Get up, stop pretending to be dead on the ground. I know such minor injuries mean nothing to you." P.S. Achilles also has a history of failed pursuits. He couldn't catch Hector. The two ran around Troy, and Hector eventually escaped. This was mainly because Hector's agility was nearly on par with Achilles, and Troy had the sun god's blessing. With the combined buffs and interference from allies, Achilles failed to catch up and was often troubled by Hector's guerrilla tactics. Chapter 460, Red vs. Black Showdown, Meteor Spear. Even without the Andreas Amarantos, Achilles still possessed A-rank endurance. Endurance refers to the resilience of the body. Although Shinji's attack was heavy, it couldn't inflict significant injury on Achilles. In normal circumstances, Achilles should have gotten up as soon as Shinji landed. But Achilles didn't, because Shinji had once again overturned his understanding. This human servant, without divinity and divine armaments, had managed to break through his prized immortality and cause him harm. Though the injury was slight, the numbness in his chest was real. The warrior, standing up under the shield's protection, showed a serious expression for the first time. He scrutinized the enemy before him, hoping to find the reason. Soon, he noticed something unusual. The strange assassin's right hand had turned black at some point, emanating an aura that blended uniquely with the night. However, this aura wasn't related to divine power, divinity, or authority associated with the night. Instead, it was another kind of mystery. This mystery might not be as powerful as divine might, but it was more bizarre and ominous. Recalling the brief moment of the throw, Achilles found the answer. "I see." When Shinji's right hand grabbed his chest, a strange power invaded his body. For some reason, the Andreas Amarantos, which should have activated, did nothing to counter this foreign force, allowing it to wreak havoc inside him. "This is the Black Hand," Shinji replied. Achilles waited quietly for more explanation, but nothing came, so he had to ask. "And then? It can break through your immortality." "Why?" "That I can't tell you unless you become my ally." Hearing this, Achilles pouted in annoyance. "TCH, not straightforward at all, just like that old man. Explaining one's abilities to the enemy isn't straightforward, it's stupid. How about I kill you first and then explain it to your corpse?" "Ah." Achilles was taken aback, then said, "We servants disappear right after death, no corpses." This answer also stunned Shinji. "Didn't expect you to be humorous. Don't compare me with your saber. Haven't I said it before? This world is already so gloomy and rotten. At least let us be happier when we vanish." "Couldn't agree more. So let's continue, win with a smile, or die with a smile." Shinji shifted his center of gravity, both hands forming chains, his right hand black as ink, his left hand shining with golden light, adopting a stance that seemed very familiar to Achilles. "Pancration." "Yes, Pancration. Are you also a Greek hero?" "You'll find out when you kill me, or when I kill you." Still so unsatisfactory. Achilles shrugged helplessly and put away his shield. "Fine, since you're using Pancration, I'll follow the traditional etiquette and have a wrestling match with you." Pancration was not only one of the oldest mixed martial arts of ancient Greece but also a popular traditional sport throughout the country. As a disciple of Chiron and the most valiant warrior of the Trojan War, how could Achilles not know it? He wasn't just familiar with it, he was a master. Shinji was well aware of this. However, compared to weapon combat, he had a better chance of winning in hand-to-hand combat. "Then let's begin." Just as Shinji was about to launch his attack, Achilles suddenly raised his hand, making a pause gesture. "Wait a moment. What's the matter? The famous Achilles isn't afraid of wrestling with a nobody like me, is he?" "Afraid, no. Just a bit concerned," Achilles admitted frankly without hiding anything. "You're too much like that old man. I'm worried you might use a noble phantasm during the wrestling match." "Ah." Shinji felt slightly embarrassed. It seemed his frequent use of devious tricks had lowered his trustworthiness to rock bottom. "If I say I won't, you probably wouldn't believe me. But this time, I don't plan to use any tricks. To make me trust you, it's simple. Look at this." Achilles said as he stepped back a few paces and picked up the thrown spear that had fallen on the ground. "This is my noble phantasm, it represents my belief, go, diatrikon asterlonk, spear tip of the star traversing the skies, dot." The spear flew up into the air and landed precisely at the midpoint between the two. This wasn't a thrown attack aimed at Shinji. Neither the spear nor Achilles carried any killing intent. Then, the laws of time and space were replaced once again. Unlike the Achilles cosmos, this world had no mountains, no seas, no grand landscapes. This world was so simple yet solid. Rather than saying it built up walls, it would be more accurate to say it extracted a portion of space itself. Although it seemed no different from the previous surroundings, with the scenery unchanged, it was undoubtedly no longer part of the world Shinji was familiar with. However, since the supply of magical energy wasn't cut off, it wasn't completely severed from the world. In this world, the unmistakable divinity that Achilles possessed vanished without a trace. The spears of Ishtar and Indra stuck in the ground also lost their divine power, turning into ordinary golden artifacts and war spears. Indeed, this world isolated divine power, anything related to the gods couldn't function here. The only unrestricted force was the power of humans themselves. This was a variant of a reality marble, a grand magic Achilles created not as a demigod but purely as a human. Though a warrior, he had surpassed many magus with this miracle. This is the space I created for a decisive battle with old man Hector. During the Trojan War, despite the participation of renowned heroes like Achilles and Ajax, Troy couldn't be conquered for several years. There were several reasons for this. Achilles abandoned the battlefield due to his disgust with the greed and arrogance of their leader, Agamemnon. Even after returning, the internal conflicts persisted. Such internal strife meant that even though they were superior in combat strength compared to the united Trojans, their morale was much lower. Perhaps the exceptional fortifications of the city of Troy, rare even in history, and the protection of the sun god Apollo were also reasons. However, all of these were just minor details. If it were only these issues, the Achaean army might have faced some difficulties, but they would never have fallen into the despair of being unable to capture the enemy city. The primary reason for this despair could be attributed to one man, the Trojan prince and great hero, Hector. Hector was not only a warrior but also a general, a strategist, a politician, and a royal family member. He unified the entire Trojan army and maintained high morale, continuing the fight with unwavering spirit. Although the Trojan War itself ended with Achilles seeking vengeance for his friend and defeating Hector, leading to Troy's downfall, it was an undeniable fact that the Achaean army struggled greatly because of Hector's presence. That guy, he smiled and said, if I fight with a goddess-blessed warrior like you, I'll be struck by a divine retribution, and kept evading me. So, to have a fair one-on-one battle with him, I created this space. Even knowing the effects of this noble phantasm, Shinji was still astonished. This man, blessed by the gods of Olympus and so close to being a divine warrior, had given up all of that just to pursue a fair and impartial battle by creating such a space. This was a warrior who loved combat, enjoyed combat, and was truly worthy of respect. In here, there is no divinity or anything like that. If you get hit, you'll bleed, if your joints are twisted, they'll dislocate. Not even luck can intervene, and time stands still. Once a victor is decided here, the outcome will be reflected in the outside world as well. Simple, right? So, Hector agreed to duel you under these conditions, Shinji remarked. Yes, when he heard about it, he said, if that's the case, I might have a chance to win, and agreed. But in the end, I still managed to defeat him, so, Black Assassin, do you accept? Achilles stomped the ground with a thud, issuing a challenge to Shinji for a duel. Chapter 461, Red vs. Black Showdown, Wrestling. Whether it was a coincidence or intuition, Achilles' move indeed blocked all of Shinji's various tricks. Shinji's greatest strength lay in his numerous and diverse noble phantasms, which were all related to the gods. In the space created by the Diatrikon Asterlank, all of Shinji's noble phantasms would have their abilities reduced or even rendered unusable. Without the noble phantasms, which had immense power and could determine the outcome of the battle, Shinji was left with no choice but to compete with Achilles using pure strength. Although most of Achilles' noble phantasms were also sealed, he could still use the sturdy spear itself in the comet form, which was refined and elevated from his lifetime training and legendary stories. With Achilles' pride, since he had proposed a wrestling match, he definitely wouldn't use the spear and would rely solely on his physical strength and skills to determine the winner. However, Shinji wasn't as skilled in this area as Achilles. To abandon his advantages for a so-called fair duel was impossible for him, so his response was, I refuse. Shinji knew that this duel space would only become effective if both parties agreed. If one party refused, the space would naturally dissolve. So, you intend to resort to tricks and schemes? Achilles wasn't surprised but instinctively frowned. Shinji did not deny it, merely stating, I'm not as strong as you, so I have to find other ways. More importantly, this Holy Grail war is different from the previous ones, it's a team battle. I might need to withdraw from our fight at any moment to support my teammates, and they might also come to support me. Engaging in a closed one-on-one duel with you would disrupt our plans. To be honest, besides stalling you, I have other missions in this war, so I must refuse your invitation both publicly and privately. I see. Considering the bigger picture, you do resemble that old man more and more. Hearing this explanation, Achilles' frown gradually relaxed, and the space constructed by the Diatrikon Asterlank dissolved. Then, like before, I'll break your strategies with my strength. If you can manage it. I will. Because although you resemble that old man, there is one huge difference between you that will lead to your defeat. A huge difference. That you're a demigod and I'm not. No, it has nothing to do with lineage, Achilles shook his head. You lack decisive glory. Sorry, I'm not a hero, just an ordinary person trained as a warrior and a magus, Shinji calmly stated the facts. The rationality of a magus and the thinking style of a modern person made his combat style very flexible, and he didn't mind using various strategies and schemes. However, the warrior teachings of Scathach and his developed sense of morality set a bottom line for him. He wouldn't force Armuid to withdraw in a humiliating manner like Kiritsugu Amiya in Fate/Zero, nor would he allow Jack the Ripper to constantly kill and devour souls for magical energy as in Fate/Apocrypha. He never sought to be a hero or a champion of justice. He only wanted himself and those around him to live happily. If he could achieve his goals and make further progress, that would be even better. This mindset was common among most modern people. Is that so? Achilles sighed regretfully, then let's continue our battle. Seeing Achilles assume the same Pancration stance, Shinji felt a bit puzzled. Knowing my intentions are impure, you still want to wrestle with me. Of course, because a hero does not fear challenges. No matter what schemes you use, I will achieve the ultimate victory. Achilles flashed a brilliant smile, radiating an aura of fearlessness and astonishing presence, as if he were the focal point of the entire world. Come, let me show you, an ordinary person, what a true hero is. Red Rider, true name Achilles, the son of the hero Peleus. Black Assassin, an ordinary person without a hero's name. Let's settle this once and for all, X. As the final ritual of Pancration, the two lightly touched fists. Then, the fist-to-flesh battle began. After issuing the order for the charge, Black Berserker Vlad III did not engage directly, he merely spurred his horse forward. Sensing the enemy's approach, the dragon-toothed warriors began to stir. Their number was not just a few hundred, more than 500 dragon-toothed warriors surged towards him. Of course, to a servant like him, such a horde of minions posed no obstacle. However, charging directly would be a foolish act of bravado. Vlad III had his iron horse kick the ground powerfully, leaping high into the air. Spreading his arms wide, he loudly proclaimed to the surroundings. Come, barbarians who trample my homeland. Now is the time for punishment. Mercy and wrath will transform into scorching iron stakes that will pierce every one of you. These iron stakes are limitless, let the endless stakes drive you to despair, quench your throats with your blood. Khazikli Bay. The ground trembled slightly. The dragon-toothed warriors instinctively looked down at their feet. Instantly, countless slender iron stakes were summoned around them, shooting up and piercing through their bodies one after another. The sound was like the rustling of trees growing on the plains. The iron stakes were the thin trunks, and the bones formed the leaves and branches. Within just 3 seconds of the noble phantasm's activation, the 500 dragon-toothed warriors were annihilated in an instant. The servant known as the Impaler ignored all of this and advanced steadily towards the hanging gardens. Soon, those who noticed him rushed to intercept. He's coming. Vlad III gazed at the servant speeding towards him with fierce velocity. Red Lancer, true name Karna. On the battlefield turned plain, stakes continued to grow like clusters of blackthorn bushes or like a formation of spears set by an army. This dense array, stretching for hundreds of meters, was enough to hinder most servants. But not Karna. Faced with the continuously emerging black stakes, Karna either dodged or shattered them with his divine spear. Finally, he leaped up, landing on a stake whose tip had been cut off by his spear, and locked eyes with the mounted Vlad III. Chapter 462, Red vs. Black Showdown, Magic Cannon. Black Berserker, I believe you must be Vlad III. Karna's expression remained as cold as ever. The stakes standing around him, the distant battles between homunculi, golems, and dragon-toothed warriors, none of these elicited any emotional response from him. In contrast, Vlad III's expression was much more composed, reflecting the poised demeanor of a superior. Oh, so it's you, the one who calls me by my true name. You must be the Red Lancer, Karna, son of the sun god Surya. Yes, and for a certain reason, I must defeat you. You have to kill me, and I have to kill you. Although it's regrettable, this is the natural course of things. Moreover, defeating the invaders of my homeland is my duty as a lord. Before the words even faded, Siegfried's figure quietly appeared, forming a pincer with Vlad III. The great heroes of the East and West met once again after their initial battle. Facing Karna, who had previously fought with him and earned his respect, Siegfried broke his usual silence. We meet again, Red Lancer. Yes, Black Saber. Karna's gaze shifted from Vlad III, and his expression finally changed, indicating that Siegfried held a much higher place in his heart than Vlad III. The widely traveled knight of the Netherlands looked regretful. If possible, I would like to have a fair fight with you. Unfortunately. Karna also spoke with regret. Unfortunately, this is war. You and I do not just represent ourselves but the red and black factions. Sorry. Finally, the famous line of Siegfried. No, it's I who should apologize. Karna said, raising the immortal blade, and the golden divine spear and golden armor burst forth with dazzling light, the light of the sun. Vlad III and Siegfried's expressions suddenly changed as they looked up at the sky. There, from a corner of the hanging gardens, an astonishing amount of magical energy was spreading outward. Whether it was a prearranged spell or not, the deep purple glowing magic circle looked like a fully loaded cannon. In the next second, the magic cannon fired a silent roar, and the deep purple beam of magical energy shot out, engulfing the positions of Karna, Vlad III, and Siegfried. The air on the battlefield seemed to be drawn by something, converging towards the explosion center at an extraordinary speed, and then fiercely rebounding with even greater speed. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck the heart, and the intense muffled sound began to assault the eardrums. The force was greater than Achilles driving his chariot, greater than Atlanta praying to the sun and moon gods for disaster, and it accompanied a storm that seemed to escalate to the level of a natural disaster, a storm that, when observed from a distance, took the familiar shape of a mushroom cloud known to all military enthusiasts and explosion art lovers. Everyone, whether inside or outside the battlefield, turned to look at this strike. The masters hiding in Millennia Castle were deeply worried. Avisprin, who was controlling his puppet, paused in his actions. Astolfo, who was treating his injuries with the staff of the goddess, widened his eyes and murmured, "Amazing." Chiron and Atlanta, who were constantly changing positions and firing arrows at each other from a distance, both stopped in their tracks. Achilles, who had just exchanged punches with Shinji, whistled loudly, "Oh, that's spectacular. Who knew that woman had such skills?" Shinji rubbed his chest, which had been hit by Achilles, spat out a mouthful of blood, and said, "Well, it's just spectacular." The combat power of Magus aside, the visual impact is certainly stronger than that of warriors. However, such an attack alone cannot defeat Saber and Lancer. Indeed, Achilles nodded in agreement. Although the destructive power of that strike is extraordinary, it's ultimately a large-scale attack with limited localized damage. I haven't seen the Black Berserker yet, but the Black Saber, who also possesses immortality like me, will at most suffer minor injuries. What is that woman thinking? This was also what Shinji wanted to know. Although he didn't have clairvoyance and couldn't see precisely what was happening, the location of the mushroom cloud and the characteristics of the magic indicated that it was an attack by the Red Assassin, Semiramis, aimed at Vlad III and Siegfried. However, as Achilles mentioned, the wide-area magic cannon had limited localized damage. Why would Semiramis use such a flashy but impractical attack? As Shinji pondered Semiramis's intentions, Achilles had already given up thinking, "Never mind, I never understand what that woman is thinking anyway. Let's continue fighting, that's what you and I should be doing." Shinji naturally didn't refuse this perfectly reasonable suggestion. Thus, the two servants with the most noble phantasms in this holy grail war once again raised their fists and clashed in battle. In the hanging garden of Babylon, Red Caster Shakespeare spread his arms and loudly praised the rising mushroom cloud in the magical projection. Suffering and calamity, swell up. Flames, burn. Cauldron, boil. His increasingly resonant voice drew the displeasure of the garden's mistress, Semiramis. Caster, don't focus solely on your creations. The task of dealing with the black saber rests on your illusion. I do not wish for any mistakes. Shakespeare turned and made an exaggerated bow. Rest assured, Empress of Assyria. My work is absolutely reliable and dependable, provided you have indeed sent the black saber to the designated location. Humph, he has been sent. Semiramis snapped her fingers, and one of the magical projections shifted, firmly locking onto a tall man sliding along the ground. It was none other than Black Saber Siegfried. At the moment the magic cannon fired, Siegfried raised his greatsword and adopted a defensive stance. He knew he couldn't dodge the strike, so he chose to block it with his greatsword and his armor of Fafnir. This was Siegfried's most adept form of defense. His weapon, the Bamung, phantasmal greatsword, crafted by the Nibelung, was a sword of twilight that combined the properties of a holy sword and a demonic sword. Besides its A+ level anti-army attack, it also had formidable defensive power. Using Bamung as the first layer of defense, combined with the immortality of the armor of Fafnir, Siegfried's defense was further enhanced. Siegfried, giving his all in defensive combat, was a veritable mobile fortress. This was his greatest reliance as a top-tier servant. With such protection, Semiramis's magic cannon naturally had little effect. At most, it pushed Siegfried back with the torrent of magical energy and the accompanying storm, which was precisely Semiramis's intent. As Siegfried steadied his footing after being pushed out of the battlefield, a group of puppets, each wielding weapons and exuding an ominous servant aura, surrounded him. Chapter 463, Red vs. Black Showdown, Phantom Legion. The puppets had various designs and wielded a multitude of weapons, ranging from close combat to long range, from defense to offense, and from magical to physical attacks. Although the strength of an individual puppet was not impressive, their overwhelming numbers placed considerable pressure even on the Black Saber, Siegfried. Raising his greatsword, he deflected two approaching long swords, caught two arrows aimed at his back, used his armor of Fafnir to block two fireballs coming from the side, and kicked away a small puppet that had somehow gotten close to him. Siegfried made his assessment. It seems breaking through won't be easy in a short time, Master. This seems to be a secret weapon specifically prepared by the Red faction to counter you. The magic cannon just now must be part of it, which means the enemy is Red caster, right? Gord's voice came through their contract. Saber, be careful. Use your healing item if you're hurt, and if necessary, you're allowed to unleash your noble phantasm. Through countless sleepless nights of conversations, the relationship between Gord's and Siegfried had greatly improved. Although Gord's outwardly arrogant attitude hadn't changed much, he had inwardly accepted and recognized Siegfried. He no longer said things like, "You useless trash, can't even deal with a bunch of puppets. Are you holding back to show your dissatisfaction? Stop being so petty over mere puppets. Use your noble phantasm now. What, you're not following orders? I command you by command seal, Saber, unleash your noble phantasm." Instead, he had learned to properly assess the strength of both friend and foe, calmly analyze the situation, and make the best decision, leaving the choice to his servant. He believed in the great hero of Norse mythology, the knight who traveled across the Netherlands, wouldn't let him down. Siegfried could certainly feel this trust, and he would respond to his master's expectations with all his might, just as he did in life, and now in death. "Siegfried, I leave everything to you." "Understood." Then, sword energy surged, and dazzling sword lights filled the air, showcasing swordsmanship beyond human capability. Just as he had slain the evil dragon back then, he would now slay the phantom puppets in the same manner. While Siegfried displayed his divine prowess, fighting the phantom puppets alone, a disturbing creak suddenly echoed from the center of the battlefield. The source of the strange sound was the dissipating mushroom cloud, revealing a crater formed by the EX rank magic cannon blast. This crater was unusual. Normally, a crater would deepen towards the center, but this one had a small hill rising at its center. The surface of the hill bore blackened marks from magical burns, with layers of black fragments peeling off, creating the creak sound. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from within the hill, as if someone was forcefully striking from inside. Under this force, the hill, already battered by the magic cannon, finally collapsed. Amidst the scattering black fragments, a figure wielding a steel spear and riding a horse emerged with immense vigor. The black attire and white hair unmistakably revealed his identity, Black Berserker Vlad III. The nature of the scattering black fragments also became clear, they were the stakes summoned by Vlad III. He had used these stakes to form a conical shield, blocking the aerial bombardment from the Hanging Gardens. The Black Faction's commander surveyed the scene, finally looking up at the airborne Hanging Gardens that no one could ignore, a trace of anger flashing in his red eyes. "I see, using the magic cannon to separate me from Saber, that's your strategy, Red Lancer." "Indeed." With an indifferent response, Karna, clad in golden armor and wielding a golden spear, descended from the sky, his red cape fluttering in the wind. Even a hero as formidable as Karna, who could rival Gilgamesh, found it challenging to face two top-tier servants simultaneously, especially when those two were the indomitable mobile fortress Siegfried and Vlad III, who possessed a noble phantasm capable of large-scale attack, defense, and even altering the terrain. Their complementary strengths meant that together, their power was far greater than the sum of their parts. Imagine Siegfried, a mobile fortress, augmented by Vlad's stakes for defensive support. Even an A++ ranked anti-army noble phantasm might struggle to penetrate Siegfried's invulnerability. Furthermore, due to the presence of Khazikli Bey, it would be challenging for the Red Faction's servants to engage in team battles. Under such circumstances, even if Achilles were to team up with Karna as the twin walls of the Red Faction, they would struggle against the duo. With Achilles already pulled away by Shinji, the Red Faction's primary objective became separating Siegfried and Vlad III. For this, the Red Faction strategists, Red Assassin Semiramis and her master, Shiro Kotomine, devised a plan. Using Karna as bait, they would signal with the flame of the sun at the right moment, coordinating with the Hanging Gardens bombardment to knock Siegfried out of the battlefield, thereby setting up a one-on-one between Karna and Vlad III while the phantom puppets besieged Siegfried. Despite being a top-tier servant, Siegfried's relatively straightforward attack methods made him the ideal target for the numerical advantage of the phantom puppets. Though the plan seemed simple, it involved careful calculation of both sides' attributes, skills, and noble phantasms. Any miscalculation could lead to failure. The core element of the plan was the impact of the magic cannon on different servants. Vlad III, unlike Karna or Siegfried, lacked a noble phantasm for damage reduction and had no magic resistance due to his berserker class. Unable to escape, he had to rely on the barrier constructed by Khazikli Bey to withstand the bombardment. Siegfried, on the other hand, with his Bomung and armor of Fafnir, along with the healing item specially made by Gords, could endure the magic cannon's blast head-on. Here, the differences between the two became apparent. As long as Vlad III's barrier held, he would not be displaced. However, Siegfried, using his sword and body to withstand the magic cannon, would still be affected by the impact, thus creating a distance between them. To achieve this outcome, two conditions had to be met. First, they had to ensure neither servant could escape the bombardment range. Second, when the bombardment occurred, the two must not be too close together, otherwise, Vlad III's barrier would envelop Siegfried, and the separation plan would fail. This was why Karna had to serve as bait. His presence would keep both their attention on him. Eventually, he would create an opportunity for close combat with Siegfried while Vlad III stood at a distance, ready to strike, though this was no longer necessary, as Siegfried's cautious positioning alongside Vlad III gave Karna the chance to send the signal directly. Of course, Karna himself was unafraid of the magic cannon. His golden armor could reduce all hostile interference to 1/10. After the EX rank magic cannon was weakened by his armor, it was reduced to a level his class skill, magic resistance at rank C, could nullify. In other words, the magic cannon did not affect him. Casually brushing aside the scattering debris, Karna adjusted his stance, facing Vlad III once more. This time, there would be no interruptions. Chapter 464, Chapter 464, Red vs. Black Showdown. Spartacus takes the field. You're the only one left, Black Berserker. Red Lancer Karna descended gracefully to the ground. Despite having been subjected to various forms of discrimination during his lifetime as a charioteer's son, a consequence of India's caste system, his demeanor and character were far nobler than most aristocrats and nobility. Of course, this did not include Vlad III, who, even in his anger, maintained his composure in front of Karna. To have managed to restrain Saber in such a manner, I must commend you and the supporting caster. However, if you think this alone can defeat me, you are gravely mistaken. Are you prepared? Unrepentant sinners who dare to trample upon my homeland, now is the time for execution. Join those dragon-toothed soldiers and be left to rot in the wilderness. With a slight movement of his fingertip, spikes burst from the ground, aiming to impale Karna. Karna reflexively leaped into the air, aware that remaining grounded would make him an easy target. Yet, iron stakes simultaneously emerged, seemingly intent on piercing his descending form. With a flash of his divine spear, the stakes shattered. However, in the next moment, new stakes sprouted from the gaps where the destroyed ones had been. So, destruction is meaningless. Reaching this conclusion, Karna grasped an iron stake with one hand, only to be assaulted by an even greater torrent of stakes, resembling a deluge of iron. Even so, Karna responded to the situation calmly and methodically. The armor he wore, Kavacha and Kundala, granted by the gods, provided absolute defense with the radiance of the sun, effortlessly deflecting the stakes' thrusts. Yet. Impressive armor. The voice was closer than expected. Vlad III, gripping a long spear with one hand, had approached Karna unnoticed. Mounted on a steed of bronze and iron, Vlad III ascended the stakes, thrusting his spear towards Karna's neck, now immobilized by the stakes. But once I've closed in this much, it's meaningless. In a state where he could not call for help or move his body, with the spear tip aimed at his throat, Karna remained extraordinarily calm. Just as Vlad III prepared to thrust his spear, Karna's body erupted with a blinding brilliance, as if to split the night. Mana burst, flame. Unlike Artoria, Karna's mana burst manifested as flames, a specialized form of mana release. The stakes he held and those binding his body instantly melted and fell to the ground. His figure, resembling a god of flame, descended upon the earth and radiated an inferno that seemed poised to scorch the ground to ash, yet it did not singe a single hair on his head. As expected of the son of the sun god, it seems you won't be easily dealt with. Vlad III spoke coldly as he brushed aside the remnants of the stakes on his body. Surrender. Don't make such a preposterous suggestion, Red Lancer. As long as I have a wish I want to entrust to the Holy Grail, I will not surrender. And your divine spear, your armor, your flames, how long can your mana supply last? Shouldn't it be you who surrenders? Indeed, as Vlad III said, heroic spirit Karna is undoubtedly top tier. However, his perpetually deployed golden armor, the magnificent divine spear he wields, and the mana burst he just used, all consume an extraordinary amount of mana. If it were an ordinary magus, they would likely be rendered unable to move a single finger immediately. Even a first-class magus would fall into a state of complete exhaustion, unable to perform their magecraft. In the end, as invaders, you shall receive no mercy from me. Vlad III raised his right hand, and the ground around him surged with intense murderous intent. From the aerial garden, Red Assassin Semiramis frowned as she observed the scene. Despite Karna burning so many of them, the number of stakes seemed inexhaustible. In the vision provided by her clairvoyance, the stakes were densely packed and endless, covering the entire ground. The Empress of Assyria finally realized the characteristic and terrifying nature of this noble phantasm, its overwhelming quantity. Among anti-army or anti-fortress noble phantasms, there are indeed those capable of annihilating hundreds or thousands of people in one blow. However, noble phantasms that can deal with tens of thousands are exceedingly rare. This is because his noble phantasm is not something like a holy sword or spear, but a reproduction of a historical, actual event, the legend of impaling 20,000 Ottoman Turkish soldiers on stakes. Indeed, each stake may be considered insignificant, not even qualifying as a noble phantasm. But with the overwhelming number of 20,000, even the bravest heroic spirits would feel an invisible pressure. Though it exudes an aura of madness, it is the most intense and impactful military demonstration. It is something utterly impossible for a human to achieve. Hence, this noble phantasm is called Khazikli Bey, the title of the most terrifying noble phantasm, named after its owner. Perhaps not high in rank, but Vlad III's noble phantasm, like her manifested garden, is of an extraordinary level. No choice. The Empress, exuding an air of decadence, dispelled her lazy, spectator-like demeanor. With a crisp snap of her fingers, 4 massive magical formations appeared at the garden's apex. While the mana contained in each formation might not surpass the earlier mana cannon individually, combined, they were undoubtedly more terrifying. We cannot afford to lose Lancer now, I will provide support. No, it's not time yet. Shiro's voice interrupted the imminent spellcasting. Facing the puzzled gazes of Semiramis and Shakespeare, he explained. This level of attack is not enough to threaten Karna. But don't forget, the Black Faction still has pieces to play. If I were the master of the Black Faction, I wouldn't miss this prime opportunity to unleash the Mad Dog. Mad Dog. Semiramis extended her other hand, pointing at various locations on the battlefield map. Soon, the image revealed a masked magus and a man who could be described as a mass of muscle. The former was unbinding the latter, Black Caster Avisprin and the Berserker Spartacus, formerly of the Red Faction. Spartacus, your master is me, understand? Breathing heavily, his blood boiling from the distant sounds of battle, Spartacus responded with the last vestiges of his reason. Ah, I understand. It seems I cannot exist without your power. It is an unforgivable subjugation. So, will you kill me? But I cannot kill you. I must stay in this world as long as possible to fulfill my mission. I must reach the oppressors and cling to the faintest hope in the depths of despair. In the end, I must kill all the greedy power seekers drawn to the Holy Grail. I see. But first, you must eliminate our enemies. Go, Berserker. Your opponents are invaders, the lackeys of those in power. That should be ample motivation. Spartacus's restraints were gradually lifted. As if he couldn't wait, he struggled desperately until he finally took that first step. Upon gaining freedom, he looked at Avisprin with a calm smile reminiscent of a tranquil sea. However, Avisprin did not react. Wearing a mask, it was impossible to tell if he felt any fear. Spartacus seemed to lose interest in Avisprin and turned his face toward the battlefield. Breathing deeply with apparent glee, he gripped a sword so large it could hardly be called a short sword and walked toward the battlefield. His wild demeanor, the thunderous sound of his steps, and his unabashed laughter quickly became the loudest noises on the battlefield. Watching his retreating figure, Avisprin sighed helplessly. If he inadvertently displayed an arrogant attitude, Spartacus might immediately retract his words and kill him. Because I am too fragile, for him, it would only take one strike. Despite his deathly pale blue-white skin, the man's body was packed with muscle. He was a demon of chaos on the battlefield, reducing everything to nothingness. Now then, next is the core of my noble phantasm. Teacher. A voice called out from afar. Turning, Avisprin saw his master Roche waving innocently from the castle walls. Though they could see each other, the distance was too great for a conversation, so Roche used telepathy to communicate. That's very dangerous. Yes. When you come back, can you look at the golem I made? I think I did a really good job this time. Oh, Avisprin nodded in admiration. Roche's enthusiasm for golems was indeed intense. Whenever Avisprin gave him advice, Roche immediately made corrections and aimed for higher goals. If it were in his lifetime, Avisprin might have taken Roche as an apprentice, a truly rare talent. More importantly, Avisprin felt deeply satisfied that the secrets he and his ancestors had pioneered were still being passed down by a family line to this day. I'll take a look when I have time. Why yes. Roche seemed like he wanted to say more but shyly lowered his head. That being said, I'm not good with children. In his lifetime, Avisprin was frail and sickly, living in a nearly isolated environment with little interaction with people. He even created servant golems to handle household chores. Because of this, he was almost entirely disconnected from children, and this kind of admiration only left him feeling bewildered. How ironic it was. Avisprin, who strove to recreate God's miracle and aimed to create the original human, Adam, actually disliked humans. What a predicament. Chapter 465, Red vs. Black Showdown, 2 late arrivals to the battlefield. A national highway, illuminated by the lights of the city behind it, stretched from Triphos towards Millennia Castle. Ahead of the road lay an endless plain, with the highway extending freely across the vast land until it crossed the county border. Though it was a wide 2-lane road, there were hardly any streetlights, and no vehicles traveled along it. At night, the highway seemed forgotten in this quiet expanse. Few knew that deep within the plain traversed by the highway, a white beast was tearing through the midnight tranquility, speeding furiously. It was a classic AE-86, designed and manufactured by Japan's Toyota company. Renowned globally for its simple appearance, compact design, and low fuel consumption, it was beloved by many consumers. However, this model, not known for its horsepower and speed, now roared like a beast. After forcefully pressing the accelerator a few times, the car's speed surged past 180 km per hour. Astonishingly, the one driving this dangerously fast car was a hot-blooded young woman. Damn it. It's already started. Master. Despite flooring the accelerator, the girl continued to loudly express her dissatisfaction. It's obvious. Through the windshield, one could see the dragon-toothed warriors, homunculi, and puppets locked in battle in the distance. However, the scar-faced man sitting next to her paid no mind to the battle, clinging desperately to the handle above the window, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Are you sure you have the riding skill? Riding, the ability to control mounts, also extended to modern vehicles. Of course, there's no horse I can't tame. Don't underestimate the Knights of the Round Table. Despite her confident words, the car began to jolt violently the next second, her gear-shifting technique exceptionally rough. Damn it, even the laws of physics have to rebel against me. A Knight of the Round Table, rebellion, the girl's identity was laid bare, Red Saber Mordred. Naturally, the man speaking was her master. That's right, I am the rebellious knight. But is this okay? Coming here to fight as the Red Saber, this means you'll be opposing her again. That. Mordred slightly eased her foot off the accelerator, causing the AE-86 to slow down. Is exactly what I want. Is that true? Kairi Sisegu smiled wryly, sensing the girl's hesitation. You don't want to fight her, do you? In your life, you rebelled because she didn't acknowledge you. But now, I can feel that she has accepted you. That's just your feeling. Whether she acknowledges me or not, I need to hear it from her. More importantly, she pisses me off. Pisses you off? This time, Sisegu was genuinely confused. He always thought the conflict between the two was about acknowledgement, and Mordred had admitted as much. But what did this pissing off mean? She dedicated her life to Britain, finally stepped down from the throne, and now she fights for the world. Can't she think about herself for once? Even if it's a wish to kill me, it's still better than this ridiculous reason. Idiot, 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 idiot. Just thinking about it makes me inexplicably angry. The more Mordred spoke, the more agitated she became, almost gnashing her teeth by the end. But Sisegu couldn't help but laugh out loud. I see, so that's the reason. What's so funny, master? Why that expression? Mordred glared at him. Nothing. Shishigu shrugged. Just thinking that you do love your father. Master, is there something wrong with your brain or your ears? Me, like my father. How is that possible? Listen up, I hate that person the most. Yes, I got it. You hate her the most. Kairi Sisegu's words sounded dismissive. TCH, now I'm even more pissed off. Mordred pouted. In an instant, crimson lightning flowed from the shift lever into the clutch and spread throughout the entire power system. The AE-86 then shot up a ramp, leaping into the air. A regular sedan running so wildly was possible only due to Mordred's magical reinforcement. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Shut up. Arriving late to the battlefield is too embarrassing. Maybe I should drive after all. Sisegu continued his last-ditch effort. Stop talking, master, or you'll bite your tongue. Shishigu could only respond with a scream, Oweya. Thus, the consequences of angering a brat became painfully clear. In the opposite direction of the AE-86 wild ride, another white figure was galloping freely across the land. Unlike the former, which was a modern technological creation dubbed an iron horse, the latter was a true purebred white horse, the mount of King Arthur, Dun Stallion. At this moment, Dun Stallion was racing towards the battlefield at a speed not inferior to that of the AE-86. On the white horse, the Night King, clad in silver armor and helmet, held the reins, focused on the path ahead. Behind her, the saint entrusted with the duty of judgment locked her eyes on the aerial garden above, a vision flashing before her like a mirage. A man in a monastic robe, his true face obscured, stood in the center of the garden, surrounded by raging flames. Yes, he is the greatest distortion, the root of the anomaly. Hearing the saint's mutterings, the Night King turned to inquire. Jean. I've found the source of the problem. It's in that aerial garden, Artoria. I'm counting on you. Understood, done. At her master's call, the white horse neighed loudly, and its already impressive speed surged further, breaking past 200 km per hour. The tremendous impact instantly pulverized the dragon-toothed warriors wandering on the battlefield's edge. It was at this moment that they heard a piercing, shrill metallic sound. A blood-splattered, bright red car with a dented body was barreling towards the white horse while colliding with dragon-tooth warriors and homunculi, dodging golems. Realizing what would happen if this continued, Artoria patted the horse's back. Dun Stallion understood immediately and leaped over the car. The AE-86, upon passing, made a sharp turn as if forcibly twisted by a giant, and continued its relentless pursuit with a crazed honking, seemingly determined to crash into the white horse. More intense than the horn was the gaze from within the car, piercing through the dirt-covered windshield, fixated on the figure she had obsessed over all her life, even after death. I won't let you get away, father. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, Red vs. Black Showdown. Speeding. The dense darkness covering the mountain road was no longer twilight but the depths of night. Mordred drove the steel beast at breakneck speed, using the car's headlights to cut through the inky blackness ahead. The AE-86 had long surpassed its original speed limits, with numerous parts of the vehicle emitting sounds of protest. If left unchecked, it wouldn't be long before the AE-86 would be completely wrecked. Mordred paid no heed to this, channeling her magical energy into the car, unleashing all its horsepower while simultaneously keeping the tires from losing grip due to the overwhelming torque. It was no exaggeration to say that Mordred was using her brute force to tame a beast 100 times her weight. However, Mordred didn't find this task arduous. Her blood was boiling with excitement from the pursuit. The ferocity of the beast beneath her only fueled her fervor. I won't let you go, father. Mordred uttered the same words again, this time not as an expression of resolve but as a declaration of victory. As a member of the Round Table, she knew that Dun Stallion had already reached its maximum speed. This burst of speed couldn't last long, a characteristic inherent to living horses, an immutable fact of nature. But the AE-86 was different. As a creation of science, as long as it had fuel, the steel and machinery could maintain this speed, even under overdrive conditions. In a prolonged chase, this capability was crucial. As Mordred had anticipated, it wasn't long before Dun Stallion's speed started to drop. The distance created by its turns and bursts of speed began to close. All right, I've got you. Mordred took a deep breath, instantly releasing all the magical energy she had accumulated, the mana from the air, and the magical energy she received through her contract with Shishigu via the dragon's factor. The stains on the car were wiped clean by the surge of magical energy. The white car body was soon enveloped in a red aura, resembling a streak of crimson lightning. With the infusion of magical energy, the engine's sound underwent a startling transformation. The previously low, thunderous roar escalated to a piercing high pitch, becoming more ferocious and savage, tearing through the night sky. The intense acceleration transformed the car and its occupants into a bullet, with the night scenery streaking past like meteors. At this moment, technology and mysticism became one. At this moment, the driver and the car truly became one. At this moment, the rebellious knight defied the laws of physics. Yoo! Accompanied by a roar louder than the engines, Mordred ignored the irregular shaking of the steering wheel, steering the AE-86 into the air, aiming straight at Dun Stallion's rear. However, just as the AE-86 was about to make contact, a sudden gust of wind arose right in front of the car. The wind disrupted the balance Mordred had painstakingly maintained and allowed the slowing Dun Stallion to speed up once more. Damn, invisible air. Mordred cursed, punching the steering wheel. The already unsteady vehicle shook even more violently. Don't panic, hold the direction, we're not done yet. Sisigu's voice reached Mordred's ears. Though it sounded strained, like it was forced through gritted teeth, it injected new energy into the nearly deflated rebellious knight. He grasped the handle firmly with his left hand, drew a sawed-off shotgun with his right, and aimed at the white horse not far away. I'm sorry, King Arthur. I know what you're doing is right, but I still have to stop you. After all, I'm Mordred's partner. Late last night, or more accurately, in the early hours of this morning, after an exchange of information, Artoria and Jean extended an invitation to Mordred and Sisigu to join forces against the mastermind behind the scenes. In their view, every master-servant pair had an undeniable responsibility to uphold the fairness and justice of the Holy Grail War, and there was no reason to refuse. Sisigu didn't oppose the idea of cooperation, though not for the noble reasons the two had in mind. He was simply annoyed by Father Shiro and Semiramis, irritated by their secretive scheming without involving him. Additionally, by assisting Jean, he could request compensation. Hiring a first-class magus like him was never cheap. Sisigu knew Jean had extra command spells, which could conveniently make up for his previous losses. Considering Jean's meticulous nature, negotiating for a command spell wouldn't be difficult. Unfortunately, while Sisigu was on board, Mordred was not willing to cooperate. She outright rejected the invitation and the possibility of fighting alongside her father. No matter what Jean and Artoria said, she refused to agree. In the end, she dragged Sisigu away. Though Artoria and Jean found it somewhat regrettable, they didn't dwell on it. Mordred was the rebellious knight who ended the Arthurian dynasty. It wasn't surprising she didn't want to fight alongside the one who had killed her. After confirming that all the servants had left Saigasora, the two rode back to the village on the border between the two territories. The mastermind, the priest named Shiro, was well hidden, and further searching was unlikely to yield results. It was better to wait patiently in Triphos. While they didn't know the mastermind's exact plans, they were certain that his goal was the Holy Grail. As long as they waited near the Grail, he was bound to show up. Incidentally, the village chosen as their base wasn't on the path of the floating garden, so they didn't notice anything unusual at first. It was only after receiving a notification from Shinji at Millennia Castle that they hurriedly rode out. On the other side, Sisegu Kairi, who had been dragged away without a chance to voice his opinion, was dealing with a headache, his sulking servant, Mordred. Yes, Mordred was sulking, and Sisegu was certain of it. Though he looked like a brute, Sisegu hadn't always lived a life of killing. He had once been married, had a family, and even had a cute daughter. Mordred's behavior was exactly like his daughter's when she was sulking. When his daughter sulked, Sisegu knew how to coax her. But when Mordred sulked, he was at a loss because he didn't know the root cause of her moodiness. Weren't things fine just a moment ago? She had been getting along well with her father. Wasn't this the kind of moment Mordred had always dreamed of? Why had her attitude suddenly changed? What was the matter? Sisegu tried various methods, such as direct questioning, indirect probing, and changing the subject, but none worked. In the end, he resorted to his trump card, expending great effort to hunt a wild boar and roast it for Mordred. Only then did her mood slightly improve. But this improvement was just a form of venting, converting her moodiness into appetite. Sisegu still didn't understand why Mordred was sulking. It wasn't until they saw the floating garden and drove towards the battlefield that Sisegu finally understood the reason. This realization left him without doubt or complaint. As he had said before, between the world-renowned King Arthur and the rebellious knight, he would always support the latter. Since Mordred wanted to stop Artoria, he would help without hesitation. He pulled the trigger, and the shotgun roared like muffled thunder. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, Red vs. Black Showdown. Father-son, mother-daughter, rematch. The shotgun roared, spitting out two enchanted bullets crafted from a magi's fingers. They traced an erratic arc through the air, whistling towards the hind legs of Dun Stallion. That's right, Sisegu wasn't aiming for Artoria or Jean, because he knew both had extremely high magic resistance. Even if he used the most powerful magecraft passed down in his family, crafted from the rarest materials, he wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. The white horse they rode, however, was not so fortunate. Dun Stallion was neither a noble phantasm nor a magical beast. Even without considering the curses attached to the bullets, the subsonic impact alone would be enough to inflict significant harm. If the bullets hit the horse's legs, Dun Stallion would lose its prized speed. Sisegu's attacks were always precise and calculated, a testament to his years as a seasoned mercenary on the battlefield. But Jean and Artoria were no less experienced. The moment Sisegu raised his gun, Jean was already aware. With a swift motion of her right hand, she summoned a flag out of thin air. The white flag with gold trim fluttered in the wind, the fleur-de-lis emblem shining brightly. This was her noble phantasm, the embodiment of her legend. During the 100 Years' War, she wielded this very flag, leading the French army to victory after victory, driving the English out of Orleans. This flag embodied Jean's faith, the spirit of the French army, and the hearts of the people of Orleans. After she was canonized, it became the Holy Banner. The Holy Banner symbolized protection. Even in the face of an army, the flag would not fall, let alone be troubled by two mere finger bullets. With a graceful swing of the 3-meter-long flagpole, the two bullets aimed at the horse's legs were effortlessly deflected. Seeing this, Sisegu pulled the pin of a heart grenade while shouting, "Ruler! This is a battle between the Red Saber and the Black Lancer. It doesn't violate the rules. Are you going to protect the Black Lancer?" Neither Artoria nor Mordred had broken any rules. As the ruler, Jean shouldn't interfere in their fight. But given the extraordinary circumstances, what should she do? Sisegu didn't miss Jean's hesitation. The heart grenade, enhanced by magic, traced an arc through the air and exploded above Artoria's head. Teeth and nails embedded within burst forth, creating a dense barrage that enveloped the two riders and their horse. Regardless of everything, they had to reach the hanging garden. Having made up her mind, Jean prepared to swing the holy banner again but felt a sudden tightness around her wrist. Artoria had grabbed her hand first. The Night King leaped into the air, using her body as a shield to block all the shrapnel from the grenade. Naturally, Artoria fell from the horse, landing on the ground. "Artoria!" Jean called out, turning her head. Artoria did not look back, simply waving her hand and saying, "Mr. Sisegu is right. This is a battle between the Black Lancer and the Red Saber, and it doesn't violate the rules. So, leave this to me and continue forward with Dun." As she spoke, the Holy Lance appeared out of thin air, striking the approaching AE-86. The car, built of steel and weighing tons, was flipped by the powerful thrust, with the front end, housing most of its power system, blown open with a gaping hole. Sparks flew, leading to an ominous explosion. Of course, with Artoria's servant body, an explosion devoid of any mystery couldn't possibly harm her. At most, it would push her a short distance due to the vehicle's propulsion and the blast wave. Meanwhile, Mordred had already used brute force to tear open the car roof and drag Sisigu away from the danger as soon as her father unleashed the spear. The explosion of the vehicle and Artoria's subsequent words happened almost simultaneously, the latter half of her sentence drowned out by the deafening blast, making it hard to hear clearly. But this did not prevent Jean from understanding Artoria's intentions. She respected Artoria's decision and recognized her determination to entrust everything to her. Jean knew she could only do one thing, repay her companion's efforts with her utmost dedication. I understand. Leave it to me. Yes, once I handle things here, I'll come find you. Agreed. But don't make me wait too long. If everything's settled and you haven't shown up, I'll laugh at you. You'd better not need me to rescue you after accomplishing nothing. The two, like sisters, exchanged words of encouragement as if no one else was around. In the few short days they had spent together, they had forged a deep bond, each firmly believing that the other would achieve victory. Dun's stallion neighed loudly, seemingly cheering for the two or perhaps boosting its morale. As its forehoofs flew, the dragon-toothed warriors blocking the way were crushed to pieces. The white horse, which had crossed countless battlefields with King Arthur, now charged into the enemy ranks with the unstoppable force of France's holy maiden. On the other side, Mordred, who had narrowly escaped the AE-86, rolled on the ground with her master for a dozen meters before finally getting up. First, she asked her master if he was all right. After receiving a negative answer, the rebellious knight manifested the clarent and walked towards her father with her head held high. You all got it wrong. You won't have a chance to save ruler, and she won't have a chance to mock you, because you're not going anywhere, my father. Are you going to stop me? Of course. Why? If you truly want to fight me, once the Holy Grail issue is resolved, I'll give you a fair chance to battle. Since she had been communicating with Jean, Artoria had not donned her helmet, allowing Mordred to clearly see the expression on her father's face, the confusion and lack of understanding, which made Mordred feel a mix of dissatisfaction and inexplicable heartache. Magic surged, and sturdy armor replaced the hot-blooded attire. Similarly, Mordred also left her helmet off. You'll never understand, father. You, who dedicated yourself to Britain, you, who fought for the world, you, who became the embodiment of righteousness, will never understand. Is that the reason for your rebellion? You can see it that way, but it no longer matters. What matters is that you are the Black Lancer, and I am the Red Saber. We are enemies, and it's that simple. The negative emotions infused into her magic dyed the clarent red, and blood like lightning enveloped Mordred's body. Sisigu prepared various tools to provide maximum support for his servant. He knew very well that Mordred's power alone wasn't enough to defeat King Arthur. Seeing this, Artoria realized that further words were pointless. She slowly raised her lance and said, word by word, I understand now. You are my enemy, Red Saber. I will defeat you. No, you will be defeated by me, Black Lancer. The lance pierced the air, the sword unleashed thunder, and they clashed, sparking a dazzling light. There was no Artoria, no Mordred, no father and son, mother and daughter. There were only Lancer and Saber, black and red. Chapter 468, Red vs. Black Showdown. He laughed like a child. The red berserker Spartacus was laughing like a child. Note, this is not a grammatical error but a statement of fact. Spartacus's smile was very pure, radiating genuine joy from within, devoid of any adult complexity. Saying he laughed like a child is perfectly accurate, despite this child weighing several hundred pounds and his laughter sounding far from pleasant. Ha 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 ha. Amidst waves of mad laughter, the gladiator, a conglomerate of muscle, continuously shook the sky and the earth. Undoubtedly, it was his laughter that shook the sky, while the earth trembled under his powerful footsteps. Perhaps influenced by legends from his past life, Spartacus had been summoned with two massive lead balls bound to his feet. With each step, the lead balls would be lifted by his powerful calves and then crash heavily to the ground. The inherent tremor and sound effects not only made him more imposing but also ensured that his every appearance was earth-shattering and impossible to ignore. Naturally, this man, who was determined to overthrow oppressors, never intended to hide. His life was just like his current stance, identifying the oppressor and charging at them, either to topple them or be toppled. Charge, charge, charge. Those who obstructed him were crushed underfoot, slashed by his sword, smashed by his fists, or swept away by the dragged lead balls. Whether they were enemy dragon-toothed warriors or allied puppets and homunculi, all who stood in his way were pulverized. Driven by the instincts of a rebel and an indomitable spirit, he advanced toward those at the pinnacle of power. This unconscious desire led him to the most intense battle on this battlefield. He smelled it, heard it, saw it, felt it. That was the target he must defeat, the highest authority. It was for this purpose that he endured humiliation and retained a bit of magical power to remain in this world. However, just as he was about to charge at the target, intending to use his sword, fists, feet, head, and teeth, everything he had to smash that figure. A force containing immense, irresistible, and commanding magical power bound his body, interfering with his actions. This was the power of the command spell, which held absolute authority over servants. Even the indomitable gladiator Spartacus found it difficult to resist under this compulsion. The command spell didn't suppress Spartacus's desire to fight, it merely restricted his target, forbidding him from attacking the Black Faction's servant. It wasn't that Avisprin didn't want to further restrict Spartacus's target, it was simply that Spartacus's mental state was too abnormal, and this was the limit of what a single command spell could achieve. Under the restriction of the command spell, Spartacus had to abandon his primary and most desired target, the Black Berserker Vlad III, who had bestowed upon him immense humiliation. Instead, he redirected his boundless fury and uncontrollable madness toward the Red Lancer Karna, who was currently clashing with Vlad III. Death to all oppressors. Karna was prepared. After all, Spartacus's presence was so overwhelming that there was no need to look to know what he was doing or what he would do next. The uncrowned martial arts naturally came into play as Karna sidestepped with a flickering movement, a rare smile appearing on his usually indifferent face. I see. I must apologize for misunderstanding your betrayal, Spartacus. It wasn't betrayal, you were simply fulfilling your role as a rebel. That is the entirety of your existence. Hearing this assessment, Spartacus laughed even louder and more joyfully. He continued to charge forward, like a human bomb, but no one dared to ignore the power contained in this bomb. Karna couldn't, Vlad III couldn't, and even Semiramis, seated high in the sky, couldn't. You dare come, mad dog. The Assyrian Empress's slender eyes overflowed with a terrifying killing intent. The magic that Shiro had restrained was finally unleashed. Four ancient spells, centered on the apex of the Hanging Gardens, were released in all directions, launching grand magic-level attacks. The first wave was still a barrage of magical energy, but this time it wasn't a wide-area attack, it was precise pinpoint shots. Four finger-thick beams of concentrated magical energy shot out from the four corners of the diamond-shaped magical formation, each targeting one of Spartacus's limbs. Caught off guard, Spartacus was unsurprisingly pierced by the magical beams and fell to the ground, gasping heavily. Seeing this, Semiramis nodded in satisfaction. A mad dog should obediently stay on all fours. Lancer, I'll handle this mad dog. You focus on Vlad III. The latter part of her statement was amplified by a spell and reached Karna's ears, also causing Vlad III to halt his horse and look up at the Hanging Gardens again. Understood. In the next second, the immortal blade transformed into a golden streak, striking straight at Vlad III. Vlad III snorted coldly, and a deep, night-like magical power swept across the battlefield. Hundreds of black stakes rose from the ground, forming a black torrent that collided head-on with the golden streak. So, how should I deal with you? In the garden, Semiramis, having turned off the amplification spell, propped her chin with her hand, looking mockingly at the heavily breathing Spartacus. I think you shouldn't underestimate him, Shiro's voice reminded her. This masochist, no, Spartacus, is not easy to deal with. Be careful not to get caught off guard. Before Shiro's warning had fully landed, Spartacus's pierced wounds rapidly stopped bleeding, and the color of the wounds deepened, eventually turning into a sickening, overripe persimmon hue. Amidst this strange transformation, the indomitable gladiator regained his strength and stood up, casually throwing the short sword in his hand. Ha 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 ha. There you are, there you are. You two stand at the pinnacle of power and are an oppressor I must defeat. See. Shiro spread his hands helplessly. Shakespeare, who had somehow appeared next to him, shrugged and loudly recited. That indomitable heroic figure, hear that heartfelt cry of defiance. Silence, both of you. The Assyrian Empress glared at the two chatterboxes, and the previously halted magical cannons fired again. Despite already suffering once, Spartacus still did not defend himself, letting the purple beams of magical energy ravage his body as he continued to roar at the sky. Not enough. It's still not enough, ah. Faced with such provocation, Semiramis finally showed true anger. The other three magical formations activated. Among them was a gravity-altering spell that exerted immense pressure over an area. A control spell that extended chains from space, precisely binding the enemy. And a rain of lava, reeking of sulfur, descending continuously. The Empress who once dominated an era finally revealed her terrifying power as a top-tier servant. Terrifying indeed. Chapter 469, Chapter 469, Red vs. Black Showdown, Crying Warmonger. As a magus who lived in an era when humans and gods had not yet parted ways, and as a demigod descended from the fish goddess Turkito, Semiramis's prowess in magecraft far surpassed the imagination of modern humans. Although her magecraft was restricted by her assassin class, now that her first noble phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, was activated, Semiramis had fully regained her capabilities as a demigod magus, matching her peak power during her lifetime. Previously, she had played the role of the leader of the Red faction, directing heroes with an imperial air, occasionally intervening out of interest. But now, she had been completely enraged by Spartacus, a mere rebel, a mere gladiator, daring to treat her, a lofty queen, in such a manner. The gravity domain crushing the earth, the chains binding sinners, and the rain of molten lava pouring down, all revealed the empress's wrath. Thou art guilty unto death. With the chilling declaration of the Assyrian empress, the 4 grand magical formations unleashed their full power simultaneously. Under the onslaught of these intricately structured, complementary grand spells, Spartacus, who lacked any magical resistance, suffered severe injuries all over his body. Pierced by concentrated magical beams, burned by molten lava, crushed by gravity, and strangled to necrosis by chains, his body was utterly devastated. Even beneath his skin, his muscle tissue, blood vessels, nerves, and deeper parts were severely damaged. Only such an outcome could quell Semiramis's fury. Lowly mad dog, this is the fate befitting thee. If it were an ordinary servant, they would undoubtedly die on the spot under such conditions. Even an exceptional servant would likely be on the brink of death. Immediate recovery would be impossible, even if their master were a top-tier magus. However, Spartacus defied conventional understanding. Reduced to an unrecognizable mass of flesh, nearly a heap of rotten meat, he suddenly erupted with a terrifying torrent of magical energy, surpassing even Semiramis's 4 grand spells. This terrifying magical energy didn't leak out but acted solely on Spartacus's body, turning it crimson before quickly shifting to a purplish-blue hue and beginning to wriggle. And this was just the beginning. More grotesque phenomena followed. The bizarrely colored flesh began to sprout lumps of flesh, like bubbles. These new growths not only healed the damage caused by the grand spells but also made Spartacus's already enormous body even larger, exceeding human limits and reaching an alien-like state. The sheer abnormality of the scene left everyone who witnessed it speechless. This included Vlad III and Karna, who were fighting nearby, as well as Shakespeare and Semiramis in the Hanging Gardens. The only exception was Priest Shiro, who at least managed to voice his amazement. This is incredible. The more he's hurt, the more terrifying he becomes, ultimately surpassing human limits. So this is the crying warmonger, huh? With his remark, Semiramis and Shakespeare also realized the true name and function of the Red Berserker's noble phantasm, which had long been revealed due to its unique nature. Spartacus, summoned as a berserker, had only one noble phantasm, crying warmonger. It was a self-targeting noble phantasm that converted part of the damage he received into magical energy, enhancing his abilities. While Semiramis's 4 grand spells had nearly destroyed Spartacus, they had also granted him immense magical energy. The abnormal scene unfolding was the result of Spartacus using his noble phantasm's power to convert damage into recovery, rapidly healing his wounds. However, I didn't know even his appearance would turn alien-like. It's no wonder Semiramis sighed in such a manner, as Spartacus's condition was exceedingly abnormal. Originally a giant standing 221 centimeters tall and weighing 165 kilograms, he was already quite exaggerated. But compared to the monstrous figure over 4 meters tall before them, his original form seemed insignificant. Even more astonishing, this monster showed signs of continuing to expand. Not only did his size change, but other parts of his body transformed as well. Spartacus no longer had 2 hands and 2 feet but had become a creature with 4 hands and 4 feet. The 4 feet gripping the ground resembled the double legs of an insect, while 2 of the 4 hands resembled tentacles, seemingly boneless and capable of shattering boulders with a single whip-like strike. Neither Karna, with his mana burst, flame, nor Vlad III, who held the home field advantage, were willing to confront this terrifying beast head-on. Unanimously, they chose to shift the battlefield, allowing the monstrous Spartacus to unleash his power without restraint. With their retreat, Spartacus's attention fully locked onto Semiramis. 2 of his tentacle-like limbs shook the atmosphere, creating gusts powerful enough to split mountains and shatter stones, directly targeting the oppressor in midair. Naturally, such an attack could not harm Semiramis, who was heavily protected, but it symbolized Spartacus's conviction. Ha 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 ha, to defy oppression with rebellion, to strike back against suppression, to pursue true liberation. No matter the circumstances, his heart of resistance against oppression remained unchanged, his resolve to win unshaken. This was why, in his lifetime, he could repeatedly lead a makeshift army of slaves to overcome despair and defeat the powerful Roman legions dominating Europe. Crying warmonger was the crystallization of this inevitable reversal, belief and determination, which had been sublimated even after his death. The greater the harm and difficulty, the less likely he was to give up, and the stronger the power he would unleash. While crying warmonger could transform damage into power, it did not lessen the damage. In other words, every bit of power Spartacus gained required him to endure equivalent or even greater harm. While the damage could be healed, the pain would not diminish. Enduring pain that would make even heroic spirits faint was the true source of Spartacus's strength. If you couldn't defeat him swiftly, he would only grow stronger, eventually becoming so powerful that even top-tier servants would struggle to face him directly. Thus, Vlad III and Karna chose to shift the battlefield. Semiramis gritted her teeth in response, daring to commit such blasphemous acts. Next time I will ensure you are reduced to ashes. Instinctively, she began to gather her power, preparing to unleash even more potent spells. However, before she could act, a new warning signal came through the monitoring spell overseeing the entire battlefield. With a casual gesture, Semiramis converted the warning into an image, revealing the sight of the saint, independent of both the red and black factions, galloping on horseback with a battle flag in hand, her target unmistakably being the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Chapter 470, Red vs. Black Showdown, Jean's Advance. Thinking back, Jean had felt something was off from the very beginning. A battle with many participants, 7 servants against 7 servants. Such an extraordinary situation indeed necessitated the summoning of a ruler. However, Jean was certain that the purpose assigned to her was not merely this. It felt as if something within her was urging her forward. Rather than a sense of duty, it was more of a sense of crisis, as if something irreversible was happening. Her encounters with Artoria, her conversations with Shinji, and the intelligence she received from Makiri all confirmed this feeling. Upon seeing the enormous floating fortress, ruler's anxiety peaked. That should be the aerial fortress belonging to the Red faction. Despite the numerous Holy Grail wars, such a thing was exceedingly abnormal. If it were merely a matter of flight, there would be no need for a servant. Modern technology and magecraft could achieve that. However, this was something from an entirely different dimension. Even in the Age of Gods, few could accomplish such a feat with magic. It was likely a noble phantasm belonging to one of the Red servants, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. According to her revelation, the root cause of her summoning lay at the heart of that fortress. It seems this won't be easily resolved. Not to mention dealing with the lethal being hidden within, even reaching that person would not be a simple task. Yet this did not shake Jean's resolve. She bore not only her mission but also the trust of her friends. The obstacles came quicker than she expected. In front of the galloping dun stallion, hundreds of dragon-toothed soldiers gathered, sensing Jean's presence, and immediately charged at her. Faced with such several dragon-toothed soldiers, even a magnificent horse like Dun Stallion, active since the age of fairies, couldn't simply charge through as before. However, the white horse showed no signs of slowing down. Upon spotting the dragon-toothed warrior, Jean gently patted its back. The spirit-bound horse quickly understood Jean's message: keep moving forward, leave the obstacles to me. This girl, exuding a similar aura to its master Artoria, was a trusted friend of its master and thus also a trustworthy figure to Dun Stallion. Since Jean requested it, Dun Stallion would comply without hesitation. Just before the white horse's head was about to touch the dragon-toothed soldiers, Jean swung her holy flag, sweeping away the obstructing soldiers. Indeed, this holy flag was her usual weapon, not the crystalline one-handed sword at her waist. Whether it was a custom of the time or a mere coincidence, the French military flags had spear-like tips at their tops, which Jean used specifically for attacking, either by stabbing with the flag tip or using the flagpole to strike enemies. The flag, representing military spirit and morale, was extraordinarily sturdy. While no one had done this before, it undeniably proved effective as a weapon. Jean's bravery in battle, always leading the charge with the flag flying at the forefront, greatly boosted the French army's morale, turning the tide of the 100 Years' War in favor of France. Of course, her comrades, led by Gilles de Rice and the Duke of Alassa, disapproved of this method and often advised Jean, "We don't mind you stabbing and hitting people, but at least take the flag down. The flag is useless in battle and can sometimes be a hindrance." This advice was not without merit. However, these sword-wielding noble comrades never considered what a 3-meter-long wooden pole with a metal tip would be without the flag, a spear. Spearmen are known for having lower luck. Just look at King Arthur, whose luck is BA with a sword but drops to C when wielding a spear. Jean's initial luck value was C. If she used a spear, it might drop to E. At that point, any stray arrow could end her life, let alone save France or liberate Orleans. Thus, Jean received a revelation from the Lord guiding her, instructing her to ignore her teammates and use the flag as a weapon. From then on, Jean proudly used the flag as a weapon, citing the revelation that the flag's tip should be used to strike others, and continued to do so until she became a heroic spirit. Only the advice is real, the rest is a joke. With a sharp roar that seemed to split the battlefield, Jean effortlessly cut through the dragon-toothed soldiers' obstruction. Although she adhered to the principle of avoiding actions directly affecting the Holy Grail War's outcome, since the enemy had acted against her, there was no other choice. Just as she leveraged the speed advantage of her white steed to evade pursuit, new obstacles emerged. These were not from the ground but from the sky, descending from somewhere in the inverted aerial garden, human-sized somethings. These entities flew over the cataclysmic battlefield between the servants, over the endless meat grinder of homunculi, golems, and dragon-toothed soldiers, diving towards Jean. Their upper bodies resembled dragon-toothed soldiers, but they had wings sprouting from their backs, and their lower bodies were distinctly bird-like. Harpuia. Jean mused. No, they're modified dragon-toothed soldiers. Through the knowledge imparted by the Holy Grail, Jean identified the true nature of these creatures. As aerial beasts driven by insatiable hunger, Harpyria were naturally cruel yet cowardly, making them unsuitable as soldiers. Thus, Red Assassin Semiramis had fused them with dragon-tooth soldiers, creating entirely new magical constructs, dragon-wing soldiers. Despite bearing the name Dragon-wing, the soldiers' shabby and grotesque appearance was unmistakable. However, this did not mean the dragon-wing soldiers were weak. Their claws were sharper than steel, their flight speed surpassed that of eagles, and they were numerous, just like the dragon-tooth soldiers. The sight of over 100 dragon-wing soldiers attacking simultaneously resembled a scene from a bird funeral, all launching an assault under the orders of the garden's mistress to eliminate any intruders. As flying units, they could attack from all directions, making it troublesome even for someone with Jean's saber-level attributes to fend them off purely with martial prowess, especially since she also had Dun Stallion to protect. Fortunately, while Jean might not excel in offense, she was highly adept at defense. The dragon-wing soldiers had picked the wrong opponent. The legendary maiden who had saved France gripped her holy flag with both hands and, with a saintly posture etched into history, invoked the true name of her noble phantasm. God is here with me. I added new Type Moon fanfic, Aozaki Ayoko case file. Chapter 471, Chapter 471, Red and Black Showdown, Semiramis' strategy. God is here with me, Luminosite Eternelle. This is the flag that Saint Jean d'Arc holds in place of a sword. It is the holy flag that brought immense encouragement and upliftment to the soldiers who followed the saint in battle. It is said to have always protected the saint who fought on the front lines. With the blessing of angels, it protects a 10-unit radius centered around this flag. It can convert EX-level magic resistance into physical defense to block enemy attacks. This is the legend materialized, where Jean waved the flag on the battlefield and emerged nearly unscathed. It's worth noting that this protection is not unlimited. The flag itself accumulates damage from enemy attacks, and once the damage exceeds its limit, the holy flag will be destroyed. Furthermore, while holding the flag aloft, Jean cannot make any attacks. However, to save time and prevent the numerous dragon-wing soldiers from injuring the galloping Dun Stallion, Jean resolutely decided to use this noble phantasm, though it might be overkill. Under the protection of the holy flag, all attacks from the dragon-wing soldiers, whether collisions or claw swipes, were blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving no trace. Soon, Jean, with the posture that had led France to victory time and again, raised the flag high and crushed the obstruction of the dragon-wing soldiers. Yes, crushed. The dragon-wing soldiers blocking her path, like the dragon-tooth soldiers before them, were reduced to fragments. Wait, wasn't it said that Jean couldn't attack while holding the flag aloft? How did these dragon-wing soldiers get crushed? Did they shatter themselves? Exactly, they shattered themselves. During the activation of her noble phantasm, Jean indeed had to remain stationary with both hands holding the flag. But her stillness did not mean Dun Stallion remained still. Moving at a speed exceeding 150 km per hour, coupled with EX-level physical defense converted from EX-level magic resistance, Jean was now a more terrifying mobile fortress than Siegfried. There was no need for an active offense, simply charging through was enough to crush all obstructing soldiers. This was, of course, part of Jean's calculation. Don't forget, she was the saint who led the demoralized French army to drive out the English and save Orleans. There's northwest better place for her to excel than a large-scale battlefield. I will find that person. Having broken through the double blockade, Jean's expression was resolute, and the determination in her eyes put immense pressure on Semiramis, who was watching the scene. Semiramis, with a similarly resolute gaze, stared at the projection of the saint. She had never been so eager to stop a single person. I will never let you reach here, little girl. As the oldest poisoner and the Assyrian empress who usurped the throne through schemes and ultimately ruled a nation, she was like her second noble phantasm, a cup of dazzlingly colorful poison. She despised women, those lazy and weak women manipulated by men. She would show no mercy, even if they were gods. She mocked men, for always bullying women while their minds were filled with lust. They deserved to be the ones manipulated. This was her philosophy, her understanding of the world. Thinking back, it was something from when she was born. Though the memory was very vague, she clearly remembered the silhouette of the woman who hurriedly fled to the river after abandoning her. Her mother, Derekite, the fish goddess, had a daughter with an Assyrian man. That child was Semiramis. You are my shame, she said. The child born with a human was her shame, she made this clear. What a foolish woman, Semiramis later thought. It was you who couldn't resist the temptation of a man. Her mother abandoned her, and her father was killed by her mother, who felt ashamed of the matter. However, her mother left her with one gift. Semiramis, who inherited the divine bloodline, had a natural affinity with the riverbank where she was abandoned. Not only that, but hearing the baby's cries, pigeons gathered to take care of her. Countless pigeons surrounded her, wrapping the shivering child in their feathers. They even held milk in their beaks and fed it to her. Semiramis grew up drinking the milk fed by the pigeons who sheltered her from the elements. 10 years later, she was found by a shepherd, thus, Semiramis entered the world of humans. However, her inner self was already complete. The dance and makeup skills taught by her foster parents were merely tools and techniques necessary for survival. But the woman in the projection, the one named Jean, was different. In her life, in her eyes, there was almost no trace of negative emotions, even though she was slandered, humiliated, and cursed by everyone before being burned at the stake. This woman never harbored any hatred, like a clear spring, the complete opposite of Semiramis. It was certain, this woman was entirely different from herself, an existence she could never understand or agree with. She wanted to utterly crush this woman, not just physically, but also mentally, breaking her spirit, will, dreams, and everything else. She wanted to see what kind of despair the saint would fall into when everything collapsed, what her ultimate end would be. She wanted to muster the strength of the entire court to crush this woman who was so incompatible with her. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that because her opponent wasn't just Jean, there was also a disgusting mad dog. Although she didn't want to admit it, that increasingly large and insane mad dog couldn't be ignored. Wait, a mad dog. Her beautiful black pearl-like eyes turned, and Semiramis had an idea. Master. Yes. What's up? Shiro, who was watching Shinji and Achilles wrestle with great interest, turned his head and replied. Help me with something. Shiro was immediately intrigued. He slapped his katana and stood up from the steps in front of the throne. Is the situation bad, and you need me to take action? Great, I'm itching to fight. Tell me, who do you want me to go after? Black Berserker? Saber? Or Archer? Surely not Spartacus. None of them. You don't need to go anywhere, just sit here quietly. Semiramis glared at her master. Then what do you want me to do? Order Archer to lure that mad dog to cause trouble for ruler. I am the Assyrian empress you call the serpent. I have plenty of ways to achieve my goals without getting my hands dirty. Chapter 472, Chapter 472, Red and Black Showdown, Crossing Arcadia. Once again, the Red Archer Atlanta felt a sense of helplessness, even stronger than when facing the Black Saber. Previously, the Black Saber possessed immortality similar to Achilles, rendering her arrows ineffective. Fighting him felt like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, it was impossible to find a weak spot, a clear case of being countered by his abilities. This time, however, the Black Archer presented no such issue of countering abilities, it was purely a matter of skill suppression. Undoubtedly, as the greatest female hunter of ancient Greece, Atlanta's archery had reached the divine realm. But the Black Archer she was battling had also reached that realm and was on an even higher level. Terms like divine realm, divine skill, and superhuman are broad terms that signify surpassing human limits, and they vary in strength just as gods vary in power. Karna's father Surya and Chiron's father Cronus are powerful, while Achilles' mother Thetis and Semiramis' mother Dirce are relatively weaker. Even weaker still are Stheno and Euryale, the elder Gorgon sisters, who can be easily torn apart by Shinji once their divine powers are neutralized. Similarly, among divine archery skills, the prototype of Sagittarius, Chiron, who has been active for countless years, naturally belongs to the highest tier. Atlanta, who was turned into a lion early on, still has some distance to that level, and not even the blessing of the moon goddess Artemis, who wields a bow, can bridge that gap. In standard archery, their precision, power, and shooting speed are roughly equal, but in terms of the subtlety of their arrow trajectories, Atlanta falls short of Chiron's effortless mastery. In rapid-fire archery, Atlanta is at her most disadvantaged. Atlanta's limit is a 7-arrow chain, a sophisticated archery technique she serendipitously derived from the Big Dipper constellation, and one of her most prideful moves. But Chiron's limit is a 10-arrow chain, precisely the number corresponding to the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper plus 4 other bright stars associated with Sagittarius. While each arrow might be stronger from Atlanta, in a chain shot, quantity matters most, and in this regard, Atlanta is completely outmatched. In multi-arrow shots, the trajectories and number of arrows might be equal, given the constraints of the bowstring and fingers, but the shooting speed is a notch slower. The only area where Atlanta can gain an advantage is in her full-power draw shot, but she knows well that this is due to her beloved bow, rather than her skill. If both were to use the same bow, she might not hold any edge. Fortunately, Atlanta retains some of her beast-like thinking and doesn't care about the pride of a hero. If it were someone like Achilles, whose eyes are fixed on the heights, it wouldn't simply be the helplessness he felt. He'd likely have grown restless and reckless, thinking of ways to go all out against the enemy, unlike Atlanta, who calmly maneuvers and leverages her strengths, specifically in the area where she is most proficient but is being crushed. Does Atlanta have any advantages over Chiron? The answer is yes, she does. Atlanta's class is an archer, but her true class is a hunter. Archery is just one part of hunting, which also involves skills like hiding, trapping, and misleading. In the entire field of hunting, Atlanta is at a divine level, and with the blessing of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, she stands at the pinnacle. Though Chiron possesses divine wisdom and has also learned from Artemis and Apollo, he hunted a lot during his time in the mortal world. However, he is too exalted and involved in too many fields, making him less adept in hunting than Atlanta, who has continually refined and honed her skills. This gives Atlanta a chance to counter Chiron. To maximize her advantages, Atlanta painstakingly moved the battlefield from the plains to the forest. This is where she grew up, her home turf, where everything becomes her ally, aiding her in countering Chiron's fearsome archery. Her innate beast instincts, her final fate of being degraded into a lion, and the ears and tail that accompanied her as a heroic spirit, all become heightened in areas untouched by human destruction. She continues to fire arrow after arrow, constantly changing positions. Every inch of Atlanta's skin, every muscle, every nerve was trembling. It wasn't just because of the enemy's strength or the danger of the battle, but also the sheer exhilaration of running and shooting arrows so freely, something she hadn't experienced in a long time. It was like her childhood, where she constantly ran through forests and rocks for survival, fighting various wild beasts. A series of 9 arrows descended from the sky, each one aimed precisely at Atlanta's next landing spot. This was the perfect blend of divine archery and calculation, a testament to Chiron's full effort. The appearance of her beast ears and tail and divine bow confirmed Chiron's identification of his opponent. Facing such a powerful archer, he had no choice but to go all out. Yet, this divine skill, which even caused Artoria considerable trouble, did not affect Atlanta. Her steps remained light, her movements agile, the arrows that should have pierced her feet simply landed beside them, narrowly avoided by a hair's breadth. My distant homeland Arcadia, rugged mountains stretch endlessly. I leap among the rocks and play. As Atlanta ran past the arrows, her lips moved, and a melodious voice spilled from her mouth. These were her most precious memories, the scenery forever imprinted in her heart. This experience sublimated with her in death, becoming her power. Skill, crossing Arcadia. Rank, B. Allows her to move across all obstacles on the field, including enemies. For her, the more complex the terrain, the stronger her abilities. On the plains, I am not your match, but in the forest. After smoothly avoiding the 9 arrows, Atlanta turned her head and glimpsed her pursuer. She softly recited another phrase. Go ahead, I will follow like the wind, overtaking you. This was the sublimation of another of her anecdotes, another of her great assets. She drew her bowstring, and the arrow she released was aimed precisely at Chiron's landing point. At that moment, Chiron was springing from one tree to another. Chapter 473, Red and Black Showdown, Aesthetics of the Last Spurt. Skill, Aesthetics of the Last Spurt, rank, C. Allows the enemy to take the initiative, after which she can act preemptively upon confirming the enemy's actions. According to legend, after Atlanta's adventures aboard the Argo and her hunt for the Caledonian boar, her fame spread far and wide, attracting numerous suitors. Annoyed by the constant proposals and having sworn a vow of chastity to the moon goddess, Atlanta decided to settle matters with a race. If you win, I'll marry you, if you lose, I will shoot you. Every time, Atlanta let her opponent start first, yet she remained undefeated until one suitor, aided by divine intervention and trickery, finally won. Though not as fast as the renowned, fastest human, Achilles, Atlanta is still one of the swiftest in human history. When her skill is activated, her movements surpass Chiron's in speed. While she hasn't reached the realm of foresight, Atlanta can still use her skill's effect to counter Chiron effectively. Using crossing Arcadia for evasive maneuvers and aesthetics of the last spurt for counterattacks, this is the foundation of Atlanta's ability to hold her ground against Chiron. However, merely holding her ground is the extent of her capability, achieving an advantage or victory is out of the question. Chiron's raw power surpasses Atlanta's, and he has no apparent weaknesses. Despite the prolonged pursuit and shootout, Atlanta hasn't found a single opening to exploit. Slightly delaying Chiron's movements, Atlanta continues to maneuver through the forest as she has been doing. This seemingly aimless wandering has a clear purpose if viewed from above and traced on a map. She is aiming to reunite with Achilles. When unable to take down the prey alone, joining forces with others for the hunt is the most natural course of action for a hunter who cares little for pride or honor. Her first thought was of her friend's son, Achilles, who calls her Big Sister. With numerous noble phantasms, immense strength, and his nigh invincible immortality, teaming up with him gives Atlanta confidence in taking down the troublesome Black Archer, even if the Black Assassin joins in. Thus, upon realizing she couldn't defeat Chiron, Atlanta began methodically moving toward Achilles. For most servants, this would be an impossible task. While 2 archers exchanged arrows, Shinji had already taken Achilles off the battlefield, far beyond the sensory range of ordinary servants, even out of the scope of the archer class's clairvoyance. Finding Achilles under such conditions would require either ruler-class level sensory capabilities or some special skill, noble phantasm, or technique, and Atlanta happened to possess the latter. Atlanta has a skill known as Wild Instinct, not listed on her servant status sheet but one of her most crucial abilities. This instinct, honed through endless hunting, is further amplified by her cursed beast ears and tail. Thanks to this ability, her hearing, vision, smell, touch, and intuition far exceed human limits. Can't see him. Can't sense his mana. No problem, I can track him by scent. While many know that dogs have an incredibly keen sense of smell, few realize that cats aren't far behind. With her feline ears and tail, Atlanta can easily sniff out Achilles' location. As the scent grew stronger and she was about to pinpoint Achilles' exact position, a warm, mellow voice suddenly reached her ears. Archer. What is it, father? Atlanta's ears twitched slightly as she recognized the voice, Father Shiro. The situation on the red side is currently very peculiar. Except for the independently acting Saber group, all the masters, apart from Father Shiro, are missing. They only communicate through the master-servant contract when giving orders, and the 5 servants, including Atlanta, don't even know what their masters look like. In this final battle, their masters have delegated command to the only visible master, Father Shiro, under the pretense of unified control. Semiramis even used the power of the Hanging Gardens to create a wide-area communication network centered around Shiro. I want Spartacus to attack the ruler. Please guide him. But the Black Archer. Upon hearing Shiro's command, Atlanta reflexively glanced at Chiron behind her, shrinking her body. An almost invisible, silent arrow, blended with the night, grazed her beast ears. The sensation of the arrow brushing against her fur made Atlanta's tail stand on end. With the Black Archer in relentless pursuit, she couldn't spare any effort to carry out Shiro's order. Don't worry, Assassin will assist you. Listen to me, lie down now. Without time to think, Atlanta leaned forward, pressing her entire body, including her tail, tightly against the ground. Chiron, following behind, was momentarily puzzled. Suddenly, he noticed a purple glow cutting through the sky, its terrifying magical energy posing a deadly threat. As he flipped to dodge, a cluster of purple magical energy swept past, leaving a ghastly scar on the ground. And this was just the beginning, more and denser clusters of magical energy followed. Point shots, scatter shots, rapid shots, sweeping shots, explosive shots, and bombardments, the storm of attacks forced Chiron into frantic evasion, unable to counterattack, feeling utterly frustrated. By the time he managed to withstand the barrage, Atlanta had already turned into a tiny dot, a small point in his A-rank clairvoyance. Did she run? No, the situation isn't dire enough to require cover for an escape. With her strength, she could have coordinated with the previous attack to counterattack me. But she didn't, which means, she has something more important to do, like supporting a teammate or executing some tactical strategy. No, I can't let her leave just like that. The wise and far-sighted Chiron took a deep breath, fully drawing his longbow, and pouring an immense amount of mana from his homunculus battery into the arrow without any concern for consumption. However, before he could release the arrow, a new wave of magical attacks descended from the sky. Helplessly, Chiron redirected his shot into the sky, colliding with one of the incoming magical clusters. The heavy earth-like mana and the eerie purple cluster exploded together, creating a dazzling 2-colored firework in the dark sky. The scattering fragments of mana illuminated the forest at the battlefield's edge, Chiron's solemn face, and a pair of azure-gray wings soaring in the sky. What is that? A touch of pink appeared in Chiron's vision at some unknown time. Chapter 474, Red and Black Showdown, Shinji's Arrangements. A petite, slender figure with a delicate appearance that evokes pity, such characteristics belong to only one person in this Holy Grail war, the Black Rider, Astolfo, one of Chiron's closest comrades. Strangely, seeing his companion appear, Chiron didn't show any joy. Instead, he displayed rare anxiety and shouted, "Rider, watch out." It turned out that when Chiron saw Astolfo, a new cluster of magical energy had already cut through the sky, launching a long-range sniper attack on him. At that moment, Astolfo was intently looking downward, seemingly searching for something. Hearing Chiron's voice, Astolfo first showed a hint of joy, muttering "there it is," then tilted his head in confusion, "Watch out for what?" Before he could react, the glowing beam that cut through the sky had already engulfed him and his riding eagle. Seeing the tragedy unfold right before his eyes, yet powerless to stop it, Chiron's eyes widened in anguish. Rider. He pushed off with his feet, running forward at the fastest speed. If he could reach Astolfo in time, he might still be able to use his medical skills to save his life. But Chiron also knew this was wishful thinking. Having been in close contact with those clusters of magical energy, Chiron was well aware of their terrifying power, capable of vaporizing a person instantly. Getting hit by such an attack without any defense would likely leave no chance of falling, one would be directly reduced to spirit particles and vanish. However, as long as there was a 1% chance, he would give 100% effort. With a +rank agility burst he hadn't even used against Atlanta, he doubled his speed, covering hundreds of meters in a flash. Throughout the sprint, Chiron kept his eyes locked on the sky, ready to adjust his path at any moment to reach his severely injured companion as quickly as possible. Yet, reality once again defied his expectations. Despite taking a direct hit from a magical cluster, Astolfo didn't fall, nor was he reduced to spirit particles without a trace. He remained steadily seated on his eagle, appearing completely unscathed, even having the leisure to pat his chest and stick out his tongue, saying, "Wow, that scared me." It turned out that just before being hit by the magical cluster, Astolfo's evaporation of reason skill, which includes partial instinct abilities, had instinctively sensed the danger. He had taken out a book, a noble phantasm whose true name he had forgotten. The Universal Magic Guidebook, provisional name, is a constantly active noble phantasm. Possessing this book grants Astolfo an A-rank magic resistance. This magic resistance differs from the class skill of servants, which applies only to the servants themselves. Astolfo's magic resistance through the Universal Magic Guidebook forms a spherical range centered on the book, protecting anything within that range. Although the range isn't large, it's enough to encompass his mount, allowing it to safely endure the ambush of the magical cluster. Of course, this was also because the magical cluster's power couldn't reach an extraordinary level, EX, due to the distance from the Hanging Gardens. "Why didn't you say you had such a trick earlier?" Seeing this, Chiron couldn't help but laugh and cry. He had been far more frightened than Astolfo. At this moment, he finally understood why Shinji often liked to smack Astolfo on the head. This guy needed a good knock. Unaware of Chiron's thoughts, Astolfo maneuvered his eagle, spiraling down to the ground, his smile still radiant. "Yahoo, finally found you, Chiron." Bang. Ah. The combination of the recent scare and Astolfo's brainless chatter finally pushed Chiron to act on his thoughts, delivering a solid smack to Astolfo's head. "What did you call me?" "A archer." Astolfo shrank back, weakly correcting himself. Chiron nodded in satisfaction. "Don't get it wrong next time." Okay. "So, why are you here looking for me?" "Oh, Assassin sent me. He said you should go replace him." "Replace him? Looks like he's reaching his limit." Holding out against Achilles for this long is already quite an achievement." In truth, Chiron misunderstood. With Shinji's capabilities, even if he couldn't defeat Achilles, escaping wouldn't be an issue. The main reason he sent Chiron to replace him was due to Spartacus's anomaly. In this red-black conflict, Shinji's primary concern was Spartacus. His combat prowess. His trait of becoming more formidable the longer he fights. His instability and potential to go berserk at any moment. And most importantly, when this ticking time bomb would explode. Yes, Spartacus was essentially a human bomb. If Shinji didn't know he originated from Thrace, he might have thought Spartacus was an extremist from a certain group, with a penchant for catastrophic strikes. Of course, typical extremists might cause small-scale casualties, but this gladiator, who wasn't from that group yet had mastered its essence, could level half the battlefield upon self-detonation, including the Black Faction's stronghold, Millennia Castle. Observations and estimations suggested that Spartacus's final self-destruction could reach an EX level, not in terms of magical or physical force attributes, but as an EX-rank anti-army noble phantasm. Its sheer physical destructiveness could rival a small nuclear bomb. In Fate Apocrypha, the turning point of the first red-black battle was Spartacus's self-detonation. Because of Spartacus's self-detonation, the battlefield was cleared of minor soldiers, the Igmalenia family's army of homunculi and golems accumulated over many days was nearly wiped out, and the heavily fortified Millennia Castle was left riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. The relatively balanced situation shifted entirely in the Red Faction's favor, leading to the deaths of several servants, the Great Holy Grail hidden underground being seized by the Red Faction, and the true commencement of Amakusa Shiro's plan for human salvation. From that point, the roles of offense and defense swapped. The Black Faction, which had been defending the castle, became the attackers, while the former attackers focused on defending the Hanging Gardens, gaining a significant advantage. The Red Faction's ultimate defeat was due entirely to bad luck or perhaps counter-force, and their luck being slightly better, the Red Faction would have won, and human salvation would have succeeded. Shinji couldn't gamble on the whims of fate. Even though his luck was A-rank, who knew if the counter-force would mess with him due to his outsider status in the end? Shinji also couldn't sit idly by while the Black Faction suffered immense damage. That was Fiori's future foundation at stake. Shinji's principle has always been to repay trust with greater trust. Since Fiori trusted him so deeply, he had to give her ample return. Moreover, Shinji couldn't allow Amakusa to initiate his human salvation plan. He deeply loathed such forcibly imposed ideals on all humanity. Rather than making such a futile wish, it was better to use it to retrieve Chiron's immortality. Spartacus's self-detonation had to be prevented. If not, the damage must be minimized, and if possible, using this bomb to counter the Red Faction would be ideal. Chapter 475, Red and Black Showdown, Master and Disciple Reunite. To address the greatest element of instability, Shinji devised a special plan. This plan required Astolfo's power, so he deliberately left the goddess scepter behind and stayed in the rear to ensure that this reckless knight wouldn't charge ahead and become targeted by powerful servants. Shinji remembered clearly that in the original story, Astolfo got beaten badly because of his excessive recklessness on the battlefield. Initially, he relied on Hippogriff's mobility to steal the Red Faction's base. Then, believing that his universal magic resistance book would protect him from magic, he charged straight at the top-tier servant Semiramis. Moreover, because using the hippogriff's true name release consumed a lot of mana, he didn't want to harm Sieg's companion, which meant that his trump card couldn't be used. As a result, Semiramis broke through the book's defenses with a series of powerful spells, injuring the hippogriff and causing Astolfo to fall from the sky. After landing, he encountered Mordred, who arrived late to the battlefield full of pent-up rage, and got beaten up by her. If it weren't for Sieg and Frankenstein, whom Shinji had replaced, risking their lives to save him, he would have died from his recklessness. Of course, compared to Sieg's later exploits, these didn't matter much, so not many people paid attention to Astolfo's reckless actions. But this time, Sieg's two trump cards, one was replaced by Shinji, and the other was still beating on Siegfried's chest, couldn't be ignored. To prevent him from dying too quickly, Shinji had to rein in this wild, irrational horse. And this rein was to dictate his every move, leaving him no time for recklessness. Starting with 4 threes to counter Atlanta's 4 twos was part of this strategy. Then, under Chiron's telepathic command, he retreated to heal, and after recovering, he was ordered to follow Spartacus, not to prevent Spartacus from going berserk, but to monitor his every move. Once Spartacus started turning into a monster, the plan would enter its second phase. This phase couldn't rely solely on Astolfo's observations, given his instability. To ensure everything went smoothly, Shinji had to be on site personally, which was why he didn't enter the duel field created by Achilles. Even if most of his noble phantasms were rendered useless, he still had one ace up his sleeve. Given the right moment, this ace could frustrate the Greek hero second only to Heracles to death. However, outside of a confined space, this ace's lethality would be reduced, and his identity might be exposed. So even under Achilles' fierce attacks, Shinji gritted his teeth and held on, waiting for Astolfo to bring Chiron, allowing him to withdraw smoothly while pinning down Achilles, whose instability rivaled Astolfo's. It's important to note that the two greatest sources of instability in this Holy Grail war were these two rider-class servants. Because of these two, the rider class's reputation suffered, becoming known as a hotspot for traitors, second only to the Lancer's curse of bad luck. Of course, traitor here didn't mean they harbored ill intentions from the start. It was mainly because these heroes were too capricious. They valued their desires over their allegiance to the red or black factions. If you understood their personalities, it was easy to predict their actions and limit them. For instance, persuading Astolfo to stop worrying about mana consumption to save more homunculi. For instance, sending Chiron to deal with Achilles. Shinji needed Astolfo for his rider-class mobility, which Achilles also possessed, but to a greater extent. In other words, Achilles had the power to ruin Shinji's plans and, being known as the fastest hero, could leave whenever he wanted. If he attacked Shinji at a critical moment, everything would be ruined. Since he had Andrea's Amarantos, he wasn't afraid of non-divine noble phantasms, and Shinji couldn't withstand that. Fortunately, the only ones who could pin him down, besides Shinji himself, who was mysteriously recognized as another Hector, were Chiron, his greatest teacher. With Chiron around, Achilles couldn't go anywhere because this is your weakness. When Shinji heard Astolfo's shouts, he was determined to take to the skies even if it meant breaking an arm. When Achilles decides to abandon the Pancration match rules, materializes a javelin to intercept Shinji and prepares to take on multiple opponents. When an arrow descending from the heavens deflected the javelin, a man clad in leather armor descended from the sky. When Achilles saw the man's face, that familiar calm expression, and the smile of a long-lost reunion, Achilles was stunned. At that moment, Achilles forgot that Shinji was recognized as a worthy rival who had to be defeated. At that moment, Achilles forgot that he was on a battlefield. At that moment, Achilles could see only this man. This man he had seen before. No, he had spoken with him, received his teachings, shared meals and lodgings with him. You are. To such an Achilles, Chiron spoke in a calm voice the words he had prepared days ago, and he also kicked his dazed, subpar disciple. Achilles' body flew into the air from the powerful blow. Chiron then naturally knocked an arrow and shot it with fluid ease. The instant Achilles realized the arrow was aimed at his heel, every nerve in his body tensed. He twisted his body to its limit, trying to dodge the arrow's trajectory. He dodged it. The arrow didn't hit the vital spot but pierced his side. Despite the intense pain coursing through his body, Achilles paid it no mind. The man standing before him was a far greater concern. All the mysteries surrounding the black archer were resolved. His archery skills being superior to the red archers was only natural, for he was the teacher of many heroes, including Achilles himself. Achilles pulled out the arrow lodged in his side and tossed it aside, then stood up. Chiron still held the bow, standing motionless as if waiting for the rider to speak. Why are you? Foolish question. In this Holy Grail war, I have manifested in this world as the Black Archer. And you as the Red Rider. We both have our wishes and attachments. That's why we are here, both you and I. Achilles lowered his head into silence. Chiron sighed and naturally took the stance of a teacher instructing his student. Honestly, naivety has its limits. This was the one thing you never corrected in life. You are merciless to those you consider enemies, but with companions, or those you trust, you are endlessly lenient. This might be an admirable trait for a hero, but this is the Holy Grail war. There is no room for mercy, even for a hero like you, do you understand? Achilles. The black archer called out to the red rider by his true name. The young man called Achilles nodded with the seriousness of a student receiving a teacher's instruction. The master and disciple, separated by Shinji's intervention, finally returned to their starting point. Chapter 476, Chapter 476, Red and Black Showdown Battle in the Sky. Seeing Achilles thrown off balance by Chiron's sudden appearance, Shinji finally felt at ease to leave. As soon as he sat on the back of the swift eagle, Shinji winced and drew a sharp breath. Hiss, it hurt so much. Achilles' combat and spear techniques were on the same level, and with the added benefit of his skill, bravery. Bravery, rank A. A skill that nullifies mental interferences such as intimidation, confusion, and bewilderment. Additionally, it increases hand-to-hand combat damage. Achilles' destructive power was even greater when unarmed than when wielding a spear. Wrestling with such an opponent, even adhering to the traditional rules of Pancration, Shinji felt immense pressure. To avoid being defeated by Achilles, he had to perform beyond his usual capabilities, exhausting all his potential. In this extreme state, he even forgot the pain, thinking only about what his opponent would do and what he should do. It was only after leaving the battlefield that Shinji allowed himself to relax, and the accumulated injuries on his body finally registered in his brain through nerve feedback. Curious, Astolfo turned his head. He had witnessed Shinji and Chiron's intense training and seen Shinji's indifferent expression despite being covered in bruises. In his eyes, Shinji had already earned the label of a monster who doesn't know pain or fatigue. So hearing Shinji cry out in pain now piqued his curiosity. A glance was enough to startle him. Whoa, that's terrible. Are you okay, assassin? Yes, it was terrible, extremely terrible. At this moment, Shinji looked as if he had used Spartacus' noble phantasm, crying warmonger. His entire body seemed swollen, and his exposed skin was a purplish blue, turning black in places, like a piece of rotting flesh, minus the stench. The worst was his right arm. Achilles had focused his attacks on this spot, the only weak point in Shinji. Continuous blows and joint techniques led to multiple fractures, muscle strains, and contusions. In the end, to escape, he had to use this arm to block Achilles' sidekick, resulting in a complete break, making it difficult to even grip objects. As Shinji used his still functional left hand to inscribe healing runes on his fractured areas, he replied through gritted teeth. It's nothing, just surface wounds. With the goddess staff, I'll recover quickly. Besides, I've taken so much, Achilles isn't much better off. After enduring so much pain and effort to deal with Achilles, and making Chiron expend so much energy, Shinji hadn't just taken a beating. Although the time was short and the training insufficient to surpass human limits into the realm of gods, he still made Achilles suffer considerably. In direct numerical comparison, if Achilles caused 20 points of damage to Shinji, Shinji could return 10 to 12 points. If Shinji was swollen all over, Achilles would at least be half as swollen. This was despite Shinji holding back to avoid further provoking Achilles. If he hadn't adhered to the rules, Achilles might have suffered even more. In terms of breaking the rules, no matter how wild Achilles was, he couldn't outdo someone like Shinji, who had no scruples. With these injuries as a prelude, even if Achilles went mad and wanted a life-or-death match with Chiron, Shinji wasn't worried about Chiron losing. Both were top-tier fighters, but one was heavily injured while the other was unscathed, leaving no suspense about the outcome. Now, he could finally let go and execute his plan wholeheartedly. As Astolfo extended his hand, a uniquely shaped staff emitted a soft white light, enveloping Shinji's body in the healing power of a goddess from ancient Egyptian mythology. From afar, it looked like a bright star shining on the autumn night. The fortress in the sky couldn't stand the sight of the rising star and cast a rain of purple light, intending to shoot down the star. However, this star, like a stormy petrel in a tempest, pressed forward fearlessly against the storm. Just as the mistress of the aerial garden was about to leave her throne to personally confront the brave petrel that had caught her eye, the petrel suddenly began to circle in the air. No matter how the aerial garden's magic struck, it didn't advance a single step. Oh, what a delightful Valkyrie and noble Assyrian empress. How will this duel end? Shakespeare exclaimed, waving his hands in excitement. Good eye, Father Shiro praised with a smile. Crafty fellow, Semiramis remarked with a discontented expression. Despite possessing the rare skill, Double Summon, which granted her the abilities of both the caster and assassin classes, Semiramis' primary class was still assassin. She couldn't freely and effortlessly cast magic as she did in life. Her magic had to rely on the support of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon to bypass the limitations of her class. If Astolfo continued to advance, she could unleash a grand-scale magic similar to the one that blasted Siegfried away, giving the enemy a painful lesson. Little did she know that Shinji had anticipated this move. With the maneuverability of the swift eagle, even in a prepared state, it wasn't impossible to evade concentrated magical attacks. The reason they didn't dodge and face the attacks head-on was to test the power of the magical barrage and find the critical point that the universal magic book resistance could withstand. Knowing Semiramis could release grand-scale magic, how could Shinji not be cautious? He wasn't like Astolfo, who tended to lose rationality. After waiting a while outside the critical zone, Shinji flexed his left hand, which had regained feeling, and said to Astolfo, "Maintain this distance and keep an eye on the aerial garden. If you get too far, move closer. If you get too close, move away. Don't change altitude. If you get too low, you might get sniped by an archer lurking somewhere." Shinji didn't know Atlanta's maximum range, but before the battle, he had asked Chiron about the safe flying altitude. The aerial garden and the two of them were currently at this safe height. Also, since the other side can summon so many dragon-tooth warriors, it's not impossible for them to send some flying fodder to harass us. If they do, don't hold back, take them down. Don't conserve your mana. You wouldn't want the homunculi you work so hard to protect to die from carelessness, right? Got it. Astolfo replied energetically. Having recovered from his injuries, he was eager for action. So when do we charge in? That aerial fortress looks interesting. Not now. I need an opportunity. Shinji shook his head. Oh, Astolfo pouted in disappointment, his eyes darting around. Seeing this expression, Shinji knew exactly what Astolfo was planning and immediately flicked his forehead. I warn you, every move we make determines our comrade's fate. If you do something irreparable out of curiosity, no matter the outcome, I'll bind you and send you to Miss Selenik. I'll also ask the Duke and Castor to craft some special restraints just for you. It'll be an experience you'll never forget. How about that? Want to try? Chapter 477, Chapter 477, Red and Black Showdown, Master-Disciple Duel. The more Shinji spoke, the softer his voice became, and his expression grew increasingly gentle, until he finally revealed a slight smile. However, to Astolfo, this smile was more terrifying than Vlad III's stakes or Atlanta's arrows. The sinister aura emanating from that smile made his hair stand on end. The punishment described with such a smile made the intuitively sharp Astolfo tremble all over. Assassin wasn't joking or trying to scare him, he was serious and would follow through. In the past, relying on his body that could only be harmed by mysteries and his A-rank magic resistance, Astolfo didn't care about Selenik's punishments. After all, the tools in her workshop were either useless or felt no different than a tickle. He wasn't afraid of other punishments like confinement or being tied up either. But if it were really as Shinji said, that would be a completely different matter. Without even seeing it, he knew how twisted that deathly black Magus was. Previously, her lack of power made her non-threatening. Once given the ability to turn her ideas into reality, though Astolfo didn't know exactly what kind of punishment it would be, the unknown itself was the greatest terror. In the blink of an eye, cold sweat broke out on Astolfo, and his fearless demeanor vanished. He looked like a shivering hamster, helplessly saying, I understand, I won't do anything reckless. That's good. Seeing Astolfo's frightened look, Shinji's expression softened. Remember, you carry the lives of many people, including mine. You are our ace. Ace. Astolfo's eyes lit up. You mean? Endure for now, your time to shine will come. As Shinji spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at the silent hanging gardens. In any case, leave the aerial matters to you. If you can draw half of its firepower, that would be a great merit. And you? Me. I need to keep an eye on a certain thieving cat. Shinji pressed a hand on Astolfo's shoulder and leaped up, floating in the air with the help of feathered shoes. Luring Spartacus to attack the ruler was a brilliant move. It not only took down one of our pieces but also freed up their combat strength. However, whether this clever plan will succeed depends on whether I allow it. With a wave of his hand, a black gold war lance materialized in the air. He launched it at Atlanta, who had just completed her diversionary task and was preparing to retreat. The war lance, which had once killed the great mountain, traced a brilliant arc in the sky, its luster identical to the mythological Venus. The war lance's owner, Ishtar, was the goddess of Venus. It was only natural for Achilles to be thrown into disarray. To his younger self, Chiron was an absolute symbol. The words of the gentle yet stern Chiron had an almost magical effect on the young Achilles' heart. To Achilles, Chiron was both a father and a teacher, both an elder brother and a good friend. For a hero's son, blessed by the gods of Olympus and admired and revered by soldiers at a young age, people he could call friends or teachers were extremely rare. Chiron was undoubtedly one of them. He was as trustworthy to Achilles as his good friend Patroclus. Yet now, that hero was standing in his way, seeking the Holy Grail. Here I come, teacher. That's unnecessary, Red Rider. Chiron's stern response caused Achilles to shrink back slightly, but he quickly regained his spirit and thrust his spear boldly. The battle began within talking distance, portraying a scenario where an archer was approached and attacked by a light-armored warrior. Despite harboring a slight sense of guilt, Achilles aimed his spear sharply at his opponent's heart. With his spear skills that could rank him among the top lancers, a typical archer would have already been pierced through the heart. However, he forgot the most fatal point. To Achilles' astonished eyes, Chiron didn't retreat but instead stepped forward into the path of the spear. This seemingly suicidal step diverted the spear's point from Chiron's heart to beside him. What? Have you forgotten, rider? Who was it that gave you this spear and taught you the basics of spear fighting? Chiron's words struck Achilles with tremendous impact. Indeed, as he said, Achilles' spear techniques were not self-taught but originally learned from his master, Chiron. It was only natural that his body's every move and habit were seen through. Moreover, this spear was a gift from Chiron to Achilles' father, Peleus, to celebrate his parents' wedding, so Chiron knew its attack range perfectly. Chiron then demonstrated his astonishing skill. As he stepped forward, he had already set an arrow on the bowstring. It was practically a quick shot, an unavoidable strike from zero distance. You will die, rider. Chiron aimed at Achilles' skull and released the arrow without hesitation. Achilles reflexively bent backward to dodge. Only through incredible speed and determination did he barely escape this life-or-death crisis. At that moment, Chiron launched a kick. Achilles, off balance, was kicked away and slammed into a tree. As the distance widened, Chiron set another arrow on the bowstring. A switch flipped in Achilles' mind. He gritted his teeth, glared resolutely at his teacher, and charged straight at the incoming arrow. Dodging the arrow with a forward-leaning posture, he immediately raised his spear for a sweeping attack, only to miss. A strange joy welled up inside him. Roaring, he continued to thrust his spear. Chiron dodged the rapid, bullet-like spear thrusts, adjusting the distance skillfully while setting an arrow on his bowstring. Thinking an archer couldn't engage in close combat and that entering the spear's range would secure victory, this previous notion of his was utterly foolish. His opponent was Chiron, after all. Not only himself but even heroes like Hercules, Jason, Castor, and Asclepius, among many others, had been taught by him. He was truly a great sage. In close quarters, he could barely fight to a draw. Given this premise, if he didn't go all out with his full strength, he'd lose. Achilles launched a fierce offensive against Chiron, using thrusts, sweeps, and feints. Chiron, meanwhile, dodged, blocked with his bow, and even used combinations of punches and kicks. Whenever he saw an opening, he would draw his bow and shoot. Achilles' body was grazed by the close-range shots. Even his body, blessed by the gods, was defenseless against the attacks from the similarly divine attack from Chiron. All his attacks were anticipated, while Chiron's strikes were unpredictable at critical moments. Though he could maintain a balanced state thanks to his inherent physical strength, continuing this way would surely drive him into a corner. The reason his moves were being anticipated was that all his fundamentals came from the men before him. This included his posture, the timing of his thrusts, and even his sweeping and other techniques. Do not be confused. The basics were indeed taught by Chiron. However, since his youth when he began engaging in battles, Achilles hadn't relied solely on these fundamentals to achieve victory. He had developed various applied skills and had found ways to survive in desperate situations. He had fought many heroes and continually honed his techniques. In various battles, and in numerous crises, how had he found a way to survive? Yes, for instance, at that time. Achilles' movements changed. Instead of using basic skills combined with overwhelming speed to force a breakthrough, he began incorporating various clever variations into his techniques. He suddenly let go of his spear, and in the next instant, he used what was originally his fatal weak point, his heel, to kick towards Chiron's face. First, he kicked up the falling spear, then leaped into the air to catch it, and immediately swung it to thrust at his target. The spear tip grazed Chiron's neck, causing blood to spurt out. Ugh! Chiron couldn't help but pull back. As if to say, how about that? Achilles casually twirled his spear. Their gazes crossed, and both revealed fearless smiles. So you do have the strength to become a hero. Of course. Unlike you, who only taught others, I have experienced countless battlefields. He had crossed swords with many heroes, fought them, and even had soul-deep exchanges. Indeed, he had learned the basics from Chiron. But the numerous corpses he had accumulated in battle were an undeniable fact for Chiron as well. Ah, that's good. After all, it's painful to unilaterally slaughter one's student. Chiron said with a smile, and Achilles also smiled. He had already cast aside his hesitation about fighting his mentor. Now, there was only the joy of battling a strong opponent. Achilles was hesitating, should he close the distance, or should he widen it? Although logically, closing the distance to launch an attack was the most reasonable approach, perhaps it was time to abandon conventional thinking. The spear he held was originally intended for throwing, a weapon designed to break through all defenses and pierce a hero's chest. Chiron knew better than anyone the terror of the spear, having been the one to gift it. So, what should I do? Their gazes met. Red Rider and Black Archer both observed each other's every move, planning their next action. Both wore smiles on their faces. There was indeed a bond between them. Mentor and disciple, friends who deeply trusted each other, from the bottom of their hearts, they felt a strong joy that overflowed in their hearts, even after setting aside this bond. Chapter 478, Red and Black Showdown Induction. While Achilles swept away his confusion and became filled with fighting spirit, Jeanne d'Arc was left speechless in shock by the monster before her. The monster was as large as a small mountain. At first glance, Jeanne thought it was a mountain of piled-up corpses. What was even more astonishing was the full view of this mountain of flesh upon closer inspection. The creature had 8 arms, 3 of which lacked joints and bones, resembling octopus tentacles. When swung, they would likely crush enemies like whips. Its legs, as thick as ancient tree trunks, sprouted numerous insect-like feet. This was probably because its massive body couldn't be supported by just 2 legs, necessitating this method to distribute its weight. The head was almost entirely sunken into its neck, with the shoulder area protruding like the upper and lower jaws of a dinosaur. If it weren't for her true name discernment skill informing Jeanne that this was the Red Berserker Spartacus, she would have mistaken it for a monster summoned by a caster. Oh! The monster opened its exaggerated jaws, releasing a thunderous roar. This was both a frenzied outburst and a cry of pain. To draw Spartacus away, the Red Archer Atlanta once again used her noble phantasm. This noble phantasm had 2 forms of attack, one to open a battle with a wide-area scattershot covering the Black faction's vanguard, and another to target a single opponent by concentrating the arrows in a compressed field. While a single light arrow lacked the power to kill, thousands of light arrows concentrated in a small area had considerable lethality. Only those with immortality, like Karna, Siegfried, or Achilles, or those with extremely powerful defensive noble phantasms like Kavacha and Kundala or Rangaminiad, could escape unscathed from such an attack. Others would be severely injured if not killed. Spartacus, having neither immortality nor defensive noble phantasms, naturally suffered massive damage. His body, which had just been restored, was once again shattered. This damage finally diverted Spartacus' attention from the Hanging Gardens and allowed his constantly active noble phantasm, crying Warmonger, to once again display its power. The terrifying regenerative ability, driven by his intense desire for battle, transformed his already mutated body into a complete monster. I am alive. I cannot die. I must fight. I must defeat all oppressors. 4 arms weren't enough, so he grew 8. If his legs couldn't support his weight, he grew more legs. If 2 eyes couldn't find the enemy, he grew eyes all over his body. The more he was hurt, the more suffering he endured, and the closer he believed he came to victory. Even in his berserk state, Spartacus held on to this faith. There. The 5 eyes on his shoulders, neck, and abdomen all locked onto the direction of the attack. His centipede-like legs wriggled madly as he advanced towards the culprit, smashing the ground as he went. The exaggerated strength brought to mind prehistoric beasts from myths and legends. At this moment, Spartacus had lost all human thinking, single-mindedly pursuing the target that posed the greatest threat and caused him the most harm. Atlanta, who was both clear-headed and highly knowledgeable about beasts, naturally wouldn't confront such a mindless and overwhelmingly powerful monster. She immediately sprinted at full speed, simultaneously shooting arrows at the monster to keep its attention, and soon encountered Jeanne d'Arc, who was galloping on her horse. You over there, are you the ruler? Atlanta's voice was as refreshing as a cool breeze, and her nimble movements were reminiscent of leaves swaying in the wind. However, what should have been a pleasing sight instead sent an unexpected chill down Jeanne's spine. Red Archer. Given that she had previously been attacked by a red servant, who she guessed was Lair, Jeanne reined in her horse and heightened her vigilance. You're wary of me, well, I guess it can't be helped. Atlanta muttered softly upon seeing Jeanne's caution, then raised her voice. I'm truly sorry, but I'll leave the rest to you. Leave it to me. Wait. Without giving Jeanne any time to think, the green-clad girl spun in the air, darted past Jeanne like a gust of wind, and in that brief moment, drew her oversized bow and shot a powerful arrow at the distant monster. Before Jeanne could finish her sentence, the girl had already sped away. Renowned for her swift feet, Atlanta's running speed was beyond the reach of either the now arthropod-like Spartacus or the white horse-dun stallion. At this moment, Spartacus, hit by another arrow, focused solely on Jeanne. As the supreme authority in this Holy Grail war, transcending both the red and black factions, she became his new target. Are you the one obstructing me? Sensing Spartacus' unrestrained killing intent and desire to attack, Jeanne finally realizes the situation. I've been set up. She glanced upward at the Hanging Gardens, now clearly visible. Even at night, the vegetation and lakes within could be distinguished. She was very close to her goal. What should she do? Spartacus had locked onto her, and in this flat terrain, escaping on her own seemed nearly impossible, at least in the short term. Spartacus' current speed wasn't much less than that of Dun Stallion or herself. Moreover, her objective wasn't to fight the servants of the red or black factions but to reach the Hanging Gardens and meet the person from her revelation. Should she invoke her privilege? No. The current Spartacus couldn't be restrained by a command spell. Unless she used 2 command spells to order his death, he wouldn't stop. However, a ruler eliminating a servant was generally something that must never happen. This meant she could only buy time and wait for an opportunity. Having made her decision, Jean gently patted Dun Stallion's back, signaling it to disappear into spirit form. She then loosened her stiff shoulders and raised her flag to face the battle. 2 massive whip-like arms suddenly struck her. Jean swung her holy flag to block and deflect them. 2 arms, thicker than both her legs combined, came crashing down like hammers. Jean still managed to defend against them. However, there was another arm lurking behind. Ugh, ah. Her body was directly hit and sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. Fortunately, the dragon-tooth warriors, commanded to kill her and continuously gathering around, ended up cushioning her impact. As the price for breaking her fall, 3 dragon-tooth warriors were shattered in succession, otherwise, she might have been thrown to the edge of the battlefield. It was a move made possible by the unbelievably powerful force and continuously accumulating magical energy. But, could that be called a move? Jean, having stood up again, wiped the blood from her lips. The body she inhabited, Letitia's, was safeguarded as a backup. When Jean achieved her goal or was defeated, Letitia's body would instantly revert to its original state and be forcibly transferred to a safe place. During this process, any injuries sustained would be immediately healed. Therefore, it could be said that no matter how much Jean was injured, it wasn't a problem, but if she had taken that hit without any preparation, she might have been close to death. At that moment, she heard a voice. "Ah, my dear student, you seem to be in trouble. Do you need your teacher's help?" Chapter 479, Red and Black Showdown, Suggestion. That familiar voice, that tone that loves to call itself teacher, Jean instantly recognized the owner and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Black Assassin. You're here just in time. Help me deal with Red Berserker. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone 8 hands, each possessing EX-level strength, with some even wielded like whips. Even a powerful servant like Jean felt immense pressure. If someone could help hold him back, it would greatly reduce the burden. Yes, just hold him back. From the beginning, Jean never considered letting Shinji confront Spartacus while she seized the opportunity to escape. Spartacus's strength had now reached an abnormal level. Even someone like Vlad III or Karna might not be able to face him head-on, not defeat, just confront, let alone Shinji. Since they had already formed an alliance, Jean couldn't possibly put Shinji in danger for her benefit. Of course, this was also because Jean didn't know Shinji had a flying noble phantasm. If she knew, she would have made a different request, take her to the Hanging Gardens. But no matter which it was, Shinji wouldn't agree, because he had his plans. Sorry, I can't do that. Why? Shinji had already prepared an answer to this question. Because I have my enemies to deal with. Although it wouldn't be difficult for me to leave, I can't ignore the enemy. If they regroup with their allies and attack our servants or directly invade Millennia Castle, it'd be troublesome. Then how about helping? I can give you a suggestion. This guy was specifically brought here by the Red faction to deal with you. The reason, I don't have to say, you know it. So, the next step is simple. You mean? If the Red faction can lure him here, can't you lure him back? This. While Jean was pondering, Spartacus didn't remain idle. His 8 arms alternated, launching a storm-like assault on Jean. This time, Jean had learned her lesson, not confronting Spartacus directly but maneuvering among the dragon-tooth warriors, using them as shields to reduce the impact of the attacks. Seeing Jean not respond, Shinji knew she was hesitant and persuaded, this isn't asking you to intervene in the battle but to undo the effect. If you hadn't appeared, Spartacus would still be confronting the Hanging Gardens. Luring Spartacus back means restoring the original situation. At the same time, you achieve your goal of approaching the Hanging Gardens, it's a win-win. How about it? Not a bad idea, right? It's not bad. But I feel you have other plans. Shinji didn't hide it and admitted frankly, haha, as expected of you. I do have other plans, but you can't deny the feasibility of my suggestion, so, are you in or not? Perhaps annoyed by Jean's evasive strategy and the obstructive minions around, Spartacus struck the ground with all 8 arms simultaneously, producing a deafening roar. The shattered ground, like shrapnel, assaulted Jean, while also reducing the surrounding dragon-tooth warriors to fragments. Ugh, ah. Rocks and debris cut Jean's skin, even damaging parts of her armor. If it were just simple stones, a servant wouldn't be injured. However, Spartacus's punches were infused with overflowing magical energy, tainting even the shattered stones and debris. This was an unprecedented experience for Jean, albeit a very unpleasant one. Suffering a second injury, Jean knew that dragging things out any longer was not a solution. "Let's do as you say." With a wave of her holy flag, she blocked the sweeping whip-like arms. As expected, she was sent flying. However, this time Jean was prepared. The sweep not only didn't harm her but also served as a force to accelerate her movement. She flew towards the place where fire and iron, light and darkness clashed. Seeing that the conspicuous mass of flesh was gradually moving away, Shinji breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to a girl dressed in verdant green. Oh my, it seems that your plan has failed." The girl snorted coldly and responded with an arrow. She was, of course, the Red Archer. After successfully luring Spartacus and trapping Jean, she followed the orders of Commander Shiro to retreat. But she hadn't gotten far when a sudden javelin destroyed her foothold, forcing her to stop. Renowned for her sharp instincts, the legendary huntress immediately changed direction, drawing her bow to retaliate, just as she had always done. This was her specialty, using her unmatched speed to traverse mountains and plains combined with divine archery. Atlanta's tactics were nearly unbeatable, unless she encountered an equally skilled long-range fighter like Chiron or a special existence like Achilles who was faster and possessed invulnerability. The newcomer didn't have these traits, so Atlanta didn't take him seriously. In her view, there were only two possible outcomes: the enemy would be kite to death or, if not killed, would be harassed to no end. However, she soon realized she was gravely mistaken. The enemy was neither kite to death nor harassed. Instead, he disrupted her proud kiting strategy, closing into a dangerously close distance for an archer. Shinji completely ignored her divine archery, not because he suddenly gained invulnerability, but because his equipment was outrageously shameless. In his left hand, the shield of Athena, and in his right, the scepter of the goddess, one for physical defense, the other for magical defense, and both with healing abilities. He was like a turtle hiding in its shell, leaving Atlanta with no openings. Additionally, the surface of the aegis was covered with a piece of animal hide to obscure the highly recognizable face of Medusa, preventing it from being identified. If that were all, it would still be manageable. After all, there was also the precedent of Siegfried: if she couldn't break through his defense, she could just run. With agility A+, combined with crossing Arcadia and aesthetics of the last spurt, she could challenge him to catch her if he could. However, her swift legs had no chance to shine. The spear of Ishtar caused earthquakes, disrupting the terrain. Although Atlanta wasn't afraid of obstacles, she still needed solid ground to stand on. With the ground unstable, even the fastest legs would be affected. The divine thunder barrier covered a wide area, occasionally causing paralysis. Achilles' experience had already shown how disastrous paralysis could be for someone running at full speed. Unfortunately, Achilles, being proud, hadn't shared this embarrassing incident with his beloved older sister, leading directly to Atlanta's predicament. A sudden acceleration led to a chaotic tumble, nearly causing her to stab herself with an arrow. By the time she managed to get up, Shinji had already arrived in midair. Midair, that was another shameless aspect of Shinji. While Atlanta struggled with the shaking ground, Shinji had no such concerns in the air. Atlanta had neither a flying noble phantasm nor something like Achilles' noble phantasm to break through the barrier. Thus, Atlanta found herself in a terrible situation where she couldn't win the fight or escape. Chapter 480, Red and Black Showdown, Shinji and Atlanta. Here, we need to revisit a frequently discussed topic: compatibility. Atlanta's compatibility with Shinji was second only to Siegfried's with Achilles. Atlanta's strengths were her high agility and wide attack range, while her weaknesses were low health, low defense, and a lack of powerful, decisive attack methods. Unfortunately, except for her wide attack range, her other strengths couldn't be leveraged, and her weaknesses were targeted by Shinji, making it very difficult for her to utilize her abilities. The situation grew even more frustrating. After closing the distance, Shinji didn't initiate an attack. He seemed utterly indifferent, as if he didn't regard her as a threat. This might have been acceptable since Atlanta's mindset differed from typical heroes. If you're not paying attention to me, I'll just run away. But after just a few steps, that damn paralysis struck again, and that damn assassin used the opportunity to close the gap once more. Shooting arrows to block him was useless. They couldn't penetrate the combined defense of his shield and scepter. This cycle repeated several times. At this point, Atlanta was furious. She didn't care about so-called pride or honor, or even many personal insults, but there was one thing she couldn't ignore. She was a hunter, a legendary hunter who dedicated her life to the hunt. She valued each hunt and honed her skills for it. She respected every prey, whether strong or weak, and gave her all in every hunt. This was her principle and her ritual of faith in the moon goddess Artemis. The Holy Grail War was no exception. In the red-black duel, both sides were hunters and prey, jointly engaging in a grand hunt. If, after successfully closing the distance, Shinji had immediately attacked, no matter the outcome, even if she was killed by him, she would have no complaints, only perhaps some regret. But Shinji didn't do that. He neither attacked nor let Atlanta leave, nor did he even speak. Such behavior was naturally seen by Atlanta as toying with her as prey, an insult to the sacred hunt. This behavior made her extremely angry. In all fairness, Shinji had no intention of insulting or toying with her. On the contrary, he had a certain fondness for Atlanta, not because she was a beast-eared waifu, but because of her wish entrusted to the Holy Grail. Abandoned by her parents as a child and surviving thanks to the care of others, she wished to repay this kindness to children, hoping the Holy Grail could create a world where all children grow up surrounded by love. Perhaps naive, perhaps unrealistic, even a bit foolish, but such a person with such a wish was hard for Shinji to dislike, especially after he had a daughter, Jack. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that of all the red servants, Atlanta was the one he least wanted to fight against. But he couldn't let Atlanta roam freely to cause trouble. Except for the two casters without direct combat capabilities, all other servants had their opponents. Allowing a divine archer like Atlanta to remain active on the battlefield and possibly shoot crucial arrows to collapse the Black Faction's battle line was not an option. In the end, the only method he could think of was to stick close and keep an eye on her, not fighting, not letting her go, just stalling until Spartacus self-destructed. As for not speaking, his mouth might not have moved, but he hadn't been silent. He wasn't talking to Atlanta but to Jean instead. Thus, the misunderstanding arose, and Shinji remained completely unaware. After blocking Atlanta's arrow with his shield, the floating assassin spoke again. "Miss Atlanta, can we talk?" "I have nothing to say to enemies," Atlanta replied coldly, having already deemed Shinji insulting her. "I don't mean to be your enemy," Shinji tried to sound more sincere. "Then put away that spear and undo this annoying barrier." "I can't do that. I'm afraid if I undo it, you'll run away." "I'm not Achilles, I can't outrun you." "Humph, just as I thought, all talk." Using the conversation as a distraction, Atlanta fully drew her bow and fired an arrow with all her strength at Shinji. Shinji blocked with his shield while saying, "But I want to talk." He couldn't finish his sentence as the force behind the arrow was surprisingly strong, throwing off his balance. Although he quickly adjusted the output of his winged shoes to stabilize himself, Atlanta had already seized the opportunity to charge forward. That's right, she charged forward. After several failed attempts, she realized that increasing the distance wasn't feasible. Since that was the case, she decided to do the opposite. For an archer of her divine skill, close range was never an issue. As long as she could draw her bow, she could shoot. She sprinted forward with fierce speed, then suddenly tilted her body, sliding low to the ground just before the divine thunder barrier activated. As she slid under Shinji, she released 4 arrows targeting his chin, throat, chest, and abdomen. However, such close-range rapid shots were destined not to have much force. The goddess's white scepter flashed, forming an eggshell-like shield. The 4 arrows struck the shield, creating intense ripples but ultimately failing to penetrate and harm Shinji. "It's useless," Shinji shook his head. Atlanta knew the 4 arrows weren't enough, she had more attacks in store. She leaped up like a cheetah, her excellent jumping ability allowing her to reach Shinji's height in an instant. She fired several arrows at his nape. Because they were so close, the arrowheads were already within the shield's range, so the shield naturally didn't block them. At that moment, Shinji's body was only halfway turned. His shield-bearing right hand couldn't protect his neck due to physical limitations, and the scepter's area wasn't enough to block the 4 incoming arrows. It seemed he was about to be pierced through the throat. At the critical moment, Shinji's body suddenly rotated horizontally at the waist. That's right, he rotated horizontally as if lying flat in the air, his deep blue eyes meeting Atlanta's piercing gaze. The 4 arrows missed. With her lethal strike neutralized, a hint of frustration flickered in Atlanta's eyes. She spun her bow to slash Shinji's throat with the bowstring. However, if Shinji could dodge point-blank shots, he certainly wouldn't be troubled by a bowstring. He casually deflected the bow with his scepter. Seeing this, Atlanta knew it was futile and stepped on Shinji's shield to leap far away. "Now will you talk to me? The moonlight is so beautiful tonight, fighting is such a mood killer." Honestly, Shinji's attempt at conversation wasn't great. Atlanta could have retorted that this was a battlefield where fighting was inevitable, called Shinji frivolous, or even cursed him as an idiot, and Shinji would have accepted any of these responses. But he never expected Atlanta to say this. "You insolent fool, how dare you disrespect Lady Artemis?" Huh. Shinji was utterly bewildered. P.S. Atlanta had already used her noble phantasm twice and was prepared for her true name to be revealed. P.S.2 Atlanta's point-blank shooting is indeed powerful, using any ruthless means necessary. Unfortunately, she encountered Shinji in his turtle mode. Chapter 481, Red and Black Showdown Blasphemy. Shinji found himself completely unable to follow Atlanta's train of thought. I just complimented the beautiful moonlight. How does that turn into disrespecting the moon goddess? Artemis is great, noble, and sacred. How dare you mention her with such a tone? When Atlanta was abandoned, Artemis was the first to extend a helping hand. Since then, the moon goddess had become her sole faith, an existence supreme in her heart, not allowing any form of desecration. Well, I was talking about the moonlight, not the moon goddess. Sorry. I forgot you're a devout follower of the moon goddess. Halfway through his explanation, Shinji finally remembered Atlanta's legend and hurriedly tried to mend the situation. Although Atlanta's reaction was exaggerated, it wasn't surprising. In many mythologies, celestial bodies are synonymous with the deities themselves, and Greek mythology is no exception. For example, Apollo, the sun god, opposed his sister Artemis's union with Orion and tricked her into killing him. When Artemis learned the truth, she grew to hate her brother and never saw him again. Thus, the sun rises by day, and the moon by night, alternating in cycles. Disrespecting the moon, in Artemis's eyes, equates to disrespecting the moon goddess. These nature deity followers are troublesome, Shinji grumbled silently. After hesitating for a moment, he added, you probably haven't met the moon goddess in person, right? Maybe you haven't even directly communicated with her much. So what if I haven't? Atlanta retorted, her tone sour. This fact wouldn't shake her faith. Shinji chuckled. If you had met her, you wouldn't be saying that. Like you've met her. Then tell me, what is the real Lady Artemis like? Do you want to know? I think it's better if you don't, to avoid shattering your faith. Nothing can shake my faith in Lady Artemis. Then what if I told you the moon goddess you worship is a love-struck romantic, naturally inclined, hopelessly in love with that playboy Orion, and is incredibly jealous? What would you do? Atlanta's eyes filled with blood, her chest heaving violently, no. Seeing Atlanta in such a state, Shinji shrugged helplessly. I warned you, but you insisted on hearing it. Don't blame me if your faith shatters. Unforgivable. Shinji quickly tried to console her. Hey, don't be so shocked. Gods are like humans, they have emotions and desires. Romance is quite normal. You should understand. Unforgivable. Atlanta's expression twisted with rage. If the fury in her eyes could become tangible, it would reduce the entire battlefield to ashes. You blasphemer of Lady Artemis. What? Blaspheme the moon goddess? Shinji was utterly bewildered. This reaction was not what he expected. Where was the faith collapse? Wait, that's not what I meant. What I said is true. Great moon goddess Artemis, please forgive me. This is also to punish the sinner who disrespects you. At this point, Atlanta refused to exchange another word with Shinji. She had already categorized him as someone who must be punished by any means necessary. To use such vulgar terms to describe Lady Artemis. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. The enraged huntress put away her bow and took out a piece of pitch-black cloth. No, it wasn't a piece of cloth. Upon closer inspection, one could see its surface bristled with hair, forming a twisted shape. Seeing this ominous pelt, Shinji felt a chill and cursed aloud. What the? A boar's hide. Archer, have you lost your mind? This pelt was Atlanta's second noble phantasm. The Caledonian boar. King Ennius of Caledon, in his offerings to the 12 Olympian gods, had neglected to offer one to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. Some say the reason he didn't offer a sacrifice was because he was chosen as the sacrifice. Regardless, Artemis, feeling slighted, sent a giant beast as punishment. To call it a boar was an understatement. Its body was enormous, emitting a foul stench that polluted vast areas. Crops would rot and spoil merely by its proximity, making it a living disaster just by existing there. People quickly organized a hunting party. As Greek heroes volunteered one after another, the only woman to join the hunt was Atlanta. And while many men were devoured by the beast without even getting a shot off, it was her arrow that first pierced the monster. Afterward, through the blood-soaked efforts of the surviving men, the beast was finally slain. It was Meleager, the son of King Ennius, who delivered the final blow with a spear and skinned the beast, severing its head. However, he gave the pelt and the head to Atlanta. You were the first to draw its blood. Therefore, this pelt rightfully belongs to you. Whether this act was out of romantic affection or simply a desire for fairness is unclear. What is clear is that the survivors vehemently protested. Some argued that if Meleager didn't need the pelt, it should be given to them. Others claimed Atlanta's arrow did no real harm to the beast, and the pelt should go to the one who truly wounded it. For Atlanta, who lived in the forest, status and honor meant nothing. However, to say her arrow didn't wound the beast was an insult too far. Thus began a pointless slaughter. Those who loved her, those who hated her, and those who coveted her all met tragic ends. Atlanta kept the pelt, now adorned with countless grudges and delusions. She saw it as a sign from Artemis, never to fall in love, for love only breeds hatred. She had never intended to use it. But the pelt of the beast existed here, as a noble phantasm. It was a meaningless noble phantasm until recently, even though she had brought it into this world. Now, she understood its purpose. This noble phantasm could only be used when she was consumed by hatred. It was a blessing bestowed when she harbored the desire to tear her opponent to pieces, regardless of what happened to herself. Ah, perhaps I am mad. I don't care if I die or go insane. I just cannot forgive this man, this desecrator of sacred hunts, this blasphemer of the great moon goddess. I am willing to pay any price for it. Lady Artemis, please lend me your strength. The Caledonian boar, a messenger of the moon goddess Artemis, is a symbol of divine punishment, but also a manifestation of hatred and desire. Wrapped around a boar, it becomes a great beast that ravages lands. Wrapped around a human, it turns them into a monster surpassing humanity. Wrapped around a hero, it transforms their body into that of a demon. In her final prayer to the moon goddess, Atlanta held up the boar's pelt, ready to drape it over herself. Chapter 482, Red and Black Showdown, Chemonomy, stop right there. Agrius Metamorphosis, Boar of Divine Punishment. Rank, B. Type, Anti-Personnel, Self, Noble Phantasm. Range. Maximum target, 1 person. The pelt and head of the Caledonian boar, a monster sent to Earth by the moon goddess Artemis. At first glance, it looks like a boar, but that's only because it once took the form of a boar by chance. The Caledonian boar had a massive body like a mountain and was ferocious, capable of consuming all the harvest of the city-state of Caledon. The power gained through this noble phantasm is equivalent to the terrifying beast which, despite summoning heroes from all over Greece, still caused numerous casualties. When worn, it seals the Phoebus catastrophe, increases all abilities except luck, grants A rank, mad enhancement, and transformation, and allows the wearer to recover an equivalent amount of life force by dealing damage to enemies. As a result, the wearer is no longer a servant and cannot be observed or have their information detected. In this state, the bow's name changes to Tauropolos. The arrows generated by magical energy can be rapidly fired and all possess noble phantasm-level power. As a cost, the wearer's mind is controlled by the boar, their rationality disappears, and depending on the situation, they may not even recognize their own master, knowing only to kill and destroy until they die. In a sense, using this noble phantasm is almost equivalent to self-destruction. Shinji wasn't afraid of this noble phantasm itself. At worst, he could use his feathered shoes to fly away. More extremely, he could lure the berserk Atlanta towards Spartacus, letting the two berserkers tear each other apart until Spartacus finishes her off, which would also avenge Atlanta for luring Spartacus to attack Jean. Rationally, this was the best ending. If Atlanta donned the boar's pelt, Shinji would do this. But emotionally, he didn't want things to reach this point. He wanted Atlanta to live well, to continue living in this world, and to save more children. Thus, he would never let Atlanta wear the boar's pelt. Releasing the buoyancy of the feathered shoes, applying maximum reverse thrust. Mana burst is at its limit. Combined with gravitational acceleration, Shinji's speed reached a new height. Even a hero like Atlanta, proud of her speed, couldn't react in time and was knocked down to the ground unprepared. Chemonomy, stop right there. Determined, Shinji roared, pressing down on Atlanta's hands to prevent her from using the Agrius Metamorphosis. Let go of me. Atlanta struggled desperately, but her strength was only D rank, while Shinji's was B rank, 2 ranks higher. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from Shinji's grasp and put the boar's head on her head. I won't let go, I will never let go. Letting you go would mean your end, your holy grail war journey, your wish, all gone. My wish. Atlanta's body trembled. Feeling the force on her hands weaken, Shinji saw hope and continued to persuade her, yes, your wish. Is it okay to exit like this? Are you truly willing? No, I'm not willing, but I can never forgive you, you desecrator of the moon goddess, never. But everything I said is true, without a single lie. If there's any falsehood, you can do with me as you wish. Shinji was swearing while silently praying in his heart. Type Moon, you guys better not mess up the settings and plot you've written. If anything goes wrong, I'm done for. Still saying such things. Atlanta remained unconvinced. In her heart, Artemis was the epitome of perfection, and she would not tolerate Shinji's blasphemy. The struggle that had just subsided began to intensify again. Not only were her hands and feet in action, but even her teeth joined the fray, biting down on Shinji's right hand like a crazed big cat. Shinji felt the pain but couldn't let go because of it, he had to endure. Fortunately, his pain tolerance was unusually high, so a bite was nothing to him. Bite away, bite away. As long as you can calm down and don't put on the boar skin, bite however you want. I'm a fool for revealing the true face of the moon goddess. At this moment, Shinji realized where he had gone wrong. Atlanta had worshipped the moon goddess her whole life. Compared to her deep-rooted faith, Shinji's words were completely untrustworthy and would only anger her. Moreover, Shinji had misunderstood something. Atlanta wasn't a devout believer but a fanatic. To defend her god, she would do anything. When pushed to the limit, she could become another Spartacus. The only difference was that Spartacus turned into a monster, while Atlanta became a demon. Spartacus could explode, but Atlanta could not. All these mistakes led to the current awkward situation, where Shinji could neither advance nor retreat and had to remain pressed against Atlanta, in a deadlock. The position might seem advantageous, but Shinji had no thoughts in that direction. It wasn't because the girl beneath him wasn't beautiful. Atlanta's beauty was famous in Greek history. If not for her looks, she wouldn't have had so many suitors, so many willing to sacrifice their lives, seek divine help, or use tricks to win her. Nor was it because of her figure. Although Atlanta's figure wasn't as voluptuous as traditional Western women's, she was petite, slender, and curvaceous, with the added allure of her beast ears and tail, and a unique wild charm that was highly lethal. But no matter how pretty or alluring a girl was, she couldn't compare to the cursed and disastrous boar skin. Most of Shinji's attention was on the boar skin, with the remaining bit sensing the changes in the magical energy in the air. At this moment, he eagerly awaited Spartacus's self-destruction. Only then could he seize the opportunity to escape. Fortunately, Spartacus didn't keep Shinji waiting for long. A few minutes later, a wave of magical energy that made everyone uneasy swept across the battlefield. It was a sign that Spartacus could no longer control the ever-growing magical power. Shinji's eyes lit up, and he exerted strength with both his hands and feet. The magic power he had been preparing surged through his body and was released in an instant. The sudden burst of power shook Atlanta's teeth loose and numbed her entire body. Using the recoil, Shinji leaped high, his feet kicking in midair. With the help of his feathered shoes, he flew into the sky, reaching a height Atlanta couldn't touch, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Spartacus is about to self-destruct over there. You should run as far as you can to avoid getting blown up. We'll talk next time. Hopefully, next time you won't be so agitated and give me a chance to speak calmly. With that, Shinji's feathered shoes trembled, and he swiftly flew toward the source of the magical disturbance. Alongside him, a green streak of light cut through the sky. Atlanta lay on the ground, staring blankly in the direction Shinji had left, her expression dazed, lost in thought. After a while, she got up, put away the agrious metamorphosis with one hand, and touched the blood at the corner of her mouth with the other. She sniffed it at her nose and murmured through clenched teeth. Why does it have a familiar taste? P.S. Kemonomami anime girl with animal ears. Chapter 483, Chapter 483, Red and Black Showdown, Karna vs Vlad III. The battle between Red Lancer Karna and Black Berserker Vlad III remains evenly matched. Although both wield spears as their weapons, their styles are completely different. Vlad III attacks by manipulating stakes with a single finger, while Karna shatters targets directly with his spear. Vlad III releases stakes while maintaining distance, while Karna smashes through the stakes as he closes in on his opponent. This process repeats constantly. Mysteries are nullified by stronger mysteries. In this regard, Karna far surpasses Vlad III. From the perspective of his strength in life, the great hero Karna is an extraordinary existence. To bring him down to earth, even the thunder god Indra had to resort to various cunning schemes. Despite being betrayed by all his comrades, he remained the most virtuous and strongest spearman without falling. However, even such a figure cannot bring down Vlad III. Unlike Karna, whose existence might be uncertain, Vlad III is a hero who truly exists in the world. He was feared by neighboring countries, and his people harbored a similar intense fear, yet he was also a revered and worshipped national hero. Without him, our country would not exist. Such a hero, etched in history, has now descended upon this land. Here, his fame is equivalent to that of a great sage. His noble phantasm Kazikli Bey also possesses extraordinary power. Indeed, they are merely ordinary stakes. But, the issue lies in the fact that these stakes can be summoned freely at Vlad III's command. Even though Karna faces such a powerful noble phantasm alone, he remains undaunted. Despite his legs, right shoulder, left side, and left elbow being struck by stakes multiple times, his movements and strength remain unchanged. These are merely minor injuries that can be repaired during the fight. But truly impressive. You shattered 1,000 stakes with your spear, burned 800 stakes with the flames around you, and blocked 2,000 stakes with your golden armor. Red Lancer, you indeed deserve the title of a hero. With your armor, not just stakes, even a battering ram would have no effect. Vlad III's words of praise were met with a solemn response from Karna. You flatter me, Grand Duke. I understand now, these stakes are not just for attack but also for defense, intimidation, and as symbols of terror. Marking territory, defining a castle, and protecting what you cherish, in other words, you attempt to form a nation alone. Is it love for your homeland that drives you, or a sense of duty as a ruler? In a calm tone, Karna pierced through Vlad III's exterior, not his physical exterior, but the exterior of his heart. But here, you have no subordinates to lead. A king may maintain a lofty stance, but there is no king without followers. You made a miscalculation, Impaler. I am a heroic spirit, unafraid to oppose even a nation. Oh, interesting. Vlad III smiled, a fierce smile filled with anger, passion, hatred, and murderous intent. Unafraid to stand alone against my country. Indeed, you are a hero. Against your arrogance, I have already punished you 3 times. Yes, in total, 3 times, my stakes have pierced you. Therefore, you shall die here. Feeling a chilling sensation all over his body, Karna instinctively tried to leap back. However, it was no longer a matter of speed. Because it had already happened, the attack was already over. Your vigilance is impressive. Indeed, Makiri Bey, the stakes themselves are not the noble phantasm. The noble phantasm is the erected stakes themselves. As long as you are in this domain, no matter how much you fortify your defenses, as long as the fact of my attack exists. Within Karna, something began to swell violently. The hard, sharp, and chillingly cold thing was a stake. Karna's golden armor could almost completely defend against stakes, blades, warhammers, and all physical and magical attacks. However, attacks from within were an exception. Moreover, these stakes manifested as if they were piercing the target. Even a wasp, capable of flying freely in the sky with its strong mandibles and venomous stinger for catching prey, would be nothing more than helpless prey if trapped in a spider web layered 10 or 20 times. From the stakes embedded in his body, blood began to drip continuously. Suffering damage while clad in this armor was likely a first for Karna. Seizing this opportunity, Vlad III thrust his spear to claim victory. He never expected this level of injury to be enough to kill Karna. Thus, he did not let this moment slip by. No hero, regardless of their might, could resist while being pierced by stakes. This is the end, Red Lancer. Countless stakes surged like a muddy torrent, and Vlad III charged with his spear. These things might as well have been piranhas rather than noble phantasms. After all, he never ran out of magical energy. As long as he could extract magical energy from homunculi, his stakes could regenerate indefinitely. The figure of 20,000 was merely the maximum number at activation. No matter how many stakes were broken, they would continually regenerate as long as there was magical energy. In other words, this battlefield had effectively been filled with his malicious stakes. It was an unbeatable scenario. Challenging a king who ruled the entire land and commanded an entire nation alone was impossible. But, to the hero Karna, being surrounded by enemies on all sides was merely an extremely ordinary situation. Facing the spear aimed at his forehead, Karna easily brushed away the attack, making it seem as if the stakes piercing his body had caused no harm at all. Even Vlad III was left speechless. At this moment, Karna exerted his extraordinary willpower. Flames. Flames suddenly enveloped Karna's entire body. In an instant, Vlad III realized he intended to burn away the stakes with fire. Just as Vlad III was about to sneer, he froze. The flames were absorbed into Karna's body. Burning, burning, continuously burning, the stakes that had been ravaging Karna were all consumed without a trace. At that moment, stakes rained down on him like a storm. However, they aimed to pierce a being of flames, a scion of the sun even the fire spirits could not burn away. Golden armor, a spear bestowed by the gods. The golden armor granted by his mother's plea, and the divine lineage inherited from the sun god, these merely covered half of the information about the servant Karna. Karna's strongest weapon is his will. A strong will, and a strong heart, a great hero who bore all misfortune without resenting anyone. A man who, despite being given something more special than anyone else, did not consider himself special. Neither arrogant nor complacent, he was a hero who lived a life worthy of his father's great name from birth until his downfall. Therefore, even if his organs were pierced and his arms' nerves severed by mere stakes, even if he endured the mental oppression from countless stakes, even if he suffered unimaginable pain from circulating flames within his body to break free from the current situation, Karna would neither fear nor yield to the enemy. Flames swirled around the two of them. The scene was the same as before. Flames could reduce everything to nothing. However, it was not just that. Grand Duke, I will claim your head. Chapter 484, Chapter 484, Red and Black Showdown surpassing previous strength. After such a prolonged and grueling battle, Karna had discerned Vlad III's weakness, martial skills. Strictly speaking, Vlad III was not a combat-oriented servant. Compared to one-on-one duels, he excelled more in leading troops into battle. Though his combat prowess as a general, commander was competent, it was worlds apart from the apex of numerous heroes like the grand hero Karna, who possessed uncrowned martial arts. In a face-to-face sword fight under equal conditions, Vlad III would likely be killed by Karna in just a few rounds, just like how Shinji was thrashed by Karna in their initial spear fight. Having watched the live battles between Shinji and Karna, as well as Siegfried and Karna, Vlad III was aware of the disparity in their martial prowess. Therefore, he adopted a strategy similar to Shinji's, maintaining a distance and launching relentless attacks with his overwhelming number of stakes, aiming to exhaust Karna. Karna's approach mirrored his initial battle strategy, constantly finding ways to close the distance. Once the gap was bridged, the outcome was inevitable. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Still enveloped in flames, Karna suddenly lunged forward, paying no heed to the damage from the stakes and fire, delivering a fierce thrust towards his opponent's shoulder. This spear strike, like a flash of golden light, was executed with such speed that it was almost imperceptible. This strike encapsulated the essence of Karna's martial prowess, a move that even gods would not underestimate. Karna was confident that if this strike hit its mark, it would alter the battle and potentially the entire red-black showdown. Yes, if it hit. However, this strike did not hit. Karna's fiercely determined thrust, an attack exchanged for significant injuries, was blocked at the last moment by an unremarkable spear. Do not underestimate me, invader. Vlad III's face was twisted with bulging veins, appearing incredibly menacing, like a demon from hell. An exaggeratedly immense power surged down his arm, through the spear, and the clashing spearheads, crashing towards Karna like an avalanche. An unmistakable look of astonishment crossed Karna's normally serene face as he was forced to retreat. Yes, one of the apex combat heroes, Karna, was repelled by Vlad III, who was not known for his martial prowess. With just one spear strike. Using no special techniques. Using no abilities or noble phantasms. With no aid from others. Simply through sheer physical strength, he overwhelmed Karna, who wielded a divine spear with mana burst flame fully activated. Even the metallic warhorse beneath Karna was deformed by this immense power, losing its mobility. This is not something difficult to comprehend once you look at the attribute panel of this black berserker. Class, Berserker. Faction, Black. Master, Darnik Priestone Igd Millennia. True name, Vlad III. Gender, male. Height/weight, 191 cm/86 kg. Attribute, lawful neutral. Parameters. Strength, EX. Endurance, EX. Agility, A. Mana, A. Luck, D. Noble Phantasm, A. Class skills. Mad Enhancement, EX. Normally, Mad Enhancement causes a loss of most rationality in exchange for enhanced parameters. However, Vlad III is an exception. Despite being a berserker, he can still think normally, and converse, and his wish for the Holy Grail remains unchanged. That said, a significantly skilled master is required to handle this extraordinarily powerful servant. Personal skills. Demonic Defender of the State, EX. By securing the ley lines in advance, he can turn a specific area into his territory. Within this territory, Vlad III, as a king, receives combat support equivalent to an A rank, Mad Enhancement, in the Berserker class. His Noble Phantasm, Khazikli Bey, can only be used within the territory established by this skill. Battle Continuation, A. The ability to survive and retreat from battle, or to reach one's camp even in the face of defeat. During the defense against the Turkish invasion, Vlad III never gave up, no matter how dire the situation. Protection of the Faith, A++. A skill possessed only by those who have sacrificed themselves for their religious beliefs. Though called protection, it does not grant blessings from a supreme being. Instead, it represents absolute confidence in one's spirit and body. At excessively high levels, it can cause personality abnormalities. The last two skills are not relevant for now, as Vlad III has not been defeated, and Karna does not possess mind-affecting abilities. The key points are the EX-ranked, Demonic Defender of the State, and the EX-ranked, Mad Enhancement. Vlad III was summoned 2 months in advance. During this time, he traversed the entire area, ensuring all ley lines were under his control, turning the entire Triphos region into his territory. In this territory, he receives a boost comparable to an A-rank, Mad Enhancement. You should know that Lancelot's D-rank, Mad Enhancement, increases all parameters except luck and mana by 1 rank. So what about A-rank? Not to mention that Vlad III's class is Berserker, and he possesses an EX rank, Mad Enhancement, that surpasses the A rank. With all these enhancements, Vlad III's parameters have been elevated to a terrifying level, far beyond the reach of top-tier martial servants from the age of myth like Karna and Achilles. Karna, Strength B, Endurance C, Agility A, Achilles, Strength B+, Endurance A, Agility A+. Every martial artist knows that all techniques are meaningless in the face of absolute power. Though Vlad III's physical abilities are enough to overwhelm Karna's supreme martial arts, defeating him won't be easy for Karna. My name is Vlad the Impaler, the lord of this land. I will not spare any invader. Successfully repelling and neutralizing the crisis posed by Karna, Vlad III tapped the ground with his spear. This simple action created a large pit in the ground, comparable to the impact of a punch from the monster Spartacus, causing Karna to frown. What's even more troublesome is that the stakes he had painstakingly burned down began to emerge again continuously from the ground, as if inexhaustible. This meant that the hard-won advantage Karna had gained was completely negated, and he was now carrying injuries that couldn't be healed quickly. Die, Red Lancer. As he spoke, Vlad III's body was already enveloped by layers of stakes, and more stakes surged toward Karna like a raging torrent. Realizing the unfavorable turn of events, Karna's expression instead returned to calm. He had led a legendary life, overcoming countless challenges, especially in his final battle. Deceived by Indra for giving up the golden armor that granted him immortality, cursed in various ways, and losing all his comrades, Karna never wavered even when fighting alone. That spirit, that valor, that nobility shocked Indra, the god of thunder who orchestrated it all, and filled Karna's archrival, his half-brother Arjuna, with an inexplicable dread and admiration. Ultimately, driven by various factors, Arjuna shot Karna from behind while he was lifting his chariot wheel stuck in the ground. Compared to that, what did this current predicament amount to? This level of power disparity, this degree of despair, if he couldn't endure it, what right did he have to call himself a hero? The flames of the sun swirled, entwining around the immortal blade, shattering and burning the approaching stakes. Come, Lord of Romania, only one of us will leave this place alive. Chapter 485, Red and Black Showdown. The ferocious beast advances. When it comes to will and conviction, Vlad III is not lacking. Facing the overwhelming military might of the Ottoman Empire, he never considered giving up. This is the essence of a heroic spirit, to laugh in the face of overwhelming odds and despair. That's what qualifies one to be called a hero. Moreover, he currently holds the upper hand. If no unforeseen events occur, the two heroes will continue their fierce battle. Given their strength and tenacity, they can fight until dawn. However, the unexpected did happen. As the torrent of stakes and the flames of the sun clashed violently, creating a majestic scene reminiscent of dawn when light and darkness alternate, an even more massive and terrifying magical energy approached rapidly, accompanied by a thunderous, maniacal laugh. Compared to the enormous figure which barely contained otherworldly magical energy visible even from hundreds of meters away, Jeanne d'Arc's petite figure and servant aura running ahead seemed insignificant. He's back again. Hearing the highly recognizable laughter, both spear-wielding heroes simultaneously had the same thought, and their movements involuntarily slowed. The difference was, after a momentary distraction, Vlad III showed a look of joy and intensified his ferocious attacks. Karna, however, had a grim expression. For the first time since the battle began, he abandoned his tactic of closing the distance and retreated, shifting from offense to defense. Both knew that Spartacus was no longer a servant of the Red faction. Although he still bore the title of Red Berserker, he now belonged to the Black faction. Despite his apparent instability and lack of coordination with Vlad III, as long as he didn't attack Vlad III and focused on causing destruction, he would create significant trouble for Karna. Not to mention Spartacus's current abnormal form with 5 eyes and 8 arms, containing magical energy far exceeding the limits of a servant. With this heavyweight factor added to the mix, no matter how firm Karna's will was, he couldn't compensate for the huge difference in power. As Karna hesitated about whether to retreat or move the battlefield, another unexpected event occurred. Spartacus, now close enough, attacked with all 8 arms. 2 of the thick, relatively short arms struck at Jeanne, while the other 6 arms pierced through the flames of the sun and the stakes, attacking both Karna and Vlad III. It seemed he intended to fight 3 top-tier servants alone. "What are you doing, Spartacus? Your enemy is over there." Vlad III, his assault interrupted, was both shocked and furious. However, Spartacus, now completely lost to his madness, didn't heed Vlad III's words. Laughing maniacally, he continued his whip-like arm attacks. Ha 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 ha, death to all oppressors. Accept your judgment, oppressors. Without the stake barrier, Vlad III raised his spear and gritted his teeth, blocking the powerful sweep. 2 forces of equally exceptional power clashed, causing visible ripples in the atmosphere. Has he gone completely mad? Not even the command spells can. Indeed, Spartacus in this state can no longer be restrained by command spells, Jeanne said, now able to catch her breath thanks to Vlad III and Karna sharing the pressure. Ruler, is it? Vlad III glanced at Jeanne, exerting his strength to deflect the whip arm. Did you lead the Red Berserker here? Yes, Jeanne admitted calmly. The Red Archer lured the Red Berserker away to attack me. I simply brought him back, that was my judgment as a ruler. Vlad III had nothing to say to this and could only snort coldly. Enjoying the least pressure due to his position, Karna leisurely remarked. The rebellious gladiator has completely broken free of his chains and intends to judge all oppressors. What do you plan to do, Grand Duke? To the rebel, I sentence you to death. Kazikli Bey. Vlad III could not tolerate rebellion any more than he could tolerate invaders. He intended to skewer the rebel with stakes just as he had done when they first met. This time, however, he would not avoid vital points, he aimed to pierce the rebel's heart, throat, head, and spirit core. Yet, reality once again exceeded Vlad III's expectations. The stakes did indeed pierce Spartacus's body, dozens of them, hitting vital points. But Spartacus did not die, nor did his attacks pause for even a moment. Unlike Karna, who could reduce all external negative interference to a tenth with his golden armor, Spartacus endured the stake's impalement purely through his physical body. He did not lose his life because his body had already completed its repair and regeneration before the damage could be fatal. Since the battle began, Spartacus has suffered countless injuries. Due to the effect of his noble phantasm, crying warmonger, all damage is converted into magical energy and restorative power, turning Spartacus into an unkillable monster. In a voice that was a mix of ecstasy and agony, the rebellious gladiator used brute force to break the stakes piercing his body from the ground. With fragments still tangled with his newly regenerated flesh, he charged at Vlad III, the oppressor standing at the pinnacle of power. Vlad III summoned more stakes, but it was futile. Spartacus's body was only so large, and the stakes were of fixed size. No matter how many were summoned, only so many could pierce his body, insufficient to overwhelm his aberrant regenerative power. Eventually, the stakes could no longer penetrate Spartacus's body, as his insides were filled with stake fragments, forming an incredibly tough internal armor along with his muscles and bones. The immense number of stakes brought no mental pressure to Spartacus either. He was a rebel who rose against oppression. Like a spring, the greater the oppression, the stronger the rebound. Advance, get skewered, repair, continue advancing, get skewered again, repair again. Spartacus repeated this process, destroying more stakes in a short time than Karna had over his prolonged battle. Just a little more, and his hand would reach the tyrant's head. Just a little more, and he would achieve the greatest glory and joy. Spartacus advanced, laughing, continuing to advance. Watching this berserker, Vlad III involuntarily took a step back. Chapter 486, Red and Black Showdown, The Arrival. Vlad III did not retreat out of fear, his will remained as unyielding as iron. However, his body reacted faster than his will when faced with such an aberrant threat. Of course, after a single step back, Vlad III immediately regained control of his body's instincts. Yet, this still filled him with an overwhelming sense of shame. How could I, Vlad III, the supreme ruler of Romania, take a step back before a mere rebel, a monster that has even deviated from humanity? This shame quickly transformed into immense anger, directed not only at his enemy but even more so at himself. This disgrace could only be washed away with blood, repaid with Spartacus's life. In his rage, Vlad III forgot that the fear brought by the unknown is greater than that of known threats. His past ability to repel Turkish invasions was also due to his excessively brutal methods, earning him the name Demon. In 1462 AD, the Ottoman Turkish army of 150,000 invaded Romania, while Vlad III led only 10,000 Wallachian troops. Through thorough guerrilla warfare and scorched earth tactics, he exhausted the Ottoman forces, even evacuating the populace to defend the deserted capital. Leading the Ottoman forces was Mehmed II, known as the Conqueror, who had previously captured Constantinople with its triple walls. Known for his bravery, even he turned pale upon reaching the capital, Bucharest. Surrounding the fortresses were countless stakes, impaling their comrades, their colleagues, and their commanders, 20,000 Turkish soldiers in total. At the sight of this, any hatred for the killers of their comrades vanished instantly. It was simply too terrifying, they could think of nothing else. The person responsible instilled in them a profound fear. Their previous acts of plundering, ravaging, and slaughtering were merely the result of accelerated desires. But this, the approach before them, was utterly horrifying. It was an inhuman method. As a result, Mehmed II was forced to retreat. At that time, Mehmed II had said, "I fear no man. But a demon is another matter." The stakes strewn across the battlefield before Vlad III were an ascended form of this legend. As this tale spread, fermented, and was embellished, it laid the foundation for the infamous vampire Count Dracula, a name completely distinct from the hero Vlad III. Now, Vlad III tasted a sliver of what Mehmed II once felt, though it was a mere fraction. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. His eyes filled with frenzied killing intent, and the rational side that had previously dominated began to fade. After all, he was a berserker, a class defined by madness. Previously, his heroic side had the upper hand, but now, stimulated by another berserker, the true nature of his class started to emerge. Just as Vlad III was about to disregard everything and unleash his full power, willing to expend all his stakes to kill the rebel, countless beams of light suddenly rained down from the sky. What? Those 7 colored beams, beautiful enough to be admired outside the battlefield, were not aimed at Vlad III. It was a familiar howl, mingling agony with joy, which he had heard countless times. Due to the damage he received, the red berserker immediately began healing his torn flesh. However, even for the rebel hero Spartacus, he seemed to be near his limit. No, in reality, he had long surpassed his limit. Continuously enduring, bearing all the suffering and pain, now all he needed was to release it. In an instant, Jeanne d'Arc understood the red faction's intention behind the beams of light shot from the sky and Spartacus's own goal. The target of his deafening roar was the oppressor and his subordinates. That means, is he planning to destroy everything on this battlefield? Although the Red faction was no exception, they were all at the floating fortress now, so moving to a place beyond Spartacus's reach was not impossible. As for the dragon-tooth warriors, they were mere cannon fodder to them, so naturally, the Red faction wouldn't care about the lives of these artificial beings. Karna's subsequent actions confirmed this. The Son of the Sun opened all the plates of his golden armor, shooting out highly concentrated solar flames, and ascended into the sky. Wait, Red Lancer. Master's summoning command. Farewell, ruler, and black berserker. Karna ignored Jean's call, leaving a calm farewell. Then, with his solar flames at maximum output, he propelled his body upwards at high speed, like a golden rocket. Jean instinctively clenched her fists but quickly released them. The Red faction had retreated, and the troublesome ones were now the Black faction. This was likely an unexpected situation for them as well. Who could have anticipated that the crying warmonger would be such a disastrous noble phantasm? The enormous amount of accumulated magical energy in Spartacus's body, which had transformed during the accumulation process, had likely already broken free from the contract's restraints. Even a servant with A-rank magic resistance might only be able to withstand a single command spell, and it probably wouldn't be enough to control him. Command spells are a binding from master to servant. No matter how lowly the existence, as long as they are the master, they stand above the servant. For the rebel hero Spartacus, even in his usual state, it would take 2 command spells to make him obey an order. In his current state, even 3 command spells might not suffice. In other words, the Red Berserker would not stop. If he unleashed his next attack with full force, the damage range would likely encompass the entire battlefield. Worse, even the Millennia Castle situated between the city and the battlefield might not be spared. So, what should we do? Jean, troubled, suddenly turned pale, looking in the direction she had come from with a mix of panic and surprise. Although she couldn't visually capture the targets, she could sense the unique magical energy of 2 servants. That is. A petite Valkyrie wielding a lance, riding a swift eagle, soaring through the sky. A dark blue-haired, dark blue-eyed assassin, wearing feathered shoes, gliding along the ground, swiftly approaching. Chapter 487, Red and Black Showdown, the Master's Strategy. The fortress noble phantasm of the Red Assassin, the Hanging Garden of Babylon, stands eerily silent and stable amidst the tumult of the battlefield. Though surrounded by chaos, this stronghold remains an island of tranquility. The Red Lancer, Karna, lands steadily in the center of the courtyard, sheathing his immortal blade. He walks into the throne room with a calm, measured pace, showing no signs of injury. Welcome back, Lancer. And I apologize for interrupting your battle with Vlad III, greets Shiro, the priest who stands beside the throne. It was he who had ordered Karna to return swiftly to the Hanging Garden. No matter. Karna shakes his head slightly. Staying there would have put my life at risk. Though unaware in advance of Spartacus's monstrous transformation, Karna's judgment remained sharp. Just as Jean had recognized that Spartacus was on the verge of explosion, so did Karna. Given the publicly known effects of crying warmonger, it was clear that Spartacus's final attack would convert all his magical energy into a physical shockwave, resulting in unprecedented destruction. As Jean had noted, Spartacus had surpassed the limits of a servant, reaching new heights. Even with Karna's golden armor mitigating 90% of the damage, the remaining 10% would be lethal if he were at the explosion center. Karna, courageous and steadfast, does not fear powerful foes. However, he is not foolish enough to let a berserker on the verge of self-destruction take him down. Hearing Karna's reasoning, Shiro isn't surprised. He merely smiles and says, "It's good that you realized it. What about the others? They are still fighting." "Because they are far from here, I did not call them back," Shiro replies, pointing to the various projections spread across the room. The Red Rider, Achilles, is locked in an intense battle with the Black Archer, Chiron. They are fully engaged, using fists, arrows, spears, shields, and even their heads in a frenzied fight. The Red Archer, Atlanta, is sprinting at an exaggerated speed towards Achilles' location. The Red Saber, Mordred, is struggling the most against the immensely powerful Artoria. Fortunately, she is not alone in this battle, supported by her master, Kairi Sisigu. In this variant Holy Grail war, most masters have become accustomed to staying in safe places, leaving the fighting to their servants. But not Kairi. Knowing that they would likely face Artoria and aware of the vast gap between Mordred and Artoria, he prepared meticulously. He has scattered over a dozen eyes of the owl around the battlefield, using visual sharing magic to observe from multiple angles. Additionally, he has established a visual link with Mordred to provide real-time information as needed. This setup ensures that Mordred can see Artoria's every move clearly, regardless of her maneuvers. The eyes of the owl, constructed differently from human eyes, can handle what human eyes cannot. This allows Kairi to employ necromantic interference against Artoria effectively. While direct magecraft on a servant isn't feasible due to their magic resistance, indirect interference is still possible. For example, using magecraft to lift a stone and throw it, or as Makiri often does, creating a large cloud of toxic mist. The toxicity of the mist isn't Makiri's goal, rather, he seeks to impair Artoria's vision. Before the battle, Makiri asked Mordred about the weaknesses of instinct. Mordred explained that while instinct can sense danger, it is a form of crisis intuition and not actual sight, thus often failing to provide precise judgment. For instance, if someone attacks Mordred from behind, she can sense the danger and even pinpoint where the weapon is aimed, but not what kind of weapon it is, be it a sword, spear, or dagger. Therefore, while instinct is highly useful, it cannot replace all senses. Impairing the senses is effective even against those with instinct. For a normal warrior, the most important sense is undoubtedly vision. Scythe releases the toxic mist precisely to weaken Artoria's vision. Artoria wouldn't normally be concerned about conventional mist, as she has mana burst and invisible air, which can easily blow the mist away. However, this time is different. This is a battlefield, a necromancer's paradise, filled with corpses, not just any corpses. The combat homunculi, born from the combined technologies of the Ig Millennia and Einsborn families, all possess top-tier magic circuits, making them excellent magical materials for a necromancer. Without expending much mana, simply embedding a spell formula into these corpses causes their high-quality magic circuits to automatically transform, producing repulsive and noxious gas. At first, Artoria managed to disperse the mist a few times. But eventually, all the nearby corpses turned into toxic mist generators. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't clear it all at once, forcing her to fight under severely restricted visibility. In contrast, Mordred, benefiting from the visual sharing of the owl's eyes, was far less affected. Besides the toxic mist, Scythe did much more. For instance, he would activate Corpse Explosion when Artoria approached a corpse, disrupting her balance and splattering her with debris. Furthermore, he would occasionally fire a few shots. This time, Scythe wasn't using a modified magic-imbued double-barreled shotgun but a real rifle equipped with night vision, loaded with armor-piercing rounds. Though these bullets lacked enchantments and couldn't harm a servant, Scythe never intended to cause harm. His goal was always interference. The balance of power gradually shifted from a one-sided battle to occasional counters, and eventually to an even exchange. By the time Artoria realized something was amiss and aimed to eliminate Scythe first, he had already moved beyond her range of perception. Through his actions, Scythe demonstrated to all participants that the Holy Grail War is not just a stage for servants but also masters. A master can do more than just issue commands, ensure their safety, heal their servants, and use command spells. They can provide comprehensive support to their servants. Chapter 488, Red and Black Showdown, Shakespeare's True Intentions. Just as Karna and Shiro observed the myriad projections, a shockwave emanated from the bottom of the garden, causing the entire place to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. Ugh, this is bad. Seated on the throne steps, the Red Caster nearly dropped his laptop during his impromptu composition. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved it just in time. Breaking the laptop would be a minor issue, but losing the hard-earned manuscript of the grand battle would be devastating to him. Every creator understands the importance of inspiration. At certain moments, witnessing certain scenes, the inspired and impassioned words that come forth are irreplaceable. Even a literary giant like Shakespeare, who stands at the pinnacle of human literary history, is no exception. Carefully, he glanced at the laptop screen and, seeing the document intact, sighed with relief. Thank goodness. What was that just now? The last part of his sentence was directed at Semiramis, the Red Assassin, who sat regally upon the throne. It was the aftermath of Berserker's attack. Has it reached here already? It seems he's nearing his limit. No matter how high the rank of a noble phantasm, it cannot sustain endless regeneration and growth. Each of Spartacus's recoveries accumulates pain, and even he, who takes pleasure in suffering, has reached his threshold after enduring so many attacks. The Empress of Assyria commanded the Hanging Gardens to ascend. If that weapon targeted the garden, it would be no joke. His true target should be the Millennia Fortress. But, couldn't the Holy Grail be damaged? Rest assured. The Greater Grail is located underground in the castle. It isn't something mere rubble can destroy. As long as Berserker doesn't actively attack it, there should be no issue. However, he no longer retains that level of rationality. Now then, with things progressing this far, I need to confirm something with you. I also have something I want to clarify. Please, you go first, Your Imperial Majesty. What exactly are you scheming? Though Semiramis maintained her charming smile, her eyes bore a cold, penetrating intensity as she stared at Castor, like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. In response, Shakespeare showed no sign of sweating or nervousness. Instead, he simply offered a puzzled expression, as if saying, "Is this the appropriate place to discuss it?" The Red Lancer is still here. This courage surprised Semiramis. Do not worry, our conversation is only audible to you and me. As she commanded the garden to ascend, she also activated a special magic. Though it appeared the four were in the same room, they were actually in two separate spaces. I see. Shakespeare lowered his head again, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Though he had only had the laptop for a little over 10 hours, he was already adept at using it for writing, showcasing his talent in this area. It's nothing. As I mentioned before, I am merely following and observing our master. Father Shiro, to document his story. A chronicler, are you? Exactly. Indeed, our master's wish upon the Holy Grail is grand and ethereal, yet as fragile as glasswork, fraught with countless trials and obstacles. Whether he can overcome these trials is an unknown. However, if our master were to surmount all these trials and ultimately reach that, the role you play would cease to exist in this world. Upon hearing Semiramis's words, Shakespeare raised a finger and wagged it from side to side. You've got two things wrong. First, the most important part of a story isn't the ending, but the journey to reach that ending. Even if the ending is predetermined, as long as the journey is captivating, it's still a superb story. That's what we writers strive for our whole lives. Second, what I'm watching and recording is not the master's wish, but the master himself. Indeed, that wish is grand, and everything that happens in pursuit of it makes for an excellent story, which is immensely appealing to me. But compared to the myriad mysteries hidden within the master, the wish itself is insignificant. You've noticed it too, haven't you, Empress of Assyria? Our master's identity isn't as simple as it appears. Even though the surface is already quite extraordinary, it's only a ripple on the ocean, beneath which lies a fearsome, unfathomable undercurrent. I have a feeling that while the master speaks of saving humanity and strives for it, deep down, he doesn't truly want this wish to come true. This contradiction has led him to miss many opportunities to weaken the Black Camp, intentionally or not. What does the master want? That's the question I want to ask you. You've spent more time with him, can you give me any clues? Semiramis hesitated for a long moment before finally replying, I don't know either. Of course, she knew what Shakespeare was talking about. Shiro didn't want to achieve that wish but was compelled to pursue it for some reason. She also knew that the name Shiro Kodomine was fake, and even the hidden identity of Amakusa Shiro was problematic. But the more she knew, the more questions she had. The young man who always wore a gentle smile, had a bit of a childish streak, and occasionally acted foolishly was like a treasure chest, you never knew what you'd find inside. She had made many guesses, only to quickly overturn them herself. Eventually, even theories about visitors from other worlds and aliens came to mind, which she found absurd. Shakespeare, with his head bowed, did not see Semiramis's expression and was not disappointed by her response. He simply continued speaking with passion, look, another mystery. Delving into these mysteries is my pursuit, and this is what makes the story fascinating. Who knows, I might write a masterpiece the likes of which has never been seen before. What could be more exciting than that? Ah, my brain is trembling. Is that so? That does make sense. Semiramis rubbed her temples and composed herself. Then how do you explain letting Berserker go earlier? This issue was a thorn in Semiramis's side. The playwright before her would do anything for a gripping narrative. If the master's plan went too smoothly, he might create some turmoil himself to stir things up. You mean that? It's not worth making a fuss over. Even the master rejects it deep down, I was merely following his heart. You might not know, but I've spent some time in the court, so I have a bit of a knack for reading people. Oh. Then can you guess what I'm thinking now? Semiramis turned her palm over, the nails flashing with a cold light. Warning me not to do something like that again, or you'll kill me. Shakespeare's expression remained unchanged. Such was the spirit of a heroic spirit, no weapons, no magic, yet still exuding such poise. Don't worry, I won't do it again. Things have progressed to this point, there will be others to interfere even if I don't. Who do you think it will be? Who else? It's her, lost and bewildered in her ignorance. Ruler, right. Indeed, the privileges she holds are quite a threat, but aren't we already working on countermeasures? No, no. While her privileges are indeed threatening, what's truly fearsome is her nature. What, do you know her? A saintly heroic spirit brandishing the holy banner, there aren't many like that in the world. She is the revered enemy of my homeland. The tragic, country girl who heeded the voice of God and walked towards ruin, Saint Jeanne d'Arc. Oh, so she's an enemy of your country. Semiramis laughed. As she said, Jeanne d'Arc, as France's savior, had raised the banner of rebellion and routed the English army. Although she was eventually captured through betrayal, the enmity ran deep. At the time, English literature depicted her as an enemy, condemning her in various ways. No, there's no enmity left now. England and France are irrelevant. But if she comes to interfere, we'll have to ruthlessly crush her. Will you do it? Me? How could that be possible? I'll leave those matters to you, your Imperial Majesty. Shakespeare laughed loudly, while Semiramis sighed, saying, I knew you would say that. Then, she turned her gaze to the largest projection in the center of the throne room. What do you plan to do? Chapter 489, Chapter 489, Red and Black Showdown, Pillar to the Sky. What do you plan to do? It wasn't just the red assassin, Semiramis, who asked this question. Her master, Priest Shiro, also voiced the same query. The difference was that Semiramis was focused on Jeanne d'Arc, whose life creed was entirely different from her own, while Shiro was concerned with another person, a man standing beside Jeanne, occasionally casting a malicious glance at the hanging gardens. Let me see what surprises you can bring me. Shiro's right hand unconsciously brushed the hilt of his sword, a fleeting hint of sharpness unnoticed by anyone. What was Shinji planning to do? Is there even a question? Of course, he would tell the truth. The moment he landed and steadied himself, he immediately grabbed Vlad III's spear. Grand Duke, wait. Assassin, what are you doing here? Vlad III was not Spartacus, he wouldn't attack indiscriminately. I'm here to save you, Shinji got straight to the point. Save me. Vlad III frowned slightly, unable to grasp Shinji's meaning for a moment, which slowed his command over the stakes. Seizing this opportunity, Spartacus swung his 8 arms simultaneously, launching a flurry of attacks at the three standing together. As Shinji retreated, he shouted towards the sky, Rider. Oh! Here I come. A spirited voice descended from above, and a magnificent platinum spear narrowly grazed Spartacus's body. Noble Phantasm, Trap of Argalia, activated. Any servant struck by the spear would have their legs below the knees forcibly turned into spirit form, causing them to lose balance and fall, regardless of how many legs they had. Naturally, Spartacus fell. Due to his immense size and weight, he fell completely, unable to support himself with his hands like a human. Taking advantage of the pause, Shinji continued to explain, this guy's about to self-destruct. If you stay, even you'll be blown to bits. This, I understand. Vlad III wasn't foolish. Though initially enraged, once he calmed down, he could easily sense the terrifying magical energy within Spartacus. He didn't hesitate any longer and retreated at top speed. With agility parameters at A, his full-speed run was faster than the warhorse puppets he had used earlier. After persuading Vlad III to retreat, Shinji turned to Jeanne and said, Ruler, you should retreat too. But, Jeanne glanced unwillingly at the hanging gardens above. They had come so far, should they give up now? Don't worry, I have arrangements in place. Trust me, Shinji said with a wink and a smile. I understand, Jeanne nodded and began to retreat as well. Good, the first step is done. Now I should, no, just to be safe. As he spoke, Shinji manifested Ishtar's war spear, using its divine power to shake the earth. This made the already perforated ground even more fragile. With just a slight struggle from Spartacus, the ground beneath him started to collapse, making it even harder for him to get up and give chase. Satisfied with his work, Shinji nodded and, with his feathered shoes, took off after Vlad III. The reason he pursued Vlad III and not Jeanne was that he needed his help. Grand Duke, what is the maximum range of your noble phantasm? Ah, I'm not trying to pry into your secrets, it's just 1 kilometer. Before Shinji could finish, Vlad III directly revealed this secret information, which should not be disclosed to other servants. This display of leadership and decisiveness moved Shinji slightly. He admitted to himself that he couldn't be so forthright. He had prepared a whole speech, but it turned out to be unnecessary. After a brief pause, Shinji continued. Then stop 1 kilometer away. At that time, please wait for my signal and use your noble phantasm on Spartacus. I understand, but at that distance, I can't guarantee it will be lethal. The lethality is secondary. I need you to use the stakes as a lift to raise Spartacus as high as possible, as close to the Red faction's base as possible. You're planning to. A hint of excitement flashed in Vlad III's red eyes. I'm going to set up the Red faction. As they spoke, the two had already flown 1 kilometer away. Rider, how's it going? Shinji stopped and activated mental communication. This wasn't a spell activated through the master-servant contract but a special skill learned from Chiron. Although it had many limitations compared to the mental communication of the master-servant contract, it was undeniably very useful. It's a bit bad. That monster has already crawled out of the pit and is heading towards you. It looks pretty scary. Listening to Astolfo's voice, Shinji could almost imagine him patting his chest and sticking out his tongue. Is that so? Then we need to hurry. Be ready and wait for my signal. Oh, leave it to me. I've been itching for a big fight for a long time. It's up to you. With that, Shinji suddenly turned his head and looked at Vlad III, Grand Duke. Please. Hearing this, Vlad III raised his left hand. The surging dark magical energy swept out like shadow tides, instantly covering the entire surrounding ground and quickly extending into the distance. In the blink of an eye, Spartacus's body began to tremble, not due to his monstrous berserker charge, but because of the deep earth, which had turned into the territory of the Grand Duke, encompassing the entire ley line of Triphos. Kazikli Bay. With Vlad III's commanding voice, his left fist clenched tightly. In the next second, hundreds of stakes burst through the ground, crashing violently into Spartacus's body. Yes, crashing. The stakes' movement could no longer be described as stabbing. The sharp stakes did not pierce from various angles as before but converged into a massive iron pillar that rose directly from the ground, lifting Spartacus's enormous body into the air. The iron pillar was not a simple cylindrical shape, it was tapered, narrower at the top, and wider at the base, resembling a cone with its tip cut off. This design ensured the pillar would not collapse due to its height. Realizing that the oppressors were getting farther away, Spartacus roared loudly and struggled frantically, trying to break free from the iron pillar formed by the stakes and return to the ground to continue his rebellion. However, the oppressor standing at the pinnacle of power was well prepared. The stakes, which had initially formed a single pillar, suddenly spread outwards, transforming into over a dozen steel rods as thick as a child's arm. These either pierced or locked around Spartacus's body, securely binding him. At this point, it was no longer hundreds of stakes converging but thousands twisted into a single entity. It wouldn't take long for the number of stakes to break into 5 digits. This is the achievement of the Black Berserker. This is the great feat that Vlad III could not accomplish in his lifetime. This is the miracle that Romania's greatest hero could achieve only with the faith boost from his homeland. Chapter 490, Red and Black Showdown, Astolfo's Charge. Seeing such a scene, Shakespeare laughed loudly, Shiro was dumbfounded, Karna remained expressionless, and Semiramis snorted angrily. Using such petty tricks. With her left hand, she quickly drew in the air, releasing a beam of purple magical energy. Semiramis chose her point of attack very cleverly. The beam did not directly strike Spartacus's body but instead swept along the edge of his body, hitting the stakes below. Though thin, the beam was highly concentrated and pure magical energy, containing heat comparable to Karna's solar flames. The conical structure of the iron pillar made it more fragile the higher it went. In an instant, the upper part of the iron pillar was cut diagonally. Spartacus's body lost its support and began to fall along the diagonal cut of the iron pillar. Damn it! Seeing this, Vlad III couldn't help but be enraged. He poured his magical energy into his noble phantasm without regard for cost, causing new stakes to rapidly grow from the originally smooth surface of the iron pillar. However, it was already too late. The 1 kilometer distance ensured that the stakes' growth speed couldn't match Spartacus's rate of destruction. Being restrained and away from his oppressors, his desire for destruction had long been uncontrollable, and the scattered stakes couldn't stop Spartacus's monstrous strength. Assassin. Vlad III, helpless, turned his gaze to Shinji. I knew it wouldn't be this easy, but... Shinji snorted coldly and once again connected telepathically with Astolfo. It's your turn now. Release Hippogriff and knock him into the sky, as high as possible. To make the most of this bomb, Shinji had made several preparations. Vlad III's iron pillar reaching the sky was just the opening move. Astolfo was the main force of this operation, not only because of the tremendous impact brought by Hippogriff's charge but also because of the unique nature of Hippogriff, which ensured that Astolfo could withstand Spartacus's self-detonation unharmed. Finally, it's my turn. Hippogriff, charge. With Astolfo's energetic shout, the mythical beast, with the upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a horse, let out a resounding cry that echoed through the sky. Its wings flapped with all their might, continuously increasing its speed and generating visible blue wind pressure, making it look like a blue meteor from afar. It's not that easy, cute little Valkyrie. Semiramis sneered. She had guessed Astolfo's plan the moment he activated Hippogriff. However, Hippogriff's speed was so fast that even Semiramis couldn't weave a spell to stop it in time. Of course, she wasn't entirely unprepared. She had hidden a squad of dragon-wing soldiers at the garden's edge. Though few and merely cannon fodder, they could play a crucial role at critical moments, like now. Hundreds of dragon-wing soldiers flew out from the ever-rising garden, rushing toward Spartacus, and the rapidly ascending Hippogriff below. Their purpose wasn't to knock down Hippogriff, that was impossible. Even the weakest magical beasts couldn't compete with Hippogriff, no matter how many squads of dragon-wing soldiers were sent. Their role was simply to die, as obstacles to slow down Hippogriff. Most of riders mounted noble phantasms can destroy any obstacle at high speeds. Be it Astolfo's Hippogriff or Achilles' chariot, they all work this way. If their speed is restricted, the noble phantasm's destructive power is significantly reduced. And with Hippogriff's small frame, without speed, it certainly couldn't rely solely on strength to push the mutated Spartacus. Even if it could, Spartacus could simply punch it away. Just before the dragon-wing soldiers launched their suicide attack, Astolfo first let out a surprised "whoa," and then, as if remembering something, clapped his hands together. This is the perfect time to use this. When he spread his hands apart, one of them held a palm-sized horn, seemingly made from the horn of some animal. Alright, let's line up nicely. Here we go, La Black Luna, magic flute that calls panic. As he spoke, the horn hanging at his waist suddenly enlarged. Disperse. He took a deep breath and then blew into the horn with all his might. The high-pitched sound of the horn echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, both the homunculi and the dragon-winged soldiers looked up at the sky. The roar of a dragon, the cry of a giant bird, the neigh of a divine horse, this magical sound, comparable to these noises, instantly obliterated over 100 dragon-winged soldiers. And it was literal obliteration. It wasn't as simple as the mythical description of the demonic birds fled in fear upon hearing the sound, it was a wide-range destructive weapon. Alright, straight ahead, straight ahead. I'm going in. The horn disintegrated into spirit particles, and Astolfo once again gripped the reins with both hands. At this moment, Hippogriff had just reached the base of the towering iron pillar. It then rapidly ascended, soaring upwards, and slammed hard into the underside of Spartacus, a structure made of multiple feet. It had no offensive capability and was very soft and elastic, making it the safest place to hit. Woohoo! The blue wind pressure surrounding Hippogriff poured mercilessly onto Spartacus's underside, tearing out countless chunks of flesh. With Hippogriff's impact at over 400 miles per hour, Spartacus's massive body, which had been sliding down the iron pillar, was lifted again, quickly surpassing the top of the pillar and continuing to rise. Oppressors. Damn oppressors. Damn oppressors. The frenzied gladiator frantically swung his 8 arms, but the thick and massive underside, which materialized to support his ever-growing body, severely hindered his movements. He could only roar continuously and lash his underside with his whip-like arms, turning it into a bloody mess. In the Hanging Gardens, Shakespeare shifted his attention from the notebook in his hand to the screen, whistling softly. So there's this trick too, huh? Oh dear, this could be troublesome. Just to be sure, can the Hanging Gardens withstand the gladiators' final rebellion? I think it will be difficult, Father Shiro sighed. Although I prepared as many materials as possible and made numerous adjustments, handling Spartacus's self-destruction might be a bit too much. The core area should be fine, but the periphery is uncertain. Master, was this situation within your calculations as well? As the human bomb drew closer, threatening to enter the range of the Hanging Gardens at any moment, Semiramis returned to her usual lazy and disheveled demeanor, looking at her master with a half-smile. Don't mock me. There's no way I could have foreseen things going this far, Shiro said with a wry smile. Use whatever means you have. We can't let the garden we worked so hard to create be destroyed just like that. I understand. Well then, let me drive away both the mad dog and the Valkyrie. Semiramis extended her right hand and gently snapped her fingers, producing a crisp sound. Chapter 491, Red and Black Showdown, Self-Destruction. With a single snap of Semiramis's fingers, the magical energy of the entire Hanging Gardens converged at the tip of the central tower. The extraordinary purple radiance, which had once blasted Siegfried away and forced Vlad III into full defense, was reignited. In the next second, it transformed into a torrent no less formidable than the iron pillar piercing the sky, roaring forth. This torrent instantly engulfed Spartacus's body. The intense heat contained within began to melt the berserker's form, skin, fat, muscle, blood vessels, blood, nerves, bones, and organs, as if it intended to completely vaporize the human bomb approaching the Hanging Gardens. For the first time, Spartacus made no sound upon being struck, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. His throat and vocal cords had been destroyed by the heat. Yet the magic cannon's effects were not limited to high temperatures. It also delivered a massive physical impact. Under this impact, in less than a breath's time, the upward momentum brought by Hippogriff was halted. No matter how much Astolfo squeezed out his magical energy, or how hard Hippogriff flapped its wings, they could not overcome the immense pressure from the magic cannon. They could only watch helplessly as their ascent slowed, stopped, and then began to descend from the highest point. This was why Semiramis was so composed. A full-speed Hippogriff was hard to catch, but one carrying Spartacus was a simple moving target, requiring no complex spells, just a maximum output cannon blast to send it back. As Astolfo began to fall, he was in a panic, muttering, oh no, what should I do, assassin. Despite the shock, Shinji remained calm. He bit his lip and made a decision, don't do anything. Just hold on as long as you can. Leave the rest to me. But what should I? You'll find out soon. With that, Shinji cut off his connection with Astolfo and, with a powerful leap, launched himself into the air. Master, I have a request. A request? What request? Shinji's master was, of course, Fiori, who was intently watching the magical projection, monitoring Shinji's every move. She was accompanied by the entire Igdmillennia faction, led by Darnik. Wait for my signal. As soon as I give it, use a command spell to pull me back to your side. Do it fast as you can. If you're late, I might be nothing but ashes. Huh? Why? No time to explain. Just be quick. Oh, and prepare for an impact. Impact. Fiori was about to ask more, but Shinji had already severed the telepathic link. Nearby, Calls asked, "What's going on, sister?" Assassin said we should prepare for an impact. Impact? From where? I think it has something to do with what they're doing. Darnik, ever the seasoned strategist, had already figured out part of the plan. With a wave of his cane, he activated the castle's defensive spells. Though he wasn't sure how effective modern magical defenses would be against servants, it was better than nothing. Fiori, Calls, Selenik, and Roche all joined in to help. At that moment, Gord suddenly pointed to one of the magical projections. Hey, look at this. The previously clear screen was suddenly overtaken by a shimmering radiance. At the center of the light was something white, something even purer than the radiance itself. It was something that had long disappeared from this world, something older than Astolfo's hippogriff, a fantastical being from the age of myths. Is that a Pegasus? Fiori's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the pure white mythical creature ridden by Shinji. Yes, Darnik replied, slightly moved. And it doesn't seem to be an ordinary Pegasus. When it comes to entities related to Pegasus, only a few come to mind, Call said thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. The image of the pure white horse with wings appears in Greek mythology. There are 5 figures associated with it in myths. Medusa, Pegasus was born from Medusa's blood. Perseus killed Medusa and either rode Pegasus away or Pegasus flew away by itself. The Muses, Pegasus later landed on Mount Helicon, creating the Hippocrene Spring, a source of inspiration for poets. In some versions, Pegasus became the Muses' mount. Athena tamed Pegasus. Bellerophon, Athena gave Pegasus to Bellerophon, who used it to battle the Chimera. Bellerophon later attempted to fly to Olympus and join the gods, but Zeus sent a gadfly to sting Pegasus, causing Bellerophon to fall to his death. Zeus then placed Pegasus in the sky as a constellation. 2 of these deities couldn't possibly be summoned due to the limitations of the Fuyuki Holy Grail system. Medusa, being a Gorgon, was also unlikely. This left only Bellerophon and Perseus, and considering the relic Fiori used, the answer was clear. That liar. What, forgot his name assassin, what, impossible to be Perseus, it's all lies. Fiori was furious, gritting her teeth in anger. When you come back, I'll make sure you pay for this. Unaware of his master's anger, Shinji, even if he knew, would have just laughed it off. This plan couldn't afford to fail, and Shinji had to use every available resource. Pegasus was his final safety net, meant to counter unforeseen circumstances, such as Semiramis's magical interference, Astolfo possibly being knocked away by Spartacus, Hippogriff being unable to support Spartacus's weight alone, or Semiramis intercepting with magic. Given the critical nature of this move, the misunderstandings of his master and the entire Black faction were insignificant. The Pegasus, a creature comparable to dragonkind, beat its pure white wings, releasing immense magical energy as it soared into the sky. The spectacle rivaled the full-force blast of Semiramis's magic cannon. Amidst the diffusing radiance, Shinji pulled on the reins and loudly declared the true name of his most powerful noble phantasm. Bellerophon, bridal of chivalry. And then, like a comet, he surged towards the moon. Chapter 492, Red and Black Showdown, the Burning King. Bellerophon, bridal of chivalry. Rank, A+ type, anti-army noble phantasm range, 250 maximum targets. This noble phantasm is a rare type consisting of reins and a whip, possessing extraordinary capabilities in both offense and defense. It significantly enhances the abilities of the summoned mythical creature. When used, all of its stats increase by 1 rank, and AC increases by 100. Indeed, although Pegasus, the Bellerophon, was Shinji's final trump card, to truly unleash its power, he had to use the noble phantasm Bellerophon, bridal of chivalry. Many people find it hard to believe, but the famous Pegasus, the Bellerophon, which rivals dragonkind, has a very gentle temperament and finds it difficult to be serious in battle. Without the bridle of chivalry to incite its ferocity, it wouldn't even actively charge at enemies. The bridle's properties also significantly enhance Pegasus's attributes, elevating both its attack and defense to extraordinary heights. In this state, neither Astolfo's hippogriff nor Achilles' immortal steed could match Bellerophon. This is why Shinji dared to charge against the magical cannon's assault. This is why Shinji dared to collide head-on with Spartacus without worrying about his counterattack. Extraordinary attack meets extraordinary defense, so who fears whom? At least for a short time, Spartacus couldn't crush him, and that time was enough to propel him upwards. Of course, Shinji wouldn't dare to face the final self-destruction head-on. Extraordinary attack and defense are ultimately within conventional limits and don't apply against a trump card noble phantasm. Even if it's not an EX-ranked noble phantasm, breaking through extraordinary conventional defense isn't difficult. In Fate/Stay Night, Rider Medusa, in her bridal of chivalry state, was still obliterated by Saber Artoria's Excalibur, proving that Pegasus's defense couldn't withstand an A++ ranked anti-fortress noble phantasm. Judging by the increasing magical density in the air, Spartacus's self-destruction's destructive power was no less than the true name release of Excalibur, which Pegasus couldn't possibly withstand. Hence, Shinji planned for Fiori to move him away at the critical moment to avoid being Spartacus's cushion. Pegasus's body emitted an intense radiance, pure and dazzling, surpassing even the magical cannon fired by the Hanging Gardens. In less than a blink of an eye, the descending momentum of the mass of flesh was halted and began to ascend at an even more exaggerated speed. Seeing this, Semiramis increased her magical output, now utilizing not just the garden's magic but also the support provided by her master Shiro through their contract. Generally, a modern magus' magical energy is a drop in the ocean compared to the Hanging Gardens. But Shiro was different, the magical energy stored within him was even greater than that of the gardens. With this infusion, the diameter of the extraordinary level magical cannon almost instantly doubled. Go up! Shinji roared, leaning forward, placing his hands beside Pegasus's neck, urging its wings to flap even more powerfully. At this point, having come this far, how could he give up? How could he lose to a mere magical cannon? There was only one goal, to send that indistinguishable mass of flesh into the isolated aerial garden. To use that miraculous structure, built by the powerful, as the rebellious gladiator's grave. A pure white comet, a purple torrent, clashed with Spartacus's battered body as the focal point of their contest. The high temperatures from the EX-ranked magical cannon and the pressure from the extraordinary physical attack compressed the mass of flesh by a third almost instantly, with another third lost during the previous tug-of-war. As time passed, the previously sufficient fulcrum for both mythical beasts to exert their power became less stable. After a while, Astolfo was swept away by the shock waves generated by Pegasus and the magical cannon. Throughout, he never had any intention of retreating. No matter how anxious or fearful he was, he steadfastly held his position, living up to the name of one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins. Ugh! Ah! The hippogriff flew unsteadily into the distance amidst its master's cries of pain. With the sensitivity of a legendary steed and the sharpness of a griffin, it sensed something was amiss. At the same time as Astolfo's retreat, Shinji once again heard Spartacus's voice. His throat and vocal cords hadn't recovered, and as a gladiator, he knew nothing of magic, yet he still conveyed his emotions and joy. In his final moments, his will transcended his physical limitations. Destroy all oppression, utterly crush the symbols of power. Yes, caught between two torrents of power, he had finally reached his limit. The colossal servant, resembling a god of curses, unleashed his final strike toward the sky. His heart was filled with an intoxicating sense of happiness. He had gone mad, even he recognized his madness. But he couldn't stop. He was inherently unable to endure belonging to anyone. No, it wasn't just that. He felt a perverse pleasure from being despised and harmed. A sensation of something sediment-like accumulating within him brought him infinite joy. So, he always laughed. When this accumulation reached its critical point, Spartacus enacted his rebellion. As long as oppressors existed in the world, his pleasure and rage would never cease. Now, in his second life, he was delivering the most powerful strike of his career. His vision distorted, and the pain of his body parts gradually transforming into something else tormented his mind. But it was nearly over. This was not merely a full-force strike but an ultimate destruction that required sacrificing everything. Ah. He even sighed. He paid no attention to how grotesquely his body had transformed. The gladiator, who dedicated his life to rebellion, finally delivered that strike. The targets were all oppressors in this Holy Grail war. The Empress in the Hanging Gardens, overlooking everything from on high. The lord of this land, commanding great power. The arbitrator, standing above all servants and factions, watching from afar. And even the master of Pegasus, who continued to exert control over him. Destroy. Annihilate. Vanish. Everything. It was a strike almost capable of touching the moon and striking down stars. Under this strike, born of all his pain and life, the purple magical torrent and the pure white Pegasus comet lost their colors. Throughout the entire world, only this unique light of destruction remained. In both life and death, this was the highest, strongest rebellious punch of his career. Whether his fist and sword would reach the oppressors, he could never know, nor did he intend to. The ascetic gladiator, who dedicated his entire life to rebellion, ended his life with a smile. Chapter 493, Red and Black Showdown, Playing Dumb. Spartacus's final blow was nothing short of a disaster, akin to a malicious and cursed hurricane, earthquake, and tsunami. Converting his immense magical power entirely into a destructive force, it shook the heavens and rocked the earth. The massive magical energy spread wildly around, creating a shockwave so immense that it rendered all present servants momentarily paralyzed. The Red Rider and Black Archer, who were facing off, temporarily halted their battle and rushed out from the forest. The Red Saber and Black Lancer, whose swords and spears were clashing, simultaneously withdrew their weapons and looked up at the sky. At the two ends of the battlefield, Black Berserker and Ruler simultaneously released their noble phantasms, constructing a defensive perimeter. Black Saber and the Phantom Puppet ceased their fierce battle, turning their gaze to the destructive light that dimmed the silver moon and the countless stars. Black Caster ceased manually controlling the golems. Red Archer halted her sprint, her face showing undisguised astonishment. The EX-ranked anti-world noble phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, let out a wail. Red Caster sat on the ground, clutching his laptop tightly with both hands. The intricate spell formations before Red Assassin Semiramis interwove, using every means to withstand the explosion's impact. Red Lancer's expression was stern, his eyes filled with both regret and gravity as he looked at the projection filled with white light. Only Father Shiro's eyes moved, a smile playing on his lips, lost in thought. Even the Black Faction's stronghold, Millennia Castle, was affected. Fortunately, with Shinji's prior warning, Darnik and the others activated the defenses accumulated by their family over generations. Being far from the explosion center, Millennia Castle suffered minimal damage. Aside from some damage to the outer walls, the rest remained intact. As the explosion's blinding light turned night into day, deep blue spiritual particles gathered behind Fiori, transforming into the figure of a young man. As soon as the young man appeared, he began patting his chest, looking quite relieved. Oh my, that was close. If I had been a moment later, I would have been buried with Spartacus. As expected of my master, your timing was perfect. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Fiori's large blue eyes narrowed halfway, her eyelids pulling up at the corners, her beautiful pupils shifting to the side as she tilted her face, giving Shinji a sidelong glance. Her entire demeanor exuded a repressive atmosphere, making Shinji's heart skip a beat. Hearing Shinji's question, Fiori snorted heavily and flicked her long hair. Why am I looking at you like this? Don't you know in your heart? Shinji scratched his cheek, nervously probing, I'm not quite sure. Could you give me a hint? Really? Fiori's eyes narrowed further, then think it over carefully before you speak. Wow, even without looking, he could feel the intense resentment. Why did he suddenly feel like a heartless scoundrel? As Shinji complained inwardly, he glanced at calls for help. He knew perfectly well why Fiori was angry, but in the current situation, anything he said or did would only make her more upset. Hence, he needed external intervention, and Calls, who had grown up with Fiori, was the perfect choice. Calls, whom Shinji regarded as the most emotionally intelligent men in the family, quickly understood the meaning behind Shinji's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he whispered, Pega's true name. Shinji continued to play dumb. Fiori's face grew even angrier, her gaze as sharp as a knife enveloping her brother as well. Calls felt a chill in his heart and quickly said, You mean you don't know your real name? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Fine, you're something. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Calls was also a bit angry. Don't know your real name, huh? Then how do you explain the Pegasus? Sister told me that you denied being Perseus. Oh, that. I don't know how to explain it either, but I'm not Perseus. Shinji's face was full of helplessness, his expression as innocent as can be. If you're not Perseus, then are you Bellerophon? Don't compare me with that narcissist. Then you can't be Medusa, Athena, or the Muses, right? Or did you use some noble phantasm to change your gender? I'm a perfectly normal man. Enough. Fiori finally couldn't bear it any longer. She angrily slapped her wheelchair. Are you planning to keep lying to the end? As your master, don't I have the right to know your true name? Or were all those things you said to me before just lies? You big liar. The more Fiori spoke, the more agitated she became, and the master-servant contract between them was affected by her intense emotions. Noticing the disruption of magical energy, Shinji quickly soothed her, calm down, master. How do you expect me to calm down? Fiori finally decided to look at Shinji. Her eyes, even the whites around them, were filling with tears. Master, at least let me finish speaking, okay? Even a judge gives the defendant a chance to speak before passing judgment, and I'm not even a defendant. Go ahead. Whether moved by Shinji's increasingly gentle tone or sensing his sincerity, Fiori's emotions somewhat stabilized. There's not much to say, do you remember what I told you? I remember the deeds of Perseus very clearly. Why? Because I possess the noble phantasms of Perseus, like the iconic Pegasus. But just because of that, you can't conclude I'm Perseus, because I have other noble phantasms. As Shinji spoke, he materialized the golden staff, the black gold spear, and the gold blue scepter. This is Indra's thunder, the weapon of the thunder god who tricked Karna out of his golden armor. This is the spear of Ishtar, the weapon of the goddess of love and war in Babylonian mythology. This is the scepter of the goddess, a symbol of authority of a certain pharaoh in Egypt, imbued with the power of a goddess. The great hero Perseus from Greek mythology couldn't possibly have these noble phantasms. And there's another piece of evidence: Perseus is the son of the god Zeus, like Achilles and Karna, a demigod with divinity, which I don't have. This. Fiori and Calls looked at each other, and the other masters who had been watching the scene were also left speechless. They had been so focused on the Pegasus that they overlooked Shinji's other noble phantasms. Fiori's initial assumption, based on the catalyst she used, that Shinji was a heroic spirit related to Perseus, led to this conclusion. If it were the Red faction, even if Shinji revealed Pegasus, they wouldn't have so hastily assumed he was Perseus. I am sorry, I wronged you. Realizing her mistake, Fiori bowed her head in apology. It's all right. I expected this might happen when I used Pegasus. Chapter 494, Chapter 494, Red and Black Showdown as steady as an old dog. Noble phantasms can be classified in various ways, by rank, type, scope of effect, and another category we will discuss now, characteristics. Based on their characteristics, noble phantasms can be divided into two types. The first type is ordinary noble phantasms. When held, they don't reveal much. Only knowing the true name can identify their owner. The second type has very distinct characteristics, such as Vlad III's Khazikli Bey and Artoria's Excalibur. These noble phantasms don't need their true name to be released, just seeing the actual item can reveal their identity. Indra's Thunder, a common Buddhist artifact, which can be used by heroes with any connection to Buddhism, such as the Lancer-class Reiku, whose noble phantasm is the Vajra, the authentic thunder god's Vajra, Ishtar's spear, used by many heroes, especially those with divine spears, and the scepter of the goddess, staffs with healing powers, though fewer than spears, still exist in considerable numbers, especially among heroes related to divine authority, religion, or faith, who may have staffs blessed by gods or know some healing arts, belong to the first type. Pegasus, Bellerophon and Athena's shield belong to the second type, with very distinct characteristics. This is why Shinji avoids using Pegasus unless necessary and is cautious with Athena's shield. Once such noble phantasms are exposed, they practically confirm the true name; if not, they lead to strong assumptions. This is why Shinji said what he did. Hearing this explanation, Fiori and the others accepted Shinji's words but still had a lingering doubt. If you're not Perseus but possess his noble phantasms, who exactly are you? That, you'll have to wait until we obtain the Holy Grail to find out. Sorry, Fiori, I really can't say now. Once everything is over, if you still want to know the answer, I'll give you one. I hope you won't be disappointed then. Okay, I'll look forward to it. Fiori didn't see Shinji's expression, her smile pure and beautiful. Better not. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. I am just a faker, after all, like a certain red-clad archer. Shinji sighed and turned his gaze to Calls. How are the others? Calls replied, Archer is still alive, Castor. The teacher is fine, but half of the golems have been destroyed, and the rest are damaged to varying degrees. Only those further away and inside the castle are still operational. Roche was heartbroken over the painstakingly created golems being shattered to pieces. However, he confirmed that the Castor he cared about most was still alive. Shinji nodded inwardly. If he remembered correctly, the original loss should have been around 80%, now reduced to half. The homunculi's combat losses should be smaller than the golems. Chiron and Astolfo's tactical framework had the golems as the frontline shields, with the homunculi filling in the gaps. This way, most attacks would be absorbed by the golems before reaching the homunculi. The combat loss ratio should be below 50%. His efforts hadn't been in vain. Saber will be fine. Gordz's attitude remained as proud as ever. The Grand Duke too. What about Ryder? Standing by the bed, Darnik turned his head to look at Selenik. Astolfo and Shinji had undertaken the task of sending Spartacus to his ascension. Though they left early, by then, Hippogriff had already sustained significant damage, and it was unclear how far it could go. Ryder is also fine, but... Selenik snapped the whip in her hand, her voice filled with intense resentment and anger. Shinji glanced at the projection in front of Selenik, his expression freezing. Astolfo was seen riding the limping Hippogriff across a completely leveled wasteland, without a single undulation. Hippogriff's wing was broken, and its right forepaw was injured. Fortunately, its master was mostly unharmed, save for a slightly messy hairstyle and some dirt on his face. This was certainly a relief but not enough to change Shinji's expression, as he was well aware of Hippogriff's true capabilities. Hippogriff, otherworldly phantom horse. Rank, B. Type, anti-army noble phantasm. Range, 2. Maximum target, 100 people. A magical creature born from a griffin and a mare. Its upper body is that of a griffin, and its lower body is that of a horse, making it a phantasmal beast that should not exist. Its rank is inferior to that of the griffin, a beast from the age of gods, but its charge can deliver crushing blows equivalent to A-rank physical attacks. It can fly at speeds of 400 kilometers per hour. However, its true trump card is not its anti-army charge but its hidden ability called impossible existence. When its true name is released, the hippogriff and its rider fade into a blurred state and vanish from sight, evading all forms of observation and reappearing elsewhere. Even the mightiest attacks, capable of destroying gods and Buddhas, cannot harm it in the slightest. As its name suggests, the phantasmal hippogriff has a very ambiguous existence, and its very existence is unclear. As long as griffins consider horses as prey, the birth of a hippogriff is impossible. Thus, the more its true name is released and its power manifested, the stronger the perception of its impossible existence becomes, meaning it transcends this dimension and erases its presence. Since Astolfo, the rider, is a physical entity, he pulls the hippogriff back every time it is about to disappear, resulting in a cycle of vanishing and reappearing, making the effect momentary. It is precisely because of this invincible cheat skill that Shinji dared to have Astolfo block Atlanta's first noble phantasm and face the monstrous Spartacus. Seemingly panicked on the surface, in reality, as steady as an old dog, this is one of the reasons why Astolfo, despite being known as weak, stands alongside powerful figures like Roland and Ronaldo among the 12 paladins of Charlemagne and remains a historical legend. The secret of the hippogriff is known only to Shinji and Astolfo. Others, including Selenik, are unaware. However, Selenik's anger does not stem from not knowing, as she never asked, and Astolfo's personality wouldn't lead him to disclose it voluntarily. She is angry because of the person riding behind Astolfo on the hippogriff. With short, dark beige hair, ruby-like eyes, and a finely crafted artificial appearance, it is clear he is a homunculus. His attire, different from the Igdmillennia family, indicates he does not live in the Millennia Castle. Coupled with Astolfo's affectionate attitude, the answer is evident. At this moment, Shinji's mind repeatedly asks one question: why is Sieg there? Chapter 495, Red and Black Shoto, the homunculus's wish. Why did Sieg appear on the battlefield? And how did he reunite with Astolfo? To explain this, we need to go back to the night a few days earlier when the two parted ways. After watching Astolfo disappear, Sieg randomly chose one of the 3 paths before him and started walking shakily forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Even though he was utterly exhausted, even though his body still ached from intense exertion and overuse of magical energy, and even though he had to focus all his energy just to perform the basic human act of walking, he continued to push himself forward. He had already traveled a considerable distance from the castle, well beyond the protective range of the bounded field. Although the surrounding area was still silent, he could distinctly sense the presence of living beings. The Triphos region was sparsely populated, with vast expanses of undeveloped wilderness and forests outside the towns, teeming with wildlife. While small animals like squirrels and rabbits were of no concern, encountering larger carnivores could be fatal in his current state, so he needed to reach a human settlement quickly. If he collapsed here, it would be a betrayal to the Black Rider who extended a helping hand to him in despair, to the Black Archer who healed his wounds, taught him to walk steadily, and gave him a sense of purpose, and to the Black Assassin who provided him with a place to rest, showing no malice despite his stern exterior. Having never interacted with the outside world, the homunculus's thoughts were pure and straightforward. He wanted to live on, for himself, for those who showed him kindness, and for his companions still in Millennia Castle. Driven by this determination, Sieg, who had only just learned to walk and was not much different from a toddler, managed to traverse the rough mountain path through sheer willpower. His steps were still clumsy and heavy, but as long as he kept moving forward, the path gradually opened up. After crossing the mountains, Sieg spotted a small village in the distance. Unlike Triphos, this place seemed untouched by magicians. It wouldn't take a day to use mental suggestions to manipulate the villagers, meaning he could potentially find the peaceful everyday life he desired in that village. He might even use it as a stepping stone to travel to other countries. So, if he just took one more step forward, he could attain that kind of life. He could survive, obtain something, or perhaps find hope. Everything depended on this one step. But why were his legs refusing to take that step? He sighed. It seemed he couldn't dispel the fog clouding his mind. Did living mean he would always be in this state? Even so, he mustered the effort to lift his leg and walked into the unknown village, turning a new page in his life. This was how it was supposed to be, and this was what he did. There were no obstacles, and the process went remarkably smoothly. The simple villagers accepted him without him even needing to use the simplest suggestion magic. He lived with an old man, leading a stable and peaceful life. There were no orders, no exploitation, and he wasn't treated as a tool. Everyone he met was kind to him, and he was happy there. Perhaps because homunculi are complete beings, his learning ability was exceptional. In just a few days, he got used to walking, could help with simple farm work, became physically stronger than when he was in the cultivation tank, and even found using magecraft much easier. Indeed, he spent several hours each day practicing the magecraft imprinted in his body and memory. It wasn't out of interest or boredom, but because of the fog that constantly shrouded his mind. It's unclear and indescribable. Instead of fading with time, it only grew more intense. Strangely, he felt there were things he had to do, but he didn't know what. He felt people were waiting for him, but he didn't know who. What's wrong with me? This place was so peaceful and stable, and he had attained the life he wanted. So why did he still feel uneasy? Because of the butterfly effect of the traveler, he did not accompany a certain saintess, nor did anyone come to resolve his doubts. He could only wander and be lost on his own. Until one day, when a magically protected aerial fortress, imperceptible to ordinary people, flew overhead, he finally understood the source of his unease, the fog in his mind. The knowledge he was given told him it was a noble phantasm of a servant, and the direction the fortress was heading was exactly towards Millennia Castle. Undoubtedly, an unprecedentedly vast war was about to begin, and his companions would suffer great losses. He knew he had to do something. Although he hadn't figured out what, staying here would achieve nothing. He bid farewell to the villagers who had always taken good care of him, abandoning the life of stability he had finally obtained, and set off towards the place he thought he would never return to, the place he never wanted to return to. Through hitching rides, walking, and suggesting beasts to carry him, he finally arrived at the battlefield. When he saw the unique and brutal scenery of the battlefield, when he saw the tragic state of his companions intertwined with fragments of dragon-toothed warriors and puppet remnants, when he smelled the overwhelming scent of blood, and when he heard the endless sounds of slaughter and wailing, he experienced emotions such as anger, sorrow, and disgust, emotions he had never felt before. Amidst these still incomprehensible emotions, he cleared the fog that had shrouded his mind for many days and understood what was calling him. He also realized what he truly wanted to do. He closed his eyes and reflected on his life. He had escaped to seek survival, sought help, fled to survive, and faced several crises, yet managed to avoid them successfully. Although it was a very brief life, he had been blessed by the goddess of luck multiple times. He was no different from the other homunculi. Yes, there was now a difference between him and the other homunculi. They would all inevitably face death, while he would continue to survive. It's impossible, summarizing it with this phrase would be easy. Just this phrase alone could effortlessly separate himself from them. But saying, it's impossible, was unacceptable. In the past, the homunculi who were his companions received orders to search, but in the end, they still let him go. When he later heard this from Ryder, what was that feeling of joy? Wasn't it because he felt a bond that transcended the master's orders? If that's the case, my wish couldn't be clearer. I have gained freedom. So, I want everyone else to gain freedom too. Just like how Ryder, archer, and assassin granted me freedom. This is the dream of a homunculus. It may not be grand, but it is not insignificant either. It's simply the pure wish to live as a human being. Chapter 496, Chapter 496, Red and Black Shoto, The Advancing Sieg. Undoubtedly, this was not what Ryder wanted Sieg to do. That pure and natural knight only wished for Sieg to live peacefully without battles. Sieg himself was fond of such a life. However, he had no choice but to abandon the hard-won tranquility. Because he indeed heard the wish to be saved from someone. Please save me. He couldn't ignore this fact and flee alone. He wanted to save his companions, who were soaked in decaying fluids, living in constant fear, awaiting death. To save the homunculi who wanted to cry for help but couldn't even make a sound, and those who never thought they could be saved and lived only to walk towards death. Indeed, death as a certain future is common to all things. But if one is also prohibited from doing anything in the process leading to death, it would be utterly unreasonable and sad. Just as he was saved by Ryder, he too wanted to save them. In that way, even if he reunites with Ryder, he could do so with a clear conscience. Even if he meets Archer again, he can tell him he found his goal. Even if he encounters Assassin, he could show him that this was his decision. He could proudly tell every hero who had helped him that he had helped those seeking freedom. To him, it was like an invisible chain. The homunculus, who had been favored by the goddess of luck many times, fully understood the joy of someone grasping his hand for help, a feeling that perhaps other homunculi would never experience in their lifetime. A strange sense of guilt filled his entire being. Though it was unavoidable, with a sense of mission to somehow change the current situation, the homunculus, Sieg, followed his heart and stepped onto the battlefield. Then, he discovered the immense gap between ideals and reality. Not to mention saving his companions, it was extremely difficult just to protect himself. Dragon-toothed warriors were everywhere. Though they were mere small fry that servants could swat away with a wave of a hand, to him, they were opponents that he had to deal with carefully, one by one. His mind was highly focused, his brain started operating at high speed. First, he needed a weapon. Fortunately, this was a battlefield, and weapons were everywhere. He picked up a one-handed sword, likely the weapon of a fallen homunculus. Since it was equipment produced for homunculus soldiers, it felt comfortable in his hand. Next, his eyes scanned the area, spotting two companions surrounded and in a precarious situation not far away. Save them. As a fledgling, he didn't understand long-term or big-picture thinking. He only acted on what he saw in front of him, knowing he didn't want his companions to die there. Dragon-tooth warriors were skeletal monsters, and stabbing had little effect, so he lunged forward, crashing into them with his whole body. In close contact, he quickly severed their waists. The dragon-tooth warrior collapsed instantly. Then he cut off the arm of another dragon-tooth warrior that had reached out nearby and placed his hand lightly on its body. Strasa/Gay. Activating his magic circuits, investigating, analyzing, synchronizing with the touched material, and then completely reversing it, weaving the logic necessary for destruction. In an instant, the magical energy released from Sieg's palm transformed into a state most suitable for shattering the bones of the dragon-tooth warriors. Sieg's magecraft required direct contact for analysis, meaning its effective range was virtually zero. However, its destructive power was immense. The dragon-tooth warrior was crushed to pieces. Using the same method, Sieg destroyed the surrounding dragon-tooth warriors. As he calmed his rapid breathing caused by the intense exertion, he naturally tore off pieces of his clothing to bandage his injured comrades. Despite having only seen Archer do it once, he mimicked the action effortlessly. "Are you all right? Why are you here?" the injured homunculus asked expressionlessly. She was a female homunculus who had seen Sieg escape on the night he fled but did nothing then. "I couldn't abandon you. Even if I'm alone, I want to save you," Sieg said with a focused expression, reminiscent of how Ryder looked at him. "Didn't you escape?" The rescued homunculus's indifferent face showed a slight hint of agitation. Another homunculus said, "Being thrown into war, to be expended, that is what we homunculi are. We were created to fight in this battle. But we weren't created to die, right?" Sieg countered. "If you want to die, I won't stop you. But if you still want to live, then hurry back. Once you return, help rescue our comrades. Whether they're being drained of magical energy or anything else, you are beings not bound by anything. But doing that would go against orders. Indeed, our orders are to defeat the servants and their followers. Those orders are impossible to fulfill, and you know that. Moreover, why do we have to obey such orders?" Hearing Sieg's argument, the two homunculi exchanged glances again. A dragon-tooth warrior, as if to interrupt their conversation, swung its sword at Sieg. Sieg swiftly grasped his weapon and slashed upward from his lower side to its neck. The homunculi coordinated with his attack, smashing the dragon-tooth warrior's skull and feet with battle axes. To die or to live, we must choose between the two. This was the final notice. One of the homunculi agreed to his plea and returned to the fortress. The other said, "Even so, I must follow orders, and return to the battlefield." That's enough, Sieg thought. As long as there's a choice, the homunculi must make one. Their thought circuits weren't so clouded that they couldn't understand such logic. Though they were born as slaves, the idea of rebellion never crossed their minds. However, if given the chance to choose, it was a different matter. From then on, every homunculus Sieg encountered was given the same choice. The results were the same as with the first two, half chose to continue fighting, and half chose to return to the castle. For this, Sieg bore no responsibility, or rather, he couldn't bear it. He simply provided the choice, the consequences were up to those who made it. Thus, Sieg continued to save his comrades while advancing deeper into the battlefield. As he moved forward, he carefully analyzed the battlefield situation. The areas where the clash of magical energies was particularly intense were the battlegrounds of the servants, a place he cautiously avoided until he sensed a certain magical energy. This magical energy wasn't particularly strong, but its unique, clear aura, like the wind, was something he could never forget. It was the emblem of the phantom beast hippogriff that had carried him out of danger, and its master was none other than Black Rider Astolfo. An indescribable feeling filled his heart, infusing his battle-weary body with a new surge of energy. A clearer, stronger desire naturally surfaced in his mind. "He's here, I want to see him, now, immediately." Chapter 497, Red and Black Shoto, Reunion. Perhaps Sieg is truly favored by the goddess of fortune. Despite his destination being the most dangerous place on the battlefield, a dueling ground where multiple servants clash, he somehow survives. Even the slightest aftermath could obliterate this frail homunculus, leaving no trace. A few more dragon-tooth warriors could easily tear him to pieces, yet he only suffers minor injuries. The dragon-tooth warriors surrounding him never exceed 3 at a time, and Sieg, having found his knack, manages to handle them without too much difficulty. The magic storms triggered by collisions between top-tier servants also do not reach his direction. Even Spartacus, who rampages, shattering and crushing countless golems, homunculi, and dragon-tooth warriors, does not cross his path. Thus, the fortunate homunculus traverses more than half the battlefield, not smoothly, but without facing any critical danger. During this journey, he hears Spartacus's terrifying roars several times and witnesses the beams of destruction emanating from the airborne courtyard. His brain, his nerves, his sixth sense, and his survival instincts all tell him not to proceed further, that it's dangerous ahead. Yet, his increasingly fervent emotions drive his legs forward, step by step. He wants to see him. He really wants to see him. He truly desires it. There is no clear motive like wanting to save a companion, nor a clear drive like wishing to survive. It's as if he's been infected by the one who first extended a helping hand to him, completely abandoning rationality, advancing into the most dangerous part of the battlefield driven purely by impulse. Why seek him out? Why look for him? These questions never cross his mind. Ignorant, foolish, arrogant, no matter how many words are used, they cannot describe how unreasonable he is. The first action he chooses after gaining freedom is this. Black Rider would surely sigh at this. Even so, his heart is nearly driven mad by his thoughts, propelling him forward. He always wants to do something, unable to forget, and lacking the resolve to live a peaceful daily life. Compared to that dreamlike world, he has something more important, something far more crucial. He wants to meet the Black Rider and repay his kindness. Even if he can't be of any help, it doesn't matter. Even knowing that Rider might sigh, never having expected him to do this, he still makes this choice. Yes, having made this choice, he cannot turn back. That would be the worst thing to do. He takes a deep breath, terrified. Previously, when he was nearly killed, he felt no fear. But the thought of losing what he has now fills him with immense dread. However, this fear is ultimately overwhelmed by the emotions spreading and growing wildly within him. His teeth chatter. His hands and feet grow cold. He has to clench his teeth and tightly grip his freezing hands. When he feels as if he is losing all warmth, a sudden gust from the sky knocks him to the ground. His whole body aches, as if his bones might shatter. Yet, he shows no sign of pain, instead beaming with joy. This is not because he has awakened some hidden trait, nor because a certain gladiator who revels in pain has bestowed some gift upon him, but because the one responsible for this gust is the very person he wants to see, and he appears right before his eyes. He wanted to shout, but the air currents were too strong, preventing him from opening his mouth. He could only wave his hands vigorously, hoping that person would notice him. His efforts were not in vain. The knight, who had fallen in an extremely awkward posture, shook his head while muttering, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch," and, "I didn't expect Assassin to have such a cool partner. I have to borrow him for a ride next time." He then climbed back onto his hippogriff. As his gaze wandered, their eyes met. One pair of eyes radiated pure joy, an intense emotion that was almost overflowing. The other pair showed a moment of confusion, quickly followed by puzzlement and shock, and finally, clear anger. "Hey, you, what are you doing here?" Sieg opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. By now, the air pressure stirred up by the hippogriff's fall had dissipated. Sieg couldn't speak because he had too much to say, and too many emotions to express. Everything was piled up, blocking his throat, leaving him at a loss for words. Seeing Sieg's silence, Astolfo's dissatisfaction grew even more. "Talk. Are you dumb? You have the right to call someone else dumb." Sorry, Rider." Sieg instinctively began to apologize. He felt clumsy and ignorant. Astolfo's anger must be his fault. Unexpectedly, this attitude drove Astolfo even crazier. "Mo, who cares about apologies? Why did you come here? Don't you know it's dangerous?" I know." Sieg stammered, I just wanted to see you. I don't even know why. Is that not okay?" As he spoke, Sieg kept looking at Astolfo, pouring all his feelings into his gaze: joy, gratitude, relief, and dependence. Astolfo lost his rationality, replaced by stronger emotions. Faced with Sieg's dependence, no matter how much he was displeased, he couldn't vent it. By doing this, you're making archers, assassins, and my efforts all for nothing." Thinking of this, Astolfo felt a wave of helplessness. Sorry, but I want to help you. I didn't save you so you could help me. We just wanted you to stay away from here and have a different life. I also want to help my companions, those homunculi like me. Did I do something wrong again?" Sieg's shining eyes gradually dimmed. Seeing this, Astolfo sighed. "No, you did the right thing this time. Did you manage to save your companions?" "Yeah, about half of them returned to the castle and are no longer fighting." "Hey, that's pretty good. At this point in the war, there's no place for homunculi. And Red Berserker is about to explode. Oh no. What's wrong?" As they spoke, Astolfo looked up at the sky. The mass caught between the pure white comet and the purple torrent was now barely visible to the naked eye, but the violent magic within it was growing stronger, surpassing the combined power of the Pegasus and the magic cannon, and was ready to explode at any moment. "No time to explain, hurry up, or it'll be too late." Okay." Sieg quickly scrambled up from the ground and staggered onto the hippogriff. "Please, hang in there, hippogriff. It's all up to your power now." The hippogriff let out a mighty cry. A few seconds later, the destructive power erupted, rampaging wildly. At the same time, the forms of the hippogriff and the two riders, Astolfo and Sieg, became hazy and ambiguous, as if they could disappear from the world at any moment. Spartacus's final blow passed through them without any resistance, causing no harm to either of them or the beast. Astolfo's hidden trump card, the true power of the hippogriff, impossible existence, finally revealed its might. Chapter 498, Red and Black Showdown, Mass Attack. Although Spartacus's self-detonation was comparable to a small-yield nuclear bomb, this referred to the destructive power and range of the explosion's shockwave, not the subsequent nuclear radiation. Nuclear radiation is the most terrifying aspect of a nuclear bomb. Spartacus's magic did not possess such properties. Once the explosion was over, the magic dissipated. It came quickly, went quickly, and was clean and pollution-free, making it the first choice for conscientious military commanders. Spartacus brand fuel king bombs, highly recommended. Ahem, sorry, got carried away. In short, this self-detonation lasted only a moment, and the hippogriff's impossible existence also lasted only a moment. As the shockwave passed, the presence of the two riders and the hippogriff became clear again, several hundred meters away. At the original site, now engulfed by the shockwave, the afterimages of the hippogriff and the two riders remained, illustrating the concept of an ethereal existence. As soon as their presence solidified, Astolfo turned around and hugged Sieg, laughing. How was that? My partner is pretty amazing, right? Yeah, it is amazing, Sieg said blankly, still shaken from the life and death situation, but it seems to be in bad shape. As if to echo Sieg's words, the hippogriff let out a weak cry and collapsed to the ground, its front claws giving way. After a series of collisions and being hit by the aftermath of the magic cannon and Pegasus, and then forcibly activating impossible existence, even a magical beast with a griffin bloodline found it hard to bear. Astolfo gently patted his partner's back and softly said, "Thank you, partner. You can rest now." In the next second, the hippogriff turned into spirit particles and disappeared, leaving only the embracing servant and homunculus. The homunculus asked, "What should we do next?" The servant replied, "Didn't you say you wanted to save your companions? Let's go together. There should be many like you in the castle. Is that okay?" "Why not? I've completed all the tasks Assassin gave me, which means I can act freely now. Originally, no one would blame me for not saving you, but since you're back, I should be prepared for what's to come." No matter how you think about it, the other servants won't agree to this in the situation, right? What? That. We'll think about it when the time comes. Come on, let's go. Astolfo grabbed Sieg's hand tightly and headed towards Millennia Castle, completely unaware that this scene was being watched by Selenik and the other masters of the Millennia clan. Damn rider, damn homunculus. Selenik bit her finger hard. It was that homunculus again. If it weren't for him, Ryder wouldn't have. It seems it's time to make a decision. 2 command seals, just enough. Danik, I. She had just spoken a few words when she was interrupted by the excited Roche. It's that homunculus, the core that the teacher wants. Selenik, quickly orders Ryder to bring him back. With this, teacher's noble phantasm can be activated. This. Selenik hesitated slightly. Roche's approach differed somewhat from her plan. This punishment wasn't enough for Ryder and that homunculus. Selenik, do it. Use the command seals if necessary. Danik glanced indifferently at the homunculus in the projection. In the Millennia clan, his word was law. Ugh, this is troublesome. Shinji's mouth curled into a barely noticeable bitter smile. Did Sieg grow a backbone or something? Coming back without any cheats for protection. Is the inertia of the plot really that strong? Could it be that by giving you Sieg's name, you also gained Siegfried's courage? So if I called you Spartacus, would you immediately pick up a knife and cut down these oppressors? The problem is that you're not strong enough. Anyone here could easily crush you. Why can't you see that? Well, there's no point in saying more now. We can only play it by ear. If I can help, I will, but I can't let Astolfo mess things up and drag us down. The success or failure of the Holy Grail war hinges on today. There can be no mistakes. Perhaps that ominous feeling I had is related to Astolfo. His rationality evaporated. Nothing he does would be surprising. If he releases all the homunculus batteries in a fit of anger, the hard-won advantage of the Black faction would be lost, and my combat effectiveness, which relies on my noble phantasms, would be weakened. While Shinji was silently calculating, while Danik and Roche were urging Selenik, while Selenik was making her final struggle, a massive roar accompanied by violent shaking assaulted everyone in the throne room. No, it wasn't just the throne room. The entire Millennia Castle was shaking. The defensive spells that had withstood the explosion's aftershock seemed to have no effect. This was to be expected because the bounded field's focus was on warding off mystic attacks. This time, it was a purely physical attack, a mass attack, directly striking the castle with a heavy object. Where did the heavy object come from? From the sky, from the Hanging Gardens. Having endured Spartacus's self-detonation at relatively close range, even the EX-rank anti-world noble phantasm, Hanging Gardens of Babylon, couldn't remain unscathed, despite Semiramis's best efforts to defend it. The core palace area fared relatively well, experiencing only minor shaking, but the outer sections of the gardens weren't so lucky. The green spaces created by various Age of Gods plants were uprooted in large patches and then burned by the high temperatures from the explosion. Exotic birds and beasts, extinct for hundreds or thousands of years and living in the gardens, perished, some leaving no trace behind. The worst hit was the area serving as the nest for the dragon-toothed warriors, positioned at the head of this aerial fortress. Being closest to Spartacus in a direct line, it bore the brunt of the explosion first, then was used by Semiramis as a sacrificial pawn to absorb most of the shockwave through her magic, leaving it riddled with holes and gradually separating from the main structure. Having her palace, meticulously constructed over 3 days, heavily damaged in its first battle, Semiramis couldn't possibly feel good. If maintaining the garden's stability and repairing other areas hadn't consumed so much of her mana and energy, she would have unleashed a full-scale bombardment on Millennia Castle. Enraged with no outlet, she exuded a chill that could almost freeze the space around her, even making Shakespeare, who usually loved to stir up trouble, stay silent. The only one daring to speak at this moment was her master, Shiro. "Didn't you want to vent your anger on Millennia Castle? I have an idea. The prow section is useless now, so let's put it to good use. As a giant boulder, it should be enough to smash a hole in the castle's outer wall, right?" Hearing this, Semiramis finally smiled, cold and enchanting, like a spider lily blooming on the banks of hell. A few seconds later, a giant rock fell from the sky, and the castle walls that had stood for hundreds of years collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 499, Red and Black Showdown, Seizing the Holy Grail. Where lies the greatest strength of the EX-rank anti-world noble phantasm, Hanging Gardens of Babylon? Different people would offer different answers to this question. Shakespeare, without a doubt, would praise the exquisite scenery that lies between reality and illusion. Heroes like Karna and Achilles might point to its comprehensive functionality and its power as an aerial fortress. Semiramis would naturally consider it her domain, where she can maximize her power, confident that she wouldn't lose to any enemy here, no matter how strong. Shiro's answer, however, differs from everyone else's, the Hanging Gardens itself. Indeed, it has nothing to do with the scenery, its strategic role as a fortress, or the liberation of Semiramis's power. It is simply the sheer massiveness of this floating structure. The Hanging Gardens are not conjured from thin air but are a reassembled and reconstructed entity based on real materials. It's akin to a worker constructing buildings using existing materials. While it's true that the reinforcement and concrete binding them together are through Semiramis's magic, the other materials are real, possessing immutable physical properties and adhering to the laws of physics. As for the quantity of these materials, there's no need to elaborate further. Shiro had spent decades in the Middle East, and the money he spent could buy a small country. This alone speaks volumes. Combining and restructuring these materials into a cohesive entity and making them float in the air is a formidable weapon of mass impact in itself. If it weren't for considering Semiramis's and other heroes' sentiments, along with some unknown factors, Shiro wouldn't have wasted so much time on this meaningless war. He could have simply, flown the garden straight into the enemy. With a mass several times that of Millennia Castle crashing down, it would be an overwhelming force. No matter how the Black faction struggled, they couldn't withstand this ultimate strike. Perhaps the servants wouldn't die, but with their masters dead, their time would be limited. Of course, for now, they could only proceed step by step, making the best use of what they have, and testing the waters. Looking at the devastation on the screen, Shiro asked with a smile, feeling better now. "Yes, a bit. I was worried about how much effort it would take to destroy that fortress, but now it's much easier. I thought I'd have to rely on Lancer's noble phantasm." Semiramis's chill slightly lessened. "Have the others returned?" "We're about to." Before Shiro could finish, someone interrupted. Yes, we're back. It's annoying to have my fun interrupted. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, you'll pay for it." The one speaking in such a tone could only be the unruly Achilles. "Watch your tone, Ryder." Semiramis's gaze was icy. "This is my tone, so what?" Achilles glared back, refusing to back down. "Do you want to die?" "Who's going to die is still uncertain." Achilles flashed a wild grin and made a throat-slitting gesture at Semiramis. Already in a foul mood, the Empress was provoked further and immediately raised her right hand to weave a spell. Fortunately, Shiro noticed the tension and grabbed her wrist in time. "Assassin, now is not the time for internal conflict. Think of the bigger picture." Opposite them, Atlanta signaled to Achilles with her eyes, "You should also know when to stop." The two finally snorted coldly and looked away from each other, no longer speaking. Taking advantage of this pause, Shiro explained, "Everyone, you've worked hard. I know your boiling blood hasn't calmed down yet, it's okay, bear with it a little longer. We're about to fight again. But this time, we aren't attacking, they are, and we will defend." Atlanta asked in confusion, "Defend? What exactly is going on? Does this have to do with us approaching that fortress? Are we planning to kill the enemy's masters directly?" As they spoke, the Hanging Gardens continued to move, now directly above Millennia Castle. "Of course not. Our goal is only one, to make them return the Greater Holy Grail." For a moment, all the servants present fell silent. Rider and Archer exchanged glances, and even Lancer looked at Shiro with a surprised expression. "Make them return it?" "No, wait, how are they supposed to return it?" "Assassin." "I know." Semiramis impatiently pointed to the floor. "The reason this hanging garden floats in the air is entirely based on the concept called inverse. Plants grow downward, and water flows from bottom to top. The garden stopped above the Millennia Fortress. If the residents of Triphos looked up at the night sky, they might have a mental breakdown upon seeing this enormous garden that even blocked out the moonlight. Watch closely, you ignorant magi. This is the true domain of magic." Semiramis calmly declared, spreading her hands to release the spell. Boom, violent winds began to blow from the bottom of the garden. The wind, resembling a tornado, connected to the fortress like a conduit. Hey, are you planning to take it by force?" Witnessing this magnificent scene, Achilles momentarily forgot his defiance. Semiramis, focused on her magic, gave a contemptuous sneer. "Of course. This garden was designed for this purpose. If you can't even see that, you're truly ignorant. Now, come to me, Greater Holy Grail. Show me your ugly yet beautiful form, constructed by divine magic." The earth began to collapse and was gradually absorbed. 2/3 of the fortress was already destroyed, and the exposed rocky foundation was also being pulverized. Finally, the Greater Holy Grail revealed its true form. "Is that the Greater Holy Grail?" Atlanta muttered to herself in astonishment. With her eagle-like vision, she indeed saw the Holy Grail below. However, what truly shocked her was not just this. Not only her, but even Karna, Achilles, and Shakespeare were also stunned. The immense, colorless, transparent magical power that had been accumulating unceasingly over 60 years was now swirling there. "That is the Holy Grail. Excellent. This is fantastic. Fantastic. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. I can feel the overwhelming magical power even from here. It makes me want to dive in and immerse myself, even merge with it. Yet, the exposed form is as ugly as a human. Truly, clean is dirty, and dirty is clean." Shakespeare shouted with passionate joy. If it were this Greater Holy Grail, calling it an omnipotent wish-granting machine would be no exaggeration for any wish that isn't too grand in scale. It was natural for the servants to be this excited. It has completely fused with the ley lines. It will take some time to extract it. However, we can't just stand idle. They're coming, everyone. There was no need for Semiramis's reminder, everyone present had already sensed the change. To prevent the Greater Holy Grail from being stolen, the Black Faction servants were rapidly approaching. "I must focus my power on the Greater Holy Grail for a while. I'll leave the rest to you. If we can't hold out during this time, your wishes will turn to dust. Be careful, okay?" Hearing her mocking words, the Greek duo retorted with undisguised hostility. "You don't need to tell me that. Just don't fail. I will do what I must. There's no need for you to point it out." Despite the blatant hostility, Semiramis remained composed and confident. However, it wasn't long before her calm expression vanished. Chapter 500, Red and Black Showdown, Semiramis's plan. It must be clarified that the strategist for this Red and Black Showdown was not the commanding Shiro priest but Semiramis herself. Shiro merely made minor adjustments within the framework set by Semiramis and provided advice at critical moments. The most typical examples include creating phantom puppets and suggesting precision strikes. The empress who once ruled the Assyrian Empire devised a detailed and complex plan, anticipating various possible responses from the Black Faction. As the plan was too intricate and lengthy and already halfway executed, the Red Faction deployed all their forces to engage and contain all the Black Faction servants. Taking advantage of this distraction, the Hanging Gardens approached Millennia Castle. Karna unleashed his noble phantasm to breach the castle defenses. Then, utilizing the inverse concept of the Hanging Gardens, they aimed to extract the Greater Holy Grail, deeply buried and tightly connected to Triphos's ley lines, and bring it into the Hanging Gardens, thereby seizing the initiative in this Holy Grail war. Though there were some unexpected changes during the execution, and the supposedly safest Hanging Garden sustained some damage, the overall strategy remained sound, with each phased objective steadily being achieved. Next, as long as they could defend the throne room during the Holy Grail's extraction, preventing any interference with the ritual, everything would be a great success. Could they hold out? The answer was affirmative. The defensive force included 2 top-tier servants, a huntress archer, and a group of phantom puppets whose combined combat strength matched that of a servant. Additionally, there was Shakespeare, whose noble phantasm, while useless in direct combat, had a special effect that could restrain an enemy servant at a critical moment. Although the Black faction had a numerical advantage, this was not their home ground in Triphos but the Red faction's home ground, the Hanging Gardens. With the advantage of terrain, even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they could surely buy enough time for the Holy Grail's transfer. In the unlikely event that the defensive line was breached, Semiramis had made other secret preparations. The true strength of the Hanging Gardens was not in external defense but internal. The so-called boundary of the anti-world noble phantasm referred to this otherworldly space that broke the boundary between illusion and reality. In short, from the moment the gardens appeared above Millennia Castle, Semiramis was convinced of the Red faction's victory. However, she never expected that the operation would encounter a problem at the last moment. The issue was not with the garden's defense. The Black faction's servants were still gathering at Millennia Castle, with none having reached the gardens. Nor was there any dissent within the Red faction's ranks. Despite internal conflicts and mutual dislike between some members, everyone, except for a certain unreliable writer, remained dependable at this crucial time. The problem arose in the one area where Semiramis was most confident and least expected any issues, the Holy Grail's extraction. Initially, everything proceeded normally, albeit slowly, with the Holy Grail being gradually extracted from Triphos. However, as the underground altar, which had stood for over 60 years, was destroyed by the storm, and the massive, over 10-meter diameter glowing orb began to rise, reaching halfway to the surface, the previously stable ley line suddenly went berserk. The enormous magical energy surged like a tide, simultaneously striking the Hanging Gardens, which were close to the ground, and enveloping the greater Holy Grail, firmly anchoring it to the earth, unwilling to part with its 60-year-old companion. Semiramis's face darkened as she increased her magical output. The tornado connecting the underground with the garden spire grew thicker, and its suction power intensified. But it was to no avail. The greater Holy Grail remained stationary, neither rising nor falling, unmoved by the changing magical energies or the blowing storm. How is this possible? For the first time since her summoning, Semiramis showed such a loss of composure. Fortunately, Achilles and Atlanta had already gone out to fortify the defenses, otherwise, she would not have escaped ridicule. This is the Holy Grail War, nothing is impossible. Shiro, arms crossed, said calmly as he walked out of the throne room. Master, where are you going? I'm going outside to take a look. Don't worry, I don't plan to engage in combat just yet. I just want to see up close what the Black faction is doing. Shiro waved his hand and disappeared into the dark corridor. This is the Holy Grail War, nothing is impossible. The same words were spoken by another person, the Black assassin Matou Shinji. Standing closest to the center of the greater Holy Grail, he admired the magical miracle that drove countless people mad. If I were in that garden, I would say the same to Semiramis. She's an assassin, but how can I, an assassin as well, let her steal the spotlight? As he spoke, Shinji reached out and gently touched Justy's cheek, as cautiously as one would touch a lover's skin. Wait, something seemed off. Wasn't Justy's inside the Holy Grail? Could it be that she had emerged again? Everyone's eyes were fixed on this spot, and Shinji still dared to do such a thing. To unravel these questions, one must first understand the structure of the Greater Holy Grail. The Greater Holy Grail was created using Justy's body as a blueprint, combining magical circuits with the ley lines to continuously proliferate and mutate. This proliferation and mutation were different from Spartacus's method. Instead of continually enlarging and becoming monstrous, it involved self-replicating proliferation. The mutated magic circuits proliferated outward from the body, forming the enormous, radiant sphere that everyone saw. At the center of the Greater Holy Grail, Justy's original body had not changed much, though it had turned golden due to the mutations, and her body had replicated to spread more magical circuits. Her original size and appearance were well preserved. In summary, the Greater Holy Grail's appearance was not complex at all, a glowing outer shell of intertwined magical circuits and the golden body of Justy's, along with multiple replicated bodies forming a giant sphere. Shinji was now touching Justy's original body's cheek, the place where her soul resided. At this moment, nothing else mattered to him. I've finally reached you, Justy's. Just wait a little longer, and when it's all over, I'll take you home. Yes, I'll be waiting. An ethereal voice echoed in his ears. Although her mutated body could no longer function like a normal human body or speak, the Golden Saint of the Einsburn family still conveyed her thoughts to Shinji. Chapter 501, Shinji's Plan. Like Semiramis, Shinji also devised a detailed plan and was waiting for the crucial moment when the airborne garden would strip the Holy Grail from the ley lines. Everything done prior was merely groundwork for this critical juncture and the subsequent wrap-up, aiming to maximize his chances of success. Of course, there were differences. While Semiramis aimed to securely transfer the Holy Grail to the airborne garden, Shinji wanted to maintain the current state, not returning it to the underground altar, but having it hover above the ground, boldly showcasing the existence of this artificial miracle. Thus, when Semiramis separated the greater Holy Grail from the altar and raised it to the surface, Shinji activated his array of spells. These spells, designed by Justes, the creator and core of the greater Holy Grail system who knew it best, were set up by Shinji at various nodes around the castle during his spare time. The sole purpose of these spells was to strengthen the connection between the greater Holy Grail and the ley lines, fixing it in place, neither falling back to the altar nor being taken away. The greater Holy Grail had been hidden beneath Millennia Castle for 60 years, closely intertwined with the ley lines. For Semiramis to take it away was akin to opposing the entire ley line system of Triphos single-handedly. Even as a demigod-like sorceress who suppressed an era, with the airborne garden as her backup, it was no easy feat, evident from the exceedingly slow ascent of the greater Holy Grail. Otherwise, with her mastery of space manipulation reaching the realm of magic, she could have transferred the greater Holy Grail in the blink of an eye, without all this trouble. The process of transferring the greater Holy Grail was like a tug-of-war. On one side were Semiramis and the airborne garden, on the other was the ley line system of Triphos. Initially, despite the ley line's immense power, they were uncoordinated and naturally couldn't match Semiramis, who could concentrate her power. But now, with Shinji's intervention, the ley line's power was significantly concentrated, making it impossible for Semiramis to budge the Grail. No matter how powerful her EX-rank noble phantasm was, it couldn't surpass the energy source of the greater Holy Grail. Hence, this magnificent scene that left everyone in awe unfolded. Servants, summoned by the Holy Grail and given their roles and vessels, would never mistake the Holy Grail once it appeared. The Holy Grail is the ultimate prize for all participants in the Holy Grail War. When it appears within reach, their actions are predictable, fierce competition, the most intense struggle. Though this Holy Grail War has a unique format with two major factions, red and black, the essence and conclusion of the war remain unchanged. Regardless of the process, the Holy Grail War will ultimately yield only one winner or, like the previous 3 wars, no winner at all. No matter how many servants are summoned, the entire Holy Grail system will gradually activate as servants die, following these specific rules. After 3 servants die, mana begins to fill. After 4 servants die, the mana overflows. After 5 servants die, the Lesser Grail manifests, starting to connect to the outside of the world, and the Greater Holy Grail begins its activation. After 6 servants die, the hole to the outside of the world opens, allowing the Greater Holy Grail to function as a wish-granting device, capable of fulfilling most wishes. After 7 servants die, the hole fully connects to the root, achieving the ultimate goal pursued by Magi throughout history, reaching the root. Of course, merely reaching it does not guarantee successful entry, which is beyond the control of the Greater Holy Grail. The death count of servants does not distinguish between factions. Once the required number of servants has died, the Greater Holy Grail will fully activate. At that point, anyone who makes a wish will conclude this Holy Grail War. Servants wishing to remain in the current world will need to re-establish contracts, while those unwilling will dissipate into spirit particles. Given the 15 apparent servants and the actual count of 16, even with the Greater Holy Grail fully activated and connected to the root, 9 servants would remain. However, the Holy Grail War can only have one winning master-servant pair, meaning the maximum number of wishes granted by the Greater Holy Grail is 2. Moreover, once the wishes are made, all holes and pathways will close. This means that the remaining 9 servants and an indeterminate number of masters, who, as long as they have command seals, are theoretically still eligible to make a wish even without a servant, will compete for the 2 wish slots. The mechanism of the Greater Holy Grail does not stipulate that only the victor can make a wish. In other words, it's first come, first served. Given this major premise, how could the masters and servants of the red and black factions possibly wait to decide the factional victor first and then battle among the remaining participants to determine the final winner? What a joke! The Holy Grail War is just a process, making a wish through the Holy Grail is the result. When the process to achieve the result is no longer singular, who would care about the so-called structured process? Not to mention an unverified piece of information, it is said that even if the Greater Holy Grail hasn't reached the level of a wish-granting device, it can be forcibly activated to grant some wishes that don't change the world. In the original Fate/Apocrypha, the monster formed by Danik and Vlad III attempted to do just that. Granted, Danik was driven to desperation and had no choice but to take a final gamble, and he had no intention of forcibly activating the Greater Holy Grail earlier. But, firstly, before the final battle began, except for Siegfried, who gave away his dragon heart and whose status was uncertain, no other servants had died. Secondly, Danik had studied the Greater Holy Grail for many years and must have had some confidence in his attempt. Consequently, the number of masters and servants competing for the wish could be even greater. Some righteous master-servant pairs might want to follow the proper procedure, but if anyone breaks the rules, others will have to follow suit to win. This is human nature, and Shinji targeted this very weakness. It's an obvious scheme, even knowing it's a trap, they have no choice but to jump in. Because everyone has an uncompromising wish, otherwise, they wouldn't respond to the summons and participate in the Holy Grail War. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the Watcher sent by the counter-force, Artoria. She has no wishes entrusted to the Holy Grail, but she will still join the battle at her master's command. The only master-servant pair truly indifferent to the Holy Grail are Astolfo and Selenik. Astolfo only wants to enjoy his second life, and Selenik only wants to cough Astolfo. However, the absence of this pair doesn't affect the overall situation, it might even be beneficial. Astolfo himself is an unstable factor, who knows when he might decide to use his noble phantasm to attack the greater Holy Grail, given his evaporation of reason. Given this, why not go all the way, find an opportunity to sever the contract between Astolfo and Selenik, transfer the command seals to Sieg, and then let the two of them leave Triphos to live their own lives. With this decision made, Shinji turned around, his figure gradually fading. Since he had no wish entrusted to the Holy Grail, now was not the time to wade into the chaos. It was better to stay away and watch the show. Maybe bring along Artoria and Jean, watch the chaos unfold, and hunt for the mastermind behind the scenes, wouldn't that be delightful? Oh, and get some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. Too bad the timing is off, there's no free air conditioning and Wi-Fi. P.S. How many wishes the Greater Holy Grail can grant is unknown. This is just the information released publicly and hasn't been verified. After all, neither Fate/Stay Night, Fate/Zero, Fate/Apocrypha, nor the first 3 Holy Grail Wars had a true master-servant winner who made a wish. It wasn't until the FGO timeline that the wish-granting nature of the Grail was confirmed. In the 2004 Fifth Holy Grail War, the previous Chaldea director, the current director who died in the prologue, and the father of Olga Marie, who no one remembers, obtained the Holy Grail with King Solomon and made their wishes. Spoiler alert. The previous director's wish was for a large amount of money, which was used to build Chaldea. Solomon's wish was to give up all his powers and become a true human. As a puppet linking humans and gods in life, he longed for true freedom. Chapter 502, Subsequent Arrangements. Indeed, Shinji also has no desire that needs to be fulfilled by the Holy Grail. When you think about it carefully, it's only natural. In the end, he is merely a passerby in this world. No matter how many traces he leaves behind or how deep the bonds he forms are, he will eventually have to leave. After all, this is not the world he lives in, and the creation of the third magic cannot affect parallel worlds. Given that, why bother doing something pointless? Of course, if there was a real chance to make a wish, Shinji wouldn't mind giving it a try. Shinji and Justy's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail as a wishing machine, a sample of the miraculous magic power capable of triggering miracles, and to observe the entire process of converting that magic power into a wish. It's not that they don't want to take the entire Greater Grail back with them, but they can't. As the old man of the jewel said, there are restrictions on traversing parallel worlds. Shinji can't bring his own body over because there is already a Shinji here. The same goes for the Greater Grail, there's an identical body of Justice in the mountain belly of Ryuta Temple. Therefore, the two can only settle for second best, using the incomplete third magic to carry back some untainted miraculous magic power. They'll also observe the critical operational mechanism of the Greater Grail to find a way to purify the tainted Holy Grail. The miraculous magic power will only flow out once the Greater Grail is truly completed. Before that, it's merely the magical energy absorbed from the ley lines, stored in the Greater Grail. For the magic power to be converted into a wish, someone needs to wish upon the Holy Grail and achieve it. Why not directly wish for the method to purify it? This has already been explained earlier. The Greater Grail only shortens the process and gives the result, but it doesn't skip the process to directly produce the result. Without a method to achieve the wish cannot be realized. Shinji and Justice don't know how to purify the Grail, nor do they know where the purification method exists. How could the Grail create one out of thin air? If they were to make a wish, Shinji might wish for Karna's full set of noble phantasms, Gilgamesh's full set of noble phantasms, or Ramses II's full set of noble phantasms, wishes that are soulbound and can be taken away. But such wishes are not urgent. He is not a greedy person nor has Gilgamesh's collecting obsession. The noble phantasms at hand are sufficient for now. Getting those overpowered noble phantasms would be great, but not getting them isn't a big deal either. His mentality is somewhat akin to Kanatha's. This is precisely why he chose to participate as a servant and then withdrew at a critical moment. As for Fiori's wish, actually, this wish doesn't necessarily need the Holy Grail to be fulfilled. Compared to Kanatha's destructive magic circuit necrosis, Fiori's leg problem is a minor issue. For Justice, who has mastered 50% of Tuko's medical skills, it's just a matter of surgery. If Gords, the master of human alchemy, is willing to help, the treatment would be even smoother. The reason for not mentioning it is that post-surgery recuperation requires a considerable amount of time, and it's not the right time to expose Justies. After the Holy Grail War ends, Shinji will naturally arrange for the surgery, allowing this lovely and intelligent girl to stand on the ground with her own feet, walk freely, and run. Regarding the post-war handling of the Ig Millennia clan's relationship with the Mages Association, Shinji already has some preliminary ideas. If all goes well, the Ig Millennia family will be able to break free from their losing streak alliance and truly secure a place in the Mages Association. This way, Fiori talents and potential won't go to waste, and their master-servant bond will not be in vain. Fiori, even if I'm no longer here, you must live happily. Although the mystery is declining, this era remains brilliant. I hope you will shine with your light. I will bless you from a distant parallel world. Just as Shinji thought he had accomplished a great feat and his thoughts were drifting away, Shiro, the priest, walked out of the palace district with a katana in hand, stopping at a hideously jagged edge. Here lay the beast's nest, which had been abandoned at his suggestion. From this vantage point, one could see the starry sky below and the earth above. Yes, nothing seemed amiss. Semiramis's noble phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, was inverted, with its base facing the sky and its structures pointing toward the ground. The golden sun, the silver moon, why do they look so familiar? Ah, I remember now, it's from there. Shiro squinted his eyes, exuding a mellow warmth like a jar of aged wine, unique and rich from years of fermentation. Unfortunately, no one was there to witness it. Unknowingly, so many years have passed. You who once amazed the world have gradually been submerged in the river of time. Besides historians who specialize in studying the past, probably only a few of us old immortals still remember you. Indeed, in any world, time is the most ruthless. Shiro raised his head, his narrowly opened eyes firmly locked onto the artificial sun. That's why I must obtain the Holy Grail. With this data, I can bring you out from the depths of history's river, to see the world you once dedicated yourselves to protecting. I can confidently say, this flourishing age is as you wished. No, it has become even better than you had hoped. I also want to show you the scenery beyond this world and ask for a bit of help. Waging war against a civilization that has plagued countless parallel worlds is a bit too much for just a few of us. So, I'm sorry. Although this surprise you've given me is very satisfying, and I'm eager to see your next move, I still have to thwart your plans. I hope you don't mind. Well, even if you do mind, it doesn't matter. The world doesn't revolve around you, and things won't always go your way. True strength is finding a way out of adversity. Besides, after helping you so much, it's not too much to mess with you a bit occasionally. And this doesn't even count as messing with you. At this, Shiro's mouth curled into a smile, and with his squinting eyes, he looked every bit the cunning old fox. He extended his left hand and softly chanted. Left hand, Xanadu Matrix, set. Red magical patterns flashed briefly, like a crimson lightning bolt shooting toward the tornado connecting the garden and the underground. So that's how it is, using the ley lines in reverse to channel magical energy to the Holy Grail, combining the ley lines and the Holy Grail into one entity. No wonder Assassin couldn't move it, it's the entire Triphos. But, there are ways to destroy it. He raised his right arm, with blue magical energy swirling around his wrist, ready to burst forth. I just need to use these hands. No, it's still a bit too unfair to use them now, so, got it. The blue light on his right hand faded. Lancer, release your power, let Brahmastra, oh, Brahma, cover the earth. Chapter 503, Chapter 503, Brahmastra, oh, Brahma, cover the earth. Understood. Upon hearing Shiro's command, Karna responded with his usual calm demeanor and rushed to the fissure where Shiro was located as quickly as possible. At the moment when his form materialized from spiritual particles into a physical body, the great hero sung in the Mahabharata did something unprecedented. He voluntarily set aside his golden spear. However, his aura did not diminish, instead, it intensified. Even Shiro, standing beside him, could sense an extraordinary presence, a divine majesty more vast and grand than the sun, representing the unparalleled might of the ancient Indian civilization. Brahmastra, oh, Brahma, cover the earth. This was the anti-army, anti-nation noble phantasm bestowed upon Karna by Parshurama, the Brahmin with the axe. Originally a bow, it would track and infallibly hit its target when invoked with the name of the god Brahma. However, due to a curse, it could not be used against opponents stronger than Karna. In other classes besides Archer, the weapon would manifest as different projectiles. Due to the numerous curses Karna suffered in life, each class carried different curses. As a rider, his chariot would lose mobility at critical moments. As an archer, he would forget the ultimate secrets of archery at crucial times. As a lancer, he would forget how to use the sure-kill weapon Brahmastra at key moments. This, however, was not a critical moment, and Karna had not forgotten how to use his noble phantasm. This was the most unique activation method among all his classes. It did not rely on his golden spear, which served as the vessel for Brahmastra, but on his eyes that could see through appearances to the essence. Karna's eyes widened, and an unprecedented brilliant light shone from his green-silver pupils. In the next second, the light converged into a single point and shot out from his elliptical pupils. Yes, you read that correctly. Stripped of all the descriptions of aura and sensory experiences, the method of using the anti-nation noble phantasm, Brahmastra, oh Brahma, cover the earth, in the Lancer class is shooting lasers from his eyes. The average human pupil diameter is 2.5 to 4 millimeters, even if dilated by strong light, it would be around 8 millimeters, including the surrounding eyeball area. The laser Karna shot would be no more than 1 centimeter in diameter. Do not underestimate its power just because the laser is as thin as a pinky. An anti-nation noble phantasm is not named lightly. The earliest noble phantasms were divided into 4 categories based on their targets: anti-personnel, anti-fortress, anti-army, and anti-world. However, this rough classification couldn't clearly define the myriad of noble phantasms possessed by heroic spirits, leading to subsequent additions such as anti-mountain, anti-civilization, anti-feast, anti-purge, and so on. Among the original 4 categories, anti-fortress emphasized great power, and anti-army emphasized a wide range. If a noble phantasm had both the range of an anti-army class and the power of an anti-fortress class, how would it be classified? The conventional proposal is anti-army, anti-fortress, or anti-army plus anti-fortress. But such a designation seemed lowly and failed to highlight the noble phantasm's immense power, leading to the creation of an independent category that surpassed both anti-fortress and anti-army, known as anti-nation noble phantasm. Though there were elements of tongue-in-cheek and exaggeration, the description of anti-nation noble phantasm was true. So, what happens when the laser hits the ground can be easily imagined. To put it plainly, the entire city of Millennia was surrounded by a curtain of flames shooting skyward. Following Shiro's instructions, Karna's terrifying laser circled the perimeter of the entire castle. The immense power of Brahma was unleashed upon contact with the ground, erupting like molten lava and volcanic ash. The faces of the Ig Millennia Masters, hiding in the most heavily protected room in the castle, changed almost simultaneously. The destructive power of the light beams emanating from the garden was truly terrifying. Merely sweeping through the outskirts of the city caused such devastation, if it had directly swept through the interior of the castle. Upon this realization, Darnik issued the command without hesitation. This place is no longer safe. Fiori, take everyone else to that location for refuge. But, isn't that the highest level restricted area? Fiori knew exactly where Darnik was referring to, which is why she was perplexed. As the master who carried the hope of the Ig Millennia clan's revival, everyone present had high-level access, allowing them to move freely within the castle, except for private areas. There was only one exception, the underground altar. No one was permitted to enter there except Darnik. Even Fiori, as the future head of the clan, had only been brought in by Darnik once, just before the servant summoning ritual, to witness the true form of the Greater Grail. To Fiori confusion, Darnik simply replied. It is a restricted area because of the Greater Grail. Without the Greater Grail, it's just an ordinary altar. Hurry, the enemy's attack could come at any moment. Uncle, what about you? Darnik's order was for Fiori to take everyone to the restricted area, clearly indicating that he had no intention of going there himself. I will go outside. Fiori, you will be in charge of the command from now on. Everyone must follow her instructions. With that said, he leaped out of the window. For a magus, descending from a high place was not a difficult spell, it was like walking downstairs, and he began to walk in the air. It's time to prepare for the worst. His gaze shifted between the Greater Grail, the aerial garden, and the command spells in his hand. As the sole beneficiary of the Third Holy Grail War and a monster who had researched the Greater Grail for over 60 years, Darnik understood the essence of the Holy Grail War very well. The moment the Greater Grail appeared before everyone and was fixed in place, he realized that a chaotic battle, devoid of any factional boundaries, was about to begin. Though he was the head of the Ig Millennia clan, a figure of great authority, this was ultimately a battle over a grail that could grant any wish. Even the most obedient Fiori and calls might not follow his orders, not to mention the powerful servants and top combat experts sent by the Mages Association. Even if the Archduke, situated in his homeland, was stronger than all the other servants, and even if his strength surpassed other magi, this slight advantage meant nothing in the context of 13 servants remaining in the world. Moreover, due to Vlad III's overwhelming presence, remaining hidden and waiting for an opportunity was difficult, and he might even become a target for everyone. There were ways to break the deadlock, but any action carried significant risks. What a predicament. Just a few minutes ago, he had the upper hand, so how had it suddenly become such a difficult situation? However, Darnik did not feel anxious or frustrated by this. In nearly a century, he had encountered many similar situations, some even more intense. Especially the Third Holy Grail War 60 years ago, the intensity of that war made it seem like a miracle that he was still alive. Discovering the path to the Greater Grail through a collapsed cavern was an unexpected stroke of luck. By weaving a tapestry of lies, he managed to entice Nazi Germany and, with a presidential order, dispatch troops that were hard to believe came from the Allies, forcibly seizing the Greater Grail. Then, during its transfer to Germany, he deliberately had them pass through Triphos, and subsequently killed all the magus and soldiers who had fought alongside him. Since then, he has focused on research and politics. When dealing with the association, Darnik always maintained the guise that the Igdmalenia clan was content to serve as a refuge for declining magi. To adapt the Greater Grail to Triphos, Darnik allowed it to slowly deteriorate. During this process, the Grail not only retained the ability to summon pure heroic spirits but also gained the unexpected byproduct of summoning characters who only possessed aspects of heroic spirits. Regardless, time was on his side. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. What was the cornerstone of this persistent determination? Was it the fundamental motivation of all magi to reach the root? Of course, that was a significant factor. Being born a magus, it was natural to aim for that goal. But could he truly go to such lengths solely for this pure desire? Bitter memories from 80 years ago resurfaced. At that time, as a newly emerging magus, he had a promising engagement. It was indeed an excellent match. For Darnik, it would lay the foundation for elevating his family lineage to nobility. However, this engagement was put on hold. The bloodline of the Igdmalenia clan was deemed impure and unlikely to sustain itself beyond 5 generations, inevitably leading to decline. This was the warning from a certain magus. Absolutely absurd. If there were still 5 generations left, taking appropriate measures to remedy the situation should be completely feasible. It seemed that only Darnik thought this way. To a clan unwilling to take risks, he quickly became an outcast who needed to be excluded. Whether it was his sworn brother who had once patted his shoulder warmly, talking about friendship, or the woman who had shyly expressed her love and was soon to become his partner, all of them distanced themselves from him. That's fine. In the long journey of life, one sometimes encounters such things. But at that moment, the dream of elevating his clan to nobility was utterly shattered. Even if he overcame the decline after 5 generations, the stigma once attached could never be removed. While he might not have cared, the future of his successors had been stolen by that magus. In that instant, Darnik realized that reaching the root through conventional means, studying magecraft day and night, striving to elevate his status within the association, becoming nobility, was an unachievable dream and thus abandoned it. Hence, he needed to devise a way to prevent his clan from declining and also explore a path to reach the root. While it wasn't impossible to continue his research independently by leaving the Mages Association and hiding in the world, Darnik refused to do so. Staying within the association was undoubtedly humiliating. However, Darnik never forgot this humiliation for even a second and etched it deeply into his heart, as motivation for his efforts. During this period, he came across information about the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City. He allied with Nazi Germany, which had a strong interest in occult practices and participated as a master supported by military forces. The situation became extremely chaotic due to the rule-breaking tactics of the Einsburns, an unexpected stroke of luck. The Third Holy Grail War ended amidst the chaos. The exhausted Einsburns, Tosaka, and Matou were unable to stop Darnik and Nazi Germany's actions. To this day, Darnik no longer harbored resentment towards the clan that abandoned him. Considering the current situation, he even felt like thanking them. However, that clan had long been wiped out and left no mark on history. Darnik did not directly act against them, he merely used political means to corner them. By guiding them to invest in meaningless experiments, letting their secret techniques leak, and causing their heirs to die in unfortunate experimental accidents, he led them to ruin. When they finally debased themselves, trying to curry favor with Darnik and join the Igdmalenia, he exiled them instead of integrating them into the clan. Since then, Darnik only heard that they went to the Far East, the stage of the Holy Grail War, Japan, and never heard from them again. They likely lived a life of endless sorrow. His life was one of constantly trampling others. Now, the targets to trample were the Mages Association and the magus of his clan. Of course, he had no hesitation, whether it was trampling his clan or sacrificing his life. Anyone familiar with Darnik's usual demeanor would be chilled by his current expression. His face was cold and emotionless, like frozen frost. In such moments, he always thought of extremely vile things. If necessary, he would not hesitate to commit any evil act. He intentionally went outside for this reason, to avoid raising unnecessary suspicion among others. So, what should I do? As Darnik pondered in a corner, new changes unfolded in the castle courtyard. Chapter 504, Chapter 504, A Narrow Miss. The master's fears did not materialize. The terrifying beam shot from the hanging garden swept the castle's periphery and vanished as if it had no interest in the castle itself. It wasn't because Karna had exhausted his energy. The son of the sun with the blessing of the sun, golden armor, had astonishing regenerative and endurance capabilities. Although he had a fierce battle with Vlad III, consuming a lot of energy and suffering some losses, by the time he returned to the hanging gardens, his injuries and magical energy had mostly recovered. Releasing a noble phantasm once, especially his weakest, was not enough to put him in a state of magical energy deficiency. Of course, the support from Shiro and Semiramis played a part, but this only highlighted Karna's fearsome nature, the epitome of the strongest hero. He ceased firing simply because of an order from Shiro, the priest. Is this enough? Yes, this is sufficient. Karna's expression remained indifferent, exuding an unapproachable coldness, as if frozen. Ordinary people would have been scared off by this severity, but Shiro continued to smile, his demeanor seemingly more fitting for the sun god's role. Our primary goal is not to strike the Black Faction, but the Greater Grail. So, you had me attack the ley lines? Yes. Indeed, Karna's attack with his anti-nation noble phantasm, Brahmastra, oh Brahma, cover the earth, was never aimed at the Black Faction's masters and servants but at the ley lines. The blazing curtain of flames that almost reached the hanging gardens was just half of the beam's energy, the other half delved underground, wreaking havoc at various ley line nodes. Ley lines, the convergence of power in an area, lie deep underground and are part of the planet's workings. Even touching a region's ley lines is no easy task, let alone shaking them. Shaking the ley lines is different from a magi's utilization. Utilization is about reasonably applying the magical energy within, whereas shaking the ley lines directly destabilizes their foundation. If ley lines are likened to a river, utilization is drawing water from it, while shaking is making the entire river tremble, a far more difficult feat. According to Shiro's estimation, simply shaking one ley line node would require at least an A-rank anti-fortress noble phantasm. Shaking all the nodes around the castle at once would require an anti-nation noble phantasm. Among the participating servants in this Holy Grail war, only Karna met this requirement, and he did not disappoint, completing the task perfectly. Through the occasionally flickering red electric currents of magical energy, Shiro could feel the connection between the Greater Grail and the earth weakening. Although not completely severed, it was gradually yielding to the pull from the hanging gardens. It won't be long before the Greater Grail is fully transferred, and the Black Faction's servants will seize this opportunity to attack. You need to conserve your magical energy for the upcoming efforts. Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. You should leave as well, it's not safe here. Yes, I know. I'll stay a bit longer to ensure the transfer goes smoothly, then I'll return. Hearing Shiro's response, Karna nodded silently and disappeared in a flash of golden light. Once the golden light completely vanished, Shiro's usual smile faded. His empty right hand rhythmically drummed on the hilt of his sword, muttering to himself. I wonder what expression you have now. Disappointment? Anger? Or utter confusion? Huh, what kind of move is this? Just as Shiro predicted, Shinji's mood was very sour. Disappointment, anger, and panic all intertwined. All because of the message from Fiori, the connection between the Greater Grail and the ley lines had weakened. The Greater Grail's current state is sustained entirely by the ley lines of Triphos. Without the support of these ley lines, the Greater Grail cannot withstand the pull from the gardens. If this continues, the Greater Grail will inevitably be seized by the Red Faction, and reclaiming it later would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, my plan would be ruined, and most critically, Justice is still inside. No, I absolutely cannot allow the Greater Grail to be taken. I cannot let this happen. What should I do? What should I do? Think, brain, think. Magecraft is out of the question. Semiramis's spell is not a simple attraction, it uses the power of the gardens to replace the physical laws around the Grail with those of the gardens. Such high-level magecraft, approaching the rank of true magic, is beyond the capabilities of someone like me, who isn't even first-rate. Then how about physics? Yes, physics. If I discard the cumbersome task of severing the ley lines, the Greater Grail is being pulled towards the gardens by gravity. If I can counteract this gravity with another force, yes, that's it. Bellerophon. Shinji, who had come back, leaped onto the top of the Greater Grail. No, Shinji, the power of Pegasus might damage the exterior of the Greater Grail. Justy's anxious voice appeared alongside the pure white Pegasus. The Greater Grail was modeled after Justy's body and, though much sturdier after its transformation, could still be damaged by the immense power of such a high-ranking phantasmal beast. We can't worry about that now. You told me that as long as the core remains intact, it can absorb mana and self-repair. Moreover, I won't let you fall into enemy hands, never. Shinji hadn't forgotten that Amakusa Shiro could connect with the Greater Grail and would do so. If he discovered Justy's presence, the consequences would be unimaginable. He couldn't allow that to happen. Shinji. Justy's tried to say something more. Don't say anything, just listen to me. The Greater Grail doesn't matter. You are the only one who must stay safe. Shinji inverted his body, pressing his hands against the exterior of the Greater Grail, releasing mana without regard for the cost. With his feet pointing skyward and his shoes exerting maximum force, he spoke to Pegasus. Help me push it down. If we can push it back underground, we win. Don't stop until I tell you to. Sensing its master's urgency, Pegasus turned its body and began ramming the Greater Grail. As expected from an ancient creature rivaling dragons, the Greater Grail, which Shinji couldn't budge, began to descend with just one impact from Pegasus. Seeing this, Shinji's face lit up with joy. Well done. Keep ramming it. Pegasus let out a long, resonant cry, its lithe, white body drawing an arc in the air before diving down. At that moment, Justy's voice echoed in Shinji's ear again, Shinji, watch out. Watch out. For what? Before Shinji could react, Pegasus's cry suddenly turned pained. In the next instant, his vision was filled with the pure white brilliance of Pegasus. With a muffled grunt, man and beast tumbled off the top of the Greater Grail. Chapter 505, Assault on the Hanging Gardens. The sudden turn of events left Shinji dizzy and disoriented. Amidst his daze, he heard Justy's anxious call. Shinji, are you alright? Answer me. I'm okay, just a bit of a concussion. Pressing his throbbing head, he quickly regained control of his body, thanks to the combat instincts honed by Scat Hacker's training. What exactly happened just now? On your end. Before he could finish speaking, Shinji's body froze. Pegasus, which he had pinned his hopes on, had reverted to spirit form at some point, and its current state silently revealed what had transpired. Just as Pegasus had ascended with full force, preparing to accelerate and ram into the Greater Grail, an attack came out of nowhere. It struck Pegasus's body, causing the unbalanced beast to crash directly into Shinji. Although Pegasus dissipated its physical form immediately to avoid further harm to Shinji, the mysterious attack inflicted significant damage on it. This attack deprived Pegasus of its ability to fly and fight for a short period, completely clearing the way for the Greater Grail to enter the Hanging Gardens. Kneeling on the ground, Shinji looked up at the slowly ascending golden sphere, his face filled with pain and frustration. Why did this happen? We were so close. The fall from heaven to hell gnawed at his heart. He hammered his fists against the smooth stone slabs beneath him, futilely venting his chaotic emotions. At this point, he had no way to stop the Greater Grail from leaving. He could only watch as it ascended higher and higher, while the contract linking him and Justy's became increasingly vague due to Semiramis's interference. Damn it. He muttered through gritted teeth, his deep blue eyes bloodshot. In his despair, Shinji saw a resolute figure appear by the remnants of the city wall, standing like a snow-capped peak on the Nordic landscape. The most famous hero of Norse mythology, the knight who traversed Niederland, and the dragon slayer, Siegfried. With his appearance, more heroes gathered. There was the great sage of ancient Greece with a longbow on his back, a tyrant dressed in black exuding a formidable aura, and a master golem maker as steady as a rock. These heroes came from different backgrounds and experiences, but they all exhibited the same trait when facing the colossal object above, they showed no fear. Even with the Greater Grail taken and their advantage turned into a disadvantage, they did not despair nor did they give up. They leaped, using the floating stones altered by the change in physical laws as footholds, and charged into the Hanging Gardens without hesitation. This was the spirit of heroism, the true essence of heroes, something Shinji lacked. Perhaps he had enough strength, and his mind was sharp, but he was missing a crucial quality. As Vlad III had said, only those who could laugh in the face of overwhelming odds and despair were worthy of being called heroes. Shinji, although he had faced various hardships and adversities, had never been driven to despair. Perhaps it was his nature, no matter how reckless or risky his actions were, he always left himself an escape route. Even when confronting the Ortenross, he had a secret plan to escape with Pegasus. When someone has a way to retreat, they lack the courage to fight to the death. Now, Shinji was finally cornered with no way out. Amakusa Shiro could connect to and control the Greater Grail through his noble phantasm. This would inevitably lead him to discover Justice, who also held some control over the Grail. Given Amakusa's ruthless decisiveness, if he saw Justice as an obstacle to his control, she would be in grave danger. While there was a chance she might be deemed harmless, Shinji dared not gamble on it. He couldn't risk the life of the woman who meant so much to him, no matter how slim the chance of failure. No, it's not over yet, there's still a chance. If we can take the Hanging Gardens, we can reclaim the Grail. Wait for me, Justice, I'm coming to get you. Shadows silently crept up and enveloped Shinji's body, transforming into a cloak that also rendered the assassin beneath it invisible. The Hanging Gardens, Semiramis's noble phantasm, was a place that instantly alerted her to any intruders. As soon as the Black Faction servants led by Vlad III set foot in the temple, Semiramis detected them and relayed this information via surveillance images to the waiting Red Faction. Red Lancer Karna raised his immortal blade and calmly declared, I'll handle Black Berserker Vlad III. My target is, of course, Black Archer. Red Rider Achilles had already made his decision. I wanted to choose Black Archer too. Red Archer Atlanta scratched her beast ears in frustration. As a fellow archer, she was burning with a strong fighting spirit, but... Sorry, sis, I really can't let you have this one. I know, so I won't fight you for it. During Karna's absence, Atlanta had learned Black Archer's true name and understood the complex relationship between him and Achilles. This master-student confrontation was inevitable, and she neither wanted nor could disrupt it. But who should I choose then? Black Saber. Or the Black Caster whom I haven't seen? Atlanta was indecisive. To be honest, neither Black Saber Siegfried nor Black Caster Abisprin were good matches for her. Siegfried, with his near-invulnerable body and Ba-Mung, was like an impenetrable iron turtle. Similarly, Abisprin, as the master of golem creation and a key source of the Black faction's infantry, would undoubtedly bring golems with him. Atlanta didn't believe for a second that he would come alone. Once the number of golems increased, it would be hard for her to maintain the front line, not because she couldn't defeat them, but because the current situation didn't allow her to use her favored kiting tactics. Kiting required the enemy to focus solely on her, but the Black faction's primary goal wasn't to defeat the Red faction's servants, it was to reclaim the Greater Grail. If Atlanta tried to fight while retreating, Abisprin would surely leave some golems to block her path and then advance with the rest of his forces. Her noble phantasm, Phoebus Catastrophe, had already been exposed, and one of its targets was the golems. If Black Caster had any sense, he would be prepared for this. Suddenly, a thought popped into her head. If only Caster would help. Shakespeare's skill, enchant, could turn the mundane into the extraordinary, creating explosive arrows, 4 large-scale attacks and armor-piercing arrows specifically for Black Saber. This would greatly alleviate her concerns. Unfortunately, the powerful support of the great playwright had always been capricious. As soon as he left the throne room, he exclaimed, "Thanks to the Greater Grail, I've suddenly been struck with creative inspiration." "Excuse me," and hurried back to his so-called study, leaving everyone else exasperated. While Atlanta was hesitating, Karna spoke up. "I have a suggestion." "Let's hear it." "Don't choose. Use your phantasmal puppets for the front line, and you find opportunities in the back. This should play to your strengths." "You're right." Atlanta's eyes lit up at his words. She wasn't alone, her side also had phantasmal puppets. If the enemy had high defense and numbers, so did they. With meat shields, she could shoot to her heart's content. "Thank you, Lancer." Then it's settled. "Let's give it our all." Achilles hefted the meteor spear made by his teacher and gifted by his father, ready for the enemy's arrival. Chapter 506, Saint vs. Poisoned Woman. The Black faction must reclaim the Greater Grail before it is taken. The Red faction must defend it until it is completely in their possession. With the shift in offense and defense, the situation has reversed. The once impenetrable fortress of the Millennia Castle has now become a useless ruin, and the Red faction holds the advantage. However, there is another pressing issue at hand, the presence of the approaching ruler. Only Semiramis, Shakespeare, and their master, Father Shiro, are aware of this. Both the Black and Red factions, as well as Jeanne d'Arc, understand that this is a race against time. In the few minutes before the Greater Grail is fully extracted and integrated into the Hanging Gardens, they must fight with all their might. As Jeanne came closer, she was further amazed by the floating noble phantasm. Few heroic spirits possess anti-fortress noble phantasms powerful enough to destroy a castle, but they do exist. However, heroic spirits who possess a fortress as their noble phantasm are exceedingly rare. The only heroic spirit Jeanne could immediately think of with such a noble phantasm was the Child of Light from Ireland, and even that was limited to his homeland. Moreover, a floating fortress was almost unheard of. The most troublesome aspect now was that the master of this floating fortress seemed to harbor ill intentions toward her. Although there were many things she needed to clarify with the Red faction, she had no time for detours. But she had a nagging premonition that something crucial was unfolding, perhaps even nearing completion. She forcibly pushed these thoughts aside and sprinted up the walls of the Millennia Castle. Through a large hole in the Millennia Castle, she could see the Greater Grail gradually revealing its true form. Unbelievable. It was no surprise, she muttered to herself. The oppressive feeling constricting her entire body confirmed that this was indeed the authentic Greater Grail. What was astonishing was the Red faction's attempt to extract it. Indeed, this war centered around the Greater Grail. However, this usually happens only after the war's conclusion. Why was the Red faction so desperate to retrieve the Greater Grail while the battle still raged on? The problem likely stemmed not from the Red faction's servants but from their master, who appeared to be acting against the Mages Association's intentions, most probably the young men in a monk's robe she had seen in her vision. As she reached this conclusion, she arrived at the floating fortress. Water flowed upwards, and trees grew downwards. Reverse flow. The Hanging Gardens. Correct, ruler. A mocking voice reached her ears. She turned to see who it was. Jeanne knew of 2 heroic spirits who possessed the Hanging Gardens as a noble phantasm. One was Nebuchadnezzar II, and the other, a legendary empress whose false association with the construction of the Hanging Gardens had been mistakenly recorded as history. The world's oldest assassin, Semiramis. Red assassin. So, it's you. Indeed. Now, ruler, what brings you to my gardens? I believe I have done nothing against the rules. Perhaps due to the dim light, her dark and bewitching evening gown almost blended with the night. To Jean, this semblance was particularly eerie. No, you have. Oh. Semiramis seemed intrigued. So, what rule do you claim I have violated? If you can honestly say you have adhered to the rules of the Holy Grail War, then let me see your master. In an instant, Semiramis's gaze shifted from mocking to wary. Seeing this change in her expression, Jean knew she was on the right track. Regrettably, my master is very busy right now. Besides, he's a very cautious person and wouldn't want to meet with other servants. So, he is hiding in these gardens, then. Jean succinctly pointed out. Semiramis had already entered a battle-ready state as if to prevent her. The saint raised her holy flag and proclaimed. You should know that it's pointless, red assassin. Indeed, my magic cannot penetrate your magic resistance. It's one of the privileges of being a ruler, isn't it? There are other privileges too. Red assassin, please don't force me to use them. A faint blue light radiated from Jean's entire body, causing Semiramis to frown. The greatest privilege of a ruler, the command spells that can be used on all servants, correct? It's quite troublesome, but even if you exhaust all your command spells, I have no intention of betraying my master. If you use a command spell on me, my master will stop it. So, your master is not a puppet. I would like to make him a puppet if I could, but even in these gardens, well, it's pointless to discuss it with you. Just know that I will not betray him. Hearing Semiramis's words, Jean was somewhat puzzled but still took a step forward and declared. Then, as of now, you are my enemy. At this stage, she finally identified Red Assassin and her master as clear enemies. In response to Jean's declaration of war, the proud Assyrian empress's expression grew serious. Ordinarily, an assassin's abilities are incomparable to a ruler's, and the combination of a magus and a ruler is particularly deadly. Normally, even without the use of command spells, Jean wouldn't need much effort to defeat her. Fortunately, her master, Shiro, had long anticipated a confrontation with Jean and had prepared in advance. Oh, really? I am your enemy, then. In that case, I will have to use all my power to defeat you. As Semiramis spoke, she raised her left hand, her thumb and middle finger poised to snap. However, Jean was even quicker in her movements. Although her martial prowess still lagged behind heroes like Karna and Achilles, who stood proudly in the age of gods, she was by no means ordinary. At a distance of only 3 meters, she would not give Semiramis any opportunity to cast her spells. The holy flag billowed in the wind, and before it fully unfurled, its silver spearhead was already descending. This was Jeanne d'Arc's most formidable attack, named Revelation. However, this seemingly inevitable strike did not land on Semiramis's head. Just before the flag fell, a piece of black, fish-scale-like armor appeared above Semiramis. It was this armor that blocked Jean's holy flag and gave Semiramis the chance to snap her fingers. With a crisp snap, Semiramis vanished from her spot, leaving behind only a voice of admiration. Should I say, as expected of the saint? Even the scales of the divine fish barely held up. The scales of the divine fish manifested Semiramis's divinity as a demigod. Divinity might seem intangible and insignificant, but it is often the source of many heroes' strength. Those with divinity naturally stand out more than those without it, easily becoming the center of attention. This is evident from the fact that many protagonists in Western myths and legends are demigods. Different sources of divinity grant different powers. Karna, as the son of the sun god Surya, received the iconic solar fire. Achilles, blessed by his mother Thetis, possessed invulnerability and the miniature world enclosed by the azure sky, surrounded by ocean currents. Similarly, Semiramis received unique abilities from her mother, the fish goddess Derkito, one of which was her ability to manifest the divine fish's scales for defense. I wonder how you'd fare against the real divine fish. Jeanne furrowed her delicate brows, her sky-blue eyes warily scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, behind her, the space rippled like water, and a monstrous fish with a grotesque face leaped out. Chapter 507, Chapter 507, Saber Face in Action. The strange fish bore a striking resemblance to the carp fish, but it was many times larger. It was the familiar of the fish god Derkito, a divine fish that only Semiramis could summon. Its movements were incredibly agile, capable of rivaling that of a serpent even outside of water. It possessed a large mouth capable of devouring a person, with teeth that gleamed with a cold light and a powerful jaw more fearsome than ordinary swords and blades. At this moment, it was opening its maw wide, attempting to bite the girl before it in half. If it were an average servant, the divine fish's ambush might have succeeded. But Jeanne d'Arc was no ordinary servant, she was a ruler, a saint who could hear the revelations from God. Before the divine fish appeared, she had already foreseen the danger and prepared to dodge and counterattack. As the divine fish drew closer, so close that she could smell the stench from its foul teeth, Jeanne swiftly turned around. Her 3-meter-long holy banner struck the divine fish's body fiercely, leaving a long, shocking scar on its scales, which were as solid as iron. The brutal beast was sent flying, crashing into many carefully arranged plants in the garden. Having easily thwarted the divine fish's ambush, Jean let out a soft snort, and the flag adorned with the fleur-de-lis fluttered in the wind. However, this gallant figure was an eyesore to Semiramis, who was hiding somewhere unseen. I thought the saint from the legend would be some noble and pure existence, but it turns out she's just a crude country girl. Facing Semiramis's sharp ridicule, Jean remained unfazed, responding calmly. You're right, I am just a country girl from Damrami-la-Pucelle, never a saint. Jean's title of saint was posthumously awarded. In her lifetime, she was burnt at the stake as a heretic. Jean herself never saw herself as a saint. Apart from her military role, she was just an ordinary country girl from France. Seeing Jean's attitude of not feeling ashamed but rather proud, Semiramis's words grew even more disdainful. Then continue rolling in the dirt with this ugly man-eating fish. As soon as she finished speaking, the divine fish, which had been sliding on the ground, flicked its tail and leaped up, attacking in a manner akin to hunting in water. Although it was a familiar of the fish god, Durkito was not a benevolent deity. Would a kind god kill her lover and abandon her daughter after their affair was exposed? Naturally, her familiar would not be a good creature either. Though called a divine fish, it was a ferocious beast. The wound Jean inflicted did not scare it. Instead, it awakened its savagery, making its already hideous appearance even more terrifying. In Semiramis's eyes, this beast was the perfect match for Jean, the country girl. Once again, Jean sent the divine fish flying, beating it until it was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Yet, Jean felt no joy. She had understood Semiramis's strategy. Unable to win in close combat and her magic ineffective against Jean's absolute magic resistance, Semiramis had chosen a roundabout tactic, summoning. Summoning magic itself did not directly affect Jean and wouldn't be hindered by her magic resistance. The summoned creatures, being real entities, also wouldn't be affected by the magic resistance. As long as the creatures were strong enough, defeating Jean was not impossible. A single divine fish was not enough, but what if there were several? What if even stronger beasts were summoned? Though she had not received further revelations, Jean sensed the approaching danger. This was a super grand temple built at the pinnacle of human history, not just the age of gods. It was impossible that there were no powerful divine beasts, mythical beasts, or magical beasts guarding it. No, she couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. She had to break through quickly. She had to use her command spells. Yes, the command spell. Although Semiramis had mentioned that even if Jean used her command spell, her master would use theirs to cancel it out, there was still an order of operations. As long as there was a brief gap, Jean was confident she could break through. Having made her decision, Jean hesitated no longer. A crimson light flowed over her back, hidden beneath her battle armor. In the name of the ruler, I command. No. Semiramis, hidden in the shadows, turned pale. Master, quickly. At this critical moment, calculated in seconds, a bizarre surge of magical energy swept through the entire aerial garden. This magical energy was so immense that none could compare to it, except for the 8-armed, multi-legged Spartacus. It was also so malevolent that even a staunchly devout demigod, a savior of her nation like Jean, felt a shiver of fear. Accompanying this immense magical energy, something was born. It was something so significant that it diverted attention from the Holy Grail War, potentially a fatal presence. 3 figures, 2 tall and 1 short, walked side by side through the rubble. Incredible, Kairi Sisigu remarked, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Yeah. If that had hit directly, we'd be dead for sure, Mordred nodded vigorously, arms crossed. The Night King Artoria remained silent, quietly surveying the surroundings. Due to Spartacus's self-destruction, her battle with Mordred had been forcibly interrupted. After witnessing the wild, destructive light and subsequent, both the father and son duo, known for their leadership qualities, unspokenly decided to cease fighting and figure out what had happened and how it would impact the battle. Thus, the group followed the aerial garden, completely forgetting their ruthless combat from just moments before, reinforcing Sisigu's belief that the two were indeed father and son, or mother and daughter. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning, and the ground was a charred black and red with lava. Looking at the scene, who would believe this was the plains of Romania and not the crater of some volcano in the Alps? But who did this? That dangerous woman. Sisigu looked up, his gaze fixed on the aerial garden almost blending into the Millennia Fortress. The Black Faction masters, except Shinji, believed it was the noble phantasm of the Red Caster, but Sisigu thought otherwise. Having researched Semiramis, he knew it was the noble phantasm of the Red Assassin. No, it doesn't seem like it. That woman's magical energy shouldn't be like this, Mordred shook her head. It should be darker, more somber, like my mother's, don't you think, father? Artoria did not respond immediately, only muttering a single word, son. Son. Mordred and Sisigu exchanged confused glances, not understanding what Artoria meant. Just as Artoria was about to explain, a golden, glowing orb began to rise from the castle. That's the Greater Grail. But how did that woman do this? The three of them, sensing the overwhelming power, simultaneously turned pale. Artoria reacted the fastest, dashing forward like an arrow. Wait. Mordred wanted to rush forward too, but after taking just a couple of steps, she remembered she wasn't alone. Turning back, she asked, "Master, what should we do next?" "You already know the answer, don't you?" Sisegu took a deep drag on his cigarette, then crushed it out. "Umph. If we do nothing now, we'll be seen as outsiders." "You're right. Let's go, Saber." "Understood, Master." "So, are you good at flying?" "Not particularly. As much as I hate to admit it, it looks like I'll have to rely on you." Seeing the bitter expression on Sisegu's face, Mordred grinned mischievously. It was time for her unique skill, Mana Burst, to shine once again. Chapter 508, Chapter 508, The Succession of Blood. Combat raged fiercely in the corridors leading to the main hall of the Hanging Gardens. Black Saber Siegfried led an army of golems, charging like a tsunami against all obstacles. However, this tide couldn't break through the dam formed by another group of puppets. It wasn't that Siegfried lacked strength or that Black Caster Abisprin was poorly commanding. The real issue was the unchecked destructive power of Red Archer Atlanta. The legendary huntress, who dedicated her life to the hunt, had prepared several platforms in the corridors. From these elevated positions, she roamed back and forth, mercilessly raining arrows on her opponents from above. Yes, a one-sided massacre. The nearest platform was over 100 meters away from the defensive line. Neither Siegfried nor Abisprin could attack her, they could only watch helplessly as she unleashed her arrow storms. In truth, the Black faction did have someone who could counter Atlanta, but they were all otherwise occupied. Black Archer Chiron, whose archery skills surpassed Atlanta's, could have neutralized her advantage from above. But Chiron chose to let Atlanta fire at will, unable to ignore his current opponent. Indeed, he dared not. His opponent, Red Rider Achilles, was an even more destructive force on the battlefield than Atlanta. With the swiftest feet among humans, he possessed unparalleled mobility. His invulnerable body, impervious to anything but divine power, allowed him to charge through attacks with impunity. Had he not insisted on a one-on-one duel with Chiron and instead led a team assault, the Black faction's situation would have been even worse. Yet even without Achilles rampaging, the Black faction was in dire straits because their leader, main general, and ace, Black Berserker Vlad III, was being suppressed. As I thought. Ugh. Red Lancer Karna, speaking calmly, relentlessly pushed his opponent into a corner. His precise, merciless attacks were befitting of a great hero. However, Vlad III, who had previously held a slight advantage, now found himself at a disadvantage. Vlad himself sensed the change. His strength was waning. If his power had been at its peak earlier, now it was reduced to a mere 60%. His once formidable attacks, executed in quick succession, had lost their speed and sharpness. Karna easily deflected them with his spear and armor, without even needing to ignite his flames. The distance that had been hard to close before was now effortlessly bridged. Vlad III's exceptional attributes, which had been the highest in this Holy Grail war, were now significantly diminished. This further amplified Karna's martial arts advantage, forcing Vlad to retreat continuously. Perhaps noticing Vlad's confusion, Karna explained during a brief pause in the battle. "This Hanging Garden is the domain controlled by our assassin, not your territory. In other words, while you are within this garden, you are not the hero who saved a nation. Red Assassin's noble phantasm controlled a specific domain. This meant that this place wasn't Vlad III's revered Romania, where his fame was at its peak. Naturally, Karna's fame here was also close to zero. However, the intrinsic power levels of Karna and Vlad III were worlds apart, a hero at the zenith of the Age of Gods, unmatched in his era, versus a tyrant of a small European country, albeit a brilliant military strategist. They were simply not on the same level. Vlad III's ability to contend with Karna stemmed from the faith boost he received on his home soil. Without this faith, he reverted to his true form. The most direct manifestation of this was the nullification of his skill, Demonic Defender of the State, which led to the loss of his A rank, Mad Enhancement, boost, dropping his exceptional strength and agility back to A rank. Although still higher than Karna's, this gap could easily be bridged by Karna's Mana Burst. Worse still, Vlad III's greatest asset, the noble phantasm, Khazikli Bey, the Lord of Execution, required, Demonic Defender of the State, to connect to the ley lines and transform the area into his territory to be used. With Demonic Defender of the State nullified, Khazikli Bey couldn't be used, strictly speaking, it was downgraded. The noble phantasm's rank dropped from B to C+, and its type changed from anti-army to anti-unit. Though still written as Khazikli Bey in English, its name changed to Khazikli Bey, Blood-Stained King Demon. It retained the power to annihilate a single servant in one blow, but that applied to regular servants. For a top-tier servant like Karna, it posed no threat. At this moment, Vlad III had lost the elegance, grandeur, and ferocity he usually maintained. Forget about taking Karna's head, any slight mistake would lead to a catastrophic downfall. A trace of regret filled Vlad III's heart. This operation had been too reckless. He had misjudged both sides' strengths, ventured too deep into enemy territory, and, most fatally, had not anticipated the enemy seizing the Greater Grail. One wrong move led to total defeat. And his defeat would mean the entire Black faction's defeat, unless Assassin arrived in time. No, he couldn't place his hopes on him. The Red faction still had Caster, Assassin, and Saber unaccounted for. There was no choice left but the final option. A profound sorrow appeared on Vlad III's face, both for himself and for his opponent. He sheathed his spear, adjusted his attire, and looked directly at the nearby Karna. A trace of puzzlement appeared on Karna's stern face, and the advancing golden spear halted. What's this? Are you surrendering? I do not surrender to invaders. Right now, you are the invader. Indeed, we are the invaders, so I am no longer the Lord of Romania, right, Darnik? Vlad III raised his head, the sorrow on his face growing deeper. As you say, Grand Duke. At the edge of the battlefield, atop a temple-like pillar, a white cloak appeared as if by magic. No servant present had sensed his presence. All the servants halted their actions. It was the only master present, the head of the Igdmalenia family, Darnik. Darnik's voice was soft, like a devil's whisper. Though it is regrettable, your status as a hero is confined to Romania. Elsewhere in the world, people know you by another name, the infamy you sought to erase. Darnik, I do not wish to bear the shame imposed by posterity. Do you understand? I understand, so let me bear this sin. If our wishes are fulfilled, I will die to atone. With that, Darnik raised a hand bearing 3 glowing command seals. By the command seal, I order you, heroic spirit Vlad III, to immediately activate your noble phantasm. Karna, being the closest, instinctively sensed danger. His golden spear streaked through the air, aiming straight for Vlad III's chest. Unexpectedly, Vlad III neither dodged nor blocked, allowing the spear to pierce his chest, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Thus, the Lord of Romania, Vlad III, is killed by you. Next is the legend of Dracula. The monster who was forced to bear a tragic infamy due to literary creation, the vampire Dracula. Shadows descended, and a bloody aura spread. Chapter 509, The Vampire Dracula. The legend became reality. Terror descended. Shadows, magic, mist, and monstrosity completely transformed the leader of the Black faction. At this moment, the Black Berserker was no longer the Lord of Romania, Little Dragon, or Impaler Vlad III, but the blood-drinking monster, the noble ruling the night, remembered by the world as Count Dracula. The legends of vampires mostly originate from the dead apostles. Some blend into human society to drink blood, while others maintain a solitary, aloof existence. Regardless, dead apostles have always maintained their unique concepts and culture, living silently on the world's dark side, unknown to the public. However, the being before them was not such an existence. From the perspective of mysterious phenomena, it had only a history of a few centuries. However, its terror had thoroughly covered the entire world. When people heard vampire, their first thought was not of the dead apostles hiding in the dark corners of the world, but of Romania's great hero Vlad III, the model for Vampire Dracula. Karna's indestructible spear indeed pierced the chest of the Black Berserker, shattering his spirit core. For nearly all servants, this would be fatal, but that assumption was based on the fact that most servants were human. The Black Berserker was no longer human. Not only was he not destroyed, but he even had the leisure to smile. What flowed from the pierced part was not blood but an unknown substance resembling black shadows. The shadows poured out and soon transformed the entire body of the Black Berserker into this form. Although I felt a definite sensation, it seems to have no effect if he turns into that. Witnessing this bizarre scene, even Karna couldn't help but widen his eyes. The spear he wielded was a divine treasure, one of the few top artifacts of Indian mythology. If piercing the spirit core with such a weapon was ineffective, it meant, this guy had no fatal weaknesses anymore. I should have killed him before he turned into a vampire. As Atlanta complained, a large swarm of bats flew out from the black shadows. The bats gathered together, gradually forming a human shape. The vampire, fully restored to human form, turned his face towards the servants. His originally pale skin had completely lost its color, with all the blood concentrated in his eyes, turning into a primal thirst for blood. The once elegant black noble attire was torn to shreds. From within, instead of blood and flesh, shadows with substance constantly leaked out. The silver spear he previously wielded vanished without a trace as his heroic side was completely erased. He has turned into a complete monster. Karna's straightforward remark received the unanimous agreement of all present servants. Monster or human, everything is for our wish. For this, I will use any power. Though he had become the vampire Dracula, the black berserker had not lost his sanity. He slowly surveyed his surroundings as if carefully observing, then locked his gaze on a particular spot. All right, quickly bring me my greater grail. I must use it to wash away the stigma placed upon me. It was nighttime, the peak of the vampire's power. The black berserker, with all his senses greatly enhanced, had already detected the location of the greater grail. Achilles showed scorn with a facial expression, gripping his spear, and used his superior speed to instantly close the distance to the vampire. As he leaped, he hurled the spear with bullet-like speed at the vampire. You turned yourself into a monster and still talk about washing away your disgrace. That's laughable. No. The voice of restraint came from his teacher, Chiron. But it was too late, the spear had already been caught by the vampire. A fatal shot was fired at a speed surpassing sound. Against this supposedly unavoidable strike, the vampire caught the spear effortlessly with one hand. It was as if he had caught a flying missile barehanded, an incredible feat naturally. His flesh was torn, nerves severed, and bones shattered into fragments. However, the vampire's regenerative ability was far quicker than the injuries inflicted. The sight of him regenerating the instant he was injured was enough to send chills down one's spine. You shouldn't underestimate monsters. I may not want to use this noble phantasm, but the power it brings is undeniably real. Casually tossing the spear aside, the vampire lunged at Achilles. The man, who was in midair, was instantly pinned to the ground. Even so, Achilles still had strength to spare. As long as his opponent wasn't someone with divine lineage, no attack could harm his body. That should have been the case, but the moment the vampire bared his fangs, Achilles' extensive combat experience and survival instincts warned him, prompting him to reflexively block the vampire's bite with his wrist. As the fangs touched his arm, he felt a strange sensation of pain and itchiness. Poison. Before Achilles could react, Chiron kicked him forcefully, sending him flying. Separated from the fangs, the pain and itchiness disappeared immediately. Groaning as he stood up, Achilles protested. What the hell are you doing? For an attack to affect you, it must possess the attribute of divinity. Due to your heroic traits, even mental interference and illusion magic are completely ineffective. However, even without divine lineage, there are ways to make you an ally. That was not an attack just now, it was a vampiric act. It wasn't intended to kill you but to turn you into an ally. Your body is indeed invincible against malice and killing intent, but when faced with a request, your resistance is very weak. In other words, acts of affection are ineffective. Achilles, looking displeased, finished the explanation. Chiron said nothing more, left hand holding the bow, right hand knocking an arrow, and without hesitation, he shot at the vampire who had until recently been their ally. However, the vampire nonchalantly pulled out the arrow embedded in his body. Not a drop of blood was shed, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. What is the meaning of this, Black Archer? Are you planning to betray us? Darnik demanded harshly. This isn't betrayal. Chiron shook his head, his face showing undisguised regret and sorrow. Compared to the red and black factions, we are heroes first and foremost. Some things cannot be compromised. Vlad III did not get angry at this answer but asked unhurriedly, did I do something intolerable to you? Or do you insist that heroes must defeat me, the monster? In essence, yes. You are too dangerous now. If I had hesitated even a moment longer, Achilles might have become your thrall, such is the nature of vampires. Am I wrong, ruler? Chapter 510, Subjugation. The vampire suddenly turned to look in a different direction. His face showed clear displeasure, and the arrow in his hand was crushed into pieces. He wasn't facing any of the red or black faction servants present, but a newly arrived girl. If the vampire was a noble of the night, then this girl was the one who brought dawn, tearing through the darkness. The holy flag fluttered in the wind, emitting a pure and sacred light that starkly contrasted with the darkness surrounding the vampire. Everyone's eyes turned to the ruler. This included Karna, who had once sought her life, but Jean paid him no attention. She silently stared at the newly born vampire. In Jean's eyes, the status sheet of the black berserker had undergone significant changes. Having become a vampire, his attributes, which had dropped to 0 due to lack of recognition, had returned, and in some aspects, he was even stronger than he had been as the Prince of Wallachia. His skill set had also changed accordingly. Demonic Defender of the State was replaced by Vampirism, and Transformation, and Battle Continuation had also changed. Vampirism, Rank A. One of the vampire's powers. Through the act of sucking blood, the target is turned into a servant. Although the one being drained remains alive, they become fundamentally the vampire's thrall, akin to the dead. Moreover, since this act is one of affection rather than attack, even those with bodies that can withstand all kinds of attacks cannot defend against it. Transformation, Rank C. One of the vampire's powers. Can transform into mist, monsters, or countless bats. Though highly effective in melee combat, it is less effective against wide-range attacks. Battle continuation, rank A. One of the vampire's powers. Will not die easily. Even with mortal wounds, can continue to fight, disregarding physical damage entirely. In other words, Vlad 3, no, Vampire Dracula is a dangerous monster disrupting the Holy Grail War and a threat to humanity. If left unchecked, he could turn all servants and people into his thralls. Once he leaves the Hanging Gardens. Jean did not finish her sentence, but everyone understood her meaning. This madness could spread to the entire world. Although the vampire appeared rational and calm, his method of overpowering Achilles and biting him directly indicated that Jean's words were likely true. Even if he didn't spread the vampire plague worldwide, for the heroes, becoming a monster and a thrall under his control was unacceptable, regardless of faction. If they clung to their factions now, once the red faction was converted, the black faction wouldn't escape conversion and enslavement either. After all, only one person could claim the Holy Grail. Whether to protect the world, to conceal the mysteries, or simply for their survival, they could not ignore him. The vampire before them had become the #1 enemy of all servants. This was why Jean had abandoned her fight with Semiramis and rushed here urgently. The most troublesome aspect of the Black Berserker lies in his concept. In Romania, Vlad III is a hero who protected the nation, but the legend of Dracula the vampire also exists, meaning history and legend are intertwined. The faint light of the guardian of the nation and his notoriety may directly apply to him. If he reaches the Greater Grail and is released from the Hanging Gardens, Jean truly has no idea how to deal with this monster. Perhaps the legendary tragedy, the Night of Wallachia, will replay, and this time it won't be a nightmare but a reality. The vampire must be defeated here, he must not be allowed to escape. So, that's your judgment, ruler. But remember, everything I have done has not violated the rules of the Holy Grail War. Black Archer's attack on me to protect his disciple and his honor is his freedom, but as the adjudicator, you are violating your duty by doing so. Hearing the vampire's words, Jean frowned slightly. Upon careful consideration, this was indeed the case. Everything the Black Berserker had done was not against the rules. Transforming into a monster was a result of his second noble phantasm, succession of blood, and turning others into thralls through vampirism was an inherent skill. The Holy Grail War did not prohibit converting enemies into thralls or familiars. If he were not allowed to do this, his noble phantasm should have been sealed from the start. Since he was granted this noble phantasm, its use was legitimate. Punishing someone who hasn't violated the rules would be against the adjudicator's duty, akin to a biased referee. But, you will distort the world. That's just your subjective judgment. Until now, the Count hasn't done anything to distort the world. When did speculation and possibilities become grounds for conviction? Your actions are really hard to justify. Darnik let out a harsh, derisive chuckle. Known as the Eight-Forked Tongue, he was especially skilled in manipulating words, making the unreasonable seem reasonable, and in this case, he indeed had a point. Seeing Jean's hesitation, Darnik pressed further. Moreover, the fact that the Count can speak as he did just now shows that he still possesses rationality and awareness. The situation you fear won't happen. Of course, if you insist on your judgment, we will resist by all means. If any unforeseen events occur, it will be you who forced a being with human nature left into becoming a true monster. TCH, speaking as if you're righteous when you're a vampire. Ruler may have scruples, but I don't. Black Berserker, I don't like you, so I'm going to kill you. While Jean, Chiron, and others were shaken by these words, Achilles scornfully curled his lip. Like or dislike, right or wrong, he didn't care. His right hand wielding the spear and the left hand holding the shield, and with the comet form in his legs, Achilles launched another attack on the vampire, this time determined not to give him any chance to suck blood. A large number of stakes erupted from the vampire's body, the most common manifestation of the Khazikli Bey. Though not summoned from the ground, there was no need to worry about surprise attacks. However, stakes thrown by the vampire's extraordinary strength naturally exceeded the speed of sound. TCH, how annoying. Achilles swung his shield, swiftly deflecting the stakes. But the impact of the stakes also affected his unparalleled swift feet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the vampire quickly closed in, striking the shield with both claws. The shield remained unbroken, but Achilles was sent flying by the vampire's immense strength, crashing into the corridor wall. Though unharmed due to his immortality, Achilles couldn't hide his shock at the vampire's overwhelming strength. At that moment, the vampire's transformed weapon was already near Achilles, turning this ancient Greek hero into a thrall would almost guarantee victory in this Holy Grail War. However, his attempt was thwarted by Karna's spear. Although slightly inferior to Achilles, Karna was also highly agile. As Achilles moved, Karna raised his immortal blade. Meanwhile, the last servant of the Red faction, Atlanta, quietly knocked a blackened arrow. Her target was not the vampire, who was holding his own against two top-tier servants. She aimed at the vampire's master, Darnik. Chapter 511, Chapter 511, Shinji appears. Like Shinji, Atlanta never considered herself a hero. She was merely a hunter who used the most effective methods to hunt her prey. For the Black Berserker before her, the most effective hunting method was to kill his master. Once the master was dead, the vampire would lose his anchor and source of magical power, making him much easier to kill. An arrow, almost merging with the dim corridor, left the bowstring. Although not particularly fast, it was silent, a shooting technique she had developed specifically for hunting extremely alert prey. The arrow smoothly cut through the air, like a venomous snake aiming for Darnik's eyes. By the time he realized the danger and tried to evade it, it was already too late. The arrow carried enough destructive power to rival an anti-material sniper rifle. If it hit, Darnik's head would explode. With the loss of his source of magical power and without the reinforcement of command spells, the vampire wouldn't be far from disappearing. Atlanta had calculated everything before making her move. This was her way of hunting. Unfortunately, her hunt did not succeed this time. She hadn't underestimated Darnik's strength, nor had the vampire broken through the siege of 2 servants to rescue his master. The true reason for her hunting failure was the intervention of a third party. A crescent-like flash of light sliced through the black arrow in front of Darnik. It was a scythe, with a smooth, mirror-like metal blade attached to a black wooden handle. Both the blade and handle were clean and unadorned, looking very simple. The weapon's owner was dressed just as plainly, with a dark cloak covering his entire body and a hood hiding his face, exuding no presence, like a ghost. Such characteristics belonged to only one class. Atlanta's cat-like pupils shrank suddenly. You are the Black Assassin. Get down. Don't just stand there as a target, unless you plan to face a servant head-on. The cloakman didn't pull back his hood. He spoke to Darnik in a voice that was calm and unquestionable. Though the voice was familiar, its coldness and authority made it seem strange to everyone. Assassin, how did you? If you still want the Holy Grail, follow me. Wait, the Holy Grail. Not giving Darnik a chance to finish, Shinji, seeming like a completely different person, leaped off the pillar with his scythe in hand and walked forward. Darnik, not daring to stay behind and face Atlanta's arrows alone, quickly followed. The holy banner waved, and the saint tasked with adjudication blocked their path. Black Assassin, what are you planning? Fulfilling the duties of a servant in the Black faction, defeating the Red faction, and reclaiming the Holy Grail. Shinji kept walking, not stopping. And you don't care about the Black Berserker? Jean's face showed a hint of anger. She could tolerate the choices of other servants, but not the Black Assassin, her ally, someone also chosen by the Holy Grail. His actions mattered to her. No need to care. Why? Aren't you worried about the irreparable consequences he might cause? The more Jean spoke, the more anxious she became, but Shinji remained unmoved, passing her by. Black Assassin. In a moment of desperation, Jean forcefully grabbed Shinji's wrist. Tell me what you're thinking. I want to know. Perhaps it was the saint's persistence that made refusal impossible, or maybe it was Jean's wavering expression that made Shinji relent. He finally stopped and his tone softened a bit. Sorry, time is tight. There's no time to explain. At least give me an answer. Jean lifted her head, her sky-blue eyes meeting another pair of blue eyes through the cloak. Fine. Without evidence, there can be no conviction. Without an action, there is no crime. The Black Berserker hasn't violated any rules. While true, this wasn't Shinji's real intention. Whether he was guilty or not, whether he broke the rules or not, he didn't care. Right now, he only wanted to use every available force to swiftly penetrate the deepest part of the Hanging Gardens and reclaim his family. To achieve this goal, he didn't mind using any power, even that of a vampire or a demon. But if he breaks the rules, it will be too late. This is Romania out there. Don't worry. Although he has turned into a vampire, his mind remains that of Vlad III, the Grand Duke of Romania. He won't harm his country's people without reason. If he dares to, I will kill him. I've forgotten to mention, when it comes to dealing with vampires, I'm a true expert. I've killed dozens if not 100. Though most were weaklings. When it came to understanding Vlad III, even Darnik was no match for Shinji. He knew the 3 different states of Vlad III's dual classes, he knew Vlad's character in each state, and he knew his convictions. Even if Vlad went mad, as a berserker, he wasn't a devil without limits, as long as Darnik didn't imprint his existence into Vlad III's soul like in Fate/Apocrypha, turning him into a creature of pure obsession and instinct. Even if the settings and reality diverged, Shinji didn't care. Dracula was a monster derived from the dead apostles, and their weaknesses were his weaknesses. As the captain of the Dead Apostle hunting squad, Shinji had extensive experience hunting vampires. Dracula was indeed stronger than Vlad III in terms of power. But due to their different natures, Shinji found Dracula easier to deal with than Vlad III. Even if Dracula left the Hanging Gardens and took control of them, Shinji was confident he could kill him. And if he couldn't, so what? The 27 dead apostle ancestors couldn't overturn the world, and neither could the Crimson Moon, the source of all vampires. A mere Dracula. Did he think the modern era, with its declining mysteries, was easy to conquer? Even if Dracula was invincible and unstoppable, it wouldn't matter. After all, it wasn't Shinji's world. If it was destroyed, it was destroyed. He would feel guilty, sad, and remorseful for his incompetence, but all of this paled in comparison to Justi's. Yes, Shinji was that selfish. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't one in the past, isn't one now, and has no plans to be one in the future. Saber, archer, caster, I'll handle berserker. If you trust me, come with me. If not, please don't obstruct me. I don't want to be your enemy. As Shinji spoke, he gently pried Jean's hand off and resumed walking. Jean wanted to say something but remained silent in the end. Chiron watched his new pupil pass by, sighing and shaking his head. Siegfried and Avisbrin, maintaining their usual silence, one sheathing his sword and the other with arms crossed, quietly stepped back. These heroes couldn't bring themselves to stand alongside a blood-sucking monster, choosing instead to observe from the sidelines. Finally, he arrived at the side of the vampire Dracula, his gaze fixed on the two renowned heroes blocking his path. Move aside. What a joke. If you want to keep going, you'll have to get past me first. Achilles signaled to Karna to keep the vampire occupied while he turned his spear to launch an attack on this old rival. If you don't want to die, then don't block my way. Shinji's voice returned to its earlier icy tone. Who dies is yet to be seen. Not good. This is. Achilles' sentence abruptly caught in his throat, and both Chiron and Atlanta's expressions changed drastically. In Shinji's hand appeared a black shield, its center adorned with the lifelike visage of a beautiful face. To the heroic spirits of ancient Greece, the fame of the shield was overwhelming, even surpassing Achilles' shield and great Ajax's, Rho Ajax. Its name was Aegis, the shield of Athena. But its true terror lay not in the shield's defense, but in the head of the Gorgon embedded in its center. More precisely, in the piercing eyes of the Gorgon. And now, those eyes were open. The gaze of the Medusa. Chapter 512, Going All Out. The highest grade of mystic eyes. The mystic eyes by the Gorgon Medusa. The ultimate form of petrifying mystic eyes, praised as impossible to replicate through magecraft, Cybele. When these mystic eyes open, the world is drained of all color, leaving only shades of gray. Only those with magic resistance can maintain their existence in this gray world. A-grade magic resistance grants immunity to petrification but imposes a heavy pressure effect, reducing all abilities by 1 rank. Those with B-grade must pass a resistance check to avoid petrification. Magic resistance at C-grade and below results in unconditional petrification. Undoubtedly, this is an extremely rogue ability. In the past, countless heroes sought to defeat Medusa, including many renowned warriors. However, these warriors were turned into statues by mystic eyes before they could showcase their skills, dying in bitterness. Those who weren't petrified saw their abilities drastically reduced and were ultimately crushed by the Gorgon. Let's look at the situation of those covered by the petrifying mystic eyes. Phantasmal puppet, no class, no magic resistance, unconditional petrification. The army of golems entangled with the phantasmal puppet, no magic resistance, unconditional petrification. Red Archer Atlanta, magic resistance level D, unconditional petrification. Red Rider Achilles, magic resistance level C, unconditional petrification. It's unclear whether it's because simple petrification isn't considered harm that Andreas Amarantos doesn't activate. This is why Shinji said, if given a chance, he can kill Achilles. Medusa, cursed by Athena, is no longer the beautiful goddess but a Gorgon monster devoid of divinity, thus not sealed by the Diatrikon Asterlonk barrier. However, due to considerations of hiding his identity, conserving strength, and not wanting to see a hero he admired die so miserably, he hadn't used this ultimate trump card. But now, to reclaim justice, he has thrown all concerns aside, revealing all his cards, anyone in his way, no matter who, will be killed without mercy. Realizing the danger, Achilles and Atlanta used their incredible speed to hide at the corners of the corridor and behind the platform, respectively, barely avoiding the expanding gray world and the visual range of the mystic eyes. This is the only way to cope with Cybele when magic resistance is insufficient. No matter how strong the petrification is, it remains a mystic eye, it can't work outside its line of sight. However, only Achilles and Atlanta could make such a response. Being from Greece, they could recognize the shield immediately and had the speed to react. Others either got petrified before recognizing it or recognized it but lacked the speed, eventually being engulfed and assimilated by the gray world. Of course, there were exceptions. Red Lancer Karna, the only one maintaining his color in the gray world. Although his magic resistance is the same as Achilles at C grade, his golden armor reduces all interference to 1/10, effectively multiplying his magic resistance by 10. Thus, the debuff only reduces his abilities by 1/10 of a rank. This minor decrease doesn't affect Karna's immense power. Swinging his hands, his immortal blade shone like the first light of dawn, cutting through the grey world and striking the center of the shield, Medusa's eyes. Then, the spear's shadows shattered the grey world into fragments, forcing Shinji to retreat repeatedly. Facing Karna, who had perfected his uncrowned martial arts, even with Chiron's special training and wielding the divine shield and serpent killer scythe, Shinji struggled to defend. Since he couldn't defend, he chose not to. Attack met with attack. Shinji, already filled with rage, had no intention of tangling with Karna any longer. He retracted the scythe and swung a golden cudgel directly at Karna's face, which was even paler than that of a Caucasian. Seeing the signature weapon of Indra, the father of his archenemy Arjuna, and a deity with whom he had a complex history, Karna finally lost his usual composure. The highly compressed flames of the sun rose from his golden spear, clashing head-on with the golden lightning emanating from the weapon. The divine might of the sun god and the thunder god swept through the entire corridor. This pair of ancient adversaries from the distant age of gods battled once more in the modern era, where mysteries had faded. This time, the victory did not go to the trickster thunder god Indra but to the sun god Surya, who had bestowed the gift of fire upon humanity. How did you come to possess Indra's Vajra? Karna asked, deflecting the thunderbolt with his spear. But Shinji was no longer in his original position. Seizing the moment when the solar flames and divine lightning were clashing, he had already bypassed Karna and continued deeper into the corridor, with the vampire Dracula following him. There was no way Karna would let the two pass easily. He merged with his spear and began the pursuit. However, the vampire was faster. Still retaining the primary thoughts of Vlad III, the vampire knew that whatever this ever-cautious assassin was planning, they now had to work together. Otherwise, reclaiming the Greater Grail would be impossible. Compared to Achilles and Atlanta, who had retreated before the petrifying mystic eyes, Karna, who was unafraid of petrification, posed a greater threat to the assassin. Thus, the vampire's course of action was clear. The vampire used his body as a springboard, launching wave after wave of supersonic stakes. In the confined corridor, the destructive power of these stakes was even more terrifying than his noble phantasm. Under such a dense assault, even someone as strong as Karna couldn't maintain his offensive and had to switch to defense, repeatedly shattering the stakes fired by the vampire. On the other side, Achilles and Atlanta were not idle either. They launched a coordinated attack. Achilles charged forward, holding the shield of the world, while Atlanta closely followed with her bow of the heavens. Before the small world created by the world shield, even the highest grade of petrifying mystic eyes was ineffective. Under the shield's protection, Atlanta could shoot arrows without worrying about being petrified. This was the only offensive strategy Achilles could think of. Unfortunately, the petrifying mystic eye's ineffectiveness did not mean Shinji was out of options. His goal was never to fight the Red Faction servants, he had always intended to find the Greater Grail first. Whether to reclaim it or start a chaotic battle to quickly complete the ritual could be decided later. Using his winged sandals, he flew over Achilles and Atlanta without engaging them directly. The vampire followed suit, transforming into an invisible mist and gliding along the ceiling. The three Red Faction servants, of course, wouldn't allow the two to leave so easily. They immediately regrouped into a three-person team. Thus, the Holy Grail War finally had its first true team battle. Chapter 513, Chapter 513, Rongaminiad. Achilles was very displeased at the moment because he had been injured yet again. Blessed by his mother, resilient against divine flames, and able to withstand non-divine attacks, Achilles' robust body had always been his pride and most trusted asset. But in this Holy Grail War, his invulnerability had been repeatedly breached. Chiron's arrows and divine constructs were one thing, as he already knew about these weaknesses and was prepared for them. But what about the others? The mysterious Black Assassin. The so-called friendly vampiric behavior of the Black Berserker who had turned into a vampire. And now, the spear of this suddenly appearing Black Lancer. In one night, his invulnerability was breached by 3 different methods. Even the greatest hero of the Trojan War couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. Was his Andreas Amarantos a fake? Especially the last one. As a demigod, Achilles was sure that the female knight before him had no divinity, the lance that struck his chest wasn't a divine construct, and his widely known weak point hadn't been targeted. So how did she break through his invulnerability? Though it was just a blunt strike with only slight pain, Achilles' usually steadfast confidence wavered. Instinctively, Achilles turned to look at Chiron. This was a habit he had developed in his youth. When in doubt, ask Google, Chiron. His teacher was a walking encyclopedia. In Achilles' mind, there was nothing he didn't know. Karna, Atlanta, and others who knew Achilles' true name and legend were also very curious. Being stared at with trust and a thirst for knowledge by a disciple who was like a son, Chiron forgot about the distinction between friend and foe and naturally fulfilled his duties as a teacher. That indeed isn't a divine weapon. It is a noble phantasm created by the planet itself, surpassing divine constructs. The concept of surpassing divine constructs and being created by the planet itself awakened the knowledge implanted in everyone's minds by the Holy Grail, knowledge about the origin and evolution of deities. The history of deities predates humanity by far. They existed when the planet was still in its primordial state, manifestations of powers deified into forms. Later, as natural phenomena became common, most deities began to increase in number once settled into stable existences. Human understanding of nature was still shallow, and out of fear of these forces and nature, humans began to worship them. These were the nature gods, defining the age of gods as recognized by humans. As time passed and human society developed, the control of these deities gradually weakened. Humans began to distance themselves from the age of gods, and their perceptions of deities changed, even becoming distorted, giving rise to modern gods. Modern gods formed from the growing beliefs of humans were either pure creations of belief and fantasy or fictional constructs by those maintaining their rule. Unlike the original nature gods, modern gods were purely anthropomorphized entities of belief, essentially no different from heroic spirits, only differing in nature and rank. Regardless of the distinctions between nature gods and modern gods, the original deities were extensions of the planet's power. Noble phantasms created by the planet were naturally on par with these deities. Achilles Andreas Amarantos was an extension of divine power. According to the unchanging rule of the mystical world that a greater mystery nullifies a lesser one, Achilles' invulnerability couldn't possibly withstand Artorias' holy spear. If I'm not mistaken, that spear's true form is one of the towers the planet created to stabilize the surface world where humans live. No wonder you're highly esteemed by your master, the great sage, Artoria, whose noble phantasm's true form had been revealed, wasn't angry. She only admired Chiron's insight and knowledge. Later, there are some matters I'd like to discuss with you and your master. Please don't refuse. Chiron naturally referred to the contract between Shinji and Artoria. My master must have made preparations if he has summoned me. But before that, I must fulfill my master's orders first. As Artoria spoke, she lifted her lance, pointing it at the three red faction members who had come to their senses and were about to launch another attack. This spear is the roaring anchor that binds the stars, the furthest lance that shines, singing the light of the stars. With this ultimate spear, I will protect my master's back. If you're going to fight, then fight. Stop wasting time with all this nonsense. With his doubts dispelled by his teacher's guidance, Achilles charged forward once again. At the same time, Karna unleashed his indestructible blade, and Atlanta's 7 arrows of the Big Dipper flew forth, striking first. The three had resolved to eliminate the obstacle before them as quickly as possible, for it was their only option. Given Artoria's strength, to hold her off, they needed either Achilles or Karna to remain behind. However, losing either of these two would make it difficult to handle Shinji and Dracula together. To effectively suppress those two, the three of them needed to advance and retreat in unison. They were confident that no single servant could withstand the combined might of the three of them. Artoria was well aware that she couldn't hold them off, so she didn't even try. Instead, she directly unleashed her noble phantasm. Invisible air. The atmosphere began to expand, and the surroundings started to warp and distort due to the changes in the air. In the enclosed corridor, the howling winds were completely trapped, allowing their destructive power to reach its peak. With Artoria's thrusting motion, the air within the corridor was drawn along. The sound of wind crashing like an explosion and the impact of compressed air hitting objects echoed in their ears. Atlanta's chain of 7 arrows, modeled after the Ursa Major constellation, was naturally torn to shreds. The two great heroes had to halt their advance. Their golden armor and Achilles Andreas Amarantos could protect their bodies but couldn't guarantee their balance. And this was merely the prelude, the safeguard for the Night King wielding the ultimate spear to focus on unleashing her trump card. Behind Artoria, indistinct images began to appear. Among them was her in her youthful form. There was the knightly flower, holding the sword of the lake. The perfect white prince wielding the sacred sword of the sun. The first archer with flowing red hair and closed eyes. The advisor who bore infamy to create an ideal city. The squire who stayed by her side until the very end of her life. The brother who grew up with her and guarded her until death. And several heroic figures whose faces were indistinct due to the distortion of the air. And the knight with the horned helmet, out of place among the group, this person had also appeared in this Holy Grail war. These were the immortal legends etched into the land of Britain, the splendid chapters of human history. A voice rang out, not Artoria's own, but a will emanating from within the holy spear, reaching deep into the soul. O holy spear, removing anchor. Thrust and feast. 13 fangs. Rongaminiad. Chapter 514, Chapter 514, Noble Phantasms Clash. As Chiron mentioned, the Holy Lance was not originally a weapon. When humanity ascended to the throne of all spirits, the original mysteries came to an end. In their place, a layer called the laws of physics that best suited humanity enveloped the planet. To maintain this thin layer, several anchors were embedded into the earth, and the Holy Lance, Rongaminiad, the lance that shines to the end of the world, was one of them. This anchor, created to maintain the world, was entrusted to the Night King and unknowingly subjected to seals imposed by the king and knights. These seals are the shackles that limit the power of the Holy Lands, 13 strictures. Only in circumstances where multiple glories and missions can be achieved can the true Holy Lands be liberated. Now, the decisions of the Round Table are being declared within the Holy Spear. The battle must be to live. Acknowledge, K. The enemy must be more powerful than oneself. Acknowledge, Bedivere. The battle must not be inhumane. Acknowledge, Gareth. The battle must be for truth. Acknowledge, Agravain. The enemy must not be fairies. Acknowledge, Lancelot. The battle must not involve personal gain. Acknowledge, Galahad. The battle must be an honorable one. Acknowledge, Gawain. Not all, merely 7. Yet 7 is sufficient, the number required for complete liberation is exactly 7. The moment the resolutions take effect, the dim and deep courtyard corridor is filled with unprecedented radiance. 7 seals, also 7 prayers, and 7 purest powers from her companions are injected into the Holy Lands, igniting the beginning of humanity and guarding the light of humanity. She and her companions have bravely fought time and time again under this light. Amid the radiance, Artoria's expression is solemn and devout, more pious than a saint like Jean, as if all her mind and spirit have been captured by this starry brilliance. All unrelated persons, retreat immediately, Holy Lands, anchor removed. The moment the words fall, Jean and Darnik are astonished to find that Artoria's attribute panel has changed. Originally an already powerful A++ rank anti-fortress noble phantasm, with the restraints lifted, it has been rewritten to rank EX, type, something that has never happened in any known Holy Grail war. Listen to her. Retreat. Although Chiron does not have the authority to see the servant's panels like a master or ruler, his rich experience and keen perception make him sense the danger immediately. He grabs Darnik and retreats. The others, realizing the situation, quickly follow suit. At the back of the group, Black Caster throws what looks like purple gemstone magical tools onto the walls as he runs. These are golem cores created using Caster's class skill, item construction. Unlike other casters, Avisprin's item construction is limited to golems and puppets with a single function, but he has perfected this single function to the utmost. As soon as the core touched the wall, it began to assimilate the surrounding materials, consuming them voraciously. In less than a second, the golem had already taken shape. Next, Avisprin casually moved his fingers in the air, and the newly formed golem began to move swiftly. This was his inherent skill, B rank, numerology. It is an application of the magical system, Kabbalah, he created, and through short chants structured by Notarikon, he can instantaneously input multiple commands into multiple golems. Compared to the golems he controls directly, the self-operating golems on the battlefield are laughably puppet-like. The golems extended their bodies, constructing layer upon layer of defensive walls behind Avisprin. Behind these walls, the immortal dragon-slaying hero slung his fantastical greatsword on his back, using his body and the broad blade as a second layer of defense. Beside him stood Jean, holding the holy banner aloft. If the situation turned dire, she would also unleash her noble phantasm. Judging from the mana emanating from the Holy Lands, Artoria's strike had already surpassed the intensity of the self-destructing Spartacus earlier. Even with the protection of the holy banner, Jean was not confident she could emerge unscathed from the Holy Lance's attack. Whether intentional or not, the Black faction had also included her within their defensive construction. With the situation having developed to this point, as the adjudicator, she bore a certain responsibility and could not stand idly by, both publicly and privately. After this, you must give me a proper explanation. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. The Saint of France, for once, showed a rare flash of indignation befitting her age. While the Black faction and Jean could retreat, the Red faction trio could not. It wasn't that they didn't want to, they simply couldn't. Disrupted by the invisible air, they had missed the best opportunity to interrupt or escape. At this point, a forced retreat would only leave them within the attack range of the Holy Lance and destroy the carefully formed formation. This would expose all three to the Holy Lance's radiance simultaneously. If lucky, one might fall, if unlucky, none would survive. Indeed, none would survive. Atlanta, who was not skilled in defense, was a given. Even Karna and Achilles lacked confidence. Though Karna's golden armor was mighty, it paled in comparison to the star-made Holy Lance. Achilles' immortality was ineffective against the Holy Lance, and his shield was only A+ rank. Facing an EX rank, nature-unknown Holy Lance, it wouldn't be surprising if it got shattered. Moreover, Avisprin's puppet manipulation to set up defenses had also indirectly blocked the Red faction's retreat path. To survive, they had to work together. The miniature world enclosed by the azure sky. Achilles once again invoked the true name of his shield. Without an anti-fortress noble phantasm, he chose to face the fully liberated star anchor with the grand world he experienced in his life, providing a canopy for his teammates. And his teammates did not disappoint him. Atlanta notched 2 arrows, compressing the attack range of her noble phantasm to the extreme, focusing the arrows on a single point. Though it was her 3rd time using the noble phantasm, it was the most suitable attack method for the current situation. Fortunately, her master had no complaints about this. I offer thee this calamity, Phoebus catastrophe. A rain of arrows, gleaming with a light teal hue, fell brilliantly. Simultaneously, Karna raised his immortal blade. Flames formed a vortex, merging with his entire body's mana to coat the golden divine spear in a layer of red. This magnificent color could not be erased, even by the star's radiance. Brahmastra Kundala, oh, Brahma, curse me. Chapter 5:15, Premonition and Revelation. Karna suddenly lifted his foot and stepped forward with enough force to shatter the stone slabs beneath him. The divine spear he launched rushed towards the advancing radiance of the star's brilliance, carrying the undeniable glow of the sun. As if provoked by this brilliance, or perhaps enraged by the power of the natural deity, the holy lance in Artoria's hand condensed into an even purer light. The light, overly condensed to its limit, pulsed, brewed, and roared. In this roar, it welcomed its true liberation. Rangaminiad. Light cascaded. Light surged. The light of divine retribution and the scorching sun paled in comparison. The planetary power eroded all matter, casting a straight line within the corridor between fantasy and reality. This light pierced through magnificent palatial complexes. This light sliced through miraculous gardens. Finally, it spanned the night sky. Where is the kingdom of the heavens? Wherever it is, my radiance shall strike it down. This is the power of a star-made noble phantasm, proudly standing at the pinnacle of all noble phantasms. However, though the holy lance is mighty, the opposing noble phantasms are not weak either. The rain of light arrows summoned by Atlanta heralded the clash of noble phantasms, stirring ripples in the star's brilliance with the divine powers of the sun god and the moon god. Following this was the divine spear infused with the sun's flames, the main force of the red faction, a noble phantasm more powerful than Brahmastra, oh, Brahma, cover the earth. Karna's hidden noble phantasm, his ultimate move. It imbues the unextinguishable blade with Karna's inherent heat effect and launches it. Its power, range, and effect surpass those of Brahmastra, oh, Brahma, cover the earth, with a performance comparable to a nuclear weapon. Now, the destructive power of this nuclear bomb was confined to a very small area. This was partly due to Karna's deliberate control, but more so because of the pressure from Rangaminiad. The release of any wide-area weapon involves a process, and Brahmastra Kundala is no exception. If unimpeded, the power of the noble phantasm would rapidly spread from the spear's tip, leveling the surrounding palatial complexes. However, if another force neutralizes the expanding power, the destruction radius of the noble phantasm will correspondingly reduce. Karna exploited this principle in reverse. Due to the overwhelming power of the holy lance, the potency of Brahmastra Kundala was consumed by the star's radiance before it could spread, resulting in no wastage and fully counteracting the holy lancer's force. Ultimately, though a nuclear weapon-grade noble phantasm, even if its rank wasn't as high as the holy lance, it couldn't be underestimated. This counteraction significantly reduced the holy lance's power, which was eventually fully absorbed by Achilles' manifested small world. Even in the presence of the star-made noble phantasm at the pinnacle of all noble phantasms, the unextinguishable blade and the world shield maintained the dignity of high-level divine armaments. The dazzling lights collided, instantly stirring up a fierce whirlwind at the explosion's epicenter. It swept up everything around, causing continuous destruction. Not even a speck of dust remained. The overwhelming vortex of magical energy shattered the surrounding walls, destroying the enclosed corridor and even the nearby palatial complexes with sheer violence. Amid the scattered light particles, Achilles, invincible in his era, had trembling arms, barely able to hold his shield. Karna fared no better, drenched in sweat and steaming, astonishing for a hero of flames, a true son of the sun, who wouldn't sweat even when scorched by the sun's flames. Only Atlanta, shielded by the two men and not facing the star's radiance directly, remained relatively unscathed. As soon as the magical storm subsided, she immediately drew her bow and launched wave after wave of arrows at Artoria. Previously protected by her teammates, it was now her turn to protect them. Surprisingly, faced with Atlanta's fierce assault, Artoria, who had stood her ground earlier, stepped aside, allowing them passage without resistance. Black Lancer, you. Atlanta's beast ears twitched, and her archery paused. The Night King's retreat was swift and decisive, showing no signs of fatigue. Why did she retreat? My master's command has been fulfilled, I will no longer hinder you. Artoria spoke as she lowered the holy lance, demonstrating her stance through action. Shinji's command was to buy time. Why buy time? Artoria didn't know, but it didn't affect her judgment. 3 red faction servants were obstructing her master, so she only needed to incapacitate them to prevent pursuit. After a brief exchange, Artoria had gauged that her martial prowess was, at best, on par with Karna's. Conventional methods wouldn't suffice, using her noble phantasm was the only option. When making this decision, Artoria was immensely grateful she had manifested as a lancer rather than a saber. Against renowned heroes like Achilles and Karna, Excalibur would struggle to achieve her goal. Fortunately, she had the more restrictive but stronger Rangaminiad. She was fully confident in the fully liberated Star Anchor, and the Holy Lance did not betray her trust. Even though the opposing side blocked the Holy Lance's power, it came at the cost of significant stamina and mana for Achilles and Karna. Achilles' trembling hands and Karna's sweat-drenched state were the best evidence, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness in the short term. Atlanta, with a lower-ranked noble phantasm, had less consumption, but her strength still lagged behind the two great heroes. With Artoria watching her, she was not a major concern. On the other hand, Artoria, with the dragon factor within her, constantly generated mana, making her naturally adept at prolonged battles. Combined with abundant mana support from Shinji, she had no worries about depletion. Deflecting Atlanta's arrows was manageable, even unleashing the Holy Lance once more would be feasible. This confidence fueled Artoria's decision to release her noble phantasm. The reason she didn't release it again to finish off the exhausted trio was partly due to concern over their desperate counterattack and more because her instinct forewarned her of something. Something was brewing, an event so significant that even the counter-force couldn't ascertain it, bringing unprecedented risk. To counter this risk, every bit of strength was crucial. Gazing ahead, she met Jean's eyes, and the undisguised gravity in them told Artoria she too had received a revelation. Just then, the ground beneath everyone suddenly began to shake. Chapter 516, Shiro joins the battle. After breaking through the blockade of the three red faction servants, Black Berserker's journey was unexpectedly smooth, so much so that it aroused suspicion. No defensive spells, no servant obstructions, and only a single path ahead. It felt like the vampire walking this road was a guest on their way to a banquet. However, the vampire knew he was not a guest but an enemy, making the red faction's behavior highly questionable. The lack of defensive spells could be attributed to their focus on relocating the Greater Grail, leaving no time to set them up, but the absence of servant obstructions was inexplicable. Of the 6 remaining red faction servants, 3 were occupied by Black Lancer. That left 3 others, Saber, Caster, and Assassin. Caster, tasked with relocating the Greater Grail, could be excused, but where were Saber and Assassin? What were they doing? Were they lying in wait, planning a fatal ambush? Unfortunately, the vampire now had no vital points. Even if an ambush succeeded, he could recover quickly. If he could find an opportunity to kill 1 or 2 more servants, he could forcibly activate the Greater Grail, realizing both his and Darnik's wishes. Indeed, the Greater Grail could be forcibly activated. This was one of Darnik's research outcomes over 60 years and his hidden trump card. Originally, the Greater Grail required the deaths of 6 servants to function as a wish-granting device. With Darnik's modifications, this number was reduced to 2. Naturally, the scale of the wish would also diminish due to the lack of servant essences. While this method carried significant risks compared to the standard activation procedure, there was no room for hesitation now if they were to achieve their goals. Darnik's wish was to break the Igdamilenia clan's fate of decline and ensure its prosperity and longevity. Vlad III's wish was to cleanse his name, separating the vampire Dracula's image from the heroic spirit Vlad III. The former only affected the Igdamilenia family members, while the latter merely required adjustments to the spiritual foundation within the Throne of Heroes. Both were relatively small-scale wishes. Currently, with 1 servant already fallen, the conditions for activation were nearly met. 1 more death would suffice, and to fulfill both wishes, at most, a second one was needed. Hence, the vampire aimed to kill 1 or 2 more servants. As for the final servant, that was reserved for himself. Since the separation of Dracula and Vlad III, his tainted existence was no longer necessary. He would use his soul as the final offering. Feeling somewhat apologetic to Black Assassin, who supported him till the end, he resolved to apologize if given the chance. With these thoughts, a door appeared before the vampire. The magic emanating from the door told him that the coveted Greater Grail lay beyond. Without hesitation, he opened the door and found the expected scene. A broad staircase built of sun-dried bricks extended straight downward, leading to an enormous structure piercing through the top floor. It was the omnipotent wish machine brimming with a destructive glow, the Fuyuki Greater Grail. Ah! A dreamy murmur escaped his throat. He had finally arrived, and now it was time to deal with the servant guarding this place. Come out, stop hiding. I am not hiding, a decadent yet superior voice responded. An enchanting woman in a black evening dress appeared before the Greater Grail. She had appeared suddenly without any detectable presence, making her class evident. Red Assassin, the vampire's red eyes gleamed with understanding. It seems both our assassins are unconventional. No, the woman shook her head. You're mistaken. There is a fundamental difference between Black Assassin and me. He is inept, whereas I have no need. Oh, that tone, that attitude, you must also be a ruler from somewhere. Indeed, my name is Semiramis. Welcome to my garden, Lord of Romania, or should I say, former Lord. Whether due to the dignity of a fellow monarch or sheer confidence in her abilities, Red Assassin revealed her true name. So, the Empress of Assyria. A fitting ruler for the Hanging Gardens, as a burial ground. Yes, as your burial ground. Both monarchs expressed their unwavering resolve through their words. The vampire shifted his gaze in another direction. Everyone else, come out. Let me deal with you all at once. Please don't. With an exaggerated, theatrical tone, a flamboyant man peeked out from the side of the staircase. I am merely a writer, I won't be joining the battle. I just wanted to pay my respects to the iconic figurehead of vampire literature, Dracula. Before he could finish, a blood-soaked stake struck where he stood. If not for someone pulling him aside, he would have been impaled through the chest. Ah, that was close, really close. Such impatience, truly befitting a tyrant. Castor, hold your tongue. The one who pulled him to safety was a young man with brown skin, who smiled wryly as he complained. The literary figure you revere is a stain that Vlad III must cleanse. Your previous words were an insult to him. Is that so? Then it is indeed my fault. I must apologize. Red Castor Shakespeare placed a hand on his chest and bowed deeply. The vampire, still retaining Vlad III's will, snorted coldly and impatiently urged. Enough idle chatter. I have no time to waste. Both of you come at me together, and you can bring out Saber, who is hiding somewhere as well. No, no, you've made 3 mistakes, Lord of Romania. Shakespeare raised his fingers as he spoke. First, I already mentioned, I won't be fighting. Second, Saber is not here. Third, your opponent is not me or Her Majesty the Empress, but my master, Father Shiro. Master. Even though his killing intent was barely restrained, the vampire was perplexed by the choice of Shakespeare and Semiramis. A servant not fighting, but their master taking the field, what was this? A suicide mission? Or perhaps some kind of scheme? Or did the Red faction believe they were so assured of victory that they had started internal conflicts? Sensing the vampire's confusion, the young man named Shiro smiled and said, You shouldn't underestimate me. I'm very strong. If I were you, I would turn and run. If you wait any longer, you truly won't be able to escape. Seemingly angered by Shiro's attitude, a vicious expression appeared on the vampire's face. Run away. He had never considered fleeing even when facing the Ottoman army, let alone a mere modern magus. He decided to use Shiro's blood to wash away this disgrace. The vampire, now fully revealing his murderous intent, stepped forward to accelerate his attack. Chapter 517, finally meeting you. In the eyes of the Black Berserker, the next second, this arrogant young man would be caught by his claws, then have his throat bitten open, and his blood drunk, turning him into a mindless undead amidst his wails. Since becoming a vampire, he hadn't drunk any blood, and his desire for blood drinking/feeding was unprecedentedly high. Such an act could both quell his anger and satisfy his bloodlust. However, reality turned out completely different from his expectations. 1 second passed, and Shiro was still standing there unharmed, while the vampire had embarrassingly fallen to the ground, letting out a pitiful groan. Looking down, he saw a sharp object embedded in his knee. It was this object that sealed his regenerative abilities, causing him unbearable pain. What is this? This is a black key. Although it's not a particularly useful weapon, it has a powerful destructive force against creatures that distort the natural order, such as vampires. Right. As he said this, the young man's wrist flicked, and he held several short blades again. This conceptual weapon was developed by the Holy Church, the dark organization of the Catholic Church you believe in. One of their duties is to hunt heretics, and vampires rank first among the heretics that must be exterminated. Their battle has been ongoing for thousands of years. The temperature in the palace suddenly dropped, and a chilling aura emanated from the vampire. He was now extremely furious. Shiro's previous words were a blatant slap in the face. Vlad III was a Catholic and a devout one at that, but now he had become a heretic. This contrast made the already insane Vlad almost lose his mind. Ignoring the pain in his body, he forcefully pulled out the black key nailed to his knee, and with his other intact leg, he lunged at the detestable priest. Facing such a vampire, Shiro's smile only grew wider. I happen to be affiliated with the Holy Church. Let me fulfill my long-neglected duty and purify you completely. Magical blades formed on the short blades, and he threw them, aiming to pin the vampire's limbs. Fortunately, the vampire still retained some combat instincts. Having suffered once, he generated stakes within his body to knock away the incoming black keys. Black keys only harmed vampires if they hit, otherwise, they were no different from ordinary darts. Immediately after, the vampire's figure flashed and appeared ghost-like in front of Shiro. Master. Hey, so you have such tricks too? Much smarter than the Lancer class. Should I say you're already insane, so you can't get any crazier, but it's useless. As the claws reached his head, Semiramis urgently called out a warning, but Shiro still had the leisure to comment. Of course, his hands moved no slower than his mouth. He flicked open the red cloth draped over him, and as it swept across the vampire's body, the vampire let out a horrific scream as if suffering immense damage. Yuaya, what is this? This is a holy shroud, not the commonly circulated protective conceptual weapon, but a true relic that wrapped a saint's corpse, the last gift from a certain saint to me. Its damage to vampires is even greater than the black keys. Shiro seemed addicted to explaining. Every time he used a new move, he provided a detailed explanation, afraid the vampire would die without understanding. So, I told you to run quickly, though it's too late now. The red holy shroud fluttered in the wind, and silver blades danced through the air, sealing off the vampire's movements from 9 different directions. Due to the influence of the holy shroud, the vampire couldn't even mount a defense and was about to be pinned to the ground. At the critical moment, a bright silver flash cut through the holy shroud's blockade, and a gray shadow charged in, knocking the vampire aside before the black keys could hit. Finally, I get to see you, Black Assassin. Seeing this, Shiro's smile grew even wider, but Shinji had no time to pay attention to that. He spoke bluntly to the disheveled vampire. Calm down. Don't let power and desire cloud your judgment. Although vampires possess formidable bodies, numerous supernatural abilities, exaggerated regenerative powers, and near-eternal life, they also have various weaknesses as the price for their power. Besides being restrained by black keys aimed at purification, they are also weak against holy relics like the Holy Shroud. The man standing before you can himself be considered a source of holy power. If he catches you, a simple baptism chant can turn you to ashes. Choosing him as your opponent is a death wish. You're too kind, Shiro said, scratching his cheek a bit embarrassedly. But I must correct you, I'm just an ordinary executor, not a saint. Humph, it's only because you haven't been consecrated by the church. The power derived from faith is real. Shinji smirked coldly, glaring at this biggest boss on the red side. Although he didn't know who shattered his last hope, it was someone from the red side, and all Red's misdeeds could be blamed on Shiro. To Shinji's surprise, Shiro denied it. You might not believe this, but I'm truly not a saint. I don't have that power, nor do I understand baptism chants. I use other means to eliminate vampires. What? Shinji's eyebrows, hidden by the cloak, furrowed slightly. A sense of discord surfaced in his mind but was quickly suppressed. Now was not the time to ponder such things, the priority was to rescue Justice. Whatever the case, can you return the Greater Grail to us? I'm sorry, but no. Shiro shook his head, an expected answer. Then we have no choice but to take it by force. Prepare yourself. The unleashed magic shattered the ground, and the scythe blade sliced through the air, aiming at Shiro's throat. Opposing the sharp edge of the scythe, black chains appeared out of thin air, forming a barrier before Shinji. Do not disturb my master. I, Semiramis, also an assassin, shall be your opponent. The Empress in front of the Greater Grail raised her right hand and then swiftly brought it down. The chains twisted like snakes. Get out of my way. Shinji roared in anger. The scythe continued its path, and with a flick of his left hand, the azure cloud sword floated in the air, stirring up a tempest of wind and fire that shredded all of Semiramis's summoned chains. Amidst the wind and fire, the vampire's tall figure stood up. From his pale body grew numerous stakes, which he didn't shoot out but used as weapons to charge at the nearby Shiro. This was the best method he had thought of to deal with Shiro. If Shiro used his old tricks, he would shoot out the stakes to knock away the obstructive holy shroud and black keys. If Shiro did nothing, he would directly pierce Shiro's skull. A pincer attack from both sides. Chapter 518, Drawing the Blade. Facing the combined assault of two servants, Shiro's eternally gentle gaze finally turned serious. He first signaled to Semiramis with a look, indicating she need not intervene, then drew the sheathed katana tied at his waist. The end of the scabbard met the vampire's claws just right, using the powerful force of the claws to push back the hilt and parry Shinji's scythe. Using force against force. The predictive power of mind's eye is truly terrifying. Shinji wasn't surprised that his first strike was deflected, he knew well the effects of Amakusa Shiro's noble phantasms. Additionally, the right and left arms respectively trigger abilities similar to the skills Mind's Eye, True, and Mind's Eye, False, and they enhance baptism chants. Mind's Eye, False, is based on the sixth sense and combat intuition. Mind's Eye, True, is based on experienced combat judgment. With the aid of these skills, Amakusa Shiro can also perform a certain degree of future sight, making the optimal choice to block Shinji, and the vampire's attack wasn't difficult. However, Amakusa Shiro is ultimately not a combat-type servant. Even with the assistance of the Mind's Eye, without sufficient physical attributes and skills to support it, he can't fully utilize them. The simplest way to defeat him is to avoid any tricks and overpower him with sheer force. Body enhancement, mana burst, maximum strength, slash. On the other side, the vampire's actions were more straightforward. His other claw struck out even faster and more fiercely than before. Shiro didn't dare block, he flipped and jumped down from the staircase he was on. Neither Shinji nor the vampire was willing to let him go. One stepped into the air to pursue, while the other turned into mist to chase. Though their motives differed, both were resolved to kill the obstructing priest as swiftly as possible. Upon landing, Shiro did not continue to evade. He held the katana horizontally in front of his chest, with his left hand gripping the scabbard and his right hand on the hilt. Then, Caster, I'm going to use this. Yes, please do. Please use it to your heart's content. At the moment Caster's excited voice echoed, a formidable magical power emanated from within the scabbard that no one could ignore. The next second, the katana was drawn. Like a torrential rain accompanied by thunder. Accompanied by Shakespeare's recitation, scenes painted by words transformed into reality. The lightning was the flash of Shiro's blade, and the torrential rain was the motion of Shiro's slashes. In an instant, Shinji's vision was filled with dazzling flashes of the blade, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the illusory. By the time he discerned reality from illusion, the katana, sharp as the scythe, was already before him. With just one strike, it threw Shinji off balance in midair. At this moment, Shakespeare's second verse burst out. Like a storm accompanied by raging flames. Shiro's blade turned, his left index and middle fingers tracing the back of the blade, where orange flames began to coil and rise. A powerful wind, born of magic, exploded from the hilt, feeding the flames, and the flames, in turn, empowered the wind. With a swift motion, a fiery tornado was drawn, enveloping the vampire who had just shifted from mist to solid form. Amidst the vampire's increasingly shrill screams, Shiro twirled his blade in a flourish. Vampires, besides fearing holy symbols and purification, also fear flames. This is why the medieval church loved burning heretics. Though not every vampire fears fire, a vampire born from fantasy certainly does. Aside from fire, they fear garlic, silver, flowing water, and Caster. Like the blazing sun of a summer afternoon. Shakespeare closed his eyes and recited loudly. The magic imbued in the katana changed once again due to the skill enchant. Light. A blinding light. An intensely scorching light. As Shakespeare described it, the hottest summer, the peak of noon, and the most fierce sunlight. This sunlight was enough to scorch one's eyes, and no one dared to look directly at it. Shinji, who had just gotten up to continue his attack, felt a sharp pain in his eyes and had to pull down the brim of his hood to block the intense light from affecting his vision. The vampire, still trapped in the fiery tornado, fared even worse. Apart from his seemingly endless screams, more and more black shadows were emerging from his tattered body, only to disintegrate into ashes under the sunlight. The shadows once controlled by the vampire were more than half gone in an instant. This is the greatest nemesis of vampires. Even the true ancestors would be affected by sunlight, let alone a vampire born from dead apostle legends. What you thought was your trump card is your greatest flaw. Subjected to such insults, the vampire wished to tear Shiro to pieces, but he could barely make a sound now. He could only watch helplessly as his hateful enemy raised the katana and approached him bit by bit. Farewell, Vampire Dracula. Just before the katana touched the vampire's chest, the previously steady blade began to waver. Not just the blade, but Shiro's arm and even Dracula's own body started to tremble. Shiro steadied himself and glanced toward Shinji, who was not far away. He saw that at some point, Shinji had put away the scythe and switched to the spear of Ishtar. The earlier trembling had been caused by the power of the spear. He must not die. Before my objective is achieved, he must not die. Bearing the pain in his eyes, Shinji threw the spear, forcing Shiro to dodge. At the same time, he positioned himself in front of the vampire and quickly pulled off the cloak he was wearing, draping it over the vampire. The cloak of Hades could interfere with light and render one invisible, thus protecting the vampire from the sunlight's harm. With the sunlight no longer suppressing him, the vampire's powerful regenerative abilities finally kicked in. His body, riddled with wounds from the sunlight, began to heal at an astonishing rate, leaving Shiro in awe. You surprised me there. I never thought the cloak of Hades could be used this way. You certainly keep giving me surprises, Black Assassin. You're too kind. There are many things about you I don't understand either, Shinji replied, his expression rigid like a sculpture. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? I'll buy you a drink. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Is that so? That's quite troublesome, then. Shiro sighed dramatically. To be honest, you've already exceeded my expectations by getting this far. If it were the old me, I might have been at a loss. But this won't do, I'll have to cheat a little myself. Chapter 519, Tsubame Geishi. As soon as the words fell, the blazing sunlight on Shiro's katana disappeared completely, leaving only the originally bright blade. For some reason, seeing this katana, stripped of its extraordinary phenomena and returned to its natural state, did not lessen the pressure in Shinji's heart, it instead increased. Watch out. As he uttered this word, Shiro lifted his left foot. I'm going to attack now. By the time his foot landed, he was already in front of Shinji, finishing the latter half of his sentence. That's right, he had only taken one step. The distance between them was over 5 meters, yet he had crossed it in a single step. This was flash step. Shinji's pupils suddenly contracted. A single step covering multiple paces, this footwork he had only seen from Ryugi Shiki and Scathach, was a technique that required profound mastery of Eastern martial arts. Shinji himself had barely touched the threshold of this technique. How had Amakusa Shiro mastered it? Wasn't he supposed to be a third-rate combatant? Just as this doubt arose, Shinji immediately pushed it aside. Now was not the time for such thoughts, the enemy's blade was already upon him. The spear of Ishtar was held horizontally in front of him, meeting the descending katana. At the moment of collision, Shinji's grip trembled violently, and he nearly lost hold of his weapon. The force behind this strike was extraordinarily immense. No, this was not just a single strike. If it were merely one strike, the force transmitted through the blade wouldn't be so layered. This was a unique technique of layered strength, as difficult as the flash step, allowing multiple strikes' force to be condensed into one, bursting forth in an instant to catch the enemy off guard. Caught off guard, Shinji staggered back, the dissonance in his heart reaching an unprecedented high. Again. Flash step combined with layered strength, such techniques are the hallmark of legendary swordmasters. How could Amakusa, who died at 17, reach this level? Or has he grown over the past 60 years? Heroic spirits, servants, these fixed existences generally couldn't grow. However, Amakusa Shiro touched the Great Holy Grail at the end of the Third Holy Grail War, becoming incarnate as a human, allowing him the possibility of continued learning and growth. During his time as an executor for the church, he had learned to use the black keys, so he could have improved his swordsmanship as well. Though this contradicted the intelligent Shinji remembered, his very presence here, fighting Amakusa Shiro, was already an anomaly. This explanation was plausible. Amakusa had the talent and determination for such growth, yet, for some reason, Shinji's inner self kept rejecting this answer. Something was off. As Shinji stabilized his footing and regrouped, Shiro did not continue his assault but instead sidestepped, bypassing Shinji directly to attack the vampire. The vampire, whose injuries from the sunlight had not yet fully healed, dared not face the sun-imbued katana directly. While summoning stakes to obstruct Shiro, he retreated. The onslaught of stakes could not hinder Shiro's advance. He moved left and right, and though his steps were not rapid, he managed to dodge most stakes while closing the distance to the vampire. With a flick of his wrist, the blade gleamed, striking at the vampire's chest like a bolt of lightning. In the nick of time, a muffled sound came from beneath the cloak. The previously supported cloak suddenly collapsed, falling softly, but just before it touched the ground, something propped it up again. It reformed into a humanoid shape, simultaneously releasing several hideous beasts. Looking at the lingering mist at the tail end of the monstrous beasts, a flash of understanding appeared in Shiro's eyes. So the vampire had transformed into mist just a second before being struck by the katana. The mist, having no physical form, naturally couldn't support the cloak, causing his strike to hit nothing but air. As the blade's light flashed, the mist quickly coalesced back into a solid form. Without a physical body, the vampire couldn't attack, and if it didn't reform soon, the mist would dissipate from under the cloak. If Shiro used sunshine again, it would be the end. To avoid direct contact with Shiro, the vampire chose to separate familiars from his body to attack. This was one of the vampire's abilities, derived from the legends of the dead apostles. Unlike the dead apostles, who needed to gather animal essences in advance to create familiars, Dracula, derived from legend, had no such limitations and could transform into various monsters at will. Of course, Shiro didn't see these monsters as a threat. Being extensions of the vampire, they shared the vampire's weaknesses and also had the vulnerabilities of beasts. With a swing of his katana, Shiro conjured a fiery tornado around him, engulfing the monstrous beasts from all directions. A streak of golden light pierced through the tornado from top to bottom, accompanied by a deafening thunder. Simultaneously, a black gold spear surged upward, imbued with earth-shaking divine power. Although the fiery tornado from Shiro's katana was powerful, it couldn't withstand the combined attack of two B-rank noble phantasms from above and below and was shattered instantly. Amidst the falling sparks, Indra's thunder and the spear of Ishtar crossed paths, creating a dazzling display of divine power. Wait, isn't something missing? Where is Amakusa Shiro? Realizing something was wrong, Shinji heard a gentle voice by his ear. Over here, secret sword. The blade sliced through the air. Damn it. Shinji manifested Athena's shield as quickly as possible to protect his back. With a clang, the katana struck the shield, producing a crisp sound. However, before Shinji could feel relieved, a sharp pain hit his chest and abdomen. He instinctively looked down to see a flood of red, the color of blood. How could this be? Didn't I block it? How could I be struck? And twice. As the doubt arose, the answer came, spoken by Shiro himself. Tsubame Geishi. What? Tsubame Geishi. How is that possible? The ultimate technique of the nameless sword master who manifested as Sasaki Kojiro, originally developed to cut down swallows in midair. From a single flash in the real world, it ignores the concepts of time and space to overlap two flashes simultaneously, creating a triple directional slash. This is a multiple-dimension refraction phenomenon, Kister-Zelrich, that surpasses speed, precision, and the illusion of attack, making it an unavoidable demon sword. Relying solely on technique, it reaches the realm of the second magic and is crowned with the name of a noble phantasm, the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the Nesaverse. This is Tsubame Geishi, the highest known sword technique in the Nesaverse. Flash step could be achieved through accumulated time, but Tsubame Geishi was impossible. It required the fusion of talent, effort, mindset, and luck, none of which could be missing to reach such a realm. In the entire Nesaverse, only that nameless swordmaster achieved this realm after long years of training. Even the legendary Miyamoto Musashi, who defeated Sasaki Kojiro, fell short, and not even the heroes of myth could reach this level in terms of pure technique. How could an ordinary Amakusa Shiro possibly achieve it? Chapter 520, Lightless, 3-stage thrust. Enduring the pain, Shiro turned his body and swung his sword again. This time, Shinji saw it. Shiro was holding only one sword, but at the moment the sword fell, there were indeed 3 swords slashing at him from different directions. He only managed to block the first sword aimed at his head with his shield. Unsurprisingly, 2 more wounds appeared, and blood gushed out. These 2 wounds precisely severed the tendons in Shinji's legs, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to stand. First, the first strike. Shiro, seemingly confident in his swordsmanship, turned his back to Shinji after the second slash, presenting a calm silhouette. Wait. Shinji struggled to prop himself up with his hands. How do you know Tsubame Geishi? I know much more than that. Earlier, I gave you a chance to leave, now it's too late. Shiro grasped the sword with both hands, assuming a thrust position, the tip of the sword aimed directly at the vampire who had quietly slid to the door. That's right, the vampire was trying to escape. By now, even a fool could see that this young priest named Shiro was a formidable opponent. The vampire's various proud abilities were completely restrained by him, leaving no chance of victory. Having abandoned his human form and using his second noble phantasm, the Black Berserker had long discarded the pride and honor of the Romanian Duke. His only goal now was to survive and win, so his actions were understandable. Upon being discovered by Shiro, the vampire quickened his escape, his agility at level 8 pushed to its utmost limit. However, you can't escape. With Shiro's declaration, a piercing sonic boom filled the air, a testament to the sword's speed breaking the sound barrier, and reaching supersonic velocity. First step, swifter than sound. Second step, infinite suffering. Third step, the absolute sword. Just as the vampire's hands touched the door handle, Shiro's body appeared behind him. Mumyu, Sendenzuki, lightless, 3-stage thrust. As he uttered the word thrust, the katana pierced the vampire's back, driving into the hilt, causing the vampire to spray a mouthful of black mist onto the door. Shinji was utterly dumbfounded. What did I just see? What did I just hear? Lightless, 3-stage thrust. Could it be that I've been poisoned by Semiramis, and I'm hallucinating? Shinji's doubt was reasonable. After all, the secret sword technique displayed by Amakusa Shiro was astonishing. Lightless, 3-stage thrust. A sword technique against humans and demons. A rare genius swordsman, Okita Tsuji's ultimate demonic sword technique, created with unparalleled skill and speed. As the name suggests, it's a continuous threefold thrust, starting with a standard Chuden no Kami stance. However, it's not an ordinary triple thrust but a first thrust that encompasses both the second thrust and the third thrust. Notably, the threefold thrust is not nearly simultaneous, but completely simultaneous, horizontal thrusts. The 3 thrusts exist simultaneously, at the same position. Even if the first thrust is blocked, the second and third thrusts, which are in the same position, will still pierce through. This paradox causes the sword tip to create a local phenomenon saturation, leading to phenomenal collapse. Thus, the threefold thrust becomes an essentially indefensible sword technique. Because it is indefensible, even if a vampire had pre-generated enough stakes within their body, they could not block the thrusts. Since it is a conceptual, phenomenal collapse, even if a vampire turns into mist, they would still be injured. Just from the description, it is clear that this secret sword technique, like Tsubame Geishi, has reached the realm of magic and is worthy of being named a noble phantasm, a supreme sword technique. One unavoidable Tsubame Geishi is already exaggerated enough, and now there is another indefensible lightless, 3-stage thrust. How is anyone supposed to survive? Could Amakusa Shiro be the chosen one of this world? Could it be that my interference has caused a backlash from the counter-force? To master one such technique is to stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, katana. To master both, Shinji didn't even know how to describe it. Even his two mentors, who had greatly enlightened him, might not have reached such a level. Amakusa Shiro's abilities were beyond the realm of common sense. Regardless of Shinji's thoughts or the vampire's unwillingness, nothing affected Shiro's actions. Twisting his wrist, the blazing summer sunlight once again shone from the blade. Since the sunlight emanated directly from within the body, its destructive power was even stronger, and the Hades cloak, which Shinji had high hopes for, failed to provide its expected light-blocking effect. Ayaha! A scream, heard many times before, not worth describing again. How pitiful, I almost feel sorry for you. Let's end this quickly. Inferno, burn away all sins. Under the blazing sunlight, flames erupted. The two natural forces most effective against vampires exploded simultaneously. Within the vampire's body, the shadows condensed from magical power melted away rapidly like snow in boiling water. It's over, Vampire Dracula. Is it really ending? The vampire's trademark red eyes gradually lost focus. Just as he was about to lose his last bit of clarity, the closed door suddenly swung open, accompanied by a voice. No, it's not over yet. There's still hope. Have you forgotten, Berserker, about my command seals? Darnik. The unfocused gaze gathered again, centering on the man in white before him. He raised his arm, marked with crimson patterns. I command you with my second command seal, Black Berserker, you must survive. I command you with my third command seal, Black Berserker, you must obtain the Holy Grail and fulfill your wish. With all of Darnik's magical energy infused, the compulsion of the two command seals was pushed to its limit. The crimson glow revived a miracle. The shadowy magic, like a candle flickering in the wind, suddenly came to life, beginning to repair the vampire's tattered body and engaging in a tug-of-war with the relentless sunlight. Such remarkable persistence, Darnik Priestone Igt millennia, but it's useless. Your wish will not come true. Shiro's head emerged from behind the vampire. Seeing that youthful face, Darnik felt a chill run down his spine, making him shiver instinctively. A certain memory gradually resurfaced in his mind. Despite the long years, despite consuming souls and losing himself to survive, this memory was one he would never forget, the Third Holy Grail War, where he, as a magus, fought for his life. It was the battle that marked the beginning of everything, a battle he could never forget. No, it can't be. As the memory resurfaced, the persistence on Darnik's face turned into shock and even panic, a look that neither Shinji, the Black Faction's servants, nor their masters had ever seen before. Chapter 521, Extermination. How could this be? Impossible. Although the skin color and hair color had changed, Darnik would never mistake that face. The boy shrugged and said with a relaxed attitude. To you, this is an ordinary and mundane line, Darnik. Since you're still alive, then it shouldn't be surprising that I'm alive as well, though this alive might be a bit different from what you think. No, impossible. This can't be. Why? Why are you here? Of course, I have participated in this Holy Grail War as the master of the Red Faction. So, the unfinished business from last time can be settled now. As he spoke, Shiro's body flickered and appeared ghost-like in front of Darnik. Sensing danger, Darnik was just about to dodge when a black key had already pierced his heart. Consuming other souls could only prolong his life but could not strengthen his body. It ends here. Yes, you're right. My life ends here, but... Drawing unknown strength from somewhere, the dying magus pushed him away and walked towards the vampire. My dream, my wish, will not end here. What are you trying to do? Ignoring Shiro's question, Darnik forcefully slashed his vein and offered his blood-soaked wrist to the vampire's mouth. I told you, Duke, I will atone for my death. Now is my atonement, drink my blood. Under the temptation of blood, the vampire bit into Darnik's wrist and drank ravenously. In the blink of an eye, Darnik's body shriveled to half its size, but his face showed no pain, and his voice grew louder. With my blood, my soul, my magic, and everything I have as sustenance, fulfill our wish, King of the Night. A servant can devour a human soul and convert it into magic power, and a vampire can absorb human blood to restore its body. The two command seals ensured the vampire could exist even without a master. Darnik, on the brink of death, offered everything he had, entrusting all to his servant, for the wish he had pursued for 80 years. With his life, blood, and soul entirely consumed, he couldn't even become a ghoul. Thus, the only beneficiary of the Third Holy Grail War perished. His sacrifice was not in vain. The power of his very existence allowed the vampire's recovery speed to surpass the purifying speed of the sun. With a roar filled with sorrow and anger, the vampire pulled out the katana lodged in its body and broke it forcefully. Without a host, the magic infused by Shakespeare lost its effect, and the sun and flames dissipated. Darnik, your wish, your last request, I have received it. I promise you, I will fulfill your wish. Rest in peace. With the sun no longer suppressing him and having replenished his blood, the vampire regained the dignity of the king of the night. The cloak, used to shield the sunlight, expanded, and a swarm of bats flew out from it. Shiro, with a flick of his wrist, gripped 6 black keys in each hand, but the bat's target was not him. Instead, they aimed at the servant standing outside the door behind him. The vampire, having calmed down, knew he was no match for Shiro and realized his true objective, to offer enough heroic spirits to activate the Greater Grail. So, he set his sights on the servants who had come with Darnik. As long as he could take a bite and ingest even a little blood, they would become his thralls. Whether they fought or received commands to commit suicide, it would all be up to him. Achilles was the first target, not only because he was an enemy Red faction servant but also because he was currently in a very poor state. Though the reason was unknown, the vampire wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Achilles did not expect the vampire to target them. Due to the rapid series of events, he was slow to react. By the time he realized the danger, the bats had already formed the vampire's hand, gripping his throat. Ryder, Karna and Atlanta, standing nearby, changed their expressions and were about to rush to his aid. However, in a flash, the arm holding Achilles was cut off at the wrist. When they looked closely, they saw Shiro holding a katana, his face full of amusement. Your blade. Fool, just because Darnik can use a command seal, doesn't mean I can't. Shiro explained calmly. The blade gleamed with the same red light that signified a miracle, and the previous breakage was barely noticeable. Ugh. The vampire clutched his wound, and a cloud of black mist burst from his severed wrist, blinding Shiro as it rushed towards Atlanta, who was closest. But his attack was interrupted again, by Shiro, who severed his wrist with a single slash. What's going on? The vampire's mood, which had just stabilized, was thrown into disarray once more. Although his enemy's movements were slower than his own, why did they always manage to strike first? The other servants were equally baffled. Shiro's method of movement was beyond their understanding. Could it be some kind of magic? It's the pinnacle of footwork, reduced earth. Only the wise sage Chiron saw through the mystery. Indeed, Shiro wasn't using any ordinary footwork but the superior technique of reduced earth. This is a skill that allows one to instantly close the distance between themselves and their opponent. It's the ultimate form of footwork pursued in many martial arts. It's not merely about agility, it's a technique that combines footwork, body movement, breathing, and blind spots into a seamless whole. Though it doesn't work for long-distance travel, even Achilles and Atlanta, known for their swift feet, might not gain the upper hand in close quarters because, in the end, all paths converge. Only by mastering such a technique could one ensure the accuracy of the lightless, 3-stage thrust. Otherwise, no matter how strong the swordsmanship, it wouldn't reach its full potential. This is the end, caster. Understood. At Shiro's call, Shakespeare spread his arms and cast an enchantment for his master once more. Let the light of the sun illuminate the stage, and let the blazing flames bring down the curtain. Shiro assumed a stance once more, but this time, he performed a brand new move instead of the lightless, 3-stage thrust. Cutting through ignorance, the luminous blade, dawn. After the night, dawn breaks. This slash, true to its name, had the heart of the blazing sun and the edge of karmic flames, reducing the vampire who ruled the night to ashes. Chapter 522, I will destroy the world. The brilliance of the blazing sun and karmic flames vanished in an instant, along with the magical energy and command seal effects attached to the katana. The strike named Dawn had compressed all of Shiro's power to its utmost limit and unleashed it in a single, explosive moment, killing the vampire who had absorbed all of Darnik's power in one fell swoop. It's truly pitiful. If you hadn't turned into a vampire, I might not have been able to kill you so easily. What a shame, what a shame. Shiro sighed as he sheathed his sword. Priest, you. Achilles' expression twitched, his face blank as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Atlanta and Karna, standing beside him, looked equally bewildered. Didn't I tell you? I'm very strong, but you just didn't believe me. But how can a human? No, he's not human. The King of Knights, holding the holy lance, stepped forward from the crowd with a look of utmost caution. The saint, holding her holy flag, followed closely behind, her eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness. He is a servant. The moment they saw Shiro, the two servants, tasked with a heavy responsibility, finally understood everything. How can this be? This is impossible. Too absurd. Exclamations of disbelief echoed continuously, rising and falling, only to be abruptly cut off as if throttled. It truly was, it truly could be, not absurd at all, because the aura of the boy priest named Shiro had indeed changed, from human to servant. If that was all, it could have been brushed off. The idea of a servant being their own master, though unusual, wasn't impossible. After all, this war already had the examples of Artoria and Shinji. However, the issue lay in his class. Not saber, not archer, not rider, not berserker, not caster, and not assassin. Meeting all of you in this state for the first time, I see. A servant of the 16th class. Even Chiron, known for his composure, spoke with a tremor in his voice. I'm not the 16th, Chiron. The 16th should be the ruler standing beside you. Strictly speaking, I should be the first. The first, so that's it. The presence I sensed, the one the gods warned me about, it was you all along. There's no need to think deeply about it, the summoning of Jeanne d'Arc was abnormal from the very beginning. It was a possession summoning using a human body. Initially, it was thought to be a side effect of the unprecedented 14-servant summoning, but on closer inspection, it was quite the opposite. In a situation where 14 servants would inevitably lead to chaos, the Greater Grail should have ensured that the ruler was summoned correctly, no matter what. The reason it ultimately failed was because the Greater Grail's perception became confused. You were summoned as the ruler in the Third Holy Grail War in Fuyuki. Upon hearing Jeanne's words, all the servants, except for those who already knew the truth, Shakespeare, Semiramis, and Shinji, gasped. Yes. Jeanne silently gazed into the boy's amethyst-like eyes and called out his name. What is your goal, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada? Isn't it obvious? To bring destruction to this decayed, irredeemable world. What? Destroy the world? Everyone who heard this doubted their ears. Red Lancer. Artoria turned to look at Karna, who froze for a moment before nodding. Lies meant nothing to Karna, his confirmation meant that Amakusa Shiro Tokisada's words were true. I see, so that's why I was summoned. Artoria's expression turned icy, filled with a chilling intent to kill. She raised her holy lance, ready to strike. Wait. Something's not right. Shinji hurriedly intervened. Destroy the world. Isn't your goal supposed to be the salvation of all humanity? Why should my goal be the salvation of all humanity? The first servant turned around, looking at Shinji with a faint smile. This. Shinji was momentarily speechless, unable to say that it was because that's how it was written in the novels. Have you had any direct contact with me? Or is it that, in your understanding, this is what I should be doing? Hearing Shiro's pointed words, Shinji's pupils suddenly contracted. You. What about me? My goal doesn't align with your understanding. Aren't you, Black Assassin, quite different from my understanding as well? You're not Amakusa Shiro. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Shinji finally confirmed it. This man was not the young saint who both hated and loved humanity. Only this could explain his terrifyingly perfected swordsmanship and the current bizarre situation along with the previous inconsistencies. No. I am indeed Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, at least in this world. In that sense, we are quite similar. The difference is that I inherently belong here, whereas you are purely an intruder. These words left everyone else puzzled, but the two involved understood the true meaning. Shiro spoke with a casual, amusing tone, while Shinji's mind went blank. All the secrets he had hidden deep within, unwilling to expose for others to know, were now exposed by this person bearing the name, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Even more exaggerated, this person was also a transmigrator, merely wearing the guise of Amakusa Shiro, just as Shinji bore the identity of Matou Shinji. Honestly, the enemy Shinji least wanted to face was another transmigrator. If it were a native, no matter how strong the enemy, there would be clues to follow, and he wouldn't be completely at a loss. But a transmigrator meant being utterly in the dark, no matter what happened, it wouldn't be surprising. No one knew how many trump cards they had or what actions they would take. The best example was himself. After only 6 years since transmigrating, he had already mastered over 10 noble phantasms as a human and received guidance from 2 renowned masters. With this in mind, it wasn't surprising that a transmigrator who had replaced Amakusa Shiro Tokisada had gained various advantages and ultimately reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. If Shinji had known earlier that Shiro was a transmigrator, he would have altered his plans, been more cautious, and better protected the plot to avoid exposure. No, he wouldn't have involved himself in this mess at all. But there were no ifs. By the time he knew, it was too late. Unless Shiro was an idiot, his bold revelation in front of everyone meant he was fully prepared. Why did it turn out like this? It was supposed to be just a material collection journey, just a self-training trip. So why did such a change occur? Old man Jewel, what are you up to? Is everything happening now part of your calculations? Are Justies and I just pawns, or even sacrificial pieces? Chapter 523, come hit me. Shinji's mindset was thrown off balance, everything seemed too coincidental. The old man Jewel's second magic can observe parallel worlds, and he had mentioned that the Holy Grail, an artifact created with the third magic, is extremely important. This meant he would never relax his monitoring of the Holy Grail War and would certainly be aware of Shiro's anomalies. Transmigration inherently involves time and space, which fall under the scope of his second magic. Yet, he hadn't said anything to Shinji, merely throwing him into the Holy Grail War without any prior knowledge, leading him to be successfully schemed against by another transmigrator. This approach naturally led to negative speculations. For instance, perhaps he ultimately needed only one transmigrator, so he used a method akin to raising goo, a poison derived from having multiple poisonous creatures fight until one survives, to determine the strongest among them. Or maybe Zelrich only needed Justy's soul to return to the untainted Greater Grail. Thinking deeper, the contract between himself and Justy's might also have been orchestrated by Zelrich to utilize the unique nature of his soul to safely bring Justy's into this world. Of course, another possibility existed: Zelrich might have been careless, or Shiro hid too well for him to notice anything unusual at the start. But now that Shiro's true nature was exposed and he still hadn't appeared, it could be seen as a form of abandonment, an abandonment of this world line. Shinji wasn't being pessimistic. Zelrich had done something similar before. In Fate/Strange Fake, he abandoned a world line because of the premature awakening of a certain big spider. Regardless of the scenario, it signaled that Shinji had hit a dead end. His only remaining hope lay with the counterforce of Gaia, which prevents planetary destruction, the counterforce of Alea, which prevents human extinction, and the counterforce responsible for maintaining the Holy Grail War itself. The representatives of the first two are the observer Artoria and the adjudicator Jean. Jean was the first to act. She bit her lip, staring intently at the boy who appeared even younger than she did. "I'll ask you again, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, were you being honest just now? To be saying such things at this point, you're truly adorably naive, Saint Jean." Shiro laughed as if he were very pleased. "All right, since you insist, I'll tell you that I was deceived. It was that woman, Semiramis. She seduced me, incited me, and pushed the pure-hearted me onto the path of world destruction." Instead of getting angry, the named Semiramis chuckled softly. "Master, you really are." Shakespeare also burst into laughter, even louder and more unrestrained than Semiramis. "Ha ha ha, interesting, so interesting. Master, it's a pity you aren't a stage actor. Deception, seduction, incitement, and yet calling yourself pure-hearted. Ha ha ha, I can't take it. Let me catch my breath and write this down. Yes, I must jot this down immediately, it's perfect material." At this point, everyone knew Shiro wasn't telling the truth, even without the human lie detector Karna confirming it. Even if the Assyrian Empress was capable of such deeds, Shiro's words were false. "Are you mocking me, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada?" Jean's face showed a hint of anger. Yes, I'm mocking you. If you're unhappy about it." Shiro gestured for Jean to come over, his exaggerated action and ridiculous expression making him look incredibly punchable. "Come hit me." Then there was a thud. Don't misunderstand, Shiro wasn't knocked down by Jean, nor did Shiro knock down Jean. It was Shakespeare, laughing so hard he convulsed and fell down the stairs. This minor interlude didn't affect Jean. Once she confirmed Shiro's true intentions, she had already made her decision. "Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, you violated the rules of the Holy Grail War. You are my enemy. So, what do you plan to do?" Shiro remained calm. With a clear voice, the Saint of France declared, "I, ruler Jean d'Arc, by the authority of my command spells, hereby order all servants gathered here, defeat Amakusa Shiro Tokisada immediately." The command spells engraved on her back emitted a brilliant light. Black Saber Siegfried, Black Archer Chiron, Black Lancer Artoria, Black Caster Abisprin, Black Assassin Matou Shinji, Red Archer Atlanta, Red Lancer Karna, Red Rider Achilles, Red Caster Shakespeare, and Red Assassin Semiramis were all bound by chains of restraint. These chains enhanced the servants' abilities when attacking Shiro but would slow their movements and significantly weaken their attacks if they tried to fight against the opposing camp. Given this, it was clear whom they should fight. Moreover, most of those present were heroes, and fighting against a villain intending to destroy the world was their duty. "I won't let you destroy the world." Atlanta swiftly drew her bow, her arrow imbued with a chilling hostility. Her intent was pure, she wished for a world where all children could be happy. Someone trying to destroy that world was something she could not tolerate. Achilles was equally quick to act, already suspecting that this priest was up to no good, and now he had finally shown his true colors. The two fastest servants in this battle pointed their weapons at Shiro's vitals almost simultaneously. However, before they could launch their attacks, both suddenly bent their knees with pained expressions and stopped. Ugh. What is this? Is it the master? It wasn't just them, Semiramis, Shakespeare, and Karna were also affected. In other words, all the Red Faction's servants had become extremely weakened at the same time. What have you done? Jean's face was filled with uncertainty, and the Black Faction's servants halted their attacks due to the unusual situation. The questioned youth chuckled, then unbuttoned a few buttons on his clerical robe. Everyone gasped as they saw his exposed collarbone. Red Archer, Red Rider, Red Berserker, Red Caster, Red Assassin, excluding the one used earlier to restore a katana, there were a total of 17 command spells, neatly arranged. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, what have you done to our masters? Despite her weakened state, Atlanta's gaze remained as sharp as a beast's, as if she could tear out his throat with a bite. You mean former masters, don't you? Who knows? You might still find some remnants in the Dragonwing soldier's nest. You. Chapter 524, Persuasion. Atlanta trembled with rage, standing up solely fueled by her anger despite having lost her source of magical energy. She had never met her master, nor had she had any interactions or bonds with them. However, if all this was a scheme by Shiro and Semiramis, whom she thought were her allies, it was a different story. The honest and straightforward huntress despised betrayal and conspiracies the most. Her tragic childhood and life's miseries all stemmed from such treachery, and now she was being treated the same way again. In that instant, her hatred for Shiro and Semiramis surpassed all others, even the blasphemous Shinji. Achilles, who always shared her sentiments, felt similarly angry but for a simpler reason: no matter what, it was his master. He could dislike his master, but he wouldn't tolerate these bastards plotting against him. Seeing this scene, Semiramis's lips curled into a seductive smile. Oh, you still have the strength to stand, but it's useless. Without magical support, just standing is exhausting for you, and with the ruler's command spells binding you, even if you reach me, you can't harm me. Aren't you the same as us? Achilles snorted coldly. The same as you? Indeed, for now, master. As Semiramis spoke, she glanced at her master, who extended a hand, radiating blue magical energy. Set. Not good, stop him. Receiving a revelation or using intuition to foresee danger, Jean and Artoria shouted in unison. Too late, right hand, evil eater. With Shiro's declaration, a mechanism within the palace was activated. Achilles and Atlanta, who had struggled to stand, collapsed again. At the same time, Jean and the rest of the Black faction, who were ready to attack, suddenly felt a wave of nausea, followed by dizziness, weakness, and intense pain throughout their bodies. Even Siegfried with his armor of Fafnir was not spared. Poison. Chiron, skilled in medicine, immediately recognized something was wrong and covered his mouth and nose. Hee, as expected of the teacher of the god of medicine. But it's useless, my poison doesn't just work through breathing. It directly affects the space itself. As long as you remain in this courtyard, the poison will enter your body. Let's see if you, the great sage, can cure the poison of the oldest poisoner. Ah, I almost forgot, you, who are immortal, died from poison, didn't you? Upon hearing Semiramis's words, Chiron's expression darkened. It wasn't the insult that brought back painful memories, but the situation of the entire space being poisoned was too troublesome. Unless it was the highest grade poison like that of the Hydra, Chiron could handle most poisons. But he needed a suitable treatment environment. In the current situation, even if he cured the poison, they would immediately re-ingest new toxins, creating a vicious cycle. The most troublesome part was that this poison would gradually erode the servant's magical energy. If this continued, everyone would lose their ability to resist. In an instant, the situation took a sharp turn. Jean's army, with their overwhelming numbers, all fell to their knees, while Shiro's side, despite being at a complete disadvantage, remained unscathed and soon revived in full strength. Shiro aimed his left hand at the Greater Grail and his right hand at Semiramis. As the red and blue magical lights alternated, Semiramis recovered from her state of magical depletion. He used the same method on Shakespeare, who also recovered and dramatically made a gesture as if to embrace the Greater Grail. As a staunch supporter of Shiro, Shakespeare had already been treated with Semiramis's anti-poison magic before the battle began, so he wasn't affected by the poison. Oh, this feeling of endless magical energy, this is the power of the Greater Grail. So wonderful. Thank you, Master, for giving me this marvelous experience. I have newfound inspiration. As long as you're happy. Shiro's expression remained gentle, showing no hint of being a villain who intends to destroy the world. I have connected your magical pathways to the Greater Grail. Now, you can freely draw magical energy from it. The privilege of using noble phantasms unrestrictedly is no longer exclusive to the Black faction. The conditions are finally equal. No, Master. There's no such thing as equal conditions because today, the Holy Grail War will end with our victory. So, Archer, Rider, I give you one last chance to choose. Will you pledge your loyalty and join us in victory, or vanish as defeated losers? Facing Semiramis, who was standing high and mighty with the demeanor of a victor, Atlanta looked disdainful. Whether it's victory or defeat, the world will be destroyed. What difference does it make? Achilles was even more aggressive, spitting on the ground. Swear loyalty to a witch like you. I'd rather die. You, forget it, I do not need to argue with the dead. Semiramis wasn't surprised by their choices. She turned to the last servant of the Red faction, Karna. Lancer, what is your choice? Karna silently stood up and walked over to Shiro, then said. I accept. Lancer, you. Atlanta exclaimed in shock, and the others were equally astonished. Those who knew Karna's legend knew he was a noble hero of high moral character. Why would someone like him make such a choice? Karna, I misjudged you. Achilles cursed angrily. He had always seen Karna as a heroic rival, equal in strength and character. He had hoped for a climactic duel after the red and black factions settled their scores, which would have been enjoyable. To his disappointment, this scoundrel showed no integrity at all, leaving Achilles deeply disillusioned. Karna didn't look back or speak. He simply knelt on one knee to show his allegiance. Welcome to our side, Karna. Shiro was slightly surprised but quickly connected Karna's magical pathway to the Greater Grail as he had done before. After completing this, Shiro spoke again. Is there anyone else willing to join my side? To make the Greater Grail an omnipotent wish-granting device, we need the souls of 7 servants as sacrifices. Excluding the already departed Spartacus and Vlad III, we still need 5. There are 8 of you here, which means 3 slots are still open. Black faction members need not worry, this is Semiramis's domain. As long as you don't resist, severing the original master-servant contracts is a simple task. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. After that, I'll begin the Greater Grail's activation ceremony. Chapter 525, Chapter 525, Desperate Situation. 10. 9. 8. 7. Shiro began the countdown, and the expressions of the servants lying on the ground varied. Some faced death fearlessly, waiting quietly for its arrival. Some stared fiercely at the pair before the Greater Grail, venting their anger and unwillingness through their gaze. Some bowed their heads, their eyes flickering as if calculating something. Others silently gathered and focused their magical energy, preparing for a final struggle. No one spoke. The palace housing the Greater Grail was eerily silent. Shiro paid no attention to this, concentrating solely on the countdown. 6. When he counted to 5, Black Caster, Avisprin, raised his hand, trembling. Avisprin. Shiro casually addressed the Black Caster by his true name. Avisprin nodded. I have a question. Go ahead. According to you, killing 5 more servants will activate the Greater Grail, your wish will be granted, and the Holy Grail War will end. We servants will then leave this world. I don't see the point of your persuasion. As Avisprin said, if they didn't surrender, they'd die in a few seconds. If they surrendered, the Holy Grail War would end soon, and they'd still disappear from this world, which was equivalent to death. Dying sooner or later made no difference. Was Shiro just toying with them? I see, I forgot to explain. Shiro scratched his cheek apologetically. As the creator of the Kabbalah system, you're aware of the concept of counter-force, correct? Avisprin nodded again. That makes it easier. The counter-force exists to prevent the world's destruction. If I aim to destroy the world, they'll inevitably try to stop me. The most likely method is to send monsters or guardians. They might be unknown, but they possess combat power equal to heroes. So, I hope you join me to help fight against the counter-force's agents. Dream on. Achilles, lying on the ground, sneered at this. Avisprin's face was hidden behind a mask, making his attitude unreadable. Shiro didn't mind and continued, honestly, I hope you join, Avisprin. The Greater Grail's wishes are limited, so I'd like to prioritize those who have no wishes to entrust to it. Of course, this is based on the assumption that your wish aligns with what I've inferred. Hearing this, Shinji, who had fallen into a state of despair due to Jean and Artoria's kneeling, felt a momentary stir. Shiro's conditions fit him perfectly. A wish to entrust to the Greater Grail. Take it or leave it. What the world would become didn't particularly matter to him either. The only thing that troubled him was Jean, Artoria, Justies, and the other Black faction companions who trusted him. He didn't want to betray that trust. But if he didn't, he couldn't break the current stalemate and reclaim Igdamilenia. However, just as Shinji was hesitating on what decision to make, Shiro glanced at him suddenly and said, I almost forgot to mention, Ruler, Black Lancer, and Black Assassin must die. Why? Shinji's vision went black, nearly collapsing. Ruler and Black Lancer bear the marks left by the counter-force. As for you, as someone similar to me, you're already a primary target for the counter-force. If you were to join me in destroying the world, the counter-force's backlash would be even greater. More importantly, one transmigrator is enough. A world doesn't need 2 protagonists. So, for the sake of my grand cause, please die. As Shiro spoke, he drew his katana and began walking towards Shinji. Each step was like the approach of death itself, stomping on Shinji's heart, accompanied by the countdown to the final harvest. Master. 4. Black Assassin. 3. Artoria's and Jean's shouts were mixed in, but Shinji could no longer hear them. He was engulfed in despair. He still couldn't contact Igdamilenia. His body was severely injured, rendering him immobile. Now, even surrender was not an option. His vision went dark, and his mind was filled with thoughts of it's over, it's all over, everything is finished. In a daze, he saw the white-haired boy approaching, saw the gleaming, coldly flashing tip of the katana. The flash of cold steel snapped Shinji's mind back to clarity, and a savage glint appeared in his eyes. If you want to kill me, I won't let you get away with it. He clenched his left hand tightly, and Indra's thunder materialized above Shiro's head. Magic power eroded and sealed by poison. No problem, I still have command spells. If I'm going to die, there's no point in keeping them. I command Indra's thunder with a command spell. Without the verbal declaration that most masters use, just a single thought caused the second red mark engraved on his wrist to emit a dazzling light. This was one of Shinji's research achievements from the past few years. As a transmigrator and the grandson of Zouken Matou, the creator of the command spells, how could he not study this crystallization of magecraft that has reached the realm of magic and can evoke miracles? If he could mass-produce and flexibly use them, he would dare to challenge anyone, except for those planetary-level monsters beyond standard specifications. Of course, Zouken hadn't achieved this in the 120 years since the development of the command spells, so it was even less likely that Shinji, who had only studied them for 5 years, could do so. However, he had made some progress, such as the instant and silent activation of command spells when fighting Ordenrossen now. The sudden surge of magical energy drew everyone's attention. The intense sense of crisis hanging over his head made Shinji's whole body tingle, and it also wiped the usual composure from Shiro's face. Without giving the enemy a chance to react, Shinji unleashed the full power of the command spell's magic. Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion. In an instant, all sounds disappeared. No, they didn't disappear, it was just that the overwhelming noise numbed his hearing. His vision was also taken away. The lightning radiating from the golden artifact outshone the sun's brilliance, leaving only a blinding white in front of his eyes. The only sensations left were the atmospheric vibrations shaking his entire body and the heat scorching his skin. The turbulent air currents dragged his body, causing him to tumble across the uneven ground. Fragments of debris, kicked up by the fierce wind, scattered everywhere, striking the ground and piercing flesh with heavy, muffled sounds. When his sight and hearing returned, all that remained was a sea of fire. The ground where the noble phantasm had struck was gouged out, forming a crater, and much of the palace ceiling had been blown away. This place, specially built to house the Greater Grail, was now unrecognizable in an instant. Chapter 526, Chapter 526, Escape. Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion, a skill that destroys a noble phantasm endowed with immense magical power, using the noble phantasm itself as a container for that power and detonating the magical energy and faith contained within it, delivering a severe blow to the opponent. Due to the destruction of the noble phantasm, this move can only be used once, but its destructive power is several times, even dozens of times, greater than the release of its true name, making it the strongest strike in the truest sense. This was Shinji's trump card, his desperate and reckless gamble in the face of despair. At this point, he had already disregarded life and death, wanting only to drag this white-haired bastard in front of him down together. Whether it was due to the effect of his A-rank luck or his disregard for life and death, death itself seemed unwilling to claim him. Shinji, at the core of the explosion, surprisingly did not suffer fatal injuries and managed to survive the destruction. The flying flames melted into the night's darkness. The entire area was deathly silent, with only the sound of the raging fire reaching his ears. The assassin, who had narrowly escaped death, didn't have time to feel grateful. His eyes searched through the increasingly intense sea of fire, scanning back and forth as if looking for something. However, before he could find it, a voice echoed in his ears, like a relentless nightmare. "What are you looking for? Are you looking for me?" Creak. The sound of a stiff neck turning, and a figure in black with white hair entered his vision. Though there were more signs of smoke and fire, the boy was still smiling. You. What about me? I admit, your broken phantasm, the destroyed illusion was executed beautifully, and the timing was impeccable, but unfortunately, you were just a bit short of killing me. Want to know how I escaped? At another time, Shinji might have had the curiosity to guess, but now, with his final counterattack thwarted, he was completely despondent and couldn't be bothered to think. Seeing Shinji not respond, Shiro seemed somewhat disappointed but revealed the answer himself. It was ground shrink. The extremity of ground shrink is similar to Astolfo's hippogriff, capable of achieving impossible existence. By the way, this body's attributes are still a bit lacking. Without command spell reinforcement, it's too much of a burden on the body, and the jumping distance isn't ideal. Upon closer inspection, the 18th stroke of the command spell engraved on Shiro's collarbone had dimmed again. If you hadn't used the B+ ranked Indra's Thunder but instead used Black Lancer's Holy Lance, even if I had executed a dimensional leap, I wouldn't have escaped and would have been dead. Of course, everyone present, including the Greater Grail, would have been done for too. Master. Perhaps unable to endure Shiro's endless chatter, or displeased with Shiro explaining to the enemy how to achieve mutual destruction, Semiramis finally spoke up. Sorry, old habits die hard, but it doesn't matter. the same trick won't work on us. Even if they tried broken phantasm, the destroyed illusion with the Holy Lance, you could just use spatial manipulation to transfer it away. Also. Master, enough is enough. Semiramis was genuinely angry. The previous broken phantasm, the destroyed illusion, had already destroyed the protective magic placed around the Greater Grail. If another one came and she failed to block it, it would be the end for them all. Yikes. Shiro couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, triggered by the low pressure emanating from behind him. I was wrong, I'll stop talking now, alright. By this point, 10 seconds have already passed. Although it's a bit of a shame, I can only say goodbye to you all here. Blame your powerlessness. The katana was gently raised, and aimed at Shinji's heart, which was also his spiritual core. I'll start with you. Considering we're both transmigrators, I'll make sure your death is painless. Just as the katana was about to fall, a red flash of lightning burst in. Shiro, whose attention was entirely focused on Shinji, paused for a moment due to the unexpected ambush. The intruder, who had stormed in like a gust of wind, swung a great sword while releasing crimson lightning, sending Shiro flying. Oh my, such ruthless attacks. Despite being ambushed, Shiro wasn't angry, he simply observed the intruder. The helmet worn during their first encounter had long been removed. There was the dazzling golden hair, the wild eyes, and an unyielding smile. The rebellious knight Mordred, you do indeed resemble your father, mother, well, King Arthur. Humph. Stop shouting my name around so carelessly. While speaking, the red saber Mordred kept swinging the great sword, relentlessly attacking Shiro. Seeing this, Semiramis frowned and said coldly. Saber. Are you planning to betray us? Are you an idiot? The ones who betrayed are you. The moment you tried to use schemes to deceive my master, you undoubtedly became my enemies. Moreover, you shamelessly planned to kill my father, listen up. Accompanied by this domineering declaration, a slashing arc flashed through the chapel. This strike, like drawing a boundary line, completely separated Shiro's side from the others. The only one qualified to kill my father is me. The already severely damaged floor was further ruined, with countless splinters and fragments filling the air. The next instant, something seemed to be thrown from the far end of the chapel. With the sound of metal clashing against the ground, a large amount of white smoke filled the area. It was a smoke bomb. How troublesome. Semiramis grumbled while weaving magic to disperse the smoke. Time's up, Saber. Oh, everyone, retreat now. Hearing the master's command, Mordred swung one last slash, then turned and grabbed Artoria and Jean, fleeing like a rabbit. The two were about to say something when Chiron suddenly leaped up from the ground, grabbing Shinji while releasing a gust of magic like a mountain breeze. Touched by this magic, the servants immediately cleared their heads, regaining some strength, and struggled to run outside. If Shinji could use broken phantasm, the destroyed illusion, how could the great sage with divine wisdom sit by idly? From the moment he was poisoned, he had been preparing skills to suppress the toxins, waiting for the right opportunity to break the deadlock. And this opportunity came faster than he expected. First, Shinji used broken phantasm, the destroyed illusion, to blow up the palace, breaking the enclosed environment. Next, Mordred broke in, followed by Kairi Sisegu throwing smoke bombs from the corridor. With all conditions met, Chiron unhesitatingly released all his magic, maximizing his A+ level agility, grabbing Shinji with one arm and carrying the mana-depleted, paralyzed Achilles with the other as he swiftly retreated. As for the similarly immobilized Atlanta and the slow Avisprin, they were picked up by the nearest Siegfried, retreating alongside Chiron. Master, Lancer, chase them. Semiramis urged. Not a chance. Shinji, with his barely recovered magic, threw Ishtar's spear backward, again, broken phantasm, the destroyed illusion. In an instant, the ground shook and mountains trembled. Chapter 527, The Missing Lesser Grail. As Shiro had said, the same trick wouldn't work on a saint once they had seen it. Although he and Semiramis were not saints, their minds worked even better than those of saints, so it was natural that they wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. The moment Ishtar's spear was airborne, Semiramis began manipulating space. However, she didn't follow Shiro's suggestion to transfer it. The power of broken phantasm, the destroyed illusion, was too immense, and its burst speed too rapid. Even a demigod-level magus like Semiramis couldn't completely transfer it. Hence, she opted for a compromise, deflecting the explosion away from the Greater Grail at the cost of destroying the entire palace to preserve the Greater Grail. The loud noise and bright light from the explosion dissipated, and the presence of the enemies had long vanished from perception. Using the eyes hidden throughout the courtyard, Semiramis saw the servants jumping out from the breach in the dragon-winged soldier's nest, and she couldn't help but curse. Damn it, they're fast. Should we say that the potential of humans in a crisis is indeed extraordinary? Hearing Shiro's leisurely comment, Semiramis' already terrible mood worsened. Shut up. If you had acted sooner instead of endlessly spouting nonsense, they would have been dead already. How would they have had a chance to escape? Ah. Shiro hesitated for a moment before adding, I think they still would have had a chance. Chiron wouldn't have kept that group detoxification skill unused. It wouldn't have been like now, where they all escaped. At least we could have killed a few, maybe even met the criteria for activating the Greater Grail. Even if we were short by a bit, I could still sacrifice a certain useless writer. Hey, Empress of Assyria, that statement. You have a problem with it. Semiramis glanced sideways, and a series of magic bullets lined up behind her, scaring Shakespeare into hiding behind Karna. No, I mean, yes, but I don't dare to say. Then don't speak. All right, don't bully Castor. Shiro stepped forward, blocking Semiramis' line of sight. Even if you did kill him, it wouldn't be of any use. How could it be useless? Didn't you say the Greater Grail needs the souls of 7 servants to become an omnipotent wishing machine? That's true, but the prerequisite is, those souls must indeed enter the Greater Grail. What do you mean? Let's put it this way, you know this is called the Greater Grail, but do you know why it's called the Greater Grail? When he said, greater, Shiro emphasized the word. The Greater Grail, so there's a Lesser Grail. Shakespeare, with his literary background, had strong associative abilities. Exactly, because there's also a Lesser Grail. The Lesser Grail is the key to activating the Greater Grail and serves as a container for the souls of the heroic spirits. Only when the Lesser Grail is formed will the souls be transferred to the Greater Grail and activate it. If the Lesser Grail is absent, even if all 7 servants die, the Greater Grail won't activate. Historically, there have been instances where the Lesser Grail was destroyed, resulting in no victor. Semiramis asked, where is the Lesser Grail? It was supposed to be here. Shiro pointed to the center of the Greater Grail, at those bizarre golden humanoid shapes. One of the humanoid figures had noticeable missing parts from its hands and upwards, and the missing shape was exactly that of a cup. But now, it's gone. Semiramis carefully recalled the entire transfer process and suddenly exclaimed. During the transfer, something fell from the Greater Grail. Yes, it seemed like a cup. Damn black assassin, damn Pegasus, you should have killed him earlier. Well, the Holy Grail war is about competing for the Grail. Isn't it a bit too overbearing to say only we can take it and others can't? Faced with Shiro's half-joking, half-advising words, Semiramis placed her hands on her hips and arrogantly raised her head like a black swan. I've always been like this. Didn't you know? Yes, all hail the Empress is supreme. Shiro and Shakespeare, who were not meeting Semiramis for the first time, exchanged glances and spoke in unison, looking like two sycophants. Seeing the two annoying guys backing down, though only superficially, Semiramis's mood improved somewhat. She unconsciously put her thumb to her chin and pondered. But this is quite troublesome. Without the Lesser Grail, the Greater Grail cannot be activated, and to retrieve the Lesser Grail, it would be very difficult with just the 3 of us. Naturally excluding Shakespeare, Shiro's side had its combat power in Shiro himself, Semiramis, and Karna. Each of them was a top-tier servant, overwhelmingly powerful, and in any other Holy Grail war, they would sweep through without question. But this time was different. It was an undisputed fact that the remaining 9 of the 16 servants had united under Jeanne d'Arc. They had 3 top-tier servants among them, and the others were also first-rate or super first-rate. While their combat power might be slightly inferior, their overall strength surpassed that of our side. Thinking of this, Semiramis's mood worsened again. Master, why did you have to say, destroy the world? If you had honestly stated your wish, it wouldn't have come to this. Sorry to interrupt, Karna, who usually just watched without speaking, suddenly spoke up. What exactly is the priest's wish? Semiramis was taken aback. Huh? You don't know. I don't know. Karna shook his head. Then why would you, the famous Karna, become a minion of a world-destroying demon? I just saw that the priests, destroy the world, had another meaning beyond the literal one. Also, assassin, you haven't been truthful. Which part? As a schemer who successfully ascended to the throne through deceit, Semiramis had told so many lies that she couldn't remember them all. Our masters being thrown into the dragon-winged soldier's nest by you, Archer and Rider were anxious, forgetting that the nest had been separated by you. Yes, I lied. So what? I want to know what happened to our masters. Can't you sense it? They're all gathered in a room in this courtyard. I think they should still be in human form because the poison used was of that kind. Facing Karna's cold gaze, Semiramis nonchalantly flashed a bewitching smile. If we let them run around freely, it would be troublesome. No matter how excellent they are just magus in the end. Those who always think about stealing others' thunder are a nuisance. In terms of only thinking about yourself, you're the same kind of person. Hearing Karna's blunt words, Semiramis didn't get angry but instead smiled even more brightly. Who would have thought you could say something like that? Are you angry? Unfortunately for her, Karna was not Achilles and didn't fall for Semiramis's provocation, choosing instead to remain silent, forcing her to mutter in frustration. Back to silence, how boring. Well, even if you know the former masters are not dead, so what? Chapter 528, Chapter 528, The Complete Lesser Grail. Facing Semiramis's provocation, Karna calmly spoke. Although the master has indeed changed, the person who decided to summon me and sought my help is undoubtedly one of those masters. Moreover, even as my master faces impending physical demise, he still desires the Holy Grail. Given that, I can only fight for him with my spear. That is my wish, and it is also the reward for my summoning. So, you intend to continue serving your previous master? What nonsense. Great hero Karna, that is a foolish choice. Perhaps seeing his words as a declaration of opposition, Semiramis's expression grew severe. Karna showed no fear and simply declared calmly. Call me whatever you like, it doesn't matter to me. But that's overestimating me, Empress of Assyria. I'm just a mere spear. Everyone present, except Shiro, was momentarily speechless. Those who had gained knowledge from the Holy Grail were well aware of what a rare hero he was. If such a statement came from anyone else, they would undoubtedly be enraged or mock the person, as excessive humility can turn into self-deprecation and ridicule. But when he said it, it was entirely genuine, coming from his heart. He truly believed it and was firmly convinced of it. As expected of the hero of charity, this level of selflessness might even surpass Saint Jeanne d'Arc. Though it's a bit different from what I imagined, it's fine. I'm counting on you. Though the positions have changed, the fundamental route of the enemy coming here to seize the Holy Grail hasn't. Given that, my spear just needs to continue felling the enemies. Moreover, this aligns with my wish and is currently the best choice. I will give it my all and turn anyone who comes to seize the Holy Grail into ashes. A wish. Could it be that this seemingly selfless lancer also harbors a desire for the Holy Grail? Semiramis and Shakespeare were slightly shaken, but only Shiro understood. You mean a rematch with the Black Saber Siegfried? That's right. Because when we fought in the initial battle, he requested it. That was an endless fight, an unending clash of swords and spears. The divine spear repeatedly inflicted wounds on the immortal dragon scales, while the phantasm sword continuously slashed through the seemingly invincible golden armor. It was neither a tragic slaughter nor a battle of hidden strengths. Both sides fought with all their might, miraculously keeping the scales of power balanced. The few hours until dawn felt like fleeting moments. Seeing the anticipation in Karna's eyes, Shiro gladly agreed, I will create an opportunity for you two to fight fairly, without any interruptions. Karna nodded slightly to express his gratitude, then let me ask, Shiro Kodomine, how do you plan to use the Greater Holy Grail to destroy the world? Oh, that. Simply put, it's about using the basic application of the third magic that created the Greater Holy Grail, materializing souls and eliminating the concept of death, to create a world where everyone is happy. Hearing such an extraordinary wish, Karna showed no surprise. Instead, he appeared somewhat puzzled. I see. Birth, death, and lifespan are fundamental attributes of humanity. Changing these would, in a sense, make humans no longer human. It can indeed be seen as the destruction of the world. However, from another perspective, it is a form of salvation for all humanity. I cannot judge whether your approach is good or bad for humanity, but I believe some heroes will be moved by this wish. Since you need strength to fend off the interference of the counterforce, why use the term, destroy the world, which is most repulsive? To showcase the charm of language, the same thing can be explained in different ways. Ah, you are the greatest master. Sikara Yuzum. Woo woo woo. Semiramis finally couldn't tolerate Shakespeare's unrestrained mouth any longer, and she administered a poison that paralyzed his vocal cords. Then she complained to Shiro. Exactly, master. If you didn't use such phrasing to push everyone to the opposite side, you wouldn't have to worry about retrieving the Lesser Grail. I'm not worried about that at all. Shiro's relaxed attitude piqued everyone's curiosity. Huh. Do you have some clever plan? Of course not. I just made some preparations in advance. Do me a favor and move that stone box from my room here. No problem. Hearing this, Semiramis casually pointed her finger twice. A 1-meter square stone box, adorned with various holy seals, appeared in front of Shiro. Shiro patted the surface of the box and gave Semiramis a peculiar look. I know you've been curious about what's inside but couldn't open it. Semiramis turned her head away. That's because back then, there was no courtyard where I could exert my full power, and I didn't have enough time. But your knowledge of magic shouldn't be affected. Unlocking this doesn't require immense magical power or grand rituals, or is it that you're only good at brute force and not fine manipulation? Embarrassed by Shiro's blunt remark, Semiramis blushed and huffed, nitpicking, not like a man. All right, no more jokes. This is the Holy Ark, a sacred treasure passed down through the church for many years. It's said to be a replica of the Ark of the Covenant used to store the 10 Commandments of God, specifically made for storing precious relics. If it were so easily cracked, the church's treasures would have been stolen by various heretics or magus long ago. As Shiro spoke, he removed the holy shroud draped over his shoulders and covered the top of the holy ark with it. With a soft click, the top lid of the holy ark flipped open, followed by the 4 stone walls unfolding outward, revealing its golden contents. The gleaming gold, contrasted against the falling red holy shroud, was particularly dazzling. This is. With the eyesight of the servants, mere golden light couldn't obstruct their vision. That's why they were shocked, as it was a golden cup, identical to the legendary Holy Grail that held the blood of God. Shiro caught the falling holy shroud and used it to lift the golden cup. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the complete Lesser Grail, a necessary component to operate the Greater Grail. Chapter 529, Chapter 529, What do you really want? What? What did he just say? The Lesser Grail. But didn't the Lesser Grail fall during the transfer? When did he? No, that's not right. That holy ark was prepared before the Holy Grail War began. More importantly, he just said this is the complete Lesser Holy Grail, meaning it already contains enough servant souls. What exactly is going on here? To answer these questions, we need to start with the subspecies Holy Grail Wars. After the Third Holy Grail War, the Holy Grail War system in Fuyuki became known to Magus worldwide. Over the next 60-plus years, subspecies Holy Grail Wars were widely held around the world. Although lacking the crucial core Greater Grail, the rituals of the subspecies Holy Grail Wars were incomplete, summoning at most 5 servants. Even if the ritual was completed, it couldn't become an omnipotent wish-granting device, let alone open the door to the root. However, the number of 5 servants was just right to create the conditions for the Lesser Grail. As long as the ritual constructed by the 3 founding families was not arbitrarily modified, the subspecies Holy Grail Wars would end with the formation of the Lesser Grail. Shiro belonged to the 8th Sacrament Assembly, responsible for supervising and reclaiming holy relics, including overseeing the increasingly rampant subspecies Holy Grail Wars. The Middle East, where Shiro operated, had frequent occurrences due to various complex reasons, providing Shiro ample opportunities to gather information on the Holy Grail Wars and witness the birth of Lesser Grails. In one such subspecies Holy Grail War, the 5 participating groups ended in mutual destruction. Naturally, this Lesser Grail fell into the hands of the overseer, Shiro, who sealed it in the prepared Holy Ark, preserving its magical power and souls until today. Though they are 2 different rituals and normally not interchangeable, this Lesser Grail was created strictly following Fuyuki's rules. Therefore, it's almost identical to the original Seer Grail. By linking the 2 with my noble phantasm, it can perfectly replace the original Lesser Grail. Ha 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 ha, I admire my brain for coming up with such a perfect idea. Stop laughing, it's unsightly. Semiramis poured cold water on her master's smugness. You mentioned a replacement, then what about the souls of Spartacus and Vlad III contained in the original Lesser Grail? Unfortunately, there's only one Lesser Grail compatible with the Greater Holy Grail. Their souls can only remain in that Lesser Grail until they naturally dissipate. So, this means there are only 5 servant souls, 1 short of the omnipotent wish-granting device. Let's just kill that useless writer as a sacrifice, as I suggested. Woo 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 woo. Feeling Semiramis's malicious gaze, the speechless Shakespeare frantically shook his head. There's no need for that, Shiro waved his hand. A servant can be found somehow. Jeanne d'Arc can sense changes in the Greater Holy Grail through her ruler privileges, and Chiron and the others won't just stand by while I destroy the world. At that time, we can kill anyone we want. So, you deliberately used the term, destroy the world, and delayed to let them go on purpose. Sort of. But releasing all 9 servants, isn't that too many? Without me, I fear they wouldn't dare come. That's not true. So-called heroes, even when alone and knowing they will fail, will fight for their beliefs. Karna, leaning against a pillar, gazed at Shiro with divine eyes. His heroic demeanor left an overwhelming impression, making Shiro feel as if he were being stripped bare by Karna's gaze. You should know this well, so you're lying, or at least not telling the whole truth. Master. What's going on? Semiramis's eyes narrowed immediately. What scheme are you up to now? Shiro struggled to resist the urge to bang his head against the wall. How can you be such a human lie detector and see through even this? Can't we just have some fun together? Sorry. Karna apologized, his only character flaw being his piercing insight. He often mercilessly pierced through appearances to point directly at the essence, making him seem too cold, sharp, and difficult to get along with. Fine, since it's out, go ahead and say it. Karna didn't decline and continued, you give me a very contradictory feeling. You've prepared extensively for your wish, almost controlling everything, yet you deliberately slack off at crucial moments, even giving the enemy opportunities. What do you really want? Surely you don't intend to use the enemy's hand to stop yourself? Then what's the point of all your scheming? Guess slowly. Shiro said no more, knowing that saying anything more to Karna would only make things worse. Karna didn't press further and left a parting remark, I'll leave now. Call me if you need anything, before dematerializing. Master. Semiramis wanted to ask more but was cut off by Shiro. Hey, Semiramis, is this Holy Grail war interesting? Interesting, very interesting. Semiramis was momentarily stunned but then smiled, a genuine smile unrelated to her usual allure. She understood what Shiro meant. All she sought was amusement, and her master and this Holy Grail war provided her with unexpected joy. Although her master occasionally angered her, and Achilles and Atlanta were somewhat annoying, it was all part of the fun. It was certainly more interesting than the monotonous court life, but I still want to know your true thoughts. I see. For now, I can only say I don't plan to lose, the rest I'll leave as a puzzle. If you truly solve it, I'll tell you everything. That's also a kind of fun, isn't it? Shiro turned to look at Shakespeare, who nodded vigorously. Unlike everyone else, Shakespeare harbored doubts but never questioned the person involved. He merely observed, recorded, and enjoyed the entire process silently. A puzzle. That's a novel experience for me too. Since she ascended the throne and ruled the Assyrian Empire, only her servants had to guess her thoughts, she never needed to guess others. Trying it occasionally wasn't bad. Fine, I agree. Then let's proceed. I'll start linking and replacing the Lesser Grail with the Greater Holy Grail. You draw mana from the Greater Holy Grail to repair the garden. Caster, go back to your study and write. Jeanne d'Arc's counterattack will take about 3 to 5 days. This is our last bit of leisure. I understand. Semiramis glanced at the mess and activated spatial transfer. Though the Greater Holy Grail was here, this wasn't the core of the Hanging Gardens. The core was always the throne room, where she could maximize the garden's power. Shakespeare hurriedly followed the Empress out, still not cured of his poison. Once everyone had left, Shiro exhaled deeply, slumping ungracefully onto the stone steps before the Greater Holy Grail, muttering softly. Finally got them temporarily fooled. None of these top-tier heroic spirits are easy to deal with. I wonder if the Black Faction is the same, what do you think? Shiro suddenly turned, smiling faintly at the golden face in the center of the Greater Holy Grail. Chapter 530, What Shinji Lacks. Silence. No response. This was to be expected. After all, who would have thought there was still a soul hidden within the Greater Holy Grail? However, Shiro was not willing to let it go and continued speaking. Remaining silent won't help. I know of your presence and that you can hear me. Why not come out and show yourself? Perhaps you don't believe me, but I bear you no ill will. The creator of the Greater Holy Grail, the Winter Saint, Justice Lizrich von Einsburn. Still, there was no response, leaving Shiro to perform a one-man show. All right, it seems I won't gain your trust. In that case. After waiting a few more minutes, Shiro sighed slightly, shifting his gaze from the Greater Holy Grail to a shadowy corner of the corridor. Hey, you don't always have to hide in the shadows. Come out and say something. I knew I couldn't fool you. Accompanied by a voice rich with the weight of countless experiences, an elderly man in a black formal suit, holding a hardcover book in his left hand, stepped out of the shadows. His white hair and beard, combined with an ageless demeanor, belonged to only one person, the jewel wizard, Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. The old man approached the young Shiro, smiling as he addressed the Greater Holy Grail. I assure you, what he says is true. Come out, and we will answer your questions. At these words, the golden sphere, which had remained still and seemingly lifeless, finally reacted. From the center of the golden humanoid figure emerged a woman as pure white as winter snow, her exquisite red eyes filled with profound confusion. Zelrich, what are you planning? As you've heard, destroy the world or save humanity, it's all the same. Shiro shifted to a more comfortable posture and replied with a smile. Well. Isn't the 1,000-year wish of the Einsburn family about to be realized? Excited. Delighted. Thrilled. This. Seeing Justy's conflicted expression, Shiro also became puzzled. Why that expression? Hey, old man, is she really the Winter Saint? The one who sacrificed herself for the sake of her family's wish. She is, and she isn't. She remains the Winter Saint, but she is no longer the homunculus who would sacrifice herself to fulfill her family's wish. You, of all people, should understand. Hearing Zelrich's explanation, Shiro nodded, I understand. Isn't there a perfect example over there? That homunculus named Sieg. So, your family's wish is no longer your top priority. Then, what is your top priority? Is it him, Matou Shinji? Justice did not answer, but her changing expression betrayed her inner feelings. Do you want to know how I guessed it? It's simple. In times of crisis, a person's true thoughts are revealed. When the Greater Holy Grail was in jeopardy, you first separated the Lesser Holy Grail, then, risking exposure, you left your third magic in it, and coincidentally sent the Lesser Holy Grail to his master's hands. What was all that for? Don't tell me it was to stop me, you can't possibly believe that young man didn't tell you the wish I should make. At this point, Shiro paused, his gaze sweeping over Justy's face, and he found the answer he was looking for. It seems I was right. TSK, looks like my fellow transmigrator is doing quite well. Ah, you're like this, Sieg did it for Astolfo, and then there's Irisveal for Kiritsuguamiya. Could it be that the homunculi of the Einsburn family share not just appearances but also personalities? It's not just a shared personality but also an extreme reaction. Homunculi are born with a lack of emotions, so once they gain a heart, their emotions become exceptionally intense. That's why they can't hide their feelings and why they pour all their emotions into the people they care about, even to the point of disregarding everything else. Perhaps unable to stand Shiro's teasing, or maybe simply not wanting to answer, Justy's repeated her question, what exactly are you planning? Bringing Shinji and me to this world and tormenting him like this? I've already told you my goal, to obtain samples and prepare for purification. I also wanted you to reconsider whether the Einsburn family's wish is correct. The rest is none of my business. Hey. Seeing Zelrich push all the responsibility away, Shiro became anxious. That's not fair. You knew I was here and still sent people over. You're at least an accomplice. I only knew you were going to guide him a bit. I didn't expect you to use such methods. What methods? This is the most suitable way, all right. Don't tell me you can't see the flaws in that young man. Queen Scathach trained his endurance and will, and resolved his inherent lack of talent, but there's one crucial thing she didn't teach or didn't have time to teach. What is it? Justy's asked involuntarily. It's the unwavering belief that never falters, no matter the dire circumstances. This is the biggest difference between him and those heroes. Even Astolfo, who is less powerful, surpasses him in this aspect. Take this old man as an example. His peak battle was against the origin of vampires, the absolute monarch, the true ancestor of true ancestors, Crimson Moon Brunestad. In terms of raw power, Crimson Moon far outclassed him. That battle was incredibly dangerous, he was suppressed countless times and could have died at any moment, but he never gave up. He didn't use the second magic to escape, given the spacetime interference properties of the second magic, even 10 Crimson Moons couldn't catch him if he wanted to leave. Ultimately, he took the risk of being bitten by Crimson Moon and becoming her servant to successfully defeat her. As a result, he was bitten and became a dead apostle, severely aging and losing power. If it were that young man, he might have fled long ago, or even if he held out till the end, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. As he said himself, he's just an ordinary person who gained power. His heart isn't strong enough. Shiro said, pointing to his chest. With such a mindset, he's at best a powerful modern magus, never reaching the pinnacle, never seeing the true wonders of this planet and world, always just a pawn for the old man. So you want to push him? Force him into an absolute dead end to make him undergo true transformation. Zelrich nodded thoughtfully. Exactly. People are forced to grow. Only by severing his retreats with irreplaceable bonds can he truly compel himself to solidify his beliefs and give it his all, maximizing his potential, just like you did against Crimson Moon. This is both a lesson and a trial. If he passes, the world is his oyster. I'll give him something you've been coveting, letting him truly possess the potential to kill Queen Scathach. But what if he doesn't pass? Justy's asked anxiously. If I've given him so many heroes as companions and he still can't overcome this hurdle, he'll never reach the level of me. Even if he dominates an era by sheer luck, he'll merely be a commoner made famous in a time without heroes. He will hate you, Justy said unexpectedly. If he gets through this hurdle, even if he hates me, it won't be deep-seated. If he doesn't, he's just an insignificant human. Would you care about the resentment of ordinary people? Shiro's tone was as gentle as always, but to Justy's, it sounded extremely harsh. Shinji, you must do your best and give this hateful guy a good beating. Chapter 531, Dream. A breathtakingly beautiful aerial garden is shrouded in a multicolored poisonous mist. Various ferocious beasts from mythological times roar deafeningly. The great sage Chiron, responsible for command and detoxification, is the first to fall. Targeted by the garden's master, Semiramis, he steps into the palace complex and is immediately struck by the Hydra's deadly poison. Influenced by the legend of dying from Hydra's poison in life, he disintegrates into spirit particles without even having a chance to struggle. Soon after, the hero Siegfried, who once slew the mighty dragon Fafnir, falls, succumbing to a backstab from the black-robed priest. The great hero Achilles, whose myth shone brightly for an era, also falls. First paralyzed by poison, then caught in a trap while dazed, he injures his ankle and is eventually overwhelmed and killed by a swarm of foot soldiers. Having lost her ideal partner in Vanguard, Atlanta goes berserk. Donning the boar's skin, she transforms into a destructive demon, viciously attacking everything in sight. She tears through countless fierce beasts, magical beasts, phantom beasts, and divine beasts, but is ultimately torn to pieces by a relentless horde of divine fish. Sensing the dire situation, Avisbrin chooses to betray. He seizes his master Roche, using the child who always admired him as the core to activate his noble phantasm. Though he quickly dies under the furious sword of Mordred, the noble phantasm is complete. A massive golem, over 15 meters tall, becomes the greatest obstacle for everyone. To break through the golem's obstruction, Astolfo and his steed are smashed into spirit particles by the golem, Mordred is severely wounded, and Jean's holy banner loses its power after reaching its limit. Before the group can recover from their enormous losses, a new wave of attacks follows. Karna engages Artoria, while Mordred and Jean are toyed with by Semiramis, with Mordred on the verge of death. The victorious black-robed priest shows a cruel, bloody smile to Shinji. It's over for you. The world will be destroyed. Shinji, unwilling to accept defeat, charges forward with bloodshot eyes, but is halted by a single move from the priest. He pulls out Justi's soul, using it as a barrier between them. Without giving Shinji a chance to curse his treachery, the priest drives his katana through Justi's back and into Shinji's chest. Pierced through her spirit core, Justi's presence dwindles. She reaches out to gently stroke Shinji's cheek, her eyes filled with attachment, reluctance, worry, and tenderness, but devoid of blame. Her pale lips move faintly, whispering, "Run." Then, the tightly bound contract shatters, and the bond of 6 years of shared fate breaks, dissolving into pure white spirit particles in the air. Only Shinji's heart-wrenching cries of grief remain. No. But even his shout lasts only a few seconds, as he too is pierced through his spirit core, unable to maintain his existence. His eyelids grow heavy, his consciousness fades, and the entire world is swallowed by darkness. Unwilling to perish like this, the assassin struggles to focus, trying to stay conscious, forcing his eyes open. Perhaps persistence pays off, as his heavy eyelids finally lift, and the dark world is replaced by light. However, the scenery before him is not the poison-filled aerial garden, but a familiar ceiling. This is Millennia Castle. Rubbing his groggy head, his fingers inadvertently touch a trace of moisture at the corner of his eye. Tears. So it was a dream, yes, a dream, thank goodness it was a dream. No, wait. The tight nerves had just relaxed when the previous memories surged like a tide. Days of planning had come to naught. The holy grail containing Justi's soul was taken away. And that person, similar to himself, wearing the guise of Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship and footwork. That person proclaimed to destroy the world. Despite pouring all his strength, using every means, and allying with every possible partner, he still ended up fleeing in defeat. Thinking of this filled Shinji with a strong sense of powerlessness. He hadn't felt this helpless in a long time, not since the end of the Fourth Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City, when Scathach voluntarily fell to Artoria's sword and departed this world. At that time, he vowed to work tirelessly, never wanting to lose someone important due to his powerlessness again. So, even though there was no one to supervise his training, and no one to impose a Spartan education on him, he never slacked off for a single day. He always completed his daily tasks to excess, never falling short. It should be noted that in his previous life, he was just an ordinary person living in a peaceful era. Though his life wasn't without challenges, it wasn't particularly difficult either. The most strenuous times were the major exams, the high school and college entrance exams, that most students had to endure. Even during those crunch times, he would sometimes sneak in some leisure reading or a visit to the internet cafe. But this hardship was nothing compared to the coursework left by Scathach. His motivation to persist until today, aside from a man's innate desire for power and curiosity about the unknown, was for the sake of those important to him. To protect his extraordinarily gifted sister and Fujino, Fortuko, and to fulfill the wishes of Justice and Scathach, he had worked tirelessly until today. But now, not to mention achieving his goals, he couldn't even protect the people important to him. What was the point of being a magus or training in martial arts? Why had he worked so hard until now? Why had he willingly involved himself in the Clock Tower's conflicts, opposing the dead apostle ancestors? Were these years of effort all meaningless? Various negative emotions flooded in, and Shinji began to doubt his life, doubt himself. He didn't blame the Jewel Wizard. If that old man had truly wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. Nor did he blindly resent Shiro. Ultimately, it was his own lack of strength and insufficient planning. If he had power equal to Shiro's, if he had thought things through more thoroughly, if he hadn't let his guard down when things seemed to go smoothly, assuming everything was foolproof, and started changing the so-called tragedies according to his intentions, how could he have ended up in this situation? All of this was caused by his immaturity. If he had been more mature, stronger, the situation would have been completely different. At least that person in Shiro's guise was not invincible. If he were, he wouldn't have needed to follow Amakusa Shiro Tokisada's original plan. He could have just used force to take what he wanted. However, saying all this now was too late. Although they had narrowly escaped with their lives, their opponents, now possessing the Holy Grail and the home field advantage, were already in an unbeatable position. The supposed numerical and combat strength advantage had many ways to be dissolved. That dream just now might have been an illusion, but it was enough to highlight the problem. If even his immature self could think of such a strategy, how could that unfathomable transcender not? Was he dumber than himself? That's not a funny joke. How could someone who dared to scheme against the counter-force be a fool? The fool, the powerless one, was himself. Unconsciously, Justy's smiling visage appeared before him, so beautiful, so clear, yet gradually becoming distant. He wanted to chase after her, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up until he was utterly exhausted, his consciousness fading. I really am useless. Chapter 532, Sincere. Groggy. Dizzy. In a half-dream, half-awake state, the door creaked open. Two women, one tall and one short, who looked like sisters, walked into the room. The taller one carried a basin of water, while the shorter one held a towel. Sensing the movement, Shinji reflexively opened his eyes slightly. It's you two. Although his voice was faint, the quiet room made it easy for the two women to hear him. They quickly put down what they were holding and gathered around him. Ah, master, you're awake. How's your body? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? How long was I unconscious? After using the Spear of Ishtar as a medium to perform the broken phantasm, Shinji's mana and stamina were completely drained, causing him to fall into a coma and lose awareness of the outside world. 3 full days, Artoria answered. 3 days. Propping himself up on the bed, Shinji found that his physical injuries had healed. However, as his body healed, the wounds in his heart only grew heavier with time. 3 days have passed. Has anything happened during this time? Jean shook her head. No, we've been regrouping at Millennia Castle, while the floating garden has been stationed over the sea. I see. So they haven't done anything. That's strange. Strange? What's strange? Isn't it strange? It's been 3 days. In 3 days, even I could gather enough servant souls to activate the Greater Grail, let alone that guy. Master. Hearing Shinji's sarcastic tone, Artoria's expression darkened. How can you say such things? Do you also wish for the world to be destroyed? Realizing his slip, Shinji slapped himself hard. Sorry. Assassin, what's wrong with you? You're not like your usual self at all. Jean's calm and serene blue eyes gazed at him, and Shinji felt his inner agitation subside somewhat. Maybe I still can't accept reality. After doing so much, scheming so much, in the end, it was all for nothing. Doesn't that mean everything I did was meaningless? No, what you did wasn't meaningless. Jean leaned down and gently held Shinji's hand with her own. If not for your efforts, we might already be dead. If not for your efforts, the Greater Grail might already be activated. If not for your efforts, we might not even have a chance to counterattack. Everything is because of you. So, you don't need to blame yourself like this. Normally, if Jean treated him this way, Shinji would be ecstatic. But now, without Justy's, he could only muster a faint smile. Thank you for your comfort, Jean. Thank you. This isn't comfort. Artoria held Shinji's hand in the same manner as Jean, her eyes blazing with intensity. We're serious. The world hasn't been destroyed yet, thanks to your efforts, Master. But I did nothing. No, you. At that moment, the door was pushed open again, and a third face, identical to the others, peeked inside. Father, ruler, Miss Fiore requests your, Before the sentence was finished, the door exploded with a bang. Amidst the surge of red lightning, the brilliantly shining king's sword was summoned, accompanied by a roar filled with anger. You. The sudden outburst startled the three in the room. Artoria immediately turned around, glaring at the intruder angrily. Mordred, what are you doing? You all. Mordred stammered. She was always quicker with her actions than her words. She had drawn her sword, but her mouth hadn't yet decided what to say. What about us? The naturally confused Artoria looked at Jean beside her, who was equally puzzled. Mordred suddenly felt very foolish, truly. Your hands. Your hands. What about them? Shaking hands is a normal modern gesture. Do you want to try it? Yes. Mordred nodded eagerly, quickly sheathing her sword and extending her hand. He. When Artoria held her hand, Mordred smiled like a child, even affecting the despondent Shinji. This poor child, Mordred, why are you here? Miss Fiore requests your presence. She said something about the Lesser Grail. It seems there's a problem. The Lesser Grail? How is there a Lesser Grail? Shinji was momentarily stunned. Wasn't that fixed to the Greater Grail? I don't know the details either. You should ask your master yourself. Because she had physical contact with her father, Mordred forgot about being angry with Shinji. All right, since you're awake, let's go together and take a look. Seeing that he seemed a bit more spirited, Artoria and Jean exchanged a smile and led the way. Since Semiramis had previously launched an attack from her airborne fortress, the royal chambers at the top of the castle were no longer considered safe. Fiori, the successor to the family head, had relocated the meeting hall to the original underground restricted area where the Greater Grail altar was stored. Present were not only the entire Igmalenia clan and their servants but also the Red faction servants who had severed ties with Amakusa Shiro. In other words, all masters and servants, except for those in Amakusa's camp, were gathered together. This was only natural. Amakusa Shiro's faction possessed formidable combat power and mobility and needed enough servant souls to activate the Greater Grail. To avoid being picked off one by one and becoming sacrifices for his ambitions, banding together was the best choice. As Shinji followed Artoria out of the passage, all eyes turned to him. Assassin. Fiori instinctively clenched her hands. You're here, Chiron said with a smile. What a sleeper, Calls teased, winking. TCH, didn't die, huh? Achilles whistled. Though the others remained silent, most expressed goodwill. Feeling so much concern, Shinji's nose tingled. The more downtrodden he felt, the more precious these sincere emotions seemed. I'm sorry to have worried you all, Shinji said, bowing deeply. It's just good that you're all right. Fiori turned her head, her voice as clear as ever, like a mountain spring. Later, I have many things I want to ask you. Yes, don't worry. I won't hide anything this time. At this point, there was no need for secrecy. Before that, I want to ask about the Lesser Grail. It turned out that 3 days ago, after Darnik had left alone, Fiori followed his orders and led people to take refuge at the altar. Just as they stepped into the altar, a golden light descended from the sky, landing right beside Fiori. At first, Fiori didn't know what it was, but instinctively felt it was something important, so she carefully kept it. It wasn't until Jean returned with her weary and injured group that they recognized it as the vessel for containing servant souls, the Lesser Grail. As she spoke, Fiori raised the vessel in her hand. Its color was identical to the central part of the Greater Grail, where the transfigured body of Justice resided. Shinji couldn't help but reach out. As his fingers touched the edge of the Lesser Grail, a familiar pulse swept through his body. This is... Chapter 533, Messages and Confessions. White radiance spread outward from the point where Shinji's finger touched the Lesser Grail, quickly filling the entire underground space. The scene of the underground altar grew fainter, and the exclamations of Fiori and the others gradually faded away. Shinji found himself in an unfamiliar world. Here, there was nothing, only an endless expanse of pure white. To others, this world might seem extraordinarily monotonous, and staying here too long could drive one mad. But Shinji did not feel this way. In this pure white world, he felt an extraordinary warmth, both physically and spiritually. It was as if he were soaking in a hot spring, his entire body feeling refreshed and comfortable. It was as if he were not in this strange world but at home. It was as if he were lounging in the backyard on a recliner, brewing a pot of black tea, enjoying the spring afternoon sunshine. He would look up casually, and there she was, the woman who loved to wear white, sitting next to him, engrossed in a fashion magazine. Is it you, Justice? Shinji murmured, calling out the name of the one who had accompanied him the longest. This call seemed to trigger something. A familiar figure in white appeared before him, calling out to him in a voice he had heard countless times. Shinji. Justice. Shinji lunged forward, wanting to hold her tightly and never let go. But this was only a wishful thought. The figure before him was an illusion, not real. Shinji's body passed through it, and he fell heavily to the ground. The illusory figure did not respond to Shinji's call, for it was merely a message. When you hear this, I may no longer be by your side. The mastermind in the Red faction, the man named Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, is very dangerous. It was he who injured your Pegasus, and that earlier beam of light might also be related to him. I can sense that before this, a strange magical power connected to the Greater Grail. I think he has already detected my presence. However, this is not your fault. You've already taken him seriously enough and warned me to relocate, but I didn't listen. So it's my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. No, how could that be? Shinji shook his head repeatedly. I just mentioned relocating offhandedly and didn't take it seriously. If I had insisted, this wouldn't have happened. And I didn't take that guy seriously enough. If killing him had been my top priority, I would have told Jean long ago. It was my carelessness, my assumptions. It's my fault, all my fault. Even though you might blame me, I won't be able to hear it. But I want to hear it. If Amakusa Shiro Tokisada hadn't discovered my presence and hadn't disrupted the Greater Grail, I would have come to find you after the Holy Grail War. At that time, no matter how much you complain or what you want me to do, I will listen to you. Shinji's eyes reddened. Complaints? There won't be any. As long as you can come back, you can scold me all you want. If I can't come back, you shouldn't be sad or heartbroken. You see, I was supposed to disappear as soon as the Greater Grail was completed. Every extra day I had was a blessing from the gods. To have lasted until today, to have met you, Sakura, Scathach, Irisveal and Fujino, Tuko, to have become a real human being, I have been very fortunate and content. So, even if I'm gone, it's just returning to the ending that was always meant for me. Don't say it isn't. Zelrich already told me that among the many parallel worlds, this was the conclusion meant for me. What do parallel worlds have to do with you, or with me? I just want you to live well, together with me. Tears could no longer be held back and silently slid down. The days I spent with you, teaching you magecraft, watching you work hard, worrying about you, I was truly happy. Just like that, she spoke with a smile, like a blooming flower. That smile was incredibly beautiful, free from any negative emotions. As long as I think of those days, even if I vanish right now, I won't be afraid at all. During the time I'm gone, I will always think of you and recall the 6 years we lived together. That must be very happy, that must be very happy. So, Shinji, I am very happy. His throat felt choked. Even so, You gave me happiness, so you must be happy too. Justies. I like you just as you are. Justies. I like you the most. Justies. Ah, perhaps this is what Irisveal called love. Justies. Goodbye, my beloved. Justies. Lastly, I want to give you a gift. A stirring. A shock to the body. Seeping into the soul. Like a heartbeat, a pulse symbolizes the force of life. You always said you wanted to experience my magic firsthand, didn't you? Now is the time. Magic. Pure white magic. Far surpassing individual stores, even more abundant than Pegasus. Vast and boundless, seemingly endless. At that moment, he understood. The white before him, this entire world, was her magic, the gift she gave him. Unfortunately, I was not endowed with the second magic and cannot send you back to your original world. All I can do is ensure your prolonged existence in this world. This is the only function, the only salvation of me as a deteriorated copy of the third magic user. Salvation, magic, gift, I don't want any of them. Speaking of which, we have to thank the spirits of the servants stored within the Lesser Grail. Without their help, it might have taken me years to prepare this gift, or perhaps I wouldn't have been able to separate the Lesser Grail at all. As you said, my magic is a finely woven fabric, beautiful but inefficient. But this time, it was quite efficient. So, accept it. The world inverted, all the white, all the magic concentrated in Justy's hands, focused on the golden cup that carried Justy's thoughts. Then, Justy's, holding the Lesser Grail, walked up to Shinji and slowly, bit by bit, merged into his body. Along with the golden cup in her hands, along with the world's pure white, along with Justy's herself. Through the combined action of the three, the spirit particles that constructed Shinji's body rapidly converted into reality. Based on the information contained within the soul, flesh, organs, bones, and skin were recreated one by one, indistinguishable from a real human. The reliance on the contract with the master to maintain magic power was severed, replaced by the magic power autonomously generated by the newly formed body. The need for an external anchor to remain in the world was eliminated due to the independent physical form. This is Justy's third magic, soul materialization, the blueprint for salvation that the Einsburn family had sought for a millennium. The difference was that she once wanted to save all of humanity, now, she did it for him alone. Chapter 534, A Belated Response. This way, you are no longer a servant, but a true human. I wonder if you prefer this adult version of your body or the original younger version. You probably prefer this adult version more, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have complained about why you haven't grown up yet. Sorry, I made this decision without your consent. But it's also something you taught me, to be independent, to make decisions for oneself. However, this time it wasn't just about me, it was also about you. But you're always saying we're a shared destiny, right? Because we might never see each other again, let me be selfish this once. Selfish? That's not allowed. I just want you to come back to me. Once more. Once more, to be together. Once more, to chat. Once more, to spend lazy afternoons together. Once more, I want to see that smile again. Always. From now on, always, I just want to make her happy. But she only said, because your body is a product of soul materialization and has merged with the Lesser Grail, it should not be limited by human lifespan or affected by the world. It will always remain like this. So, Shinji, don't worry about me and don't worry about the Grail War or any wishes. Take the opportunity now that the Lesser Grail is separated from the Greater Grail, and run far away. You have to live well, even if I'm not there. Then find a way to go home. Besides me, you have many important people, don't you? Sakura, Fujino, Byakuya, Korea, Elsa, and even that lady named Lorelei. If you don't go back, they will surely be sad. Goodbye, Shinji. If I ever have the chance to return to your side, I will listen to you and never leave you again. At that moment, she seemed very sad, yet she smiled. She waved her hand, melted into that crumbling pure white world, and was absorbed into his new body. Ugh. He bit his teeth desperately, enduring it. She kept up a strong front and smiled to the end because she didn't want to cry, right? Fool. What winter saintess, what greatest masterpiece of the Einsburn family, where has your 1,000-year life gone? So foolish. Why deceive yourself? Aren't you very sad? Don't you want to live on? Don't you want to spend more time with me? If that wasn't the case, how could you have made such a perfect body for me? Yes, a perfect body, truly perfect, meeting all of Shinji's expectations and even exceeding them. The body age, 25 years old, at the peak period of a man's life. Appearance and physique were modeled after his servant form, combined with the past and present Shinji. Highlighting the strengths and compensating for the weaknesses. The physical attributes were based on his lifetime of rigorous training, further enhanced by the relic and golden apple. His overly curly hair from this life was blended with the straight hair of his past life, becoming smooth and flowing. Although the Buddha's relic could not be recreated, its strengthening effects were faithfully transferred to his left hand. The right hand retained the assimilation magic ability derived from the Ordenross curse. His body was extraordinarily filled with magic and vitality, so much so that it resembled a high-tier phantasmal species like Pegasus with exaggerated life force from another realm. Whether it was due to Justy's unreserved dedication or the integration of the Lesser Grail, a permanent, side-effect-free, Heaven's Dress was implanted in Shinji's body. This allowed his physical body to self-repair even if damaged, and also restored the two noble phantasms destroyed by Broken Phantasm, showcasing Justy's thoughtful care. The only dissatisfaction was that some aspects were a bit overdone, particularly the tear ducts. Large tears kept falling and wouldn't stop no matter what. Justy's, you fool. Big fool. If you liked me, you should have said it sooner. That way, I could have responded to you earlier. Justy's, listen carefully, I like you, I've always liked you. I like your cold goddess demeanor when we first met. I like the gentleness you showed after understanding human hearts. I like your seriousness when teaching magic. I like your confusion when encountering things you don't understand. I like your unintentional glances when you look up from reading. I like your helplessness when you make mistakes. I like the intimacy when we're connected. I like our mutual understanding when working towards a goal together. I like you. 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 I, Shinji Matou, like you, Justy's Liz Rich von Einsburn. I want to say more, I want to tell you more. So, I'm sorry. Watching you fall into danger, ignoring you, ignoring the Holy Grail War, I can't do that. So, even if I'm very satisfied with this body, even if I've finally touched the third magic, even if my skills are inferior, even if I'm scared to death, even if I'm letting down those who are still waiting for me, I won't leave just like this. I will risk everything to find you because you're the only family I have in this world. Without you, I would truly be all alone. Clenching his fists tightly, the pure white world finally faded away, along with the despair in his tearful eyes, replaced by unparalleled determination. Let me say it again, wait for me, I will come back to get you soon. Chapter 535, Confession. The white world dispersed. The vision was restored to its original state. It was still the somewhat dim underground altar, still surrounded by a crowd of masters and servants, and in front of him was Fiori sitting in her wheelchair. However, all the good intentions in everyone's eyes had turned into surprise and doubt. The golden cup in Fiori's hand had disappeared, and her posture had changed from holding the golden cup to pressing her right hand with her left hand. That was where the command seal, the proof of the bond with her servant, was located. Black assassin, you. Fiori's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Shinji's somewhat changed face. Jean had the same expression. Just now, both of them had sensed something unusual through the bond between master and servant and the privileges of the ruler. I'm sorry, Fiori. Shinji knelt on one knee, gently holding Fiori's hands with his own, and said apologetically. Although some unexpected things happened, you are still my master. I will help you achieve your wish, so please continue to support me and lend me your strength. What exactly happened? Our contract, how did it break? And your condition? This. Shinji lowered his head, looking at the spotless white spiritual garment woven by the third magic on his body, his eyes gentle. It's a gift from a woman who acted on her own. That foolish woman, I like how she looks in white, but that doesn't mean I want to wear white myself. Foolish woman. Fiori found she couldn't understand what Shinji was saying at all. What's going on? To put it simply, I became human, similar to how Amakusa Shiro Tokisada was before. You should understand now, right? I see, it's incarnation. Jean was the first to react. But incarnation should only be a miracle triggered when a servant touches the Greater Grail, shouldn't it? Normally, yes, but this time someone used a lesser grail to release this magic. As Shinji spoke, he moved his body a bit. Just a stretch and an endless stream of power emerged. Now, he was even stronger than he was as a servant. But the stronger he became, the heavier his heart felt, as if Justice had attached her own life to him to give him this strength. Ah, the fool you mentioned earlier. The foolish woman. Artoria had good manners and didn't say the term, but Shinji had no such reservations. Even if Justice heard it and got angry, as long as she got angry at him, Shinji would let her handle it however she wanted. I know you don't understand what I'm saying and have many questions about me. Since everyone is here, let's clear it all up in one go. You remember everything. Fiori's eyes lit up instantly. Yeah, sort of. I've more or less touched the grail. Shinji hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't debunk this lie. Your true name is? Matou Shinji, never heard of him, right? That's to be expected. I'm neither a hero nor a historical figure, just a slightly special magus. As soon as he finished speaking, Gords clapped his hands. Among the Igmalenia family, he was the only one who had contact with the three founding families, so naturally, he found it familiar. Darnik was already dead. Matou. Matou. Why does that sound familiar? Ah, isn't that one of the three founding families that created the Holy Grail system? Originally known as Makiri, they changed their name to Matou after moving to Japan. Are you a member of the Makiri family? Yes, but not from this world. My existence is very unique. To explain it clearly, we have to start with the origin of the Holy Grail system and the Einsburn family. Shinji then began to educate everyone on the history of the Einsburn family, from the birth of Justice to the visit of Makiri Zolgen, the creation and construction of the Holy Grail blueprint, Justice becoming the Greater Grail, the start of the Holy Grail War every 60 years, and finally, the Third Holy Grail War, where one of the masters, Darnik, used Nazi Germany's power to cripple the three founding families and seize the Greater Grail. Afterward, he shifted the topic to parallel worlds, ending with his own experiences. This explanation took over an hour, even with Shinji intentionally glossing over the last 2 points. Despite this, it still left everyone in awe. Comments like, I never knew the Einsburn family had such a past. 2,000 years, such persistence. Wow, the clan leader was so impressive when he was young. Oh, parallel worlds exist. This is the first time I've heard of it. What? The consciousness of the Winter Saint Maiden hasn't dissipated and even has some kind of connection with you. So Perseus is your ancestor. You're really lucky to have obtained his noble phantasm. You've already participated in a Holy Grail war. So that's how you obtained the other 4 noble phantasms. I think I remember Gilgamesh throwing out 4 noble phantasms. You managed to pick them up. As expected of my master. And so on. Of course, Shinji hid the part about traversing parallel worlds, instead claiming that one day Justice was summoned by another Holy Grail, inexplicably crossing over, and brought Shinji, with whom she had a contract, along. After careful examination, they found out that there was a problem with the Holy Grail War in this world, and their emergency system seemed to have some issues, thus seeking aid from themselves in another time or space. After understanding the situation, they decided that Justice would stay in the Greater Grail to monitor the system, while Shinji, as a servant, would participate in the Holy Grail War to uncover the truth. Being the creator of the Holy Grail system, Justice knew how to utilize the rules to the fullest extent, allowing Shinji to become a master as a servant and summon Artoria. This explanation sounded far-fetched and unreliable, but Magi and servants believed it because magic itself is beyond common sense. The more improbable it is, the more it aligns with their understanding. Achieving this also demonstrated the miracle of the Greater Grail as an omnipotent wish machine. As for the Igmalenia family's concern about the original Seventh Master, Sagara Hayoma, Shinji claimed ignorance. The only one who knew the truth, Rakuta Reika, wouldn't expose him. When summoning Jack the Ripper and Artoria, Sagara Hayoma was reduced to ashes, naturally unaware of what happened. Fiori, Calls, and the others didn't care much either. After all, that guy, like Selenik, practiced black magic, had a twisted personality, and took pleasure in torturing and cursing others, disliked by most Magi. Sagara Hayoma's only ally, Selenik, seemed distracted for some reason, so whether she heard it or not was another matter. Seeing no one raising any objections, Shinji quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He got along well with most of the Black Faction's masters and servants and didn't want their relationship ruined by a scoundrel. That's my story. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Chapter 536, Chapter 536, Collapse of Faith. Fiori, who was just within arm's reach, raised her hand slightly. In other words, you're another ruler. Shinji nodded. I'm merely carrying out a similar mission. I don't have the privileges of an adjudicator. On the contrary, I can act more freely, participate in battles, and even pursue the Holy Grail. Even so. Fiori looked at the men in front of her with a rather complicated expression. I've summoned a special servant. I don't know whether to call it luck or misfortune. Whether it's luck or misfortune, there's one thing for sure, I can fulfill your wish. After Justy's parting confession, Shinji seemed as if he had been jolted awake, experiencing a tremendous shift in his mindset, which also transformed his entire bearing from the inside out. To think he would say something like that, especially after losing the Greater Grail. Fiori couldn't fathom where Shinji's confidence came from. I won't deny that we've lost the Greater Grail, but there are other ways to fulfill wishes. To put it bluntly, I can heal your legs. If you don't mind, I'd like to do it as soon as possible. Wait a minute. What did you say? Could you repeat that? The sudden good news made Fiori doubt her ears, and Calls was equally incredulous. I said I can heal your legs. Are you sure? Why didn't you say this earlier? Because I couldn't do it before. To be precise, before I became what I am now, I couldn't do it. Your leg condition isn't a disease in the strictest sense, it's a unique constitution that neither magecraft nor modern medicine can alter. If it were possible, Teacher Chiron wouldn't have been at a loss. As Shinji spoke, he glanced at Chiron, who nodded in agreement. So, you placed your hope in a miracle. That was the right move. As far as I know, only the third magic can achieve this. Specifically, it involves removing the aberrant parts of your magic circuits and creating a new, flawless connection using the information inherent in your magic circuits. The principle is simple, and the procedure isn't complicated. It's not hard to accomplish with a basic understanding of the third magic. Easier said than done. That's magic we're talking about. Even the top magi might not touch its edges, Calls muttered. You're right, which is why I said I couldn't do it before. But now it's different. That fool Justice used the Lesser Grail to create my body and imbued it with her third magic. Now, I can weave Fiori magic circuits, thanks to the connection between us. That's wonderful, sister. Calls, still retaining a youthful heart, danced with excitement. Ah, yes, it is. Fiori also smiled, though her smile carried a hint of reluctance and disappointment. This subtle feeling wasn't noticed by Shinji, who turned to look at the two servants standing closest to Fiori and Calls, who were once their enemies. By the way, I haven't asked. You haven't disappeared after 3 days, so you must have re-established a master-servant contract. With whom? You can see for yourself, Achilles said as he moved closer to Calls, while Atlanta stood behind Fiori. This was the most natural development. Having lost their masters, the two, if they didn't want to disappear, had no choice but to find new masters and re-establish their contracts. Chiron was Achilles' teacher and the person he trusted most in his life, so it was only natural for him to acknowledge Calls as his master. Atlanta had vowed purity to Artemis, and her preference for a master was, females over males, chaste females over unchaste females. Given that Fiori had no certain experiences and had a calm demeanor, she was undoubtedly the best choice. Please take care of me, Miss Atlanta. Shinji waved at Atlanta with a smile, but Atlanta snorted, flicked her beast ears and tail, and ignored Shinji. Ah, it seems she's still holding a grudge against me. But I was telling the truth. This statement immediately earned a glare from Atlanta. Her new master was indeed excellent, but the only flaw was having to work with someone who had desecrated the great moon goddess. And now this guy was showing no remorse. Did he think she couldn't do anything about it? Truth, is it? I recall you said if it was false, you would let me deal with you. Yeah, so what? Very well. Black Archer, you once studied under the great gods Artemis and Apollo, isn't that right? That's correct. Chiron, who was called out, looked bewildered. Would you dare to repeat the slanderous words you said about the great Artemis to Black Archer? Ah. I advise you not to do that. You don't dare. So you admit your guilt. Atlanta pressed on relentlessly. You're forcing my hand. Although Shinji was a bit flustered, he decided to go all out and began revealing various gossip about the gods. Artemis, the moon goddess, is a love-struck natural type who is hopelessly in love with the playboy Orion, and she's extremely jealous. Apollo, the sun god, is a super-sister complex who prevents all men from approaching his sister. You even dare to slander the great Apollo, Atlanta was trembling with rage. Don't rush to get angry. Ask Chiron-sensei first, sensei, did I say anything wrong? Well. Possessing divine wisdom and known for his sage and wise nature, Chiron seemed a bit troubled. Go ahead, sensei. Speak, Black Archer, expose this sinner's crimes. With both pairs of eyes on him, Chiron's hesitation grew. Archer, just say it. I'm quite interested too. Kalza's words became the final straw. All right, though it's not quite appropriate for me to say, since it's the master's request. How should I put it? Assassin's words are indeed somewhat excessive but not false. I know a bit about Orion's story. If the sun god hadn't plotted to kill him, he probably would have married the moon goddess. Gods are often more emotional and extreme than humans. The sun god and moon goddess are no exception. Their excessive protectiveness and possessiveness led to this tragedy. Although Chiron tried to phrase it carefully to avoid overly damaging the god's image, everyone could hear the underlying truth. Shinji was telling the truth. Atlanta's vision darkened on the spot. Great Artemis. Great Artemis. Sis, pull yourself together, sis. Chapter 537, Chapter 537, An Impossible Wish. Atlanta's faith crumbled, which was unavoidable, given how she had idealized Artemis. However, the gods of ancient Greece, truth be told, were far from virtuous. In modern society, anyone with even a cursory knowledge of Greek mythology holds little regard for those shameless and unscrupulous deities. For a devout believer like Atlanta, who shut herself off in her world like an ostrich, or rather, a reclusive cat, it was one thing. But actively seeking out answers, especially from someone as knowledgeable as Chiron, was bound to end disastrously. Though he understood this, seeing her pale face and drooping beast ears and tail, Shinji couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Are you all right? I did warn you not to idealize the Olympian gods too much, but you wouldn't listen. Shut up, Matou Shinji. Achilles, ever the loyal little brother, stood up for his big sister. Who do you think is to blame? If you hadn't run your mouth so much, big sis wouldn't be like this. My fault. Shinji turned to Fiori. Fiori nodded. Your fault. Shinji then turned to Artoria and Jean. Both nodded, with Jean adding. Though not entirely, you are at fault. All right, I'm at fault. I apologize, Miss Atlanta. Please, you must pull yourself together. An insincere apology is better left unsaid. Hearing Shinji's apology, Atlanta's dim eyes regained a slight spark. Forget it. After what happened last time, my resolve has somewhat strengthened. Even if my goddess is as you say, I won't give up. I will seize the Greater Grail, stop Amakusa Shiro Tokasada, and create a world where all children can be happy. Achilles quickly chimed in. Well said, big sis. I'll help you. However, Shinji interjected again at this moment. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to break in here. What now? Achilles shot him a hostile look. The essence of the Greater Grail is the accumulation of 60 years of massive magical energy and the materialization of souls as its core. Besides the pre-constructed path to the root, all other wish-granting mechanisms are based on these 2 points. And what of it? Your intelligence and comprehension. Shinji rubbed his temples. Are you Chiron's most prized student? Are you looking for a fight? Achilles, with his explosive temper, was about to lose it, but fortunately, Chiron stepped in. All right, Achilles. I understand what Shinji is trying to say. You mean that this wish-granting device isn't intelligent, it only follows the direction given by the wisher, right? As expected of teacher Chiron, that's exactly what I meant. Based on my understanding of the Greater Grail, it's essentially a device that shortens processes. As long as the wisher proposes a feasible plan, it uses magical power to carry it out, yielding results in an extremely short time. Conversely, if the wisher doesn't have a way to achieve the wish, it won't happen. Take Fiori wish, for example, restoring the normal function of her legs without losing her magic circuits. There are many ways to achieve this result, like the surgical plan I suggested, replacing her legs with new, normal ones, or directly altering the function of her legs to separate the magic circuits from the physical functions. These are all feasible, the key is which method she prefers. But Miss Atlanta, while your wish is indeed noble and admirable, I'm afraid I can't think of a way to achieve it. Just because you can't think of a way doesn't mean others can't. Teacher, you must have a solution, right? Achilles turned to Chiron for guidance, but this time, he didn't get the response he hoped for. I don't have a solution either, so, in the end, it's just an all-purpose wish machine, not omnipotent. It's a cruel reality. Hearing Chiron's answer, Atlanta collapsed to the ground as if all her strength had left her. First, the idealized image of Artemis shattered, and then she was told that the Grail couldn't fulfill her wish. Within a few minutes, the 2 pillars that supported her crumbled completely, a blow perhaps even greater than Shinji losing Justice. Achilles panicked, big sis, it's okay. Even if that guy and teacher can't think of a way, don't lose hope. There might still be other ways. But even Achilles didn't believe his own words of comfort, let alone Atlanta. In sheer helplessness, he turned his gaze back to Shinji. It's your fault big sis ended up like this. You'd better come up with a solution, or you're dead. Again with me. Fine, I'll take the blame. Shinji didn't shy away. Telling Atlanta the truth about the moon goddess and shattering her faith was a spur-of-the-moment mischief. But regarding her wish, he had been deliberate. It feels terrible, doesn't it? I understand. You understand. Shinji squatted down, meeting Atlanta's gaze. Yes, I do. Like you, I saw all my plans fall apart and lost the most important person to me. It's an awful feeling, being overwhelmed with regret and self-reproach, even wishing the world would end. I even lashed out at Artoria and Jean who came to check on me. It was pathetic. You wouldn't want to end up like me, would you? Don't underestimate me, assassin. Atlanta's eyes cleared. I may be having trouble accepting this right now, but that doesn't mean I'll run away from reality. So, what are you going to do? Keep searching until I find a way. A hero indeed. Shinji genuinely admired her. After the Greater Grail was taken, his own state of mind was problematic, especially after Shiro revealed his identity as a transmigrator, making him feel like he was sleepwalking. If not for Justy's heartfelt confession, he might have been stuck forever. Yet Atlanta quickly adjusted her mindset and found a new direction. At that moment, Shinji deeply felt the gap between himself and a hero, not in terms of strength or ability, but in mindset, or what Gilgamesh often referred to as caliber and style. In that case, would you like to hear my opinion as a modern person? You. Go ahead. It's simple. Start from scratch, with what's within your reach. If you can't bring smiles to all the children in the world, start with one child. Save one child at a time. You could open an orphanage to take in orphans or set up a foundation to help impoverished children who can't afford an education. It depends on how you want to approach it. This suggestion hit right at Atlanta's heart. She couldn't help but grip Shinji's shoulders, her eyes shining. Are you serious? Of course. This is something every modern person knows. The key is whether you want to do it and if you have the means to do it. How exactly should I do it? I don't have experience in this area, nor do I have any foundation in this world, so I can't say for sure. But that's okay because someone does. Who? Our master, Fiori. Master, do you know? Atlanta sprang up like a big cat, fixing her gaze on Fiori. Fiori's mouth twitched. How did I get dragged into this all of a sudden? Chapter 538, Chapter 538, Are you leaving? Shinji's words were not without purpose. Seeing Fiori's inquisitive gaze, he smiled and said, I don't know much about the era you lived in, but I can be certain that the social rules of the Age of Gods are different from those of the modern age. Though I hate to admit it, in the modern world, the most indispensable things for achieving anything are not willpower or determination, but money and power. Money and power? Atlanta was taken aback. Growing up in the forest and being self-sufficient for years, she had no real concept of these things. Yes, without these two, you'll find it nearly impossible to accomplish anything. Orphanages and foundations all need to be built on these foundations. If you want to help more children, your strength alone is not enough. This is where sufficient influence comes in. And to support these children, you need enough money. In this society, everything from food and clothing to shelter and transportation costs money. Without money, it's impossible to survive. That's simple. Achilles was about to speak while rubbing his fists but was interrupted by Shinji. Don't think about solving problems with violence. Although the average power level in the modern Magus is indeed not as high as in the Age of Gods, high-end combat power is not inferior. Servants are strong, but they are far from invincible. The Mages Association, the Holy Church, certain special families with inherited powers, the 27 dead apostle ancestors, old monsters residing in hidden realms, and the national agencies of the world government can annihilate servants. The difference lies in the cost and whether it's worth it. Most of these top organizations or individuals in the world of mystery stick to one principle, not to interfere with the mundane world. Money and power are the core rules of the mundane world. Using force indiscriminately will inevitably attract their combined attacks. At that point, your lives are a small matter, but the children being left without support is a big deal. You wouldn't want the children, whose smiles you've just regained, to lose them again, would you? Atlanta asked, so what should we do? That's why we need Master's help. At this point, Fiori finally understood Shinji's intention. While servants are strong, they lack a social foundation. To achieve anything, they must rely on modern people, and Fiori is that reliance. Compared to those giants, the Igdamillennia family might not seem like much, but they are the shadow rulers of Romania. Fiori, as the head of this family, controls countless resources, with money and manpower being the least of her concerns. After all, without these, the family could not sustain itself. Orphanages and child foundations could be easily established if she wanted to. It wouldn't take long for her subordinates to set things up. Using this small cost to bind a top-tier servant is undoubtedly a highly valuable deal. In simple terms, you just want Big Sis to continue relying on her master. Why beat around the bush? Achilles pouted displeasedly, but Shinji just smiled and looked at Atlanta. Don't say that. I'm merely offering a feasible suggestion. You can take your time to think about it. No need to think about it. I agree. Assassin is right, my wish is not something I can achieve alone, and master is indeed a good choice. Alright, since you say so, Big Sis, I'll help too. Two people are always stronger than one, you wouldn't mind, would you? No, of course not, Fiori quickly shook her head. It should be known that the Igmalenia family had already rebelled against the clock tower. If it weren't for the large number of servants gathered in Millennia Castle, the clock tower would have already launched an assault. The clock tower is waiting for the Holy Grail War to end so they can destroy the Igmalenia family at a minimal cost. Having Achilles and Atlanta stay changes the situation. With their strength, the clock tower cannot win unless they get serious, which would result in significant losses. The world of mysteries is not dominated solely by the clock tower. If the cost of fighting is too high, the lords of the clock tower will consider negotiating. By then, the Igmalenia family will truly hold the initiative, they can return to the clock tower with high status or join other factions, making a strategic advance or retreat. With the support of Achilles and Atlanta, Fiori can firmly secure her position as the head of the family, even if other servants remain. It's a win-win situation. Not against the arrangement itself, but against Shinji's motives. What exactly do you gain from this? Don't tell me it's all for the Igmalenia family. You're not that type of person. Though Gord spoke with an unfriendly tone, his words were not wrong. Shinji was no saint, he would not do something purely for others without any self-interest. You're planning to leave, aren't you? Chiron had sensed something. Nothing escapes you, teacher. Hearing Shinji sigh, Fiori's face instantly turned pale. Leave. Assassin, what's going on? Explain yourselves. Chiron continued his questioning, are you going to find the Saint of Winter? Shinji nodded. Yes, I won't leave her alone. She's the only family I have in this world. Then, we can go with you, Fiori said anxiously. We must reclaim our Greater Grail. I don't think there's any need for that. Even if there is, there's no need to rush. Uncle Gord's. Gord's remark left Fiori in disbelief. No need to be so surprised. Think carefully. The Lesser Grail is the essential key to activating the Greater Grail. Now that the Lesser Grail has indeed disappeared, the Greater Grail is just a locked treasure chest. It can neither grant wishes nor lead to the root. Given that, it's better to let the enemy hold it and draw the fire. If we want to reclaim it, we should wait. Let other forces make their moves first, and we'll quietly follow behind. This logic was sound and reasonable. A Greater Grail that cannot be activated has lost the value that masters and servants fought desperately for. Yet, as a creation of the third magic and the core of the Grail system, it would still attract covetous eyes from all sides, much like a hot potato, useless to oneself but highly sought after by others. The best way to handle this hot potato is to let someone else hold it. This not only diverts attention and reduces pressure but also provides an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Even Coles, who usually supported his sister, said, Uncle is right. But. No buts. You are now the head of the Igmalenia family and should prioritize the family's interests. Don't worry about me, your disobedient servant. I will handle the rest myself. Shinji shook his head seriously at Fiori. Chapter 539, Arranging Final Affairs. Of course, Shinji wanted to gather all the servants, make thorough preparations, and storm the Hanging Gardens together, overwhelming Amakusa Shiro Tokisada with sheer numbers. But that was just a beautiful dream. With the Lesser Grail, which served as the key, lost, Amakusa Shiro's plan to destroy the world using the Greater Grail had fallen through. The other masters and servants had lost their chance to fulfill their wishes. Only two might accompany him, Artoria, his servant and bearer of the mission of counterforce, and Jeanne d'Arc, who as the ruler, intended to punish the culprit. Though Jeanne still retained her privileges, with the Holy Grail War now interrupted, she would not use her authority to forcibly command the servants. Moreover, even if convinced to use her authority, it wouldn't have any substantial effect. She only had one command left, while the other masters still had more than two command spells each, which could completely counteract it, potentially straining the currently good relationships. Since he couldn't force it, Shinji decided to go with the flow, arranging everything and everyone he cared about before heading to the battlefield without any lingering concerns. Yes, everything Shinji had done up to this point was about arranging final affairs. As a servant, he had the responsibility to fulfill his master's wish. So, he would help her heal her legs. As a servant, he had the duty to protect his master. Therefore, in the event of his departure and inability to fulfill his duty, he arranged a substitute. Fiore trusted him greatly, treating him more like a friend than a servant, even risking her safety to accompany him. He couldn't let her take any further risks. Moreover, to make up for his previous deception and to ensure she lived better, Shinji would leave her some useful items. In addition to Fiore, he would also give certain rewards to those who genuinely cared for him and the servants. Calls, the gap between you and Fiore isn't as big as you think. It's just that you're not suited for the family's traditional spirit evocation magecraft. Your highest compatibility is actually with magecraft related to electricity. Electricity? Yes. How do you know this? Consider it a special ability of mine. Because of my arrival, I disrupted a fate that should have been yours, the existence with which you have the highest compatibility. He's talking about the original Black Berserker, Franchon. Well, the Igmalenia family has an abundance of old magical traditions. You can pick one related to it and give it a try. It won't take much of your time, so why not? Ah, okay. When you try, consult teacher Chiron often. Although his magical abilities are restricted by his class, his experience and insight remain. His guidance will make your learning and innovation much more effective. Assassin, I. Because he had previously hindered his sister's actions, Calls thought Shinji would hold a grudge. He never expected Shinji to be so considerate. Alright, don't make that face. I'm not doing this entirely for you. The better you are, the better you can support Fiore. As Shinji spoke, he moved closer to Calls, finally whispering into his ear so that only the two of them could hear. Both you and I are well aware that Fiore is actually very soft-hearted and not suited to be a magus. But she genuinely loves magecraft, so I'll have to ask you to handle some of the dirty work. I understand. You're more suited to be the head of the family than your sister. If you could switch places, well, never mind, it's not my place to say. As long as you understand. The most emotionally intelligent master of the Igmalenia clan opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Shinji patted him on the shoulder and walked toward Chiron, bowing deeply. Teacher, with your wisdom, you probably already know what I want to say and do, so I won't waste words. I leave everything in your hands. Unlike Atlanta, who has a clear wish, or Achilles, who wants to help Atlanta, Chiron is wiser and more desireless. For someone like him, Shinji couldn't think of any way to compel Chiron other than sincerely asking for his help. Guiding lost souls is a teacher's duty. After a moment of silence, Chiron nodded in agreement. Without Darnik, the Igmalenia clan severely lacks someone to act as their brains. With Chiron's promise, the last gap was filled. Shinji bowed again and moved on to the next person, Mordred. They didn't have much interaction, but for Artoria's sake, it was best to clarify some things. Mordred, what's your wish? What, are you going to try to question my wish like you did to Archer? Mordred grinned, provocatively showing a few teeth. So what if I am? Then you'll be disappointed. My wish is to pull the sword in the stone for the right to be king. Huh. Artoria was startled by Mordred's wish and was about to say something when Shinji cut in. Give it up. You can't pull it out. What nonsense are you talking about? As someone who inherited King Arthur's bloodline, there's no way I can't pull it out. Mordred's eyes narrowed. Or are you saying I don't have the qualifications of a king? Shinji shook his head. It has nothing to do with bloodline or the qualifications of a king. Then what does it have to do with? It has to do with Merlin. That sword can only be pulled out by Artoria. If I'm not mistaken, Merlin set it up that way when he prepared the sword in the stone equals test. No matter how great a king you are, it won't work, am I right, Artoria? Although Shinji's theory about the selection ritual was his conjecture, it was not a random guess. Based on his understanding of Merlin and analysis of that particular era, this answer was very likely true. Sure enough, Artoria admitted Shinji's claim. It's true. I only confirmed this with Merlin a long time later. TCH, that old trickster who loves playing tricks. If I ever get the chance, I'll cut him down, Mordred said, pouting. Saber, Kyrie looked at his servant strangely, you don't seem to be upset at all. Mordred jumped up, huh? Are your eyes broken, master? How could I not be upset? But you don't look. Master, look closely. Mordred leaned in, only to be intercepted by Shinji's hand between them. All right, enough pretending. The reason you're not upset is that your wish isn't really to pull out the sword in the stone and become the king of Britain. Then what do you think my wish is? You want me to say it? Shinji's expression was playful. Mordred gritted her teeth. Say it, or I'll cut you down. I might not describe it accurately, as I don't understand the thoughts of fools. But if I had to say, it's probably to pick up everything Artoria lost in becoming a king, waiting for the day she can lay down her burdens and show a smile as a human, not a king. Chapter 540, Kyrie's decision. Hearing Shinji's response, Mordred stood there as if struck by lightning, completely forgetting that Shinji had just called her an idiot. How did you know? Well, this was as good as admitting I was right. As expected, the Knights of the Round Table are just a bunch of king fans knights, hopelessly devoted to their king. While silently making fun of them, Shinji casually replies, because I'm also a king fan, and I've met other king fans too, so I kind of get how you think. King fans? What does that mean? A fan is someone who likes something, and a king fans is someone who likes their king. In a certain circle that studies the legend of King Arthur, you guys from the Knights of the Round Table are called the king-loving knights. King fans. Liking the king. No way. I don't know about those other guys, but I'm a rebellious knight. I hate King Arthur the most. Mordred made a show of gritting her teeth, but anyone could tell from her stiff expression and trembling voice that she was lying. Her master, Kairi Shishigu, covered his face with his hand, unable to watch. Shinji couldn't bear to watch either, so he chose to look away, turning his gaze to Artoria, though her expression wasn't much better than Mordred's. She had always thought that Mordred despised her, hated her, but now, King Arthur's simple mind couldn't comprehend the situation and had effectively shut down. Hey, Artoria, Mordred just said all that. Aren't you going to say something? Artoria stammered, unable to say anything coherent. I really can't deal with you two. Fiori, prepare a room for them to talk things over. No need. We have nothing to talk about. I have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. Master, let's go. As she spoke, Mordred grabbed Kairi's arm and started to drag him out. They hadn't taken more than 2 steps when Shinji spoke up. Is running away really the best option? I am not running away. Mordred's eyes darted around. All right, I'll take your word for it, but there's something I need to remind you of. After I finish the surgery for Fiori, I'll be heading off to fight Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Artoria, as my servant and an observer for the counter-force, will come with me. What will happen then, no one knows. Whether Artoria will respond to a future summons is uncertain. This might be your last chance to see her. Don't you want to clear things up? Mordred wavered. Seeing this, Shinji leaned in and whispered into Mordred's ear, adding fuel to the fire. The current Artoria is no longer a king and doesn't need to suppress her emotions. Understand? She might not acknowledge you as King Arthur's heir, but as Artoria's child, she won't deny you. Don't you want to be like other kids, to throw yourself into her arms and act a little spoiled? Mordred's face turned crimson in an instant. I don't want that. Really? Really? Say it again. I'll agree to talk to her, okay. All right, it's settled then. Remember, be honest and don't hide anything if you don't want to regret it. You're so annoying with all your nagging, Mordred muttered, but didn't argue. Thank you, Matou Shinji, Kairi Shishiga thanked him on behalf of his servant. I just don't want to have any regrets. For Artoria, for Mordred, and for himself as a king fans. If you want to thank me, let's make a deal. What kind of deal? I know you have a precious specimen. I need you to use that to make 3 doses of serum. In return, I'll lift the curse on you. How do you know everything? Do you have some kind of ability to foresee the future? The specimen Shinji referred to was the Hydra larva that Kairi had obtained from the summoning department's head, Belphegor. Only the 2 involved knew about this, which was why Kairi was so surprised. If I could foresee the future, why would I be in such a mess? Good point. I agree to the deal, but I'll need a day to prepare. That's fine. Once you make the serum, I'll lift the curse. No need. The curse doesn't matter anymore. Kairi's decision took Shinji by surprise. Huh? Why? If I remember correctly, this curse will. I am well aware of the curse's effects. Then why? This is the price I have to pay, the price the Shishiga family has to pay. I respect your choice, but in that case, the payment. No payment is necessary. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, glanced at Mordred. The anxious look on her face brought a slight smile to Kairi's lips. Unless you can bring the dead back to life, in which case, I'd be willing to pay any price. I don't have that kind of power, Shinji shook his head with a bitter smile. Even the Greater Grail can only save souls that haven't yet dispersed. Once they're gone for good. As expected, bringing the dead back to life is just wishful thinking. Kairi silently lit a cigar but didn't put it to his lips, simply watching the smoke curl and change. His mind was filled with old, almost moldy memories and a forever cherished face. In the Far East, where the Shishigu clan had settled, there was a cold, damp land almost always covered in rain or snow. Sunny days were few and far between, mostly confined to a handful of summer days. Most of the time, the land was shrouded in deep gray clouds. It was a desolate place where just surviving seemed to consume all one's strength. Although they were magi, they still needed to obtain food for survival. This was especially true for magi who had fallen into decline. Therefore, they had to start by earning the trust of the residents through mundane curses that barely qualified as magecraft. It's not too late, it's not too late, it's not too late. What do you mean, it's not too late? You're already finished. You've helplessly reached the end. Your magic crest is deteriorating, and your power has dwindled to less than a tenth of its peak. With each generation, the magic circuits have become weaker and weaker. Soon, you'll just be ordinary people who know about magecraft. Humiliation, disgrace, and shame. For a magus, this was the most desperately avoided outcome. It wasn't about dying in the pursuit of understanding the abyss or in a spectacular magical battle. No, it was simply about becoming a meaningless existence. This was the worst possible end. No, that can't happen. That absolutely can't happen. No, no, no. Like a child throwing a tantrum, they desperately sought help from familiar magi. Those who had benefited so much from them during their prime were now, without exception, showing them ridicule and contempt. What a pitiful family. You're already finished. What do you expect us to do for someone whose magic circuits are dying? It's sad, but this is the fate of a magus. No matter how many letters you send, your wish won't come true. In the end, the ones who fulfilled their wish weren't familiar magi. They made some kind of sorcerous contract with a near-demonic entity of unknown origin. Well, I can guarantee your prosperity. That guy said, laughing heartily. But this is just an advance. In the future, you'll still be cut off in an instant. Even so, the family made a decision. Before that moment arrived, they would conquer this magecraft. There were many methods they could use. Even if they couldn't do it themselves, they could pass it down to their descendants. One day. There was probably also some prejudice and disdain toward the sorcery of the borderlands. Their methods were primitive and crude, far removed from their aesthetic sensibilities. But on the other hand, the techniques were so simple and robust that they could be described as beautiful. How shallow they had been. The family began to inherit the knowledge, warning against the curse, and ordering their descendants to respond as quickly as possible. The time of prosperity was like a dream. Their theses were acknowledged, and the clock tower accepted the Shinji family with undisguised amazement. Though they didn't know how it was done, they were welcomed warmly. Then, the downfall came just as suddenly. It wasn't a gradual descent down a slope but more like being pushed off a cliff. A miserable end. No, it was a situation they had long anticipated, only, to their descendants, it seemed like a sudden disaster. Shishigu Kairi's fate marked the beginning of the end. Among the Shishigu family, he had the most exceptional talent, surpassing his father and reaching deeper mysteries of magecraft. As soon as he reached childbearing age, he was forced to marry. The family, never forgetting the curse, had to confirm as quickly as possible whether he could have children. Then, the family finally understood that it had begun. No, it's not possible. Kairi can't have children. Since there's no physical anomaly, this must undoubtedly be the result of the curse. How could this happen? It's finally starting. First, they tried various methods to see if he could have children. They used various drugs, held ceremonies, leveraged all their connections, and spent enormous sums to have magi skilled in healing check him. In the end, all attempts led to devastating results. Children could be born, but only for a moment. They died soon after birth. No matter how many times they tried, the children were born, died, and disappeared quickly. He and his wife quickly decided to divorce. With a cold gaze, she declared, "You are an amazing magus. Because you can even toy with your children." What she said was indeed correct, Kairi thought. Each child died the moment they were born, the responsibility lay entirely with him. No matter what he did, they died one after another, it was as if he had killed them himself. However, at this point, his wife's family also finally realized that the Shishigu family was facing a decline, so they quickly decided to withdraw. Kairi and his wife were, from a magical perspective, the perfect match. So, the family was always adamant that the child must be born from the two of them. But things had come to this. They had no choice but to decide to adopt someone else's child. The Shishigu family had no retreat left. In any case, they had to make sure that Kairi Shishigu could somehow pass on the magic crest to another child. Whether it was a biological child or an adopted one, it didn't matter anymore. Even in such a situation, they still hadn't truly understood the true nature of the curse. The contract they had made should have been to abandon magecraft at the moment of Kairi Shishigu's birth. Giving birth to a child magus was fundamentally impossible. Without realizing this, they went to great lengths to find a distant relative's girl with high adaptability. When they arranged the first meeting, Kairi knew she was afraid of him and felt deeply frustrated. To further improve compatibility with the girl, Kairi lived with her. "In that case, I can become a magus like you, brother. I'm really happy," she said, smiling. She was a weak-bodied, smart, and well-behaved girl. Every time it rained or snowed, her condition worsened. When she heard that transplanting the crest would make her healthy, she smiled happily. But until the transplant, she had to remain in poor health. Because there was no other way, Makiri read books to her bedridden self to pass the time. After becoming a magus, you won't read to me anymore. That's unfortunate, she said, lowering her head in disappointment. Makiri whispered to her, once you're healthy, you can read whatever books you want yourself. Seeing her puff out her cheeks and say, that's not what I meant, Makiri finally realized that she wanted him to read to her. Fine, I'll keep reading until you get tired of it. Hearing this, the girl finally smiled again. Both before and after. In Makiri's life, he had never experienced such a peaceful period. That kind of life. One day, disappeared like magic without a trace. The body, which had turned purple, was sent for cremation. Following local customs, and more importantly, to avoid polluting the land, they burned the body with fire. There were no tears, nor could there be any. The one who had always turned a blind eye to the possibility of this might happen was, without a doubt, Makiri Shishigu himself. Because he harbored the hope that maybe it will succeed. Because his father and the family's people all said there was no problem, he had the hope that maybe it really will be okay. All these reasons were just lies. It was impossible to hold anyone responsible for this. Because Makiri Shishigu wanted to become her father, it was this dream of his that tragically crushed the girl. That was the truth, and there was no other reason. Tears and apologies were now far out of reach. Makiri Shishigu silently accepted everything about the curse. He pored over books, almost driven mad with desperate thoughts, and in the end, he finally decided to accept this end. The rest of his life was just a matter of discarding his life. Even for a necromancer, the modern battlefield was still too dangerous. He was not a magus but something akin to a magic user, or perhaps entirely equivalent. However, none of this mattered to him anymore. It was as if a man who realized his death was near intentionally squandered all his accumulated assets. Whether it was sheer luck or a persistent refusal to choose death actively was hard to say. Makiri Shishigu barely managed to survive with half of his being intact. As for the other half, it had died along with the girl. Every time he bled and fell on the battlefield, he would recall. When I wake up next time, I can call you father. Ah, he had committed the sin of wishing for the girl to call him that. It was painful, excruciating, and exhausting. Dying would be easier. Then, he would clench his fists, spit out a mouthful of blood, and stand up again. As the years passed, his soft exterior had become as tough as steel, and his hand that wrote theses was marked with countless scars. He scavenged corpses, processed them, crafted spells, earned money, and then squandered it recklessly. He was guilty. Precisely because he was guilty, he had to continue living. He had not yet found a way to atone. At the very least, he had to experience something akin to death. And now, Makiri Shishigu encountered the Holy Grail. It was as if fate had led him to the Holy Grail. Reviving the dead was impossible, his knowledge as a magus told him so. The possibility was almost zero, his experience from countless battlefields declared this. But even so, perhaps there was something new to discover. With a semi-desperate mindset, suppressing the hope that began to swell, he reached out to the Holy Grail. This was the only reason the men sought the Holy Grail. It was an extremely ordinary and mundane story, one that could be found countless times in the world by just changing the circumstances. However, there was not a shred of falsity in this passion. It was a very insignificant, almost unconscious sense of dignity as a magus, as well as a hard-found means of atonement. In the deepest part of his instincts, he had clearly understood this. That was, Makiri Shishigu's place to die was here. But now, even this final hope was shattered, and he had truly lost everything. The men did not feel despair because, when his dream was shattered, he, like his partner, finally understood his true desire. What he wanted was simply for that girl, with her delicate and fragile smile, to be alive and smile at him. That alone would have been enough. He lived a half-dead life because he wanted her back. But her resurrection was utterly impossible, an irreversible fact. Precisely because of this, he was so reluctant to let go and led a life of wandering aimlessly. So be it. With all hope severed, he would bear everything and slowly walk towards the end of his life. However, before that, there were still some things he could do. As the master of that troublesome guy, he could go crazy once for this fool who didn't even properly understand his own wish. As the cigar burned out, Makiri made his decision. At the very least, he couldn't let that guy end up in an irreparable state like himself. Chapter 541, Stubbornness. Shinji knew a bit about Makiri Shisigu's experiences and mindset. Since Makiri had made his stance clear, Shinji decided not to press further. Only two things remained to be addressed, or rather, one. However, the final matter at hand wasn't as harmonious. It would likely change the impression people had of Shinji, but for justice and the imminent battle, he had no choice. Miss Selenik, where is Astolfo? The moment he stepped into the altar, Shinji noticed that almost everyone from the black faction was present, except for one particularly restless individual. Restless people typically enjoy crowds and wouldn't miss such a gathering. His absence suggested trouble, which Selenik's unusual expression confirmed. He committed an unforgivable crime. I locked him up. What did he do? Selenik's answer was as Shinji expected. He could vaguely guess the nature of this unforgivable crime, probably related to a certain homunculus. After hearing Selenik's gritted teeth accusation, Shinji knew he had guessed correctly. Astolfo was a doer, someone who would act on his promises. Having agreed to help Zeke save the homunculus, he would unhesitatingly follow through. Of course, his rationality had evaporated. Although he intended to act, he probably didn't know how and decided to figure it out as he went along. Unluckily, just as he crossed the chasm created by Karna's noble phantasm and approached the city gates, Selenik intercepted him. By then, the Hanging Gardens had already seized the Greater Grail and were slowly departing from the Triphos region. Seeing her servant being affectionate with the homunculus, a disposable, trashy thing, infuriated Selenik. Astolfo was someone she admired and desired, yet here he was, smiling in a way he never had in her presence. Her jealousy spiraled out of control, amplifying the twisted darkness in her heart. She resolved to use her remaining 2 command spells to force Astolfo to kill the wretched homunculus. The thought of seeing Astolfo's anger, humiliation, reluctance, and regret would provide her unparalleled satisfaction. The vision of the noble knight breaking down in despair, shedding bloody tears, while she licked his tears and tormented his fading body, making her shiver with uncontrollable pleasure. Yes, this was what she craved. She had no interest in the war or the Grail. This was her true desire. Astolfo, I will utterly defile you. However, Darnik's orders were absolute. The man had ruled the Igdamillennia for 60 years with unchallenged authority, and those who defied him met tragic ends. Compared to the irreplaceable ecstasy of her dreams, her life was more precious. Only by living could she savor it all. Death meant losing everything. As a black magus who thrived on torment and curses, she understood this better than anyone. Thus, she had to abandon her near-reachable desire, her best chance to debase Astolfo, and take both him and Zeke back to the castle. Astolfo, of course, refused to comply. Despite his pleas, Selenik remained unmoved. Even his final attempt at resistance was suppressed by a preemptive command spell. Given Selenik's atrocious personality, her command spell orders couldn't be as simple as stop, cease, or don't attack me. For her, if she was going to use a precious command spell, it had to cause Astolfo pain. Her order was for Astolfo to personally deliver Zeke to Abisprin. This was the outcome Astolfo had desperately tried to avoid and least wanted to see. Although Astolfo, with his noble phantasm, the magic universal book, had A-rank magic resistance and could barely resist the command spell, it was still a struggle. To resist the command, Astolfo had to focus all his attention, without any distraction, or else his body would move involuntarily. The coercive power of the command spell only dissipates once the order is executed. In other words, if the command is not carried out, the coercive force remains, leaving Astolfo without free will even for a moment. Ultimately, Selenik used curse magic to strip Zeke of his ability to move, took both him and the immobilized Astolfo back to her workshop, and bound them both to instruments of torture. They could see each other constantly but were powerless to act. Soon, the servants who had attacked the Hanging Gardens returned, bringing news of the deaths of Darnik and Vlad III. With the clan leader's death, the orders binding Selenik vanished. Unfortunately, Selenik still couldn't act on her desire to torment Astolfo and Zeke, as Roche had already informed Abisprin of her capture of Zeke. Now that she had fallen out with Astolfo, she no longer had the means to oppose Roche and Abisprin. All she could do was pray that the damned homunculus wasn't suitable to become the Atom's core. Regrettably, things did not go her way. Zeke was confirmed as a viable core. Selenik's painstaking efforts resulted in a bargain where she could keep Zeke in her workshop for a few more days, not to harm his body but to use him to torment Astolfo. Selenik couldn't possibly reveal all these details, but from what she did share, Shinji could piece together most of the events. The subsequent developments were also predictable. Not harming Zeke's body didn't mean not breaking his spirit. Over those 3 days, Astolfo and Zeke must have endured immense humiliation and suffering. When Abisprin decided to activate his noble phantasm, Selenik would use her final command spell to force Astolfo to place Zeke into the golem, witnessing him being consumed, and despairing until he ceased to exist, unless an external force intervened. So, that homunculus and Astolfo are still with you? Hearing Shinji's question, Selenik's face flushed with excitement. Yes, it's quite impressive. I didn't expect that frivolous guy to resist for so long, and that homunculus is stubborn. But they won't be able to hold out much longer. I think so too because there's no need for them to struggle anymore. Shinji turned away, hiding the cold glint in his eyes, and spoke. Artoria, go to Selenik's workshop and bring Zeke and Astolfo here. Chapter 542, A New Contract. Artoria, go to Selenik's workshop and bring Sieg and Astolfo here. Understood. Artoria executed her master's command without hesitation. Though she wasn't privy to the details, the nauseating smell of blood emanating from Selenik and the vile expression on her face repulsed the noble and righteous king of knights. Selenik's reaction was slightly delayed, but she quickly pointed at Shinji, shouting angrily, "What do you think you're doing? What do you think?" Shinji turned around slowly and narrowed his eyes at the furious and frightened Selenik. "You'll find out soon enough." In the next second, a flash of silver light. Ah. Selenik looked in disbelief as blood spurted from the severed end of her once delicate and beautiful wrist, like a faucet left open. Her right hand was gone. With just one strike, her right hand was effortlessly severed. The carefully maintained fingers and nails, and more importantly, the command spells on the back of her hand, all vanished from her right arm. Ah, ah, ah. Ah! Screaming hysterically, Selenik flailed her still intact left hand, trying to reclaim what she had lost. However, before her left hand could even touch the right hand held by another, she screamed again. Her graceful body flew backward like a rag doll, crashing hard against the stone wall. Compared to the suffering of the homunculus you tormented to death, what is this pain? But Selenik couldn't hear these words anymore. Due to severe blood loss and a kick from Shinji that struck her abdomen, she had already passed out by the time her back hit the stone wall. Assassin. A slender figure appeared behind Shinji, only to be blocked by a flash of red lightning. "You'd better not make any sudden moves, Black Caster." "Red Saber, what is the meaning of this?" Avisprin turned his head, looking at Mordred, who was pointing her large sword at him from a distance. Mordred grinned, her face showing blatant hostility. "Nothing much, just can't stand your actions and that of the Black Magus." "Why?" "Because I'm also homunculus. While I don't have any special feelings for the homunculus here, your actions still piss me off immensely. I want to cut you both down." Mordred didn't fully understand what was happening, but she could discern Selenik and Avisprin's attitude towards the homunculus, and that was enough. "I see." Avisprin's voice was emotionless, but his master, Roche, was trembling with fear nearby. "Master, Fiori calls, are you just going to stand there and watch?" "Assassin." Fiori still had a look of confusion on her face, seemingly unable to process the sudden turn of events, how Shinji, who was usually all smiles and easy to talk to, had suddenly turned hostile and violent. Shinji, who was called out, shrugged at Mordred. "Can you put the sword down first? I have something to say to Caster." Mordred thought for a moment and nodded. Although she didn't put the sword away, she rested it on her shoulder, which was enough of a gesture for Shinji. "Caster, I know you are different from that woman. But sorry, you have your goals, and I have mine. I want you to give up on Sieg and use Selenik as the core. I've already picked out the best location for your noble phantasm. And if I refuse? Then we'll have to fight." Avisprin looked at Shinji, who was holding the immortal slayer scythe, and then at Mordred, who had her large sword on her shoulder. His fingers twitched slightly. "It seems, I have no choice." "No, actually, you do have one more choice." At this point, Shinji glanced meaningfully at Roche. "But to be honest, that choice is even worse than using Selenik as the core. If you dare to make that choice, you'll kill me." "No, no." Shinji shook his head. "You don't care about your own life. What you care about is your noble phantasm. So, I will destroy your noble phantasm. Believe me, I can do that, even if it's fully activated." "I understand. I agree to your terms. I hope you keep your word." "Don't worry, when have I ever failed to keep a promise?" As they spoke, Artoria returned to the underground altar with Sieg and Astolfo. The two looked the same as they had 3 days ago, showing no signs of physical harm. However, their pale faces and lifeless eyes indicated their dreadful mental state. This scene deeply moved the onlookers, breaking their previous attitudes of either detachment or hesitation about stopping Shinji. Among them, Chiron felt the most gratified. With his wisdom, it was easy for him to foresee the fate awaiting Astolfo and Sieg. He had remained silent because a great enemy was at hand, and he didn't want to cause a split in their fragile alliance. He was a sage, not a king, lacking the authority to suppress internal conflicts and lead a faction. Thus, he resorted to this way of avoiding exacerbating tensions. Of course, he hadn't done anything. Every night, he would secretly sneak into Selenik's workshop to ensure Astolfo and Sieg's safety while pondering a way to save them without disrupting the alliance. In retrospect, he felt he had been overly cautious. With the Lesser Grail gone and the Holy Grail war interrupted, he no longer intended to stay silent, but he couldn't bring himself to be as decisive as Shinji. Perhaps, that was his limitation. Chiron sighed inwardly and approached Astolfo and Sieg. He placed his hands on their foreheads, releasing a cool, refreshing aura. This aura revitalized Astolfo and Sieg's eyes, bringing back some of their lost vigor. "I'm sorry." Chiron apologized softly. Astolfo's lips moved, trying to speak, but he couldn't utter a word as all his mental strength was focused on resisting the command spell's command. Just hold on a bit longer, it will be over soon. With that, Chiron stepped back, making way for Shinji, who addressed the two with a serious expression. I ask you, are you willing to become Astolfo's new master? I. Sieg hadn't expected this question from Shinji and stammered, unsure how to respond. Don't think about why or how it's possible. Just answer if you're willing or not. If you can't speak, nodding is fine too. Ignoring all other concerns, the answer was already in Sieg's heart. I am willing. Good. Astolfo, are you willing to become his servant? Astolfo nodded vigorously without hesitation. I knew you would say that, drink from the cup, and your sins will be forgiven. This is the blood shed for many, the blood of the covenant. This feels like a wedding ceremony. LOL. This was a secret ritual passed down within the Holy Church. Makiri Kodomine had used it once to transfer command spells to Kaneth, and Skathak had deciphered its mysteries and taught it to Shinji. Amid solemn chanting and intense pain, the command spells from Selenik's severed hand were transferred to Sieg's arm. The circuits forcibly opened, forming a causal link between the two. Hereby, the contract is established. Chapter 543, Gord's Transformation. Although the master had changed, Selenik's command spells were still effective. However, Astolfo no longer needed to resist them. The command was to hand Sieg over to Abisprin. So, they would hand him over and then take him back, simple enough, especially with Shinji and Mordred watching Abisprin, preventing him from going back on his word. Once the effect of the command spells wore off, the two, having narrowly escaped death, embraced each other tightly. Seeing their faces pressed together, more affectionate than newlyweds, Shinji became even more resolute in his decision to send them to the Netherlands to get married. But before he could make a teasing comment, Sieg suddenly collapsed to the ground. Being a recently created homunculus, Sieg was nowhere near as resilient as a hero like Astolfo. His body and mind were very fragile, and the 3 days of imprisonment and countless mental torments had pushed him to his limits. The only reason he managed to complete the ritual was due to his longing for Astolfo and the unknown skill Chiron had used. After ensuring that both he and the most important person in his life were safe, his mental resolve waned, and he could no longer hold on. For an ordinary human, this state would simply require some rest for natural recovery. But Sieg was different, he was a homunculus, a mass-produced humanoid battery. Due to cost considerations, his body parts, aside from the magic circuits, were low-grade, barely passing. Not only did he have a short lifespan, but his recovery ability was also poor. Reaching his limit meant irreversible damage. At this moment, Sieg's breathing was erratic, and his heart and lung functions were rapidly declining. Continuing like this wouldn't be life-threatening, but whether he could live normally as before was uncertain. Hearing Chiron's diagnosis, Astolfo's tears flowed instantly, filled with guilt and anxiety. It's all my fault, Chiron, please save him. I'm sorry, I can't help, Chiron sighed with a bitter smile and glanced at a short, stout figure who had approached unnoticed. However, you might have a way, Mr. Gords. Gords snorted and nodded, it's just organ dysfunction. Adjusting his condition to rely on the magic circuits should suffice. This low-grade model's only decent aspect is its magic circuits. What seemed impossible for a human was easy for a homunculus. Chiron wasn't lacking in ability, just experience in this area. Don't you dare call him a low-grade model, Astolfo glared fiercely at Gords, eyes red. He is a low-grade model. By the standards of homunculus, he doesn't even qualify, Gords retorted, locking eyes with Astolfo. If it weren't for Darnik's orders, I wouldn't have created such a useless low-grade model, except for its low cost. I don't care about the standards of homunculus. I only know that Sieg is an outstanding person, the best master. Astolfo clung tightly to his new master, unwilling to let go for even a moment. What you think is irrelevant to me. But I must remind you, if you keep holding him like that, he might die. Ah. Astolfo then noticed that Sieg's face had turned from pale to ashen. His respiratory system was already compromised, and being hugged tightly with servant-level strength. I'm sorry. The master is a low-grade model, and the servant is, never mind, arguing with you would be beneath me. Ryder, if you want to save him, place him in the center of the altar, lying flat. And you, over there, go get my toolbox. The last sentence was directed at the homunculus guarding the entrance to the altar. Interestingly, the homunculus showed no reaction at all. Gord's face twitched with irritation. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The female homunculus standing to the left of the entrance, holding a poleaxe, finally turned her head and replied, I have a name, it's Tool, and you gave it to me. I hope you'll address me by my name. You. I'll call you whatever I want. If you don't want his condition to worsen, go get it now. Fine, for Ryder and Sieg's sake. With a haughty toss of her head, the homunculus named Tool briskly walked away, leaving Gord's gnashing his teeth in frustration. Ugh, that wretched creature, has she forgotten who created her? Finally calming himself, Gord's found another pair of deep blue eyes staring at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, just curious what could have happened to change you like this. If my memory serves, you used to see them merely as tools. I still do. But if you see someone clumsily cleaning, you'd want to correct them, right? It's the same thing. If you saw an idiot using a vacuum cleaner in the bathroom, anyone would get annoyed. To be honest, it was a decent analogy, but it made Shinji smirk. I mentioned tools, but you said, someone cleaning. Cleaners are people too, your phrasing shows you've started to see homunculi as people. Something must have happened, what was it? It's none of your business. Hey, you didn't deny it. Truly, after 3 days, one must reassess you. Gords knew he couldn't out-talk Shinji, so he chose to remain silent, not wanting to be further provoked. However, Shinji wasn't planning to let him off. In his memory, Gord's transformation happened due to Siegfried's sacrifice and Sieg's influence, among other events. But now, with Siegfried standing right there and Sieg having been imprisoned upon arrival, what had happened? Come on, speak up. It's not like it's a bad thing. Don't push him, assassin. Master won't respond to you. Even if he acknowledges it in his heart, he won't admit it verbally. That's how he is. Siegfried. A hand rested on Shinji's shoulder, and the words spoken by its owner completely overturned Shinji's perception of him. Siegfried was the kind of servant who passively accepted orders, never acting on his initiative. But now. What exactly happened during the 3 days I was unconscious? Shinji's curiosity was piqued. What had caused this change in the master-servant pair? Siegfried didn't remain silent like his master. Through his deep voice and the additions from Fiori and calls, Shinji finally learned the answer. Chapter 544, The 3 Days of Coma, Part 1. Although Sieg's intervention led many homunculi to stop fighting and return to the castle, and despite Shinji's arrangements that sent Spartacus into the sky, greatly reducing the impact of the explosion, the situation was still dire compared to before the battle. 1/3 of the homunculi lost their lives, and more than half of the survivors were injured to varying degrees. Fortunately, among the surviving homunculi, those influenced by Sieg held an overwhelming majority. They might not have Sieg's luck or the guidance of several servants to develop a strong will, but they were gradually shedding their cold, machine-like mentality and starting to think independently. Led by the first homunculus who had contact with Sieg, the homunculi formed a small group dedicated to rescuing their comrades. Housekeeping homunculi cleaned out rooms to accommodate the wounded, while medical homunculi, organized in shifts, provided various emergency treatments. Combat homunculi split into 2 groups, one cleared the collapsed parts of the castle to rescue more comrades, and the other stood guard at the perimeter, not only against potential enemies but also against the magi who were supposed to be their masters. The leader of the homunculi group, who later received the name Tool, led a team drawn from various models into the core of the workshop, where the battery-type homunculi were stored in incubation tanks. They cut off the supply tubes with battle axes, removed the magic-absorbing machines, and, after wiping down the bodies with bedsheets, dressed them and placed them on stretchers. When it came to calmly and efficiently performing tasks, the homunculi with the highest qualities carried out their work meticulously. Not all those rescued from the incubation tanks were survivors, some had their mana completely drained and were ultimately discarded. They were likely consumed during this large-scale war. The homunculi did not place these sacrificed comrades on stretchers but wrapped them in the sheets used for wiping their bodies, hoping to mourn them properly in the future. Although the other homunculi had relatively weak emotions, they could somewhat endure it. However, witnessing their comrades' lives vanish before their eyes planted the seeds of sorrow in their hearts. The homunculi battery system was the most important asset of the Ig Millennia family, so it was inevitable that Gords discovered Dahl and the others' actions. When the enraged Gords, along with Fiori and Calls, rushed to the workshop and saw the homunculi standing ready, treating them as enemies, Gords trembled with fury. He was angry. To him, homunculi were tools. Their roles had been predetermined, mana supply, combat, chores, all decided long ago. But now, such an incident had occurred, and as their creator, how could he not be enraged? He was hysterical, shouting curses, almost ready to destroy the homunculi blocking his way with his own hands. Yet, despite his outburst, not a single homunculus retreated or showed fear. They might have expressed their thoughts verbally, but their stance conveyed everything. They wanted to live and refused to be drained of mana until death, even if that was their assigned duty. When Fiori asked them what they planned to do next and revealed that they had very short lifespans left, the homunculi fell silent once more. They were well aware of their nature and knew that even if they gained freedom, they didn't have much time left. Unlike the homunculi used for chores and mana supply, the combat homunculi underwent special adjustments for battle. This made them quite exceptional in terms of combat capabilities, such as strength and mana. However, this came at the cost of a shorter lifespan. They were beings with compressed lifespans, created solely for the battlefield. Yet, they still wanted to act, still wanted to live, not just for themselves but also for their comrades behind them. This was something they learned from the homunculus who had given them the right to choose, and it was the first thing they truly wanted to do. So, they would not back down. Nor would Gourds. The situation reached a stalemate. It wasn't until Calls, unable to bear the atmosphere, muttered softly, "At this point, there's probably nothing more for them to do anyway." Although he was immediately scolded by Fiori, everyone knew he was speaking the truth. The Greater Grail had already been moved to the Hanging Gardens, and the homunculi, as mere foot soldiers, had no means to reach it. As the distance increased, the importance of the homunculi battery system would diminish. Servants could not be too far from their mana sources. Once the Hanging Gardens left Triphos, this support system would become useless. Given that, why should they escalate tensions over these homunculi who had little time left and were destined to be discarded? In the end, the Magi left. They neither harmed the homunculi nor agreed to free them. As they departed, Gourds kept shouting insults like trash, inferior products, and useless failures, repeatedly saying, "You'll regret this." In his anger, he didn't realize that regret was a human behavior. The moment he subconsciously said it, he had already started to see these homunculi as human. Soon, the servants who had gone to the Hanging Gardens returned, bringing back a series of shocking news. After a brief period of shock, panic, and turmoil, the Igdmillennia family began a new consolidation. With Darnik's death, Fiori assumed the role of patriarch as the heir, taking over the reins of power. Assessing the current situation, Jean proposed allying with all remaining forces, announcing a temporary halt to the Holy Grail War. They aimed to protect the Lesser Grail, reclaim the Greater Grail, and prevent the world's destruction. The plan was to resume the war after defeating Amakusa Shiro and his group. They established new contracts with Achilles and Atlanta, who had lost their masters. Efforts were made to treat the injured and poisoned servants, restoring their combat capabilities as quickly as possible. A new defense system was set up to prevent enemy ambushes. They reached out to family members scattered across various locations to gather intelligence and monitor the movements of the Hanging Gardens. The events at the Hanging Gardens were reported to the Holy Church and the Mages Association. Though these two pillars of the mystical world would likely shirk responsibility, claiming it was personal actions unrelated to their organizations, any help in this potential world-ending crisis was welcome. In this busy atmosphere, the homunculi's issue was pushed to the back of everyone's minds. It wasn't until Gourds, after a day of busyness, lay in bed that the scenes he had pushed aside returned to his mind. The long-held theories and the resolute, unyielding homunculi. The short lifespan and the will to survive. Emotionless tools and the determination to protect comrades. These contradictions clashed violently in his mind, almost causing it to explode. Many times, he told himself not to think about it, but he just couldn't stop. After downing 2 bottles of red wine, hoping to drown the persistent images, he found it had the opposite effect, making him more awake. Tossing and turning, he finally stopped avoiding it. He donned his coat and walked towards the large room where the homunculi resided.